Chapter 1651. Merit Obelisk.
Boom.
A grindstone-sized lightning ball crashed onto Miao Mingshen's back and exploded intensely. Guh. Miao Mingshen's body shook as he spit out blood. His pale face was even weaker now. He tried to concentrate and use an immortal killer move, vanishing from his spot and appearing several thousand steps away. But even there, lightning weaved and beasts roared. The situation was truly at its worst. To think that I would die here. Miao Mingshen was filled with despair. Wasn't Paradise Earth's true inheritance meant to be mild? Why was it so dangerous here? These questions were no longer the point. Miao Mingshen's immortal aperture had run out of immortal essence. Even though he had his immortal goo left, his escape earlier was the final struggle he could muster. The roaring of beasts almost burst his eardrums. The immemorial Thunder Phoenix attacked him again. Around him, none of the other 7 goo immortals were left. He had lasted the longest. The rest died one by one earlier. If I had known this, I would not have explored Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Dying before even meeting the blue dragon whale. Ren Xiaoping is going to die laughing after hearing this. Miao Mingshen was filled with regret, but he also felt very helpless. In life, who could predict everything that was going to happen, even if it was a dead end ahead? Even for the great Wisdom Path star constellation Immortal Venerable, could she predict everything? 1 inch come at me. Miao Mingshen sighed, straightening his back as he faced the Thunder Phoenix's sharp claws. With an intense pain, his vision fell into darkness. Did I die? Miao Mingshen was quite dazed. At this time, a voice resounded. Lord Miao Mingshen, wake up. Quickly wake up. Miao Mingshen opened his eyes. He saw Immortal Huadai's concerned look. She was standing beside him. Gui Qi, Feng Jiang and Tu Tua, even the one who died first, Chuing, were all around. They were all smiling. You guys, what happened? Miao Mingshen's eyes suddenly flashed. Wait, is this a test? You are right, we came to that conclusion too. Tu Tua laughed loudly, replying. To think that the first test came before we entered the blue dragon whale, this was simply too dangerous. Miao Mingshen shook his head, feeling some lingering fear as he inspected his injuries. But he became stunned immediately. It turned out that his injuries were all gone, his goo worms were all intact, even his immortal essence had been restored to its original state. This. Miao Mingshen raised his head. Was it all an illusion? Precisely. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is truly amazing. We did not notice it at all. We only realized after dying. Thinking about it, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was able to create Reincarnation Battlefield. This test was definitely not hard to put up. In history, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created such killer moves to da. With the rank 8 Expert Combat Demon, Reincarnation Battlefield was the peak of the series. After so many years, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects has nurtured countless goo immortal experts using it. Miao Mingshen sighed to himself as his mind got clearer. I think this is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's warning. After experiencing death, we can give up many obsessions. Lord is right. The feeling of death is truly hard to forget. Feng Jiang sighed. At the same time, this is a test of our battle strength. Miao Mingshen, I have to admit that you are amazing. We saw your performance in the illusion. You lasted the longest among us. Tong Hua smiled. Miao Mingshen was joyful, but also worried. Joyful that his great strength had increased his authority in this group, but worried because most of his methods were all exposed. After all, he was facing death. Why would he reserve his trump cards? Miao Mingshen suddenly thought of Fang Yuan. His gaze flashed. Chuing, to think that I worried and felt aggrieved about you so deeply, yet you were the one who saved the most energy. His words had deep meaning. Fang Yuan sighed as he showed a bitter look of shame. The truth is, I felt horrible when death approached. I was simply too unlucky. Why did the immemorial Thunder Phoenix target me? When I woke up, I was dazed for a long time before gaining clarity. With attitude goo, he had sincere and truthful-looking acting. Miao Mingshen stared at Fang Yuan intensely, but seeing his expression, his suspicions faded away. Then where are we? Miao Mingshen looked around, seeing that they were on a nameless island. The island was surrounded by vast blue seawater, extending to the horizons. There were schools of fish in the sea. Waves were moving slowly as winds blew. White seagulls were making sounds. Some were flying in the sky while others were flying slightly above the sea level. We were about to ask you. We arrived here after waking up. We do not know where to go. Tong Hua said. Miao Mingshen nodded. Everyone, wait a moment. Next, he shut his eyes, using a mysterious immortal killer move. This was his unique way of locating the blue dragon whale. But just on the surface, nobody could decipher his method. After shutting his eyes, Miao Mingshen opened it again very quickly, showing shock and joy in his eyes. Everyone, as I expected, this is the immortal aperture world of the blue dragon whale. Miao Mingxin said some shocking things. What? The immortals were all very surprised. They more or less knew something about this Paradise Earth true inheritance. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable subdued the blue dragon whale and awakened its immortal aperture. He had left behind a Paradise Earth true inheritance in this grotto heaven. 5 years later, many Gu immortals tried to find the blue dragon whale, but could not find anything. The Gu immortals were still prepared to see the true appearance of the blue drag on whale, but to think that they would arrive directly inside its immortal aperture. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables arrangements, they are truly something we cannot comprehend fully. This means entering this place has no difficulty? Then why has nobody entered this place before us? Was the blue dragon whale too hard to find? Then what are we going to do now? Tong Hua asked. The immortals all focused their attention on Miao Mingxin. Miao Mingxin was quite satisfied with the situation. They had all arrived at the destination without separating. They still wanted to stick together. He did not waste his effort in consolidating his authority as the leader of the group. To speak the truth, I am not sure too. But since we are in the grotto heaven now, we have already succeeded in the first step. Next, we should find the hidden Paradise Earth true inheritance. This is an unknown place that has existed for many years. We do not know what lives here. To be safe, we should travel in a group. Even if anything happens, we can take care of each other. Miao Mingxin's words were acknowledged by everyone. Fang Yuan spoke at this time. I have a simple idea. Since we entered this place via Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables arrangement, this small island must not be simple. We should search around this island first. Nobody explored this place yet? Miao Mingxin asked. The immortals shook their heads. Some looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Even though I am the first person who got here and learned of the illusion, I was afraid of the lurking danger here. I have been guarding our current location since then. All right, let's split up and look around this small island. Miao Mingxin immediately gave them some missions. This island was small, with so many people around. They soon found clues. Quickly come to the center of the island. There is a rank 8 Immortal Gu house here. A moment later, 8 Gu immortals stood in front of the Immortal Gu house. This Immortal Gu house had a peculiar design. From the outside, it looked like an obelisk made of gold. The surface of the obelisk had many inscriptions. Feng Jiang took a few glances and shouted, "So this is Paradise Earth's true inheritance." Immortal Hua Dai, who was beside him, frowned. It is really troublesome to inherit this true inheritance. The obelisk stated that this rank 8 Immortal Gu house was a merit board. It was effective in the entire Grotto Heaven world. If outside Gu immortals wanted to gain Paradise Earth's true inheritance, they would need to do the missions on this obelisk and gain merits after completing them. The more merits they had, the more valuable things they could exchange for. If one did not accept this, they could only wait on this island. They could not leave and go to other places in the Grotto Heaven world. According to the inscription, we can only stay here for 300 days. Tong Hua said with a regret. Full tone. 300 days in terms of the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven's time. What missions can we do in 300 days? Zheng Luozi's eyes flashed with bright light. There were only 10 missions on this obelisk. Each one was different. It meant that these Gu immortals were going to engage in competition later. The others were not stupid. They quickly realized this problem. The atmosphere became heavier all of a sudden. Miao Mingxin acutely sensed the change in the atmosphere as he spoke. Everyone, even though the inscription says that this is our first time here, we cannot be so sure. In my opinion, we should test if we can leave this island. I hope you can all research on this Immortal Gu house. If you have a way of moving it, we can take it for ourselves. That would be wonderful. The immortals were deeply moved. This was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. If they could break it and take parts of it, they would have great gains. Miao Mingxin continued. When we looked around, we found a lot of cultivation resources on this island. They are in huge quantities. We should decide on how to split these resources. What do you think? The immortals would only benefit from this. Why would they disagree? Everyone cheered in acknowledgement. Chapter 1652. Choosing Mission. The island was small, but it contained a lot of cultivation resources. With this size and amount of resources, they were clearly intentionally arranged. Fang Yuan and the other Gu immortals looked around and scavenged for resources before redistributing them. Fang Yuan, as Chu Ying was a Transformation Path Gu immortal, he obtained a lot of Transformation Path immortal materials. But because Transformation Path projected all paths, these immortal materials were of various types and paths. For example, Soul Beast cores were Soul Path immortal materials, but if a Transformation Path Gu immortal has a way to transform into Soul Beasts, then this Soul Core was also a type of resource for the Transformation Path Gu immortal. Fang Yuan used Transformation Path as the concealment to pick a lot of Time Path immortal materials. Zheng Luozi seemingly asked casually, "Friend Chu Ying has a Time Path transformation? Why didn't you use it when we were in the illusion?" Fang Yuan laughed. "I am just being greedy. I am sure everyone knows about the demon Fong Yuan. These time path immortal materials can be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven for many good things. But if I compete with everyone here, it will harm our relationship after all. Haha, that is a good idea, Chewing. Why didn't I think of it? Tua laughed. Zhengluo Zi's eyes flashed with bright light. He stopped talking. After the scare from the illusion, these Gu immortals finally had a change of mood. These gains were quite valuable after all. Especially when Miao Mingshun was not corrupt, he split the gains equally. The atmosphere of the group was quite lively. Half a day later, the immortals gathered B for the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Merit Obelisk. According to the information on the Merit Obelisk, these resources were all arranged by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable back then. It was to ensure that the Gu immortals who did not want to accept the missions would still gain some rewards. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was truly a kind person. Tong Hua was in awe. Gui Qi pondered. All of us have acted already. We have tried to, but this island cannot be broken through forcefully. And this Merit Obelisk, we cannot unravel it with our abilities. Feng Jiang added. The immortals were silent. How could Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables arrangements be so easily broken? Especially when all these Gu immortals barring Fong Yuan were rank 7, even though some were elites, against a venerable, they were nothing. Miao Mingxin, I wonder what insight you have. Tong Hua asked. Miao Mingxin shook his head. I know nothing about Paradise Earth's true inheritance. I am like all of you. In my opinion, since we cannot forcefully unravel Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables arrangements, we only have two options. One is to ignore the obelisk's missions and stay here for 300 days. Once the time is up, we will likely be sent out. The second way is to follow and complete the missions on the obelisk. The immortals looked at each other. Undeniably, the resources on the island were all distributed already. Who would want to stay here for 300 days? The immortals had already gained something. Their interest in Paradise Earth's true inheritance grew as well. In their opinion, the cultivation resources on the island were just the appetizers. Paradise Earth's true inheritance was the true treasure here. But to accept missions, we will need to be acknowledged by the Merit Obelisk. The process is like a Super Clan's Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu, but more restrictive in nature. If this is a trap, risk and reward are often interlinked. We came to explore Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Weren't we taking a risk? I am going to accept the mission. Since this is an arrangement of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, there must be no problem. The true inheritance is right in front of us. If we stop now, we will regret it for life. After some discussion, none of the 8 Gu immortals wanted to give up. According to the inscription, the 8 immortals went up and placed their palms on the Merit Obelisk. With a bright flash of light, the 8 immortals' names were all displayed on the obelisk. The blank area earlier turned into a list. Fong Yuan's name was there too, but Chuing was written instead. This made Fong Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He had inspected this Merit Obelisk already. It mainly comprised Earth Path and Sound Path. He could not deduce it. Of course, there was a chance of destroying it with Fong Yuan's battle strength. But the risks were too high. He was better off disguising himself and exploring with the others. The Gu Immortal world was filled with countless methods. This Merit Obelisk was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house made by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It had a high possibility of exposing his true name. Thankfully, that did not happen, otherwise Fong Yuan would have to kill everyone around if he got exposed. His identity was too important. These people might have some peculiar methods. Even if they did not, it would be bad if Heavenly Court was lured over. Before I understand the situation, I should not attack them. This is Paradise Earth's true inheritance after all. He emphasized on forgiving people for their mistakes. He was kind and magnanimous. If I kill people randomly, something bad might happen. The 8 immortals were listed on the Merit Obelisk. They started to look at the missions. There were only 10 missions written. Each mission had a vague description. The Gu Immortal needed to explore it themselves. For example, the first mission, exterminate the surrounding water monsters around Sea Eagle City. Water monsters were similar to soul beasts. They were both Dao beasts that had various forms. Most of them would dissipate after dying, leaving behind water cores or soul cores. These were immortal materials filled with abundant water path and soul path Dao marks. But what level were these water monsters? Were they ancient level water monsters or desolate beast level water monsters? There was no information. Sea Eagle City? What was that? Where was it? There was no information. There was still some clues regarding exterminating water monsters here, but the remaining missions were weirder. For example, creating a water well in Fish Round Island, or gathering medicinal herbs for 3 Tattoo Tribe, maintaining a spirit spring, protecting the merchant caravan, fixing the formation, and others. The 8 immortals looked at the Merit Obelisk. After thinking for a while, Zhengluo Zi sighed. My information path methods are useless against this rank 8 Immortal Gu house. Whatever mission we choose is based on luck. Let me try first. I will choose the first water monster extermination mission. The others were silent, even though Zheng Luozi said that the missions had differences. Using logical deduction, the harder the mission, the greater the merits. Water monsters were at least desolate beasts. The mission of eliminating them was naturally difficult. The merit reward should be quite high. As for maintaining a spirit spring, protecting the merchant caravan and others, they were mortal-level missions. The difficulty was lower than exterminating water monsters. Zheng Luozi's choice was clearly to snatch the best mission. The atmosphere in the group suddenly changed. Zheng Luozi remained silent, but he was a little nervous in his heart. Miao Mingshan nodded as he agreed and said, "Go ahead, I will be the last one." Everyone looked at him with a different gaze the moment he said T. Hut. Miao Mingshan waved his hand, saying, "No need to overthink it. I just feel that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created such an arrangement with deeper intentions. How could he not think of balance? These simple missions might not be as easy as they seem." Everyone nodded upon hearing Miao Mingshan's words. Tong Hua spoke. "I choose the second mission." Tu Tua made his choice too. Their decision was the same as Zheng Luozi. They evidently chose the harder missions. After Tu Tua chose the mission, there was still one seemingly hard one. The rest of the missions were all very ordinary. There were still 3 rank 7s left. They were Miao Mingshan, Fang Yuan, and Gue Qi. Next, go ahead and choose Chuing. Miao Mingshan took a look and smiled. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai were beside him. They did not speak. Wait. Gue Qi suddenly interjected. "Everyone, Lord Miao Mingshan. To speak the truth, I wanted this mission from the start." The immortals' expressions all turned weird. Miao Mingshan looked at Gue Qi, showing a gaze of shock and criticism. But Gue Qi ignored him. He looked at Fang Yuan eerily. "Picking on the weakest person?" Fang Yuan chuckled in his heart, saying, "Gue Qi, since you like it, this means that the mission has an affinity with you. I will not snatch it from you. I will choose the 7th mission." Everyone turned to look. This 7th mission was to collect Earth Trench black oil from the deep sea. It was something that only mortals would do. Miao Mingshan quickly added, "Chuing, no need to refuse it. I am truly in admiration of Brother Miao for having such a companion. You deserve it. If not for you, how could I have gotten in here?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily. One Gue Qi looked at Fang Yuan with a kinder gaze now. Indeed, he forcefully chose the mission not for himself, but for Miao Mingshan. Like what Fang Yuan had said, everyone could come here due to Miao Mingshan. He deserved it with his contribution. Miao Mingshan refused, but Fang Yuan persisted. Miao Mingshan was helpless as he accepted it. A moment later, everyone made their choice. The merit obelisk shot out a pillar of light. The Gu immortals were all transported away once they stepped inside. Fang Yuan's field of vision changed. When he blinked, he was on an unknown island. "I am a rank 8 Gu immortal, but that merit obelisk transported me with no effort. It seems to be the core of this entire grotto heaven. It is truly profound, as expected of Paradise Earth." Regarding these missions, he had a similar conjecture to Miao Mingshan. He gave up that mission earlier not because he was courteous, but because he was probing Miao Mingshan. After Fang Yuan left, only Gue Qi and Miao Mingshan were left. "Oh you," Miao Mingshan sighed. Gue Qi cupped his fists. "Please forgive me, Lord. What wrong did you do? It is just that you underestimated Chuing. He was the first person to die in the illusion, so you think he is weak." Miao Mingshan shook his head. "Lord thinks Chuing is hiding his strength?" Miao Mingshan shook his head. "I did not detect anything. The possibility of that is small. But in this unknown environment, we should unite instead of having internal conflicts." "Yes, I understand." Chapter 1653. Previous Life's Most Beloved. With Fang Yuan's investigative methods, this island was completely transparent in his eyes. He found that this island that the merit obelisk transported him to was very common and ordinary. There were few resources on the island. There was a small fishing village with some people living there. There was a fishing village. A spirit spring existed as well, of course. Gu masters existed here too. But in such a poor and desolate place, a rank 4 Gu master was the utmost limit. Fang Yuan had accepted the mission to collect Earth Trench black oil from the deep sea. After he investigated, he soon found that there were traces of black oil oozing out near the fringe of the island. Other Gu immortals might go into the sea to collect the black oil already, but Fang Yuan did not do that. The moment he saw the merit obelisk, he started to think about Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's intentions. He concealed himself as he entered the fishing village. It did not have many people living in it. There were only 5 or 6 Gu masters. The highest cultivation was a rank 3 Gu master. It could not compare to Guyu clan on Qing Mao Mountain. Back then, Guyu clan had about 10 of such villages under it. Fang Yuan directly approached the sole rank 3 Gu master in the village. This was an old man with white hair and deep wrinkles. From what others said, he was the village head. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied. having high authority and being old, he naturally knew a lot of things. Soul search. Fang Yuan used his immortal method. The old village head's secrets were all exposed. Instantly, Fang Yuan gained a lot of information that was rather precise. As he expected, this village was very ordinary. There were many of such villages around the island. This fishing village doesn't seem to have any trap. Fang Yuan realized this and left the village secretly. The old village had only felt dazed for a moment. Even though it was a bit weird, he went on with his business soon after. Fang Yuan's soul search method was simply too incredible for mortal Gu masters to realize. Fang Yuan left the island and flew to the surrounding islands. But Fang Yuan experienced what happened on the Merit Obelisk Island earlier again. Even though he could see a small island in the horizon, no matter how he flew, the distance did not shorten. After using all his methods, Fang Yuan still returned helplessly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cultivated Sound Path in his early years before converting to Earth Path later. This method of controlling distance is his signature move. There we read many battles in history that showed Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable standing on the spot as his enemies attacked. No matter what they did, their attacks could not reach him, even though the distance was short. Other than that, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable has an extremely alluring method, that was to create paradise. Paradise. This was also the reason for Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's title. Nobody knew how a paradise was created, but Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable left behind many paradises in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. A paradise's most distinct trait was the lack of calamities and tribulations. This dragon whale grotto heaven was transformed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable into a paradise. From the old village head soul, Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information that confirmed this. If there were calamities and tribulations, even if the old man could not feel it, there would be information in the village's historical records, but there was none. Since he could not go to the other islands, he changed directions and entered the water. As he got deeper, the water pressure intensified. This water pressure was a problem for Gu masters trying to excavate oil, but for rank 8 Gu immortals like Fang Yuan, it was an insignificant problem. For Gu masters, the sea was very deep, but for Gu immortals, the water surrounding the island was still very shallow. Fang Yuan soon found that a large area of darkness appeared in his vision. It was like a huge seaweed that endlessly extended in all directions. This earth trench under the water was very spectacular. The ordinary island was at the fringe of this earth trench. From the information he got from the old village head, the surrounding islands were also connected to the extensions of this earth trench. Earth trenches produced black oil. Regardless of ordinary earth trenches or deep-sea earth trenches, black oil was an immortal material belonging to food path. The quality was very high and production was abundant. It was easy to excavate. This was a trait of food path, having high production with cheap costs. It was very economically friendly. Black oil was extremely helpful to immortal zombies. Spreading the black oil in the dead aperture could slow the speed of the disintegration of the blessed land. In the outside world or to other Gu immortals, it was a very useful Gu refinement material that was widely used. It had a huge market. One of the main business of Zombie Alliance was black oil. This was similar to Fang Yuan's Guts Gu, but the scale of black oil sold was much larger than Guts Gu. There are about 3 million kilograms of black oil here. I can take them all within half a day if I go all out. But I cannot leave the island after a certain distance. Even though black oil can move, it is much slower than water. After I take all the black oil here, it will take too long and be too inefficient to wait for the black oil from the other parts of the earth trench to flow here. Black oil was very easy to collect, but that was for Gu immortals. For immortal Gu masters, it was quite difficult. There was a special category of oil-collecting Gu masters. They specialized in exploring earth trenches to collect black oil. These people were professionals in this business. Oil-collecting Gu masters had their own set of Gu worms specially used to collect a certain amount of black oil. Even though their battle strength was not high, because they were excavating immortal materials, they had abundant wealth and status. They were quite popular. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had once been an oil-collecting Gu master in Eastern Sea. That was his fortuitous encounter. He almost became the son-in-law of a certain oil-collecting Gu master. The collection method was also imparted to Fang Yuan by this old Gu master. People lived according to their environment. The Gu masters on the small island survived mainly by collecting black oil. The old Gu master that Fang Yuan soul searched was the most impressive oil-collecting Gu master in the village. Even though he was old, he would still enter the water and collect them each year. Seeing the black oil here, Fang Yuan could not help but recall some of his previous life's memories. He was once an oil-collecting Gu master. He entered the sea to collect black oil, but it was a dangerous job. He was treading on thin ice. The first problem was oxygen. Secondly, he could not go too deeply. The pressure would kill him. And the sea was not peaceful. There were many fierce beasts underneath. And finally, he needed specialized methods for the black oil. How could mortals not use special methods when collecting immortal materials? Especially if they did not collect the black oil well, it would pollute their bodies. The goo master would be covered in black oil grease. It was hard to remove and carried a disgusting stench. As time passes, it would even corrode the goo master's own mortal body. In his previous life, Fong Yuan had been polluted by this black oil. The old goo master who taught him the method purposely did that so that he would be forced to marry his daughter. He was furious back then and felt like he was plotted against, but thinking about it now, Fong Yuan smiled bitterly. The teacher had no son or inheritor. He had to do that or he could not impart his family's unique methods to an outsider goo master. He had no choice but to use that tactic. What was wrong with playing safe? It was normal. But back then, Fong Yuan was placed into despair. He had no alternatives. Without specialized methods, he could not clear the black oil pollution. Even if Fong Yuan knew the method, he needed the goo worms to do that. These reasons made him relent. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan felt a sense of his mindset back then. He was very anxious and in pain. He was greatly attracted to the profits of excavating black oil. He secretly swore that he would change the situation. For example, there were water path goo worms that could allow him to dive agilely. He could also design some goo worms to resist the water pressure. Currently, he could totally refine a bunch of immortal goo and create a huge quantity of useful mortal goo instantly. But he no longer needed them. Life often threw you into situations like this. At present, you lack some very crucial things, but when you obtain them, you no longer need them. That was why getting things when you needed them the most was called a fortuitous encounter. You had to treasure them if it happened. Back then when I extracted black oil, I almost died. But fortune and calamity come together. I actually met Mo Air when about to die. From that perspective, the old goo master did something good after all. Fong Yuan showed a complex and deep smile on his face. The white figure appeared in his mind once again. Her expression was both vague and clear at the same time. Her name was Xia Hanamo. Xia Hanamo. Fong Yuan had never forgotten this name because she was the person he loved the most in his previous life. Chapter 1654. Water Shell Goo. Several days later, waves ebbed and flowed, crashing into the rocks and creating huge splashes. Putting it crudely, the unnamed island was poor and had treacherous waters. Firstly, the island was small, and secondly, there was earth-trenched black oil here. Because of the black oil, the resources of other cultivation paths were suppressed. Nothing else could exist here. The greed of humanity was limitless. The concept of human path revolved around reducing deficits and increasing surpluses. The strong grew stronger. Meanwhile, Heaven Path took away surpluses while replenishing deficits. It emphasized on the balance of all myriad beings. Too precisely due to an immortal material like black oil, the unnamed island had almost no other resources. The size of the fishing village had been like this for centuries, development was slow, and they could only nurture single digits of goo masters. They were truly few. Right now, at the center of the fishing village, in the village head's house, Fong Yuan was currently fighting against a rank 2 goo master. Boom boom boom. After some clashes, water splashed around. The middle-aged rank 2 goo master was drenched. He sprawled on the ground weakly. Fong Yuan was using Chu Ying's appearance as he stood on the spot. His arms were behind his back as he smiled lightly. From the start to the finish of this battle, Fong Yuan was standing on the spot, having not moved at all. The rank 2 goo master stood up weakly as he cupped his fists. Master Chu has incredible methods. I am in great awe. Thank you for the guidance, Master Chu.
He was truly in awe.
A few days ago, Fong Yuan disguised as a rank 4 goo master and entered the fishing village openly. He started to interact with the goo masters here. Back then, his appearance caused a commotion. There were usually no outsiders in the fishing village, especially not a solitary visitor. Fong Yuan's identity was a traveling goo master. He managed to make his presence in the fishing village. Undeniably, his appearance completely disrupted the original peaceful life of the villagers. Even a mortal without any cultivation would know that a strong goo master had entered their village. Traveling goo master. Such goo masters traveled the world. They had no home. They were usually alone, but some moved in groups of 2 or 3 as well. Traveling goo masters normally had great strength and few weaknesses. It was common sense. The world outside was not safe. Traveling goo masters were able to travel around. They naturally had sufficient strength to do so. This was not just in terms of battle strength, they also needed to take care of their accommodation, food, movement, and feeding of goo worms. Without enough strength, one could not become a traveling goo master. Thus, when Fong Yuan appeared, the goo masters in the fishing village became very alert. Fong Yuan's rank 4 goo master aura was extremely threatening to them. The first time they met, Fong Yuan claimed that he needed to feed goo. He asked for goo materials from the old village head. The old village head was the sole rank 3 goo master in the fishing village. Fong Yuan had searched his soul. He did not dare to reject the request. He had to agree. After the spar, The middle-aged rank 2 goo master approached the village head. Shutting the door and readying their goo worms in defense, the two started to talk. The middle-aged goo master did not speak. He had a bitter and worrying expression. The old village head smiled. Now you know how strong Master Chu is? The middle-aged goo master nodded. Master Chu has unfathomable strength. Even if we join forces, we will not be his match. For saying so, he looked at the village head with an indignant expression. But why should we give him goo materials? His goo worms are hungry. That is his problem. Why must we solve it for him? Most importantly, our inventory was stocked up over the last few generations. He used up almost everything in just a few days. The old village head was silent for a moment before saying with deep meaning, traveling goo masters have a certain rule. They usually exchange for goo materials to feed their goo worms when they arrive in a new place. These goo masters are very strong, so local forces would usually not reject them. They would cooperate and improve their relationship. We should treat it as a chance encounter. The middle-aged goo master frowned. The anger in his voice became more prominent. Lord Village Head, you said it yourself, they exchange. But this Master Chu directly took the materials. He did not exchange anything for them.
So, what do you think?
What can we do? The old village had looked at the middle-aged goo master. The middle-aged goo master was stumped. After a few breaths, his anger dissipated. His back became bent as his face was full of bitterness, pain, and helplessness. It is about time. At the other end, Fong Yuan smiled. The conversation between the middle-aged goo master and the old village head was under Fong Yuan's supervision. In fact, he knew everything inside this fishing village. A few days ago, he went into the deep sea and wanted to take some black oil. But afterwards, he had a flash of inspiration. He changed his idea. Fong Yuan realized, collecting black oil is nothing. The true key is Paradise Earth's true inheritance. I should test this situation. Thus, Fong Yuan changed his method. He disguised as a traveling goo master to enter the village. The next day, the old village head saw that Fong Yuan had visited him. He was filled with bitterness, but still showed a smile on the surface. He bent his back as he said, Master Chu, do you need more goo materials? Fong Yuan smiled. Old sir, thank you for the hospitality. I am about to leave. The old village head was dazed. Great joy surged in his heart, but he controlled himself. He showed a shocked and sad expression, urging, Master Chu, you are leaving so soon? Why don't you stay for a few more days? We would like to offer you more of our hospitality. Fong Yuan shook his head, joking. Old sir, I have imposed on you for the last few days. If I stay any longer, they might not spar with me anymore, but risk their lives to fight me next. The old village head was shocked as he smiled bitterly. So you know about it. Fong Yuan spoke calmly. I have traveled for many years. How can I not understand your mindset? I do not like to bully the weak, so before I leave, I will leave some things to you. The old village head was joyful but also a little suspicious. He waved his hand. Master Chu, no need for that. You are too kind. Call all of the goo masters here. Fong Yuan stopped smiling. He spoke plainly. A moment later, all of the goo masters in the village had arrived in the old village head's house, except the middle-aged goo master who sparred the previous day. Unfortunately, he went to the deep sea to collect black oil. He is going to miss out today. The old village head explained. Fong Yuan looked at him deeply as he smiled. Village head, you've worried too much. Everyone, look at this goo worm. Fong Yuan opened his hand, showing a rank 2 mortal goo. This goo worm was white and blue. It resembled a seashell and was large as a jade bracelet. Fong Yuan continued. This is water shell goo. It can form a layer of water as a shell on the goo master's body to resist the sea's water pressure. Using just this goo worm, you can go 6 li deep into the sea. The goo masters in the house went into a commotion. Rank 2 goo worm that can go 6 li down into the sea? Water shell goo. Why have I never heard of it? Fong Yuan smiled. Try it. After trying it for a while, the goo masters were overjoyed. They found that this goo worm had another advantage. It used very little primeval essence. This is a really rare and precious rank 2 goo. Someone said with a trembling voice. It is a pity there is only one. This person immediately got fierce stares from the village head. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. Don't worry, everyone will get it. Saying so, he took out more water shell goo. Everyone had their own one. Almost 10 water shell goo were handed out. Only one remained in Fong Yuan's hands. He passed it to the old village head. Give this to him. The old village head was very moved. He apologized in a choked-up voice. I was wrong. Master Chu is truly magnanimous. Fong Yuan gathered the goo masters in the village. The old village head was afraid that Fong Yuan was trying to wipe them out. What should he do? That was not impossible at all. People were hard to understand, especially when this was a stranger. Thus, the old village had placed the middle-aged goo master, his future successor, in a secret location. He was afraid of Fong Yuan's attack. Fang Yuan's act of giving the water shell goo made the old village head extremely happy and also ashamed. But Fang Yuan had just started. This is water shell goo's recipe. I will give it to you. Fang Yuan gave out 10 goo recipes to the goo masters present. They were all stunned. Giving goo worms and giving recipes were two different concepts entirely. Master Chu, how can we take it? The old village had received the recipe with trembling hands. No worries, take a look at the content. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Everyone took a look as someone shouted, "Oh heavens, the core goo material of this water shell goo is the spiral seashell on the shore of our island's beach. The goo materials of this recipe can all be found on our island." Immediately after, someone shouted. Fang Yuan nodded. "I have some insight in goo refinement. These last days, after sparring with several goo masters, I understood your lifestyle and cultivation method. While inspecting this island, I tried to look for useful materials. I created this goo recipe for your village. You must accept it." As he said that, Fang Yuan saw that the old village head had knelt down on the ground in an instant. The old village head kowtowed as he said, "I was too blind to see Mount Tai. I did not know that Master Chu was such a genius in goo refinement. I am too ashamed. I actually misunderstood Master Chu's kindness." Before the old village had finished, Fang Yuan helped him to stand up as he smiled and said, "Old sir, don't say that. I am someone who believes that a droplet received in need will be repaid with a whole spring. The goo materials I got from you were very helpful for my problem. Our encounter is a type of fortune. We need to treasure it. 2-inch, but I have just created this water shell goo. I am not sure of its exact value in reality. Why don't you select a few people to enter the sea with me? We can collect some black oil and test out its actual effect." "We will do as you say." Chapter 1655, Collecting Black Oil. VA. Goo water ripples were moving before the eyes. In extreme tranquility, a group of goo masters dived into the sea. The light above them became dimmer. The surrounding seawater was emitting greater pressure on them. Someone started to use water shell goo. The water shell goo that Fang Yuan invented was simply amazing. Almost the instant it was activated, the fishing village's goo masters felt their pressure reducing. Their bodies felt relaxed, as if they had discarded a ton of dead weight. The goo masters all showed joyful expressions, even though they had already tested water shell goo in their village earlier. But at this time, someone suddenly made an alert signal. A large number of weaving sea spiders were approaching them. These sea spiders moved very quickly underwater. They would split up when they encountered prey, shooting out their spider webs that would entangle the prey before they attacked. Seeing this group of sea spiders, the fishing village's goo masters turned pale. Even the rank 3 village head was full of fear. He could not calm down. The sea spider group was huge, and they were most skilled at fighting with numbers, to defeat a stronger enemy with collective effort. Many sea creatures would often die to them due to a battle of attrition. Even rank 3 goo masters were not their match in a drawn-out fight. The deep sea had too much danger. On the surface, the sea was calm, but under the sea, undercurrents surged, dangers lurked everywhere. "No need to worry," Fang Yuan transmitted before waving his hand at the crucial moment. At the next moment, the goo masters of the fishing village were so shocked their eyes almost popped out. A huge whirlpool formed instantly. It crashed into the sea spiders. It was like a tornado that swept away all of the sea spiders in it. "Quickly leave. I cannot sustain it for long," Fang Yuan said purposely. The fishing village's goo masters realized at once and quickly dived deeper. After they got to a safe distance, the goo masters turned back to look. The whirlpool had started to dissipate. The sea spiders were completely disoriented. They had low intelligence and moved according to instinct. Seeing that the prey vanished, they gathered again and moved away. The goo masters relaxed at long last. Their gazes towards Fang Yuan was filled with admiration and reverence. The goo masters who fought against Fang Yuan earlier finally saw how powerful this Master Chu was. And most importantly, his method was very wise. If they fought in the sea, the blood would attract more problems. Trapping but not killing, that was the work of an expert. The group continued to move with Fang Yuan as their guardian. They met with no danger. Sea spiders were just one of the lurking dangers. Oil-collecting goo masters faced hundreds of types of aquatic beasts. Sometimes, they would even get swept into special currents, helplessly moving along with them. In the following journey, some problems still occurred, they were not disasters like the sea spiders. Diving and stopping continuously, after some hard work, they finally reached the earth trench. They did not need to dive into the earth trench because there was a lot of black oil here already. There had been no goo immortals who came to excavate them. The earth trench was filled with black oil. At the same time, some gushes of black oil leaked outside. These black oil streams were like octopuses with long tentacles. They also seemed like seaweed, messy and scattered. The fishing village's goo masters quickly used their goo worms to get close to the leaking black oil. They started to collect the oil, moving around like worker bees. Fang Yuan did not act. He watched from afar. These goo worms specially used to collect black oil were the core and vital goo of these goo masters. Fang Yuan did not ask them about this in their previous interactions because it was taboo, but with his ability, he could understand everything with just a single look. His refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level was not a joke. The #1 resource around this unnamed island is black oil. When I use this black oil as material to refine goo worms for them, their efficiency will increase. While he was thinking of this, suddenly, a huge group of seashell sharks approached them. These sharks opened their bloodthirsty mouths, full of shells that were used as sharp teeth. The seashell sharks were very special. They began life without teeth. Instead, when they grew up, they would choose seashells in the sea and put them in their mouths. As time passed, these seashells would take root and grow. The more years that pass, the whiter and tougher they would become. The seashell sharks would use the shells as teeth to tear prey that were stronger than seashell sharks apart. This special relationship made infant seashell sharks very weak, but when they reach adulthood, they would be overlords of the sharks. This group of sharks were attacking, be it individual or group strength, they far surpassed the sea spiders. But the fishing village goo masters were not afraid. They moved around the black oil terrain with ease and agility. From time to time, they would spray the black oil that they collected as barriers to shield themselves. Seashell sharks were huge and could not move easily in this black oil area. If the oil stuck to them, they would become slower and even struggle to move as the oil got thicker. The fishing village goo masters used the territory to quickly feed these seashell sharks to the black oil as food. These seashell sharks struggled until they had no strength left. They were slowly devoured by the black oil. Normally speaking, the black oil would take a long time to completely corrode these seashell sharks. All of their flesh, bone, and blood would turn into new black oil. Black oil was an immortal material that contained food path dow marks. It was not safe. The earth trench filled with B. Black oil was a dangerous area. Fang Yuan saw this, as he sighed in his heart. He remembered that in the 500 years of his previous life, he had once seen how the black oil devoured its prey for the first time. From that day on, he had nightmares for several nights of the black oil sticking onto him and slowly devouring him without any hope of salvation. Normally speaking, oil-collecting goo masters would work in groups. They were afraid that the black oil would stick to them and kill them in the process of collection. But the oil-collecting goo masters in the fishing village would not form groups. It was too easy for disputes to arise, and encountering dangerous situations might cause everyone to perish. Right now, everyone grouped together, but it was a special situation. I advise that you try to drag out the seashell sharks that are trapped. These are all usable goo materials. Fang Yuan transmitted. Master Chu, these seashell sharks are polluted by the black oil. The old village head hesitated. Don't worry, I have a way to remove the black oil. Trust me, these seashell sharks are very useful for you. Fang Yuan smiled. He had designed a goo recipe that used these seashell sharks as the main material. Without water shell goo, these goo masters would not believe him, but after Fang Yuan displayed such strength, the old village had stopped hesitating. He ordered. You all heard him. Hurry up and do it. But be careful. Don't let the black oil stick to you. It is too troublesome otherwise. Not just troublesome. The price would be huge. Black oil was an immortal material. Once it got stuck, the food path dow marks would be carved onto the goo master's body. Just the problem of conflicting dow marks would be fatal, and because they had mortal bodies, they could not endure the corrosion of the black oil. 1 inch, don't worry, I can remove the black oil on you even if it sticks to you. Fang Yuan spoke. His words made the goo masters overjoyed, but even with his assurance, the goo masters still acted carefully. They were afraid of touching this beloved and accursed black oil. The seashell sharks were all dragged out. Most were not dead, they still had some vitality. Falling into the black oil would not cause suffocation immediately. At this time, a small surprise occurred. Look at what I found. A trapped mermaid. A goo master dragged out a mermaid corpse. Her body was covered in black oil. Her appearance could not be seen, but from her build, it seemed to be a girl. She has some life force left, the goo master, who saved the mermaid, said with surprise. Let me. Fang Yuan acted. The goo masters were very shocked, because they saw that the black oil moved like an obedient child, getting away from the mermaid and gathering in front of Fang Yuan as a big black ball. Master Chu is truly unfathomable. Such methods, how much black oil can he get each time? Goo masters were in admiration and envy, their respect towards Fang Yuan Inc.
Reached again.
Don't worry, with me around, you will all be safe. Fang Yuan's action was just to reassure these people, but at the next moment, the smile on his face froze. His sight was stuck on the mermaid's face. He went into a daze. Mo Air. Chapter 1656. Fang Yuan was saved. At this depth, the sea was entirely pitch black. But Fang Yuan's vision was dark green. Alright, this new goo that I exchanged for is quite useful. With it, I can barely see in the deep sea. Fang Yuan was quite happy. The deep sea was complex, One could not shine light here carelessly, or predators might be lured to oneself unknowingly. In this dark green area, there were some deep black patches. They were black oil, of course. The black oil tangled and weaved together like huge pythons. They were almost still, but the visual impact was huge. Fong Yuan breathed in deeply. The gills on his face moved as they took in oxygen from seawater, allowing him to breathe underwater. Calming down, he carefully approached the black oil. He stretched out his arms and stopped when he was several meters away from the black oil. Next, he activated his goo worm. A bright blue light slowly gathered in his palms. The two blue lights formed into beams of light that shined into the black oil. Droplets and lumps of black oil flowed along the blue light beams and slowly gathered into Fong Yuan's palms. Fong Yuan's palms were like two bottomless holes sucking in black oil. Time passed, but Fong Yuan continued to keep his alertness up. He not only maintained his investigative methods on the surroundings, he also paid attention to the primeval essence storage in his aperture. Because he used multiple goo worms at once, Fong Yuan's primeval essence expenditure was not low. After a while, he reached a critical level. It is time to stop and return to the sea surface. Sigh, my aptitude is too low. If I had a great aptitude, I would be able to last much longer. Fong Yuan sighed in his heart. At the same time, he stopped using his goo worms, preparing to leave. But in the process of leaving, an accident happened. Suddenly, a huge force emerged in the peaceful sea, sending Fong Yuan flying. Oh no, an impact current. Fong Yuan's heart shook. He wanted to use goo worms to escape. These impact currents seemed like normal seawater, but when life forms entered them, they would emit a strong pushing force. Bam, bam, bam. In the process of escaping, Fong Yuan met with several impact currents. His bones were fractured and blood oozed out of his nose and mouth. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth. His eyes were wide opened and bloodshot. He tried to find a way to escape this predicament. But he was not in the best condition. He had used a lot of his primeval essence at the same time. The scale of these impact currents was huge, and Fong Yuan lacked the method to deal with them. He could only dodge using his luck. Soon, Fong Yuan expended all his primeval essence. An impact current from behind pushed him into the black oil. Am I going to die here? Fong Yuan could not escape. He watched as the black oil stuck to him, before it spread and devoured him. His primeval essence was used up, but thankfully, the gills were made from transformation path goo worms. They could last for some time. But this was truly his last few moments. This is the final moment of my life, sigh. I wanted to accumulate more black oil to gather wealth and exchange for a way to get rid of my black oil corrosion from the market, but now, I do not need to worry about this problem anymore, Fong Yuan smiled bitterly. He fell into deep despair. Eventually, the black oil completely covered him. His body was enveloped by the black oil. Am I going to die? Death was approaching, but Fong Yuan was completely peaceful in his heart. Or rather, more accurately, he was indifferent. Towards his death, he was indifferent about it. All right, so be it if I die. After coming to this world, after so many years, I have been wandering from place to place. I am just too tired, too tired. Who can truly avoid death? I might as well rest now. Fong Yuan shut his eyes. After some unknown period of time, he slowly regained his senses. In a daze, he heard someone who was around him speak. Saintess, why did you save this mortal goo master? All these years, haven't the humans bullied us enough? That's right, Saintess. This is clearly an oil-collecting goo master. This sea area belongs to us mermen. He is a thief that steals our black oil. He is too shameless. We can let him die on his own. At this time, a kind and refreshing voice resounded. Since we met, how can we leave him in the lurch? I know he is a human and not a merman, but he is still a living being. Humans bully us, but a lone goo master like him is innocent. He is here to steal black oil, but how much can a person take? He took such risks to steal black oil. It shows how ostracized and troubled he is. Why should we be stingy in helping him? Saintess, you are just too kind. Is that fine? He is not anyone important. He is too lowly. There is no use in saving him. Fong Yuan tried his best and slowly managed to open his eyes. His field of vision was still blur. He saw three vague figures. White, blue, and red. Human body, fish tails. From the blur figures, he could tell that they were three mermen. Merman was a type of variant human. They could breathe underwater naturally and live. Mermen were attached to rivers and water bodies. They were most skilled at water path. Be they male or female, they were very beautiful and good-looking. Thank you. I will repay this kindness. May I know your names? Fong Yuan spoke with difficulty. His hoarse voice became smoother as he talked. But this was his current limit. His body was too weak. He could not muster any strength. These words were all that he could say. We do not need your repayment. If not for Saintess, we would not save. A dirty human like you. You do not need to know our names, but Saintess is named Xia Hanimo. You should remember it. Etch this into your memory forever. You were incredibly lucky to have been saved by Saintus. All right, you two, enough. The white figure sighed in a gentle voice. She said to Fong Yuan, even though you feel weak now, I have already healed your injuries. You were corroded by black oil earlier. I cannot heal this injury in one try, but I have left you a goo worm. You can heal yourself with it. Saying so, the white figure brought her two attendants and left, getting out of Fong Yuan's vision. Fong Yuan wanted to speak, but he had exhausted his strength. He could not speak. The extreme fatigue and weakness had his vision turned black again. This was what happened in the 500 years of his previous life. Fong Yuan's gaze became clear. He returned from his recollection. At this time, he had already led the fishing village's goo masters back to the island. This was one of the old village heads' houses. It was not dark. At dusk, the lingering rays of light entered the room through the windows. Outside the window, seagulls were flying around the beach, chirping loudly. The mermaid who was saved was a young woman. She was still unconscious now. After Fong Yuan saved her, her pale face had started to become rosy again. She had thick eyelashes that casted shadows on her face. Looking at this mermaid girl, Fong Yuan was absent-minded for a bit. Looking at her carefully, she did not look like Xia Hanimo from Fong Yuan's memories. Their appearances were very different, even though both of them were equally beautiful. They are only similar in disposition, and the biggest difference between this mermaid girl and Xia Hanimo was the color of their scales. Mermen had human bodies and fish tails. Their scales were of varying colors. Blue and red were common, while white and black were very rare. White-scaled mermen and mermaids could become saints and saintesses, while black-scaled were treated as cursed and inauspicious. They would be killed the moment they were born. Their parents were often the killers. Xia Hanemo was a white-scaled mermaid. She was the saintess of the merman tribe. And this mermaid girl had blue scales. It was very common among mermen. Master Chu. At this time, the old village head and the middle-aged goo master arrived at the door. Fong Yuan nodded lightly as they came in. After collecting black oil from the deep sea, be it the old village head or the middle-aged goo master, they looked at Fong Yuan with utmost respect. On one hand, Fong Yuan had unfathomable strength, and on the other hand, Fong Yuan gave them immense benefits. Watershell goo was so useful, they had all experienced it on this trip. And most importantly, Fong Yuan promised after returning that he was going to create a goo worm for them. This goo worm would be very useful to them. Master Chu, food has been prepared.
Should why?
Oh, you, the old village head smiled. I will take care of her. Don't worry, master. When she wakes up, I will bring her to you. The middle-aged goo master added. Fong Yuan looked at the mermaid girl as he shook his head. He walked out of the house. No need to see me. When she wakes up, get her to leave. Even though this is the territory of humans, and her action is akin to stealing, in my opinion, she has a hard life. Give me some face and let her off. Master Chu, don't worry. We will not find trouble with her. Yeah, all these years, there had been many mermen who came here to steal black oil. We have always tried to turn a blind eye to it. After all, we cannot finish extracting all the black oil under the sea. It is fine to share some. The old village head chuckled. Fong Yuan nodded. He had already gotten whatever information he needed from the old village head and this young mermaid girl through soul search. There was something interesting. In the outside world, merfolk had lower status than humans. Both sides had huge conflicts and often fought. But here, merfolk and humans had better relationships. They interacted a lot and were at peace. There were even instances of marriage between them. It seems that this grotto heaven is the paradise of humans and also merfolk. Chapter 1657. Clues of Regret Goo. Inside the small house, there was a huge turbulence. Dark red lights moved like waves, surging around Fong Yuan. He was refining goo. His 10 fingers were outstretched. His 2 hands were holding onto an eerie ball. This ball was basin-sized. It was flowing on the surface. This was the essence of the black oil that Fong Yuan extracted. The goo refinement was already at the late stage. Now was a crucial moment. Fong Yuan willed as a crack opened in his immortal aperture's entrance. He took out a piece of shiny golden scale. The scale flew into the black oil ball, causing a small explosion. In Fong Yuan's vision, he saw that the instant the black oil ball exploded, it expanded rapidly. At the same time, the golden light shined in the black oil ball before condensing into a small. Fong Yuan's 10 fingers vibrated. The black oil ball floated into the air and started to revolve around itself. During the process, the golden light continued to flicker. A stench started to spread. These were the impurities that Fong Yuan expelled. The stench was about to permeate out of the house when the immortal formation's light flickered. It was like a pot lid that was blue in color. It trapped the stench and prevented it from going out. This stench was an immortal material containing food path. It was more terrifying than the black oil. If mortals came into contact with it, they would die. Fong Yuan's goo refinement was already immortal level because it involved 2 immortal materials. One was the black oil, The other was the golden scale. It was pulled from a desolate beast golden dragonfish. After a series of deductions, Fong Yuan Fo and D that the golden dragonfish and the black oil had a high level of compatibility. One scale was not enough, of course. Fong Yuan continued to toss in more golden scales. The black oil ball slowly turned into a black gold color. A lot of incomplete goo worm silhouettes were seen in the ball. Fong Yuan was trying to refine gather oil goo. This was specially made for the goo masters of the fishing village. Fong Yuan created the recipe himself. He also used the information in Shadow Sect's True Inheritance and Lang Yi's True Inheritance as reference. Fong Yuan was truly trying to help the fishing village's oil-collecting goo masters. The reason? It was because of the Merit Obelisk's mission. What was merit? Fong Yuan had been thinking about this problem from the start. Were the missions on the Merit Obelisk so simple? The more Fong Yuan thought about it, the more he could feel a certain objective that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was trying to achieve. Thus, helping these fishing village goo masters was meant to complete the mission and also to ascertain the conjecture that Fong Yuan had in his mind. Fong Yuan did bad things without feeling any remorse. Similarly, he did good things without any changes in emotion. To be honest, he had already become indifferent towards good deeds and bad deeds. He did not care about kindness or evil. In this world, there were only two things, those that benefited him and those that harmed him. Right now, in the face of Paradise Earth's true inheritance, Fong Yuan would be willing to commit good deeds to ensure that he gains the maximum benefits. Xiaolin slowly opened her eyes. She was awake. I am not dead. After being in a daze momentarily, she reacted, and her eyes started to shine. You are quite a lucky mermaid. If we found you any later, you would be dead. You would be corroded into black oil. The middle-aged goo master saw that the mermaid woke up and walked into the room. My name is Xiaolin. Did you save me? The mermaid girl struggled to get up. Not me, it was Master Chu. You should really thank him. He was the one who healed your injuries. The middle-aged goo master smiled as he spoke. The mermaid girl inspected herself upon the reminder. She was extremely happy after that. Unbelievable. I was corroded by the black oil and was heavily injured. Even the greatest healing goo master in my tribe would not be able to save me, but I am completely healed now. The middle-aged goo master smiled arrogantly. Of course, it was Master Chu who saved you after all. Saying so, the middle-aged goo master thought of the scene when Fong Yuan saved her. He made all of the goo masters dazzled. Most of them could not regain their senses after a long while. Master Chu saved my life and healed my injuries. How can I not repay this kindness? The mermaid girl pursed her lips. She showed a firm expression. Sir, please bring me to him. No matter the price, I must repay him. All right, follow me. The middle-aged goo master considered it for a moment before walking out of the room. The mermaid girl Xiaolin forced herself up. She used a goo worm to create a wave that carried her as she moved behind the middle-aged goo master. The two went into an estate. They got past the garden and arrived in front of Fong Yuan's house. Rumble. Suddenly, a black golden light burst up into the sky from the small house. This is... What happened? This phenomenon could be seen from all over the surroundings. Many of the goo masters in the village were alerted as they came to observe. After dinner, Master Chu said that he was going to refine goo. He locked himself in a room and instructed that no one was to disturb him. The old village had watched as he said, "This means that Master Chu's goo refinement has already made progress." Master Chu's goo refinement attainment is simple to profound. Look at the scene. His goo refinement must not be simple at all. Thanks for stating the obvious. Master Chu is extraordinary. How can he be simple? Xiaolin listened carefully. These goo masters' conversation made her think of a supreme goo master expert. He must have white hair, a kind temperament, a cool and composed nature, great strength, and immense kindness and magnanimity. As the dark gold light faded, a fragrance spread around the area. A huge hole was created at the roof of the small house. A moment later, the door of the small house was pushed open. Fong Yuan walked out. The fishing village's goo masters were all waiting in anticipation. The moment Fong Yuan came out, they bowed and greeted. Master Chu. The mermaid girl Xiaolin looked at Fong Yuan curiously. It turned out that Master Chu was so young. She did not expect this. She quickly knelt down. Master Chu, you saved my life. I need to repay this kindness even if I have to break all the bones in my body. 2-inch no need. It was just a simple matter. Fong Yuan gave the mermaid girl a glance. She was not Xia Hanimo after all. The deceased had already passed on. She was gone with the wind. 2 days later, Fong Yuan returned to the Merit Obelisk. Oh, a new mission appeared. Fong Yuan's gaze focused on the changes of the obelisk. There were 10 missions originally, now there were still 10, but most of the content had changed. On another side of the Merit Obelisk, the rankings had changed too. I am third. Fong Yuan soon found his ranking. He was a little joyful, his guesses were already affirmed. Looking at this from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's perspective, merit was helping others. It was the action of good deeds. Fong Yuan saw his ranking and compared it with the others. He was sure. If he did this alone and collected the black oil personally, he would not place third. Of course, helping these goo masters without putting in work was not possible too. Thus, after refining gather oil goo, he distributed them and went into the sea, collecting most of the black oil, leaving only a small amount for the fishing village's goo masters. At the base of the merit obelisk, there were some scattered information path, mortal goo. Fong Yuan picked them up and looked into them. As he expected, these were left behind by Miao Mingxun and others. They had recorded their findings. Some found that humans and mermen lived together in peace with equal statuses. Some chose difficult missions. Even though they killed the desolate beast, many humans were implicated and lost their lives. When they returned, they found that they were at the bottom of the ranking. Some understood that the meaning of the merit board was to do good deeds and help people, but they had only guessed it. The conjecture was not confirmed. These Gu immortals were chosen by Miao Mingxun personally. They were not idiots. Miao Mingxun's discovery made Fong Yuan's eyes shine. He found that they were not the first group who came in here. There were Gu immortals who entered before. The most valuable information came from Feng Jiang. He found that there was a forbidden area in this paradise. It was a sea area that people called Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. In legend, after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable turned this grotto heaven into a paradise, he suppressed a supreme demon in this sea area. He set up a super immortal formation to make him regret and repent. Thus, this supreme demon's cries of regret could be heard in the sea area all the time. Fong Yuan saw this information. The name of a Gu worm appeared in his mind. Regret Gu. Chapter 1658. Sea Market Gambling Den. Fong Yuan dropped an information path Mortal Gu casually in front of Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Merit Obelisk. Inside this Gu worm, Fong Yuan truthfully mentioned his experience of collecting black oil on the small island, as well as his experiment towards the merit board. If Gu immortals arrived after him, they would see this intel as well. There was no need to hide anything. Firstly, they had their own guesses already, and secondly, it was easy to verify. Fong Yuan might as well reveal this before they had experimented. Or rather, in plain words, this secret is not a secret. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable set up this true inheritance intentionally. He wants people to carry out acts of kindness. This was the style of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. At this point, Fong Yuan was already fully convinced that this was Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Gu masters and Gu immortals leave behind their respective inheritances. This was the greatest cultural trait of this world. Every inheritance contained the person's markings, their style, or their important unfulfilled wishes. For example, the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance was to take revenge on Guyu clan. Even in death, he wanted revenge. Thus, he left the video behind of the Guyu clan leader's defeat. He dug the underground cave and lured Fong Yuan to destroy the Guyu clan's spirit spring. Or like 88 True Y. Ong Building. This was the luck path true inheritance left by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The goal was to help the entire Huang Jin bloodline to maintain their rule of the region. It was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's act of helping his descendants. And He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan originally intended to pass everything to his granddaughter, but with twists of fate, his wishes were not fulfilled. And Shadow Sec's true inheritance. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had not failed and was not captured by Heavenly Court, this true inheritance would not exist. But against his wishes, he was captured and Fong Yuan remained as his lingering hope in this desperate situation. To increase his strength, Spectral Soul formed Shadow Sec's true inheritance. Every inheritance was different. Paradise Earth's true inheritance was different from the rest. It was filled with serenity, kindness, warmth, and light. If one day I fail and die, having no hope left at all, I will leave my inheritance behind as well. Fong Yuan thought. Even though he was an otherworldly demon, he had lived, struggled, and fought in this world for so long, he had already assimilated into it. 3. If he created a Fong Yuan true inheritance, he would encourage his inheritor to pursue eternal life as well. 3. Time passed quickly. 70 to 80 days went by. During this period, Fong Yuan did many missions. His name started to move up the rankings on the merit board. Swish, swish, swish. Ebb and flow. The moist sea breeze landed on his face. Fong Yuan had arrived at the sea market. He took a mission. It was to punish an unscrupulous merchant in this sea market. Sea markets were very popular in Eastern Sea. They varied in sizes, being small, middle, large, and super sea markets. If one classified them according to time, there would be temporary and permanent sea markets. The sea market was the place where cultivation resources were gathered and exchanged. In this paradise, there were sea markets as well. This was a permanent sea market. Even though it was not open all year round, most of the time during the year, it was open. The core of the sea market was an island. This island would be submerged for a period each year. That was the time the sea market closed. When the island emerges, the sea market would open. Outside the island, there were many goo houses in the shape of boats. Their decks would be linked together to form this peripheral sea market. Standing on the deck, Fong Yuan was surrounded by people. There were human goo masters and also mermen. There were many mermen, almost half of the population. This was very rare in the 5 regions. After all, humans were the dominant race. The other variant humans were all suppressed and had no living space. They had to live while keeping a low profile. Come, take a look. This is a superb crystal coral. There are 3 goo house riverboats left. Quickly buy them before they are sold out. Purchasing Grand So. I will buy as many as you can sell. Shouting, clamoring, and bargaining noises were everywhere. They entered Fong Yuan's ears as he felt a sense of liveliness around him. Large numbers of goo masters were displaying goods on the deck and creating their stalls. Very few mortals were in charge of the businesses. Fong Yuan went past goo house after goo house, going towards the core island at the center of the sea market. He had already investigated. The mission was to punish an unscrupulous merchant, and he was on the island. Of course, the mission was just a secondary objective. His true goal was to obtain intel. This sea market was the closest to demon suppression regret crying sea, because there was a large number of goo masters and forces here. Fong Yuan had a high chance of getting useful information about regret goo here. Even though Fong Yuan had arrived here for a long time, he did not manage to enter demon suppression regret crying sea even once. Inside this paradise, goo immortals did not have much freedom of mobility. Like the first mission, he could only move around the island. There was a limit to the distance he could go. Every mission had this same restriction. To return to the merit obelisk, all the goo immortal had to do was to recite, return 3 times in their mind. From this, Fong Yuan could feel Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's powerful methods. Even with Fong Yuan's deep foundations and rank 8 cultivation level, he could not unravel Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements, even though he had not stopped researching about this merit obelisk and the paradise. Other than that, goo immortals were also restricted in communication. Firstly, they could not connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven or the outside world. Secondly, they could not talk to each other. Precisely so, they had to use the crude method of leaving information path mortal goo in front of the merit obelisk. This should be the place. A moment later, Fong Yuan stopped in his tracks. He was at a gambling den. The door had 3 words written on it, Golden Jade House. Golden Jade House was at the center of the island. It was a place of highest authority in this sea market. Ordinary goo masters could not enter. This place had strict security. But how could mortal method stop Fong Yuan? I should attempt the rock gambling too. Fong Yuan smiled to himself. Punishing the unscrupulous merchant did not mean killing them. Fong Yuan was a merchant once. He had managed his own gambling den. He knew what the perfect way to make a gambling den merchant suffer was. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan stepped in. Memories surfaced in his mind once again. Ha, who will gamble with me? Even the Saintess is afraid. Would you people dare? A muscular merman shouted arrogantly. Around him, there were many human goo masters and mermen. Most of the mermen were looking at him angrily. They could only grit their teeth. This Lu Da is too despicable. He dares to provoke Saintess openly in the sea market. He does not have the guts. He is merely backed by Frost Tide Tribe's leader. This cannot go on. It will sully Saintess' reputation. What do we do? The blue-scaled and red-scaled guards looked at each other in worry. So what? Xia Han Imo smiled. Let him be arrogant. No matter how much reputation I lose, he cannot shake my foundation. Since he is doing this to provoke me now, it means they are already panicking. We do not need to bother with this. We can win if we continue with our original plan. Hearing this, the red-scaled and blue-scaled guards felt a sense of realization. Saintess is right, this Lu Da is just a dancing clown. But I feel really bad for letting Saintess suffer such a humiliation. Can't any of our mermen stand up to face this Lu Da? Xia Han Imo smiled. Lu Da is a rank 4 expert. He has reputation built over a decade in this sea market. I understand why no mermen are standing up for us. We need to understand their circumstances. As she said that, a voice reverberated in the area. I will gamble with you.
Who was it?
Who dared to challenge Lu Da's authority? Everyone turned to look. A human goo master walked out of the crowd. Xia Han Imo was stunned as the 2 guards said, It's the human goo master we saved. The merman goo master Lu Da was very surprised. He frowned as he looked at Fong Yuan, saying in a grim tone, Human goo master, these are the affairs of mermen. You really want to interfere? To speak the truth, your Saintess saved my life before. I need to repay this debt. Fong Yuan had a firm attitude. He spoke to Lu Da without fear. This lad. We did not waste our effort in saving him. The 2 guards nodded. Xia Han Imo sighed. Let's go out. He is an outsider. We cannot let him sacrifice himself for nothing. The 2 guards were surprised. They quickly stopped her. Saintess, you analyzed the situation earlier. We cannot show up. Once we do, we will fall into their trap. In the den, Luda had a sinister expression as he laughed from anger. Good. Human goo master, since you want to die, don't blame me. I have already explained the rules of the gamble. Let's go. I will let you choose first. We will see who finds better goo worms. You can choose first. Fong Yuan's gaze flickered with mysterious light as he smiled calmly. The first round was quick. Fong Yuan won. The second round took a lot longer, but Fong Yuan still won. Human goo master, I underestimated you. Tell me your name. You are qualified to take up space in my memory. Luda had a solemn expression. He looked at Fong Yuan in a different light. I am Guyu Fong Yuan, remember that. I owned gambling dens in the past. Fong Yuan suddenly raised his voice. The final round, go ahead. Luda chose a rock silently. Next, he shattered all of the rocks in the den. You are breaking the rules. Fong Yuan's expression changed. I said that both sides cannot attack each other, but that does not include these rocks. I can confirm that this rock contains a goo worm. While you are empty-handed, no matter what goo worm I have, you are bound to lose. Lad, you dared to interfere with just rank 3 cultivation level, and especially in the sea market that I have managed for a decade. Hee hee, you can suicide, I won't have to dirty my hands. Fong Yuan raised his fists, ready to fight a battle to the death. Hold up. Everyone moved aside to open up a pathway as Xia Han Mo walked into the den with a cold expression. Chapter 1659. Xia Lin's Rock Gambling. Pushing aside his memories, Fong Yuan walked into Golden Jade House. This gambling den was quite high-end. There were tens of huge rocks in the hall. Behind the hall were many rooms with an assortment of rock-dissecting goo worms for the customers to enjoy using. Of course, experienced rock-dissecting goo masters were also ready on site. Whether these rocks contained goo worms, Fong Yuan could easily find out. He was a goo immortal. Immortal investigative methods could find mortal goo with ease. Similarly, even if the goo worm inside was extremely weakened, he could heal them. Even if they could not be healed, don't forget that Fong Yuan was a refinement path quasi-supreme. He could obtain basically all the mortal goo that were currently here with great ease. Of course, there existed such things as immortal rocks as well, or rather immortal materials. After immortal goo seal themselves and hibernate, the corresponding Dao marks immortal material would form on their surface. Most immortal investigative methods would be ineffective against them. Fong Yuan was about to use his methods to teach this unscrupulous merchant in Golden Jade House a lesson when suddenly, he heard some commotion behind the hall. You are dishonest. Mermaid Xia Lin shouted with anger and shock. I'm dishonest?
How so?
This is clearly recorded in the information path goo worm. Even though you returned to some, a large portion has not been repaid. Standing before the mermaid was a merman. He was large like a bear. There was a scar on his face, giving him a sinister aura. You. Xia Lin pointed at the merman with red eyes. You guys are shameless. You changed the agreement details. Our contract was 10% interest, but you raised it to 60%. The scarred merman's face became solemn. He looked at Xia Lin with a vicious gaze. Young lady, you cannot spread fake news like that. Are you trying to ruin our reputation? This is detrimental to our business. Who would come to our shop after this? Can you bear the cost of our losses? Screw you. Even if I die, I will expose this shop's evil deeds. The scarred merman changed his tone as he said eerily. Die? You are too naive. Sometimes being alive is worse than dying. Light flashed in Fong Yuan's eyes. This was a familiar voice. He was reminded of the mermaid girl from a few months ago. Why was she here?
Xia Li.
En's tears fell from her face. Several months ago, her only family member, her grandfather, died. Merman sea funerals were very expensive. In order to bury her grandfather, she had to borrow primeval stones. To repay the debt, she had to take a risk and collect black oil, almost dying in the earth trench as a result. Fortunately, she met Fong Yuan and was saved miraculously. Xia Lin also obtained gather oil goo from Fong Yuan. Her efficiency in collecting oil increased. She quickly gathered a huge amount of primeval stones from selling oil. She brought these primeval stones to Golden Jade House to repay the debt, but this shop was too shameless. They actually changed her agreement terms. Xia Lin had the urge to die. Her only family was gone. She was all alone in this world. She was ostracized by her tribe since a young age. All these circumstances made her feel lost and dejected. The world had turned gray. She could not find any joy in living.
What is so scary about death?
I'll die and end it all. Thinking of this, Xia Lin took action with a yell. Swoosh. An explosion was heard as a torrent was shot out. The scarred merman did not expect that in this situation, a rank 2 goo master would dare to attack him, a rank 3, in his territory, the Golden Jade House. The scarred merman was caught unprepared. He was washed away by the torrent, crashing into the wall as many decorations shattered. The commotion was huge. The goo masters who were quietly choosing and dissecting rocks all came to watch. A large number of eyes turned to look at Xia Lin and the scarred merman. What happened? Hee hee. What else could it be? This golden jade house must have tricked the innocent again. Quiet. This golden jade house's owner is the tyrant around here. I heard that golden jade house often acts as loan sharks and exploits low-ranked goo masters. Let's not attract trouble. This is the problem of mermen. We humans have nothing to do with it. At this time, the scarred merman stood up from the rubble. You have such guts to attack me. I will make you wish you were dead. He walked towards Xia Lin. She was pale with fright, suppressed by his aura, but she gritted her teeth and did not step back. The distance between the two shortened. When the scarred merman was about to attack, he heard a voice. Wait. The scarred merman's action stopped. He changed his expression of anger and ruthlessness as he lowered his head towards the person. Shopkeeper, what brings you here? This was Golden Jade House's owner, a big-bellied, yellow-scaled merman. The yellow-scaled merman frowned. He shouted at the scarred merman. What are you doing? Are you trying to destroy my shop? Shopkeeper, she. Before the scarred merman finished his words, he was interrupted. How many times have I told you? We need to act peacefully. Peace brings fortune. Do you understand? Yes, yes. The scarred merman did not dare to retort. He nodded like an obedient child. Chill emerged in Xia Lin's heart. She had gone through lots of difficulty. Being brought up by her grandfather, she had experienced the bright and dark sides of life. Someone who can make this scarred merman so respectful must be more terrifying. Xia Lin knew this clearly. She looked at this yellow-scaled merman. Her alertness was raised to its limit. The yellow-scaled merman looked at Xia Lin for some time before speaking. Little lady, don't worry. I am an understanding person. With me around, I will ensure that nobody attacks you. But I want you to be reasonable as well. Your debt is in black and white. Do you want to deny it? Hearing this, Xia Lin felt enraged. You guys were shameless. You changed the terms on your own, from 10% to 60% interest. I do not owe you anything. I already repaid my debt. The yellow-scaled merman smiled even brighter now. Little lady, to think that your acting skills are so profound at such a young age. But it is no use. No matter how convincing you are, without evidence you cannot prove anything. We have the agreement here. It is clearly stated. Everyone can tell who is in the wrong. You. Xia Lin pointed at the yellow-scaled merman, unable to say anything from anger. The yellow-scaled merman laughed as he waved his hand. Forget it. You are a young girl. I will not bully you. Others might say that my Golden Jade House is bullying customers. How about this? Repay half the debt, and I will let you go without any other problems. I am already very sincere. If you return it now, you will only pay 30% interest. Isn't that market rate? Tell me which moneylender isn't operating at this price? You said that we had a 10% interest? Who would believe you? Try and find it outside. Which shop would give that price? Xia Lin's chest was bobbing up and down. Her eyes were reddened. The market was 30%. That was precisely why she borrowed from Golden Jade House. But to think that it was a trap, she had gotten scammed. Seeing that Xia Lin was silent, the yellow-scaled merman took out an information path mortal goo. This is our loan agreement. If you return the money, I will return you this goo now. Xia Lin was stunned before sneering. I do not have enough primeval stones. The yellow-scaled merman laughed as he clapped. Don't worry, you can use goo worms instead. I know you have a gather oil goo. You can use it to repay your debt. Xia Lin heard this and realized at once. So that is your true goal. You want my gather oil goo? This is a rank 5 goo. Are you insane? Even if I die, you won't get this goo. The surrounding goo masters went into a commotion upon hearing this. Gather oil goo? Did I hear wrongly? That rumor rank 5 goo, that is the hot topic recently? I heard it has incredible efficiency in gathering black oil. Not just incredible, it is superb. Even though gather oil goo is rank 5, it does not expend primeval essence but the goo master's bone marrow. Even rank 1 goo masters can use it. I heard that some people overused the gather oil goo and killed themselves. Sigh, those people have no restraint. If they use bone path goo worms with it, gather oil goo is very safe. Clap, clap, clap. The yellow-scaled merman clapped. Young lady, you are a smart girl. I am sure you know the logic that fortune attract wolves. How can a rank 2 goo master like you own a rank 5 goo? Take it out. Even if I let you off, others will still come after you. Hand it over and live a stable life. Isn't that better? No. Even if I die, I will not hand it over to a scumbag like you. Xia Lin resisted with determination. The yellow-scaled merman felt a headache. It was difficult to take someone else's goo worm. She only needed one thought to self-detonate the goo. By then, the yellow-scaled merman's plan would be ruined. The best situation was for Xia Lin to hand it over. Otherwise, he could use theft path methods. But theft path goo masters did not exist in this paradise. And even if there were theft path goo masters, stealing a rank 5 goo was too hard. The yellow-scaled merman was not flustered. He had already planned this and expected the situation. He could not force Xiaolin too harshly now, thus, he took a step back. How about this? I will give you a chance, but you must do the same. We can gamble. Gamble. We will gamble rocks and see who excavates goo, and if we both do, which one is better. We will decide the winner from 2 out of 3 victories. Xiaolin smiled coldly. You are unscrupulous and went back on your words. How can I trust you after you changed the terms earlier? The yellow-scaled merman thought about it. He suddenly waved his hand as an information path mortal goo flew to Xiaolin. Xiaolin received it with deep shock. The yellow-scaled merman added, I can make an oath to the sea god. Mermen were different from humans. They had their racial religion. They believed in the sea god. Making an oath using the sea god's name was a huge matter. It proved that he was very sincere. Almost every merman's faith was in the sea god. The yellow-scaled merman said again in a sincere way, What are you hesitating for? Rock gambling depends on skill, but also luck. I gave you a chance. Don't go overboard. I will tell you the truth. This is your only way out today. You should seize the chance. The yellow-scaled merman used both the stick and the carrot. Xiaolin was greatly flustered. While she hesitated, a voice suddenly said in her mind, Don't be afraid. Gamble with him. I am here. Master Chu. Instantly, Xiaolin almost screamed from joy. Fong Yuan added, But you must change the gambling terms because this is too mild. If you trust me, we will make this a huge gamble. I trust you, Master Chu. Xiaolin responded without any hesitation. Her life was saved by Fong Yuan. If he wanted to harm her, there was no need to save her. My life was saved by Master C. Who, if he wants to harm me, so be it, I will just return this life to him. Thinking like this, Xiaolin responded in her mind. Master Chu, tell me what to do. I will follow your instructions. Chapter 1660. Mastermind. Rock gambling was truly a matter of luck. Nobody could deny it. Be they Goo Master or Goo Immortal. But the yellow-scaled merman was very confident in himself. Because he was prepared. All these years, he had gambled with the rocks in his own golden jade house. He had observed, analyzed, and chosen some rocks with great precision. He was very confident in this gamble. These rocks naturally did not contain valuable things, otherwise, he would have taken them himself. He would not leave them in the shop. He had to maintain his business. Most of these rocks would have goo worms. Even though they were not valuable, they were a form of excitement for the customers. This was like fish bait. They would want to continue gambling and investing. The yellow-scaled merman knew the locations of where these rocks were placed. Sometimes, he even showed off his rock gambling skills in front of customers, opening goo worms and showing that he was a great expert in this rock gambling activity. Now, the yellow-scaled merman was using these rocks to gamble against Xiaolin. He was very confident in himself. But in the first round, he tasted defeat. Xiaolin opened a rank 3 goo worm. It was superior to his. This was a good start. The surrounding goo masters were shocked. The yellow-scaled merman was also suspicious and uncertain. Was this mermaid girl a hidden expert? He had suggested a 2 out of 3 format earlier, but Xiaolin requested to change it to 5 contests. The bet was higher now. He staked the entire golden jade house. At the same time, if she lost once, she would have to hand over the gather oil goo. But now, Xiaolin won. Not only did she keep gather oil goo, she even won 20% of golden jade house. What a joke, I lost. The yellow-scaled merman could not believe it. He stared at the mermaid girl, his suspicions fading slowly. The yellow-scaled merman was very experienced. He could tell that Xiaolin was a newbie. Her expression of joy after getting a goo worm was not fake. She was genuine. Furthermore, Xiaolin did not know how to dissect rocks. She had asked the rock dissecting goo master in Golden Jade House to open her rock. Damn it. She had some dog-shit luck. 2-inch, thankfully, we changed the rules from 3 rounds to 5 rounds. I have a lot of chances left. I am not in a passive spot. Thinking of this, the yellow-scaled merman looked at the rock dissecting goo master behind Xiaolin with a subtle gaze. The rock dissecting goo master nodded mildly. The yellow-scaled merman smiled to himself secretly. In this situation, no matter what rock Xiaolin got, even if there was a goo, it would be destroyed. How could she possibly win against him? The second round. I will choose first, Xiaolin said. Go ahead. The yellow-scaled merman smiled and replied. Xiaolin walked around for a while and was dazzled. I will choose this. Suddenly, she stopped as she pointed at a weird rock. This rock was very strange. It had multiple holes and was distorted in shape. It was not very compact and felt like a pile of sand. Normally speaking, such a sandy rock would not have any goo worm. Seeing Xiaolin's choice, the yellow-scaled merman laughed. He pretended to walk around, touching and knocking the rocks. After a while, he chose a huge rock and said, This is my choice. The rock dissection started. The yellow-scaled merman did it himself, while Xiaolin asked the rock dissecting goo master. This was an open gamble. They dissected the rocks in the hall. More and more spectators came. They talked among themselves as the newcomers learned of this gamble and gained interest. They chose to stay and watch. For Goo Masters, this was a huge gamble. One was the entire Golden Jade House. It had a lot of funds after years of operation. The other was a superb rank 5 Gather Oil Goo. The bet was almost equal on both sides. Gather Oil Goo was just too amazing. It generated immense profits by collecting black oil. The yellow-scaled merman chose a huge rock. He needed some time to dissect it. For Xia Lin, it was very rapid. The sandy rock was just too rough and coarse. Xia Lin's rock dissecting Goo Master was very casual in his actions. He had no pressure. If he destroyed the goo worm in the process, the yellow-scaled merman would be very happy after all. But at this time, Xia Lin said, "Use the gray soil method." The rock dissecting Goo Master stopped his action. He said, "Are you sure? This method has limited effect on sandy rocks." "Yes." Xia Lin responded. The rock dissecting Goo Master shook his head. "Little lady, I am not lying. I will not lie since I am the one dissecting this. Why don't you ask around? Everyone knows that the gray soil method has little effect on sandy rocks." "I do not need that. Just do as you are told. This is in the agreement." Xia Lin insisted. All right. The rock dissecting Goo Master nodded. Once he used the gray soil method, the sandy rock's dissection became painfully slow. The rock dissecting Goo Master was very annoyed. Earlier it was like he was using a knife to cut tofu, but now, he was stabbing it with a needle while expending even more primeval essence. Use the flame smoking method. A moment later, Xia Lin added. The surrounding Goo Masters gasped. They wanted to stop her. The rock dissecting Goo Master said as well. The flame smoking method will penetrate the rock. If there is a goo inside, it will die before it is excavated. Just do as you are told. Xia Lin said expressionlessly. The surrounding Goo Masters sighed. Someone said, "Is this girl really gambling? She cannot even be considered a newbie. She is just toying around." But Xia Lin had a firm expression that was somewhat relaxed. The rock dissecting Goo Master shook his head. "Since you want that, let's do it. Everyone can tell that I am not sabotaging you. This is your request. Use the dripping method, blue mark method, planting chi method." Next, Xia Lin gave several precise instructions. The sandy rock was already fist-sized, but no goo worms came out yet. The rock dissecting Goo Master had an ugly expression. He felt that Xia Lin was purposely toying with him. She said those names that she knew randomly. "All right, give it to me. I will dissect it myself." Xia Lin added. "What?" The rock dissecting Goo Master was stunned but quickly reacted as he let out a breath of air, passing the rock to Xia Lin. Xia Lin bit her tongue and spat out blood at the rock, before using Gather Oil Goo to apply suction force on the rock. Crack. The rock cracked. A rank 3 goo worm was exposed. There was a goo? What goo is this? I have never seen it before. It is asleep. By the looks of it, it is complete and uninjured. The surrounding Goo Masters went into a commotion. The rock dissecting Goo Master was stunned completely. He looked at Xia Lin with a dumbfounded expression, thinking suspiciously, "Is this girl really tricking us all?" The yellow-scaled merman also stopped his dissection with a dark expression. Even if he opened it, his rock only had a rank 2 goo, but the other party had a living rank 3 goo. There was a goo. Master Chu was not wrong after all. Xia Lin was overjoyed. Among the crowd, Fong Yuan smiled lightly. There was no goo in this sandy rock. There was only a goo material. Fong Yuan instructed Xia Lin to indirectly manipulate this rock dissecting Goo Master and refine the goo material. Eventually, when Xia Lin dripped her blood and used Gather Oil Goo, the final step was completed. Normally, newly refined goo worms would be active, but Fong Yuan used a unique goo refinement method that made the goo worm hibernate. This allowed him to trick everybody that was around. Nobody saw through this or found any flaws. Quasi-Supreme Refinement Path Attainment Level. It was not a joke. Everyone was not calm. They looked with Xia Lin with a different gaze now. "Who sent you here?" The yellow-scaled merman shouted. His composure was gone. He realized something wrong. Thoughts surged in his mind. He had offended many people over these years. He felt that Xia Lin was a bait. He had fallen into a trap. This rank 5 goo was used to trap him. It was truly a huge gamble. Calm down. I cannot take any more risks." The other party came prepared. The yellow-scaled merman wiped off his cold sweat as he focused his gaze. He had a trump card. There was a special batch of rocks in this Golden Jade House. These rocks were not natural. The yellow-scaled merman had created them artificially. He first made living or dead goo worms look like they were in a hibernating state. He then added rock fragments around them and eventually created artificial rocks. Rocks that can't. Ain't goo worms often had some observable traits, making them different from ordinary rocks. These kinds of rocks were not easy to find. Sometimes, in order to resolve the lack of supply of gambling rocks, the yellow-scaled merman would create fake rocks himself. Of course, Not all of these rocks would contain goo worms, some only had these observable traits. The third round, defeat. The fourth round, defeat again. The goo masters watching this gasped. Nobody had expected this to happen. Everyone looked at Xiao Lin with wariness and solemnness. The yellow-scaled merman turned pale. He gritted his teeth. Ruthless light flashed in his eyes. He was like a jackal forced to the end of a cliff. The final round, I cannot afford to lose. I need to use my strongest trump card. The yellow-scaled merman's trump card was naturally overpowering. He hid the carcass of a rank 5 goo in a fake rock. According to the gambling rules, only a living rank 5 goo could beat him. Both sides chose their rocks and dissected them. Snap. Fong Yuan suddenly snapped his fingers, using a time path immortal killer move 1. The entire Golden Jade House and even the island became still. Anything and everything became motionless. Fong Yuan walked out of the crowd, coming in front of the yellow-scaled merman who was focusing on the flame and dissecting his rock carefully. Fong Yuan squeezed the rock lightly. He saw the carcass of a rank 5 goo. Next, he placed this carcass into Xiao Lin's rock and returned to the crowd. At the next moment, time resumed. Chapter 1661. Repaying a debt of gratitude. The result of the fifth round made the yellow-scaled merman dazed on the spot. His eyes were about to pop out. If he was not witnessing this personally, he would not believe it. He remembered clearly that this was the goo worm carcass that he had put in the fake rock. But why?
Why?
Why was this goo worm carcass not in his hands, but in his opponent's hands? The yellow-scaled merman could not understand. Is this all an illusion? He was going crazy. His pale face surged with redness. He suddenly pointed at Xiao Lin as he screamed in a shrill voice. You cheated. The mermaid girl Xiao Lin heard this and became enraged. She was also kept in the dark. Not knowing of Fong Yuan's methods, she shouted. You lost fair and square. Are you going to deny that in front of everyone? The yellow-scaled merman looked at Xiao Lin and the surrounding goo masters. His gaze became hollow as he muttered. No, this is not real. Everything is fake. This is an illusion. He stumbled back and wanted to run away from this cruel reality. Looking at his pitiful demeanor, the surrounding goo masters had complex expressions. They looked at Xiao Lin with trepidation and wariness. The yellow-scaled merman was almost mentally broken by Fong Yuan. Xiao Lin pursued. Let's transact. You did not win a single round. This Golden Jade House is mine. The yellow-scaled merman shuddered like he was shocked. D with lightning, he screamed in response. No, this is mine. This is my foundation. I will not give it to anyone. Don't even think about it. You can have it over my dead body. Sir, we can force them to go down with us. The scarred merman came up and said with a sinister expression. The yellow-scaled merman shook again. He wanted to do that, but hearing these words, he realized something. No matter who it is, this mermaid girl is just a pawn. The other party could manipulate the situation remotely, setting up a trap against me that I could not deal with. How can I face someone of such a magnitude? If I fight now, wouldn't I be courting death? The yellow-scaled merman did not want to give up his Golden Jade House, but compared to his life, the latter was more important. The yellow-scaled merman looked around him. Instincts told him that the enemy was among this crowd. He felt suspicious of everyone, but he could not confirm their identity. I admit my loss, I lose. Suddenly, he stopped his methods as he sprawled on the ground like a dying fish, shouting loudly. He prostrated on the ground, admitting, no matter who you are, I admit my defeat. Is that enough? You can do anything with me, but before that, may you please enlighten me. When did I offend you? Everyone went into a clamor. The yellow-scaled merman's actions were unexpected. Some people snorted in disdain. Some felt that he was able to put down his pride and was quite a formidable person. An unscrupulous merchant that had been in power for decades was naturally not so simple. Xiao Lin was also dazed. At the same time, she felt deep admiration towards Master Chu. She understood clearly that this was all due to Master Chu. Without his guidance, Xiao Lin would be in even deeper trouble than the yellow-scaled merman. But looking at the prostrating yellow-scaled merman, Xiao Lin felt joyful and also relieved. It is time. Fong Yuan smiled, guiding Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin spoke to the yellow-scaled merman. Do you know why you lost? Seeing her speak, the crowd went silent. The yellow-scaled merman raised his head, looking at Xiao Lin. I do not know. Please enlighten me. Because someone wanted you to lose. Xiao Lin stated an obvious fact. The yellow-scaled merman's heart jumped. He lowered his head. I understand. I understand. Xiao Lin added. Do you want this Golden Jade House back? What? The yellow-scaled merman was stunned. What did she mean? Of course he wanted it back, but he did not know about the other party. What did they mean by that? Were they toying with him or had ulterior motives? Xiao Lin continued. I have a condition before I return it to you. The yellow-scaled merman started to cow. Revered lady, please tell me. Xiao Lin looked at the yellow-scaled merman as she said slowly. The reason why you ended up like this was because of just desserts. You committed too many sins. From now on, you have to commit acts of kindness, do good deeds, and over a new leaf. I will let you off and return this golden jade house. But remember, if you return to your old ways, we will take not just this golden jade house next time. Once she said that, all the Gu masters showed perplexed expressions. After so much talk, Xia Lin and her backer actually had such intentions? They were promoting kindness? This was not a common thing. The yellow-scaled merman was also surprised, but he did not dare to show anything on the surface. He quickly thanked her profusely. I will change. I will definitely turn over a new leaf. Revered lady, you are the benefactor of my life. You changed my ways. You are like a saintess guiding people towards kindness and away from evil. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Thank you, saintess, for giving me this chance. From now on, I will be a good person and dedicate my life to doing good deeds. The yellow-scaled merman lowered his head and apologized sincerely. He was like a pitiful child. Xia Lin's face flushed. I am not the saintess. I have no qualification to be one. Don't spout nonsense. Remember your promise. We will be watching you. If we find out or anyone reports you in the future, you will regret it. Saying so, Xia Lin turned around and left. The surrounding Gu masters left a path for her. Xia Lin had just left the Golden Jade house when she suddenly vanished without a trace. At the next moment, she appeared at the edge of the island through Fong Yuan's teleportation. It's safe here. You can go back now. Fong Yuan did not show up. He only transmitted his voice. Master Chu, you saved me again. How can I repay you? Xia Lin called out in her mind. Master Chu? Master Chu. We will meet again, if we are fated to. Fong Yuan said as he smiled, memories emerging in his mind again. On the beach, Fong Yuan chased after Xia Hanamo and the rest who were leaving. Please wait. Xia Hanamo and the rest stopped walking, while the two guards stared at Fong Yuan in annoyance. Lad, stop following us. If you want to repay the debt of gratitude, you should get away from us. Do you know that Saintess could have stayed hidden this time, but to save you, she showed up. Now we failed to find any evidence, and even made the other party alert. I know. Fong Yuan was panting. You know nothing. The blue-scaled guard rolled his eyes. Fong Yuan chuckled, raising his head and looking at Xia Hanamo and the guards. I was too rash, but after that, I understand now. You are the Merman Imperial Court's current generation Saintess. You came here to find evidence of Frost Tide Tribe's corruption. I can help you in this matter. Because I operated gambling dens before, I know about their workings. The main avenue for this Frost Tide Tribe's money laundering has to be that gambling den earlier. Please give me a chance, Saintess. Let me repay the debt of saving my life. Both guards hesitated. They looked at Xia Hanamo. Xia Hanmo's thick eyelashes drooped down before she penned her eyes and looked at Fong Yuan with a crystal-clear gaze. After 3 breaths of time, she nodded. Then I will thank you in advance, Human Gu Master. What is your name? My name is Guyu Fong Yuan. You can call me Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. Chapter 1662. Competition for Saintess. Time passed quickly. More than 20 days passed again. Before the Merit Obelisk, Fong Yuan looked at the rankings with his arms behind his back. His position had fallen to 5th already. Initially, he was at the front, but changes started to occur. Gu Immortals realized that as long as they looked into this Merit Obelisk, they would be able to find many options. These options had price tags. One could use their accumulated merits to exchange for them. Immortal materials, immortal Gu recipes, immortal killer moves, and even immortal Gu house. They were all available. With the merits that Miao Mingshun and the rest had, they could only exchange for the stuff at the bottom of the list. Those expensive options were like carrots dangling above the donkey. They made these Gu Immortals very proactive. Competition was getting more intense. Fong Yuan's focus was not that, his only goal was Regret Gu. Regret Gu was very important to Fong Yuan. Even though the items in the Merit Obelisk were very valuable, they were merely icing on the cake for Fong Yuan. Regret Gu could help Fong Yuan gain a qualitative change. But among these rewards, there was neither Regret Gu nor the exchange of Merit Obelisk itself. This meant that the rewards listed were not fully comprehensive. Regret Gu was not part of the rewards, but that did not mean that Regret Gu was not inside this paradise. Fong Yuan did not waste his time. He looked for clues and chose specific missions. After using wisdom path methods to deduce, many of his suspicions were lifted. Eventually, his focus was completely on demon suppression Regret Crying Sea. There were many rumors regarding this sea area. Through Fong Yuan's deductions, there was a high possibility of Regret Gu being in there. However, even though Fong Yuan knew the location, he could not get close. The mission of punishing the unscrupulous merchant 20 days ago was the closest Fong Yuan had ever gotten to demon suppression Regret Crying Sea. But he had tried. After just 30 li away from the island, he could not move closer. How can I get into demon suppression Regret Crying Sea? This was a problem that gave Fong Yuan a headache. Paradise Earth's arrangements were too powerful. Fong Yuan could not act freely. His space path attainment was also not impressive. He had tried to use fixed immortal travel earlier, but it could not activate, even with an immortal killer move that Fong Yuan thought of. This meant that once Fong Yuan left the paradise, fixed immortal travel would not allow him to re-enter again. As for these people, Fong Yuan looked at the names of the Gu immortals on the merit board. He squinted.
He wanted to keep these people around.
On one hand, killing the Gu immortals in this paradise was risky. On the other hand, these Gu immortals were now earning merits and getting rewards. They were like livestock getting fattened. Fong Yuan could slaughter them when everyone went out. It would give him much greater benefits. Thus, not only did Fong Yuan not harm them, he even helped them with more detailed information. Miao Mingxin and the rest were competing more intensely. Especially since mission rewards were observable and limited, everyone could exchange for them. Once someone got something, others could not. Thus, even though they did not try to kill each other, they schemed and purposely gave out false information in increasing frequency. In this situation, the honest and truthful Chu Ying was like an outlier. He became very prominent. Even though Miao Mingxin and the rest did not say anything, they became increasingly friendlier towards Fong Yuan. A change occurred 3 days later. A new mission appeared on the Merit Obelisk. Head to the sacred city of the mermen, attend the sea god ceremony, and defend the city from the assault of sea beasts. Once this mission appeared, Fong Yuan selected it. The chance I've been waiting for is finally here. Fong Yuan was very excited. The sea god ceremony was unique to the mermen. In this ceremony, males and females would gather and form new families. They would also elect the new saintess. The saintess had an incredibly high status in merman society, and Fong Yuan had already gotten crucial information. In this paradise, the saintess had an incredible role. Every time a new saintess was elected, their main mission would be to enter demon suppression regret crying sea, using their singing to soothe the killing intent of the demon and stabilize the sea area. This Merit Obelisk's missions are meant to benefit the humans and mermen, bringing prosperity to the people and punishing evil while promoting kindness. After the saintess is elected, she would have to enter demon suppression regret crying sea. By then, a relevant mission might appear. But no matter what, I need to accept this mission and meet the saintess in advance. After so long, the sea god ceremony is finally here. Xiaolin pushed open the window of her own room. The noise of the crowd outside could be heard. Her room was on the second floor. Xiaolin looked down and saw people moving in the streets while closely packed together. All sorts of flags were waving. There were temporary shops selling goo, snacks, and even gambling dens. All of the businesses were doing well. Xiaolin's mood was quickly affected. She became quite happy. Splat. Suddenly, with a soft sound, a pearl landed on Xiaolin's window frame. Xiaolin was dazed before she flushed rapidly. Pearls had a special significance in the sea god ceremony. It meant a proposal. If someone tossed Xiaolin a pearl, it meant that they liked her and anted to marry her. Who is it? Xiaolin did not dare to pick up the pearl because that action had deep meaning behind it. She looked down and saw that dozens of men were looking in her direction, tossing the pearls in their hands. Sui. Sui. I love you. Accept my love, Sui. The men tossed their pearls while shouting. Hey miss. Someone called out to Xiaolin. Xiaolin turned her gaze towards a young man on the street. He was a merman in tattered clothes. He was clearly poor. The merman youngster flushed as he said, Miss, I tossed that pearl to you. I had too little strength. I can't throw it high enough. Can you please toss it back to me? Xiaolin instantly understood. This youngster wanted to toss his pearl to Sui but had too little strength. It ended up going to Xiaolin instead. Lady Sui is truly a famous beauty. Her charm is too great. Be it young boys or mature men, they are all in love with her. Xiaolin breathed out slowly. Next, waves splashed as the pearl was lifted from the ground, going into the youngster's hands. Thank you. Thank you. The youngster was overjoyed. He tossed the pearl with all his strength. The pearl got higher and higher. It was in the right direction now, but Sui frowned as she closed her window. The youngster's pearl landed on the window and fell down. Over a dozen pearls suffered the same fate. But these pearls were different. They were huge and shiny. They were not common. On the street, the men did not disperse after this. They got even more excited. More and more people came to Suyi's area and wanted to see her beautiful face. Some still had hope and wanted to toss their pearls after all. What if they got lucky? A bunch of commoners with nothing better to do. Sui frowned. A pink cloud cushioned her tail as she floated downstairs. She had incredible beauty and arrogance on her face, but the most attractive part were her snow-white scales. Merman scales varied in different colors. White scales were extremely rare. It was considered the purest color and was extremely idolized in the merman society. 2 mermaid nannies followed after her as they muttered. These fellows should look at themselves in the mirror. They want to be Lady Suyi's husband? Simply laughable. Our Lady Su Yi is a contestant for the Saintess position. She would not accept any man's pearl. The Merman Saintess was pure and flawless. Once she obtains the position, she would not be able to marry for life. She had to keep her virginity. One Xia Lin walked out of her room, lowering her head. Sister Su Yi. Little sister, Xia Lin. Su Yi showed a faint smile, hiding the arrogance deeply as she spoke. How was your rest? Have you thought it through? Thank you for the hospitality. Right now, all the inns are fully booked. Without you, I would not have had a place to rest. Xia Lin immediately thanked. A mermaid nanny smiled. It was fate that you met with our Missy. In this vast sea, the meeting of two mermen is not easy. You two are fated to meet. I will say this bluntly. Ordinary mermaids would die to be acquainted with our Missy. Su Yi was not just a white-scaled mermaid. She had a high status, and was the doted daughter of a strong tribe leader. Nanny Rome, what are you saying? I met with Xia Lin, because we liked each other. Xia Lin, don't have any worries. Go ahead if you have any busy matters. If you follow me to this sea god ceremony, the risks are high. Su Yi walked towards Xia Lin as she held her hand, saying sincerely. Xia Lin was moved. Sister Su Yi, you have helped me too much. Since you want to become the Saintess, I will definitely support you. But I am afraid that I am too weak. There are only 4 follower quotas after all. Su Yi's eyes shined brightly. She held Xia Lin's hands as she said excitedly. Xia Lin, thank you. With your help, I will have a higher chance of becoming the Saintess. Xia Lin had low cultivation level. She was only rank 2, but she had a rank 5 goo worm. Gather oil goo, a top-tier rank 5 goo. Of course, this goo worm had no offensive might, but Su Yi had already found out about the details of the Saintess test. The gather oil goo would be very helpful in one of the rounds. Chapter 1663. Fong Yuan, you are a good person. Fong Yuan walked in the Merman sacred city. He did not disguise himself. He was in Chu Ying's appearance. But his aura was completely concealed. He was like a mortal. On the street, people moved about fluidly. Those who brushed past Fong Yuan would never imagine that a rank 8 goo immortal was walking so closely beside them. On the 2 sides of the street, there were shops and houses arranged in an orderly scale-like manner. The houses of mermen had their unique style. Most had seashell or conch designs. Most were huge seashells and conchs, or modified shells of giant crabs and turtles. There were also few goo houses that were a symbol of wealth and authority. They had great defensive properties. Other than personal estates, goo houses used as shops were also booming with business. As he walked, the people walking in front of Fong Yuan started to move away. They were cheering loudly. Walking closer to take a look, Fong Yuan saw that a mermaid was receiving a jade pearl from a male goo master with teary eyes. This pearl was quite rare. It was like glowing jade, and had the shape of an eyeball. This was not something valuable in the eyes of experts. As for Fong Yuan, it was a mortal material that he had no use for. But it was owned by the rank 2 male goo master. It was not easy for him to obtain this rank 4 goo material jade eye pearl. The mermaid might have noticed his feelings. She received a jade eye pearl in public as it signified her acceptance of his love. Next, the mermaid placed the pearl into her mouth. Everyone started to cheer and shout. The couple started to blush and turn red. This action was not so simple. It meant she had accepted the young Gumas. Ter's proposal. This paradise does not discriminate between races. Merman and human can freely fall in love and have children without obstruction. But in the 5 regions, it was forbidden for merman and human to get together. Not only would they be discouraged, their children would also be ostracized by both sides or even killed. Fong Yuan had an eerie gaze. The sea god ceremony was around the corner. The entire sacred city was oozing with a joyful and festive atmosphere. This couple was not the first that Fong Yuan saw. They might be very simple and insignificant figures in the sacred city, but being ordinary did not mean one could not be blissful. This beautiful moment would become a cherished memory etched in their minds. The memories of the 500 years of his previous life started to surface again. A group of mermen were looking at Xia Hanimo, Fong Yuan, and the rest with an imposing aura. I am Investigator Wu De. There have been many reports by different clansmen that our current generation Saintess Xia Hanimo has an affair with the human goo master Guyu Fong Yuan. I am here to investigate it. The leader was a jade-scaled merman who spoke in an icy tone. What? I dare you to say that again. The 2 guards behind Xia Hanimo were furious. They wanted to attack in anger. Xia Hanimo had a calm expression, while Fong Yuan had a dark expression as he clenched his fists. He helped Xia Hanimo investigate the gambling den. They found a lot of corruption evidence. The Saintess mission had a qualitative breakthrough. But the other party was not going to wait for the end. They schemed and spread vicious rumors, saying that the Saintess was impure and had an affair with a human goo master. These rumors had no evidence and were merely made up. Xia Hanimo and Fong Yuan did not care about them. But to think that the investigator from the Merman Sacred Court would actually come. mobilizing the investigator without any evidence. I am afraid that Frost Tide Tribe leader was not the only corrupted person. There is a higher-up involved here. Fang Yuan transmitted to Xia Han Mo. Xia Han Mo frowned. With slight hesitation, she spoke. I am the Saintess. You are a mere investigator. Do you have the Elder Assembly's token? The jade-scaled merman smiled, taking out an information path goo worm. Xia Han Mo was calm. Just this. The jade-scaled merman smiled again. This cannot allow me to investigate the Saintess, but Fang Yuan is different. He is a human goo master. Forget about the token. I can investigate him even without one. Even though Fang Yuan was a human and humans were the rulers of the 5 regions, Eastern Sea's Merman Sacred Court was a superforce. Fang Yuan had no background himself. The jade-scaled merman was not lying. Too vicious. I cannot believe that Frost Tide Tribe's leader is such a person. He is afraid. He knows how amazing Fang Yuan is. He is afraid that we will find out more evidence as time passes. The 2 guards stood in front of Fang Yuan. After this period of time, they had already acknowledged Fang Yuan. Wait, if both sides clash, that will be what the enemy wants to see. We will not be able to explain ourselves. I will go with them. We have a lot of progress in the gambling den. Even without me, you can still win if you continue on that trail. Fang Yuan transmitted. No way. Fang Yuan, you are too naive. If you end up in their hands, you will live a fate worse than death. The 2 guards shook their heads. Fang Yuan smiled. What is there to fear? I will die at worst. You saved my life before. In that case, I will repay it now. Do not look down on their schemes. This was targeted at me on the surface, but the true goal is Saintess. Once her reputation is hit and rumors spread, her status might be affected. Sacrificing me is a small issue, but we must defend Saintess' position. Without this, how can you investigate and punish those corrupted people? The 2 guards hesitated. Xia Han Mo was still composed. She said to the jade-scaled merman, Go back, I will not hand him to you. The jade-scaled merman was slightly stunned before he laughed. Saintess, you want to defend this human goo master? Even at the cost of conflicting with us investigators. Xia Han Mo nodded. Go back. The jade-scaled merman looked at Fang Yuan before turning to Xia Han Mo. He showed a smile as if his scheme succeeded. Good. We are not Saintess' match. We can only return in defeat. Ha ha ha. Saying so, he waved his hand and left with the merman. Saintess, why did you do that? Fang Yuan was anxious. Like this you. For the first time, Xia Han Mo interrupted him. Fang Yuan, you are a good person. You are not afraid of death other than courage. The biggest reason is that life is boring, right? You seem to be disappointed in this world, and in your own life, there is deep fatigue hidden in your eyes. But undeniably, you are a good person. Xia Han Mo said softly. Fang Yuan. Xia Han Mo continued. And I am also a good person. How can a good person sacrifice another good person? Saying so, she winked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a little dazed. This was the first time he had seen such lively expressions from Xia Han Mo. She was quite cute and cheeky. Then, what about the rumors? Indeed, that damned investigator is going to make up stories when he returns. The 2 guards were very worried. Xia Han Mo's expression went back to normal. She said aloofly, then let them. Several days later, the sea god's ceremony started. The male mermen wore their shell armors. They carried long spears, javelins, and blades. According to traditions, these shells and weapons were made by them personally using locally sourced materials. The female mermen, the mermaids, wore seaweed strips of various colors on them. Pink seaweed strips were used by young unmarried girls. Widows wore black seaweed strips, while noble ladies wore gold, silver, and crystal-colored ones. Ordinary mermaids wore brown, dark blue, and gray seaweed strips. This was the traditional costume of the mermen. It was quite unique. Long, long ago, before mermen learned how to use goo worms, they lived a primitive lifestyle. Males hunted while females foraged. At the center of Sacred City, people gathered, singing and dancing. A large number of merman warriors were waving their spears. Their armors clashed and created loud sounds. The mermaids' seaweed strips were like rainbow ribbons fluttering in the water. They waved in sync with the singing, experiencing no tiredness. This moment was reserved for the mermen. All the human goo masters were watching outside. The singing and dancing lasted for hours. Mermen, male and female alike, continued to walk out of the area with shattered armors or fatigued bodies. Gradually, several mermaid girls emerged. They were the contestants for this year's Saintess competition. But what surprised Fang Yuan was that out of the 9 competitors, not all of them had white scales. It seemed like in this paradise, it was not only white-scaled mermaids who could vie for the Saintess position, mermaids with different scale colors could also compete. And among everyone, Mermaid Su-yi was the most dazzling one. Chapter 1664. Saintess Test. During the sea god ceremony, Sacred City was flooded with people. The surrounding spectators were clamoring loudly. Fong Yuan was in this crowd. He observed the prospective saintesses with an eerie gaze. His plan was to choose one of them and assist her in becoming the saintess. They're assisting her to become the saintess? That's right, Frost Tide Tribe leader invested a lot into this to help Lady Qiu Shuang. Xia Hanmo's two blue-scaled and red-scaled guards looked at each other after hearing this, feeling each other's worry. In the hall, Fong Yuan sat at one side. He gritted his teeth as his expression turned unsightly. Earlier, Xia Hanmo rejected the investigator and protected Fong Yuan. This escalated the rumors. Eventually, the Merman Sacred Court decided to hold the sea god ceremony again to decide on the saintess once more. This is a scheme. They made use of your kindness and knew you would not abandon me. Thus, this situation arose. Fong Yuan sighed deeply, feeling like he had implicated Xia Hanmo. Xia Hanmo glanced at him, smiling. Fong Yuan, no need to feel responsible. If we abandoned you earlier, they would spread rumors that I am old and callous. It would still affect my reputation. Saintess, no need to console me at this point. Fong Yuan smiled bitterly. The effect and severity of both cases are vastly different. We have already worked together for so long. How would I not know? Xia Hanmo smiled. All right, forget about this. It does not help the situation. Fong Yuan and both guards quickly adjusted their mindsets as their expressions changed. Xia Hanmo added, the saintess position is not easy to hold on to. The moment I started to investigate the corruption, someone tried to drag me down. This means that the issue of corruption among the Sacred Court's elders has gotten very severe. Don't be too pessimistic. Even though a new sea god ceremony is held, I have not lost my qualifications, right? It is not so easy to nurture a new saintess. Places with people will have competition for benefits. This saying was appropriate for the mermen as well. Mermen also had schemes and conflict of interests. The saintess had high status. If the forces in the merman tribe can nurture their own saintess for the following period of time, they would have some political advantage and would be able to gain more benefits. Normally speaking, mermaid girls who could compete for the saintess position had deep backgrounds or were backed by one or two large forces. In the underwater Sacred City, the singing gradually stopped as intense sounds of drumming could be heard. In the square, only a few mermaid girls were left. They danced without showing fatigue. They were extremely determined to become the saintess. Fong Yuan stood outside the square, looking in. These 7 mermaid girls were all beautiful. Some were enchanting, some were youthful, some were cute, and some were elegant. There was a huge spirit spring at the center of the square. It was called the Sea God Spring. Water sprayed upwards and carried an elderly mermaid granny. She was the Grand Elder of this merman tribe. The Grand Elder looked at the 7 mermaid girls as she nodded, saying, the first round of the saintess test, golden needle in black oil. Saying so, more than 10 strength path Gu masters carried huge vats into the square. Thud, thud, thud. After placing down the vats with loud sounds, each of the mermaid girls had one in front of them. The vats were larger than their bodies by several times. They could only see the inside after floating upwards. The vats were filled with thick black oil. The first test was to find a tiny golden needle in the designated time. I request for my follower to take my stage. The white-scaled mermaid Su-yi looked at the huge water vat as she said calmly, approved. The Grand Elder looked at Su-yi deeply. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Xiaolin encouraged herself continuously as she walked into the square while feeling uneasy. What's going on? The great Lady Su-yi has a rank 2 Gu master as her follower? Calm down. Su-yi's decision means that this mermaid is more than she seems. Everyone talked among themselves. It's her? Fong Yuan saw Xiaolin and his brows rose. He did not expect this girl to become the follower of the most favored saintess candidate. Gather oil Gu. Xiaolin floated to the water vat and used this rank 5 Gu worm. Instantly, the black oil in the vat started to move. It was drawn out by Xiaolin and gathered in her hands. The crowd went into a commotion. The aura of a rank 5 Gu. She is clearly a rank 2 Gu master, but she can use rank 5 Gu? Did I see wrongly? I understand. This must be the rank 5 gather oil Gu that has been the hot topic recently. So this mermaid has such a quality Gu worm. No wonder Su-yi allowed her to become her follower. Gather oil Gu's effect was no joke. After a while, the vat became empty. Only a golden needle was left sparkling at the bottom of the vat. The crowd was roused. Countless heated gazes landed on Xiaolin. Xiaolin was even more nervous now. She flushed red and showed a cute expression of not knowing what to do. Su-yi looked at her and smiled, thinking, I was right to recruit her into my group. In the first test, Su-yi relied on Xiaolin's stellar performance to gain a huge boost in reputation. Fong Yuan's eyes were dark like the abyss. Looking at the crowd leaving, he thought, 6 out of 7 passed the first test. They came prepared for this. Evidently, The test content was leaked prior to this. Pale green flames burned in front of Xia Hanemo, forming a path of flames. Qiu Shuang, who was also a white-scaled mermaid, walked in calmly, standing at the other end of the flame road as she looked at Xia Hanemo mockingly. Former Saintess, your turn. Damn it. This eerie fire burns the soul. Special goo worms are needed to resist it. We were already amply prepared, but to think that this first test would be so specific. And the worst thing is, Qiu Shuang came prepared with the proper goo worms. She can resist the eerie fire. Is this luck? Humph. She clearly knows the test content. This is Frost Tide Tribe's scheme. They are colluding and cheating openly. Both guards were very angry. Let me. Fang Yuan walked towards a frowning Xia Hanemo. You. Xia Hanemo looked at Fang Yuan with crystal-clear eyes. Trust me, I am confident in this. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with bright light, looking at Xia Hanemo directly. The two looked at each other for a moment, before Xia Hanemo turned away. Be careful. This eerie fire is not simple. If you cannot endure it, you can just step down.
Xia Hanemo said.
Fang Yuan laughed heartily, turning around and taking huge strides into the eerie fire.
Pain.
An intense pain originating from his soul assaulted Fang Yuan's entire body in an instant. Fang Yuan shuddered as he walked with great difficulty. He gritted his teeth until they bled. His eyes were wide opened. They were also tearing apart. His soul was burned by the flame as it melted. Thankfully, he had 2 lifetimes accumulation and was an otherworldly demon. The eerie fire was less effective on him than on others. He would not give up midway because he knew that by taking Xia Hanmo's place, if he failed, Xia Hanmo would fail too. When he finally walked through the eerie fire road, everyone went wild. Countless shocked gazes gathered on him. Many mermen were moved. Fang Yuan tried to smile, but at the next moment, he fainted. But right when he was about to and on the ground, Xia Hanmo arrived and held him in her arms. Don't worry, I will not waste your effort. Xia Hanmo looked at Fang Yuan deeply before turning to look at Qiu Shuang. For the first time, her gentle eyes revealed a cold and sharp light. Thanks to Fang Yuan's desperate attempt, Xia Hanmo passed the difficult trap set specially for her. The second, third, and fourth test. She performed perfectly. The other competitors soon fell short. Eventually, only mermaid Qiu Shuang was left. It seems that Lady Xia Hanmo will very likely retain her position as Saintess. Outside the square, Fang Yuan was still pale as he sat down weakly, expressing joy on his face. It was all thanks to you, Fang Yuan. Without your performance in the first round, we would not have gotten this far. Haha, you got past the flame road. It was shocking to everyone. A few days later, you woke up. Do you know that news of your survival shocked countless mermen in the sacred city? Both guards laughed loudly. Fang Yuan stopped his joyful expression as she said, Be careful. The situation is in our favor. The other party will not stand by. Fang Yuan had expected Frost Tide Tribe leader to act, but he did not expect that it would be so vicious. In the house, the red-scaled guard knelt on the ground. His face was red. Saintess, please let me battle. I need to clear up the accusation and humiliation that they have dealt to me. How could I possibly bully a widow? Xia Hanmo sighed. Get up, I know you well, but this is clearly the enemy's plot. If you charge out like this, their schemes will succeed. The blue-scaled guard was worried. This is not an ordinary widow. She is Bu Su Lian, the wife of the former third elder of the sacred court. They are simply too vicious. The investigator will come soon to arrest him for trial. In that case, he would not be able to join the test. Our strength will fall greatly. Fang Yuan added, This wife of the former third elder of the sacred court was willing to sacrifice her reputation to accuse him. She must have a close relationship with Frost Tide Tribe leader. This corruption is extremely severe, otherwise, she would not have to act personally. Since they set this trap, they must be amply prepared. If we try to clear up the situation, we would fall into their scheme. We can only play along with this and find a way out. How do we do that? Very simple. I will take the blame. Fang Yuan said plainly. Both guards stared with wide-opened eyes as they started at Fang Yuan. No way. Xia Hanmo rejected this instantly. Chapter 1665. The Story of the Sea God and Mermaid. Even though Xia Hanmo understood that if Fang Yuan took the blame, the situation would be resolved, she still rejected him without hesitation. But this way, Xia Hanmo and the rest would be in a passive spot. The turning point happened 3 days later. Xia Hanmo received some information. Xia Hanmo looked at the information as she bika. Me stunned before sighing. Qiu Shuang is no longer pure. She gave the intel to her guards and Fang Yuan to see. After looking at it, their expressions changed. Qiu Shuang was the Saintess candidate that Frost Tide Tribe leader supported. She was extremely popular during the Sea God ceremony. She was the most likely person to take the position of Saintess from Xia Hanmo. But to think that she had lost her virginity. Only mermaids who were virgins could compete for the saintess position. This was the first condition. The red-scaled guard was extremely happy. Great, to think that this Qiu Shuang is not a virgin. With this information, they are history. The blue-scaled guard was very calm. The sea god ceremony is the most important ceremony of our tribe. It has always been inspected strictly. How did Qiu Shuang get through the inspection? Unless our tribe's corruption has already extended to the priest? Then the situation is too severe. Fong Yuan frowned. We need to remember something. If we announce this now, everyone might think that we are trying to protect Red Scale, and this is just our accusation. How reliable is the information? If this is part of their plan, we would be in trouble. One Xia Han Mo shook her head. This is definitely reliable. Qiu Shuang is supported by Frost Tide Tribe's leader. We are supported by the Grand Elder. This was given to me by her. Even though we do not have evidence, I believe that as long as we inspect Qiu Shuang's background, we would be able to find out if she is a virgin by asking another priest. Fong Yuan understood now that Xia Han Mo was able to become the saintess because she was supported by the Grand Elder of the Merman Sacred Court. Among all the higher-ups, Grand Elder was the fairest and most lenient one. She had great authority. But because she was too lenient, everyone became corrupted. Her support towards Xia Han Mo was also an attempt to correct her mistakes. Everything that followed went as Xia Han Mo predicted. After Qiu Shuang was reported, she was investigated upon, and her story was exposed. She had really lost her virginity. This information was too shocking. The Merman Sacred Court could not keep it secret. As news spread, the entire sacred city was in a commotion. Countless Gu masters gasped. This is likely the biggest scandal in our Merman Sacred Court for the last 1,000 years. Qiu Shuang was truly disrespectful. Such a desecration towards the sea god. She has to be punished. Killing her will not soothe our rage. Anger was not just in the commoners. The higher-ups of the Merman Sacred Court were furious too. The punishment towards Qiu Shuang was rapidly decided. A few days later, Qiu Shuang's head fell off her head and onto the ground. She died.
Bam.
A high-quality cup was smashed onto the ground by Frost Tide Tribe's leader. It broke into pieces. Xia Han Mo, you are too much. Frost Tide Tribe's leader growled. His eyes were bloodshot. I told you long ago to control yourself when drinking. After Qiu Shuang's matter, as the person who supported her, the higher-ups will no longer give you their attention. In the room, there was a mermaid noble lady. She drank tea slowly. She showed no fear towards the angry Frost Tide Tribe leader. Frost Tide Tribe leader gritted his teeth. He said to the mermaid noble lady, Busu Lian, I do not need your reminder. Our allies will not turn on us after just this small issue. If Xia Han Mo retains her saintess position, they will also suffer and die. So even if they hate me, even if they do not want to see me, they will have to force themselves to work with me. Busu Lian said plainly, You are right, but now that Qiu Shuang is dead, how will you defeat Xia Han Mo? Our best pawn has already been destroyed. No. Frost Tide Tribe leader laughed sinisterly. You can rest assured, I still have methods left. Oh, I am listening. Busu Lian sat up straight. Frost Tide Tribe leader kept it a secret. You will know in a few days. A few days later, on the square of Sacred City, Mermaid Dong Lei said under everyone's watchful eyes, I am willing to take Qiu Shuang's place and continue with the sea god's ceremony. Who is Dong Lei? She was one of Qiu Shuang's followers. To think that Frost Tide Tribe's leader had this pawn prepared. According to our tribe rules, sisters can take each other's place. Dong Lei can totally replace Qiu Shuang and attend the sea god ceremony to contest for the saintess position. Everyone discussed. The origin of the sea god ceremony was a legendary story among the mermen. In the story, the first batch of mermen lived in Eastern Sea. They created a small fishing village. One day, a huge sea beast attacked the island. It created a tsunami around the island. The fishing village was almost about to be destroyed. To save the villagers in the fishing village, mermaid Ah Ching knelt at the cliff and prayed to the sea god. The sea god heard her prayer and said, Oh, Ah Ching, I love to hear beautiful singing. If you can sing 3 satisfactory songs for me, I will chase the sea beast away and calm the sea, defending the fishing village. Ah Ching was overjoyed. She quickly agreed. She started to sing the first song by the cliff. It was enchanting. After she finished, the sea god savored the melody as he calmed the sea. Ah Ching sang the second song. Her beautiful voice mesmerized the sea god. Seaweed danced to her singing. Prawns and fish gathered by her side as they listened. Ah Ching wanted to sing the third song, but at that point, she no longer had any strength. After singing for 2 days and 2 nights, she was too tired. After returning home, she called her sister Aya and told her everything before dying from exhaustion. Aya was very upset, but she listened to her sister Ah Ching's wish. She came to the cliff and said to the sea god, Oh sea god, I will take my sister's place and sing the third song for you. Sea god said, Go ahead. Aya started to sing. Her voice was filled with agony and misery, but also firm determination. After she finished, the sea god was pleased, and the sea beast left. The fishing village was safe once again. When choosing the saintess, mermen would set up many tests during the sea god ceremony. These tests had varying contents, but the final round would always be the same, since the start of the ceremony's history. That was a singing competition among mermaids. They would get on the stage and sing on the specially made altar-like goo house. Everyone would get to sing 3 times. From the results, they would choose the soul saintess. All the tests before this were just elimination rounds. If during the sea god ceremony, all of the contestants got eliminated, then the saintess position would remain empty. Chapter 1666. Intercept. The sea at night was turbulent with vicious waves. Wild winds were howling. From the black depths of the sea, a chain made of pearls of light started to shine. Next, intense drumming and zither music could be heard reverberating in the waves. The tens of merman warriors wore ancient armor made from seashells. They held up a huge, white shell shield. Behind them, mermen danced and sang, surrounding Xia Emo and Dong Lei. Behind them, countless mermen were watching this final test with high spirits. The seashell floated to the surface of the sea. Waves landed on the huge shell and caused waves to splash. Surrounding the seashell, merman warriors did their best to stabilize it. The huge shell slowly opened up. This was a natural stage. The seashell had a great origin. It was left behind by the desolate beast giant music shell. There was a vast number of sound path Dao marks on the seashell. Even if a mortal stood inside, their voice would be spread far and wide. Dong Lei was the first to ascend the shell. Countless mermen floated to the surface of the sea, watching in anticipation. At a corner, in a boat-like goo house, Bu Su Lian watched as she said to Frost Tide Tribe's leader, "Are you so confident in Dong Lei? The first person to perform has a natural disadvantage." Frost Tide Tribe's leader smiled. "Just watch, I cannot explain it in words." Bu Su Lian looked at Frost Tide Tribe's leader deeply before turning towards the giant music shell. Dong Lei started to sing. Her voice was clear and elegant. It was quite mesmerizing. All of the mermen started to indulge in this beautiful song. At once, due to the giant music shell's effect, in the radius of 1,000 li, Dong Lei's beautiful singing could be heard. Even the torrential tides were suppressed. Mermen were born with a throat that could sing better than other species. They could produce incredibly beautiful singing. According to human standards, each merman was a natural-born singer. This was because each merman's body had abundant water path Dao marks. And in their throats, there was a particular cartilage that was filled with sound path Dao marks. There was a point in history where humans slaughtered mermen to take away the sound path cartilage in their throats. It was an excellent sound path goo material. And the mermaids competing to become saintess had even better singing than most mermen. Those who lived near the sea would often hear similar rumors about sailors who would get mesmerized by the singing of mermaids. They would forget time, forget their direction. They would not notice even if their ship hit a reef. This was not an exaggeration. It was the truth. Dong Lei's singing was superb. Most of the people were listening in enjoyment. Only Fong Yuan and the rest became furious. Their expressions were ugly, and they frowned tightly. Even Xia Emo, who was usually calm, had a change of expression. Sadness and shock was expressed in her eyes. What is going on? Why is Dong Lei singing the song that we prepared? The red-scaled and blue-scaled guards were furious, with wide-opened eyes. Fong Yuan's expression was grim. He gritted his teeth. Isn't this obvious? There is a spy among us. He informed the enemy of our song. Both guards looked at each other before turning to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan looked at them fearlessly. Only the 4 of us know what songs we prepared. The traitor must be one of you. Who is it? Xia Emo could not be the traitor, so among Fong Yuan, Blue Scale and Red Scale, one of them had to be the traitor. Bullshit. You are the traitor. Both guards were furious with red faces as they denied it. Xia Emo sighed, shaking her head. There might not be a spy. They might have found out about our preparations through special information path methods. Ha ha ha. Far away, Frost Tide Tribe's leader laughed loudly in his goo house. Bu Su Lian had been observing Xia Emo and the rest long ago. Seeing their expressions, she understood as her eyes shined. You planted a spy near her? Frost Tide Tribe's leader laughed continuously. Of course. Xia Emo is too young and too naive to compete with me. Do you know the huge price I paid in order to get a spy this close to her? Bu Su Lian's eyes flickered with bright light. As expected and befitting of Frost Tide Tribe's leader, the price you paid is worth it. Now that Dong Lei has sang her song, Xia Emo cannot use it again. She is almost helpless now that she has no song to sing. Xia Emo had truly fallen deeply into the plot of Frost Tide Tribe's leader. The final round of the Saintess competition was to sing 3 songs. These 3 songs needed special preparation. Sound path goo worms were needed for them, including lots of practice. Each song needed to produce a different effect. The first song was to calm the sea waves. The second song was to attract living beings, and the third song was to repel sea beasts. Thus, even though Xia Han Mo prepared 3 songs, after Dong Lei stole the first song, her remaining 2 songs were different and could not be used. In its place. What do we do? Both guards were extremely flustered and anxious. Damn it, we got so far but still fell for a trap at this moment. It is no use, it is too late to prepare now. This must be the scheme of Frost Tide Tribe's leader. We will expose it and ruin his reputation. Red Scale screamed. Fong Yuan looked at him like he was an idiot. Do you have proof? Who would believe us? They would use this chance to counterattack and accuse you instead. What do we do then? Oh. Red Scaled guard was stunned. Xia Han Mo sighed deeply. In that case, forget it. Saintess. Both guards were stunned. Xia Han Mo smiled bitterly. You can still leave now, hurry. While there is still some time, leave this place. Xia Han Mo would lose the competition for the Saintess position. She would no longer be the Saintess. This way, she would face the attack of the new Saintess Dong Lei and Frost Tide Tribe's leader. She would have a terrible end. To not implicate her 3 followers, even if there was a possible spy among them, Xia Han Mo wanted to fight for some time. Saintess. Understanding Xia Han Mo's intention, both of her guards started to choke with tears. This situation had attracted everyone's attention. What happened to Xia Han Mo? Something bad seems to have happened. They are panicking, haha. It seems that Lady Dong Lei's singing has sent them into despair. Xia Han Mo is finished. Inside the Gu house, Bu Su Lian sighed deeply. Frost Tide Tribe's leader smiled sinisterly. Even though I can't deal with that foolish old grand elder, I will definitely torture that Xia Han Mo after this to vent my anger and hatred. Dong Lei stepped down the stage as she raised her eyebrows. I have already calmed the sea by 5 feet. I will anticipate Sister Xia Han Mo's performance next. Chapter 1667. White Moonlight. Xia Han Mo looked at her deeply in the eye as she ascended the stage. She had just entered the stage when she got stunned. Why are you? She looked at Fong Yuan, who was beside her with deep shock. Fong Yuan interrupted her. As your follower, I am of course qualified to be your accompaniment. Quickly leave, Xia Han Mo swiftly said, but anxiety was all over her face for once. You want to sing the same song? Even if you sing better than Dong Lei, the rules will disqualify you. Trust me, I have a song for this. Fong Yuan interrupted Xia Han Mo as he transmitted. Xia Han Mo's heart wavered. Songs could not be changed easily because they needed to be paired with Gu worms and needed lots of practice. By changing the song, the Gu worms used also needed to be modified. In this situation, Xia Han Mo could no longer change her Gu worms. This meant that the new song and the original song needed to have the same rhythm and melody. It might be possible given 100 days of preparation, but in this rush situation, the chances were close to 0. The song is not the same of course, but forget that I had participated in our song composition. I have a similar song here, but I need you to adapt to it on the spot. Take note of the cooperation between my song and the Gu worms. Fong Yuan transmitted. And these are the lyrics and tune. Xia Han Mo was stunned before nodding. Okay. Fong Yuan breathed in deeply. Then, let's start. Xia Han Mo breathed in deeply. She shut her eyes. This was her usual habit before singing. Everyone became quiet. They waited quietly. And waited. Why is she not singing yet? Gradually, some people became impatient. Haraha, how can they sing? They have no songs to sing. Frost Tide Tribe's leader laughed loudly, with a face flushed red. Oh, sorry, can anyone lend me a zithergu? Fong Yuan broke the silence. Everyone. You are the accompaniment, but in this important sea god ceremony, you did not even prepare a zithergu. Is it really okay to be so lax? I need a rank 3 zithergu. Can anyone lend me one? Fong Yuan added, looking towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder understood his words. Xia Han Mo met with an accident. She had anticipated this and quickly asked someone to send a zithergu. Fong Yuan obtained the zithergu and said, This is too important. Let me refine the gu on the spot. Everyone. What? At the last round of the sea god ceremony, you want to refine gu? Are you serious? What was this human gu master thinking? He was toying with everyone. The mood of all the mermen turned bad. Frost Tide Tribe's leader quickly instructed his lackeys. A voice suddenly resounded. You are purposely stalling for time. Everyone was about to clamor when Fong Yuan shouted loudly. Are you saying that the sea god ceremony has a rule against refining gu? This is for the sake of the song. We will start after the gu is refined. Grand Elder quickly added. There are no such rules indeed. I will allow it. Quickly refine the gu and start. What does everyone think? The other elders looked at each other. Some wanted to speak while others stayed silent. Lackeys of Frost Tide Tribe's leader shouted again. The sea god ceremony is such an important ceremony. You want all of us mermen to wait for your gu refinement. Fong Yuan quickly rebuked. I am refining goo for the sea god ceremony. Are you all unable to wait a little bit for this important ceremony? Whoever has no patience can stand up now. You can leave right away. Everyone went silent. You have a sharp tongue, but when you end up in my hands, I will make sure I smash all your teeth and pull out your tongue. Frost Tide Tribe's leader snickered. On the giant shell that was floating on the sea surface, the merman warriors were exerting themselves while stabilizing it. Some of the mermen floated to the surface, some only had their heads above the water, but all of them were looking at Fong Yuan refine his zither goo. One Xiahan Mo was instead ignored. She stood beside Fong Yuan feeling very strange. She had attended the sea god ceremony once before and became the saintess. She had seen countless sea god ceremonies, but never had such a thing ever happened. Fong Yuan's refinement speed became faster and faster. This was because the zither goo's owner cooperated with him. After getting the zither goo, Fong Yuan stood up and went behind Xiahan Mo, saying confidently, "All right, the real show starts now." Finally, the mermen let out breaths of air, feeling resentful. Go ahead and sing. I want to see what song you can come up with. Frost Tide Tribe's leader snickered. Below the stage, the Grand Elder and both guards had worried expressions. Xiahan Mo shut her eyes. At this moment, the zither started playing. Fong Yuan had activated the zither goo. It let out a long and deep melody. The tune was extremely beautiful to listen to. Xiahan Mo shut her eyes. She started to sing one. The white moonlight is somewhere in my heart. It is so bright, yet so icy cold. Everyone has their own sadness, wanting to conceal it, but it just became more obvious. Everyone was silent. Only the sound of waves could be heard. Her beautiful voice intoxicated everyone. They could not stop savoring it. The white moonlight lightens the horizons of the world. It's in my heart, but not by my side. I could not wipe the tears off your face back then. The road is too long. I could not seek forgiveness. The tune was sorrowful but simple and elegant. It progressed smoothly with each verse. A feeling of intense sadness and agony filled everyone's hearts. Xiahan Mo had a pure and penetrating voice. She was gentle and warm, just like the pale, white moonlight that seemed cold and also a little warm on the inside. The giant shell started to emit a white light. The waves did not seem to want to disturb her beautiful singing. They became weaker. The white moonlight lightens the horizons of the world. The fuller it is, the more loneliness I feel. Unable to wipe the tears in my recollection. The road is too long. How can I make amendments to you? Xiahan Mo was also engrossed in it. Her gaze shifted towards Fong Yuan, who was standing there activating the zither goo with his full concentration. She thought to herself, is there sorrow in your heart as well? Countless mermen shed tears. The pain of love and affection. These tears were hidden deep in their hearts. Was there true fulfillment in this world? Loneliness always existed. The white moonlight is somewhere in my heart. It is so bright, yet so icy cold. Everyone has their own sadness, wanting to conceal it, but it just keeps growing. As the song ended, the crowd remained silent. In the goo house, Frost Tide Tribe's leader was stiff like a statue, shock expressed all over his face. The sea was calm, and the dark clouds scattered. Pure moonlight shone down on the giant seashell, enveloping Xiahan Mo and Fong Yuan. The two turned around slightly, looking at each other. Chapter 1668. Too naive. As the music ended, the mermen started to converse among themselves. What song is this? This is the first time I have heard it. It is simply too amazing. Did you all notice? The song was superb, but Xiahan Mo was not skillful. Her goo worm manipulation had lots of errors. Many mermen talked about it with strange expressions. The true reason was that Fong Yuan and Xiahan Mo did not practice this earlier. If they had even one practice, they would not make such mistakes. But even so, reaching such a level of cooperation in their first attempt, Xiahan Mo's personal attainment was truly profound. Right now, the sea is calm, and the weather has changed, the dark clouds scattered, and the moonlight reappeared. Regardless of Xiahan Mo's mistakes, the results are evident. This should be a draw. In fact, Xiahan Mo should have a slight lead. It will depend on the next two songs. The mermen were getting more excited about the rest of the sea god ceremony. The Grand Elder could notice many things. She let out a breath of air as the worry in her heart lifted. What is going on? In the goo house, Frost Tide Tribe's leader screamed. It seems that although your scheme succeeded, an accident occurred. Bu Sulian squinted her eyes. Focusing her gaze on Fong Yuan, she sighed in amazement. This man is not so simple. No wonder Xiahan Mo took interest in him. I am a song expert. This is likely his own creation. This shows that this human has very high attainment in sound path. Two Frost Tide Tribe's leader expressed his suspicions. There are countless songs in this world. How can you be sure that this was his creation? Bu Su Lian smiled lightly, looking at Frost Tide Tribe's leader with an expression of disdain in her eyes. You don't understand. Frost Tide Tribe's leader's face became even darker. Bu Su Lian, can you speak clearly? Bu Su Lian chuckled coldly, ignoring Frost Tide Tribe's leader as she looked towards Fang Yuan with glistening eyes. Others would fear Frost Tide Tribe's leader's political power, but Bu Su Lian was an exception. This was not only because she was the spouse of a former tribe elder, but also because of her own talent and schemes. But Bu Su Lian guessed wrongly in the end. Fang Yuan was not the creator. This song was originally from Earth. This song is unique and unheard of. It has to be a new creation by you. To think that you would have such high attainment in sound path, Fang Yuan. Xiahan Mo walked down the stage and transmitted to Fang Yuan, showing appreciation and praise in her tone. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I am flattered. You saw for yourself, I even had to borrow a zither gu. I do not have such a high sound path attainment. No need to be humble. Being able to create such a song means that your sound path attainment is beyond ordinary. You might have a future if you change to cultivating sound path. Xiahan Mo looked at Fang Yuan with a sincere and bright gaze. Fang Yuan had already anticipated this. He did not want to explain it because that was not important and he could not explain it clearly either. The important thing now are the next two songs, if I am not wrong. Fang Yuan hesitated. They walked down the stage as Dong Lei went up. Fang Yuan and Xiahan Mo might have had an impressive performance, but she was not flustered. She remained calm and composed. She started to sing. Her moving voice attracted lots of fish groups to her. As expected, Fang Yuan snickered. Xiahan Mo's gaze also became increasingly cold. Both guards looked at each other with bright red faces. This bitch stole our song again. Don't worry, I have a song prepared. Fang Yuan smiled with deep confidence. After Dong Lei went down the stage, the two of them went up again. Fang Yuan played the music one, while Xiahan Mo sang and danced. When did the bright moon first appear? One raises a cup and asks the blue sky. One does not know in the celestial palace what year it is this evening. Once the song started, the atmosphere changed. All of the mermen shut their eyes in enjoyment. I wish to ride the wind and return there, yet I fear the jade towers. In a high dwelling, one cannot bear the cold. Starting to dance with one's own shadow, how can it compare to life in the mortal world? The moon revolves around the red pavilion, hanging upon the silk windows. The light shines upon the sleepless. Xiahan Mo thought about the time she was saintess. Even though she had high authority, she was all alone. She became filled with deep emotions at this moment. I wish to return by riding the winds, but the position of saintess is like the jade tower that locks me in. The cold atmosphere is chilling. I cannot sleep. Who is here to dance with me? I should not have resentment, but why is the moon always full at times of separation? People feel sorrow and joy upon partings and reunions. The moon can be dark or bright, full or crescent. These problems have existed since ancient times. Yet one hopes for longevity, 1,000 miles apart, seeing the moon's beauty together. As the song ended, the world went silent. Fish, prawns, turtles, crabs, all of the aquatic animals floated on the surface of the sea, scattered all over the place. Birds were fluttering in the sky. Many were birds that flew in the day. They were drawn over from their slumber by this beautiful song. Beautiful lyrics and an enchanting tune. It pierced deep into everyone's hearts. The mermen could not help themselves but listen. Xiahan Mo looked at Fang Yuan, she thought. Was this a song he made for me? She could feel resonance in the lyrics. She felt consolation and warmth from it. She was pure like the icy jade, but was maligned by outsiders right now. All of the sadness and annoyance in her heart had faded. None of the rumors from before could affect her heart anymore. He is someone who knows me. At once, Xiahan Mo felt an indescribable feeling in her heart.
He was truly moved.
The results were clear. Fang Yuan and Xiahan Mo won by a margin again. Dong Lei's face turned pale below the stage. She understood that if not for Xiahan Mo and Fang Yuan's imperfect cooperation that led to certain mistakes, she would not even be able to sing the third song. This person is a huge threat. Frost Tide Tribe's leader gritted his teeth, slamming his fist onto the window of the Gu house. You finally realized? Bu Su Lian said plainly. Mockery was in her words. Frost Tide Tribe's leader snorted. He did not want to argue with Bu Su Lian. He needed to resolve this problem now because at this rate, after the third song, Xiahan Mo was bound to win. Fang Yuan, is it? To think he is such a problem. I need to get rid of him. Frost Tide Tribe's leader was determined to do this, but felt a huge headache. In normal times, he had countless methods against Fang Yuan, but now during the Sea God ceremony, under everyone's watchful eyes, he could do close to nothing. What do I do? Frost Tide Tribe's leader thought about it rapidly. His forehead was covered in sweat. After a long period of consideration, Frost Tide Tribe's leader finally acted. Fong Yuan, I am Frost Tide Tribe's leader. He directly transmitted to Fong Yuan. This was the most useful choice of action. Fong Yuan's expression changed, but he did not reply. Frost Tide Tribe's leader chuckled. You can just listen to me. I know you are a smart guy, but you are too young. You have aspirations that are too unrealistic and naive. Fong Yuan laughed coldly as he replied, I am not naive. This is my ideal. You won't understand. That's why I said you are foolish, lad. Don't think that you too are basking in fame now by standing there. You are just pawns. Look at the flag fluttering in the wind. Its foundation is the pole. Think about it. What are you relying on? The Grand Elder? Just go ask around. What kind of person is she? She had the political power to suppress our faction, but she chose to let you people be the vanguard. When Xia Han Mo investigated the corruption case, did she help you? She might have given you some clues or whatnot, but trust me, it was really not much of an effort. Frost Tide Tribe's leader was quite eloquent, he added. Or rather, even if you win and defend the title of Saintess, so what? Do you think I will die? No, Frost Tide Tribe is the largest faction in the Sacred Court. If I die, the entire Sacred Court will be in turmoil or even break apart. The Grand Elder does not have the guts or determination to do that. She only wants to keep me in check and prevent me from acting out of line. So, in the end, no matter what you find out, I will still continue to live as Frost Tide Tribe's leader. At worst, I will sacrifice a few scapegoats and stop my overbearing actions. In the Sea God ceremony, almost every Saintess candidate is backed by their own force. Do you think this is simply a competition for the Saintess position? No, this is a game. This is a way for the higher-ups to distribute resources for the next few decades without internal conflict. The force that has a Saintess will get a bigger share of the pie, those who don't will receive less. Fong Yuan, you might hate or detest these games that we play in the dark, but you must understand that in this sea, darkness is the true ruler. The so-called light merely shines at the surface of the sea. Ordinary people might enjoy or indulge in its dazzling beauty, thinking that light is the truth of the sea, but they are just too naive. Fong Yuan was silent. Chapter 1669, Rejection. Inside the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven, the Merman's sacred city, the atmosphere in the inn was heavy. What do we do? In the next test, Zhao Lu's follower will be taking part. That person is famous in the seas. With him around, we have no chance of winning. The two nannies had grim expressions. White-scaled merman Su Yi sat at the center as she held a cup in her hand. She was in a daze while looking at the tea inside. Missy, you cannot hesitate anymore. That's right. The Sea God ceremony has already gone on for so long. Only us and Zhao Lu are left. The rest have been eliminated. After the next round is the final test. Once we get past this hurdle, we will be able to vie for the Saintess position. The two nannies urged anxiously. Su Yi sighed. But what can we do now? The nannies quickly came forward to Su Yi's side. Missy, didn't our tribe find a strong expert that can fight against the enemy? That's right, as long as we get him to fight, even if we cannot win, we will not get eliminated at least. Su Yi's gaze was lingering on the cup. She said in a long sigh, I understand your suggestion, but did you forget something? I can only have 4 followers in this competition. These spots are all used up now. Even if the tribe invites an expert, we cannot use him. The two nannies looked at each other with bright gazes. So that's it. Missy had such plans already, but she could not say it personally. They understood the reason now. Among them, one nanny said in a soft voice, Missy, this matter can be easy or difficult depending on us. We just need to abandon one follower. That's right. The other nanny added, according to the Sea God ceremony's rules, we cannot abandon followers easily, but if they are corrupted or have committed crimes, for the purity of the Sea God ceremony and the Saintess, we can expel them with proper reason. With that freed follower position, we can then invite the expert into our group, right? Su Yi's expression changed as she rejected. This is not appropriate. The Sea God ceremony is such a huge event. If a scandal occurs, that person's reputation would be tarnished for life. They would never be able to clear their name. All of my followers have helped me greatly. How can I repay gratitude with enmity? Oh, Missy, a great person would not mind small sacrifices, so what if we have to give up someone? I would suggest we target that Xiaolin. She has no background, and is a mermaid that nobody will care about. Who knows what luck she had to be able to obtain that gather oil goo. Seeing Su Yi's displeasure, Nanny Rong added, Of course, we are not framing her. We are trying to move her with logic. Xiaolin looks like an understanding young lady after all. Missy, leave this to me. I will negotiate with her. It is okay if we pay a small price. Compared to the Saintess position, it is evident which is more important. This, Su Yi hesitated. The other nanny quickly added, Missy, we are not forcing or harming Xiaolin. We are seeking her cooperation, in any case. So, what if she loses some reputation? Xiaolin is a poor girl. She needs some materialistic gains more. It is very likely that after hearing our suggestion, she might become very happy and would want to deal with us. She is merely trading reputation for huge benefits. Leave, let me consider it first. Sue frowned as she asked them to leave. The two nannies looked at each other before leaving. Days later, rumors regarding Xiaolin spread throughout the city. That's her, the shameless mermaid who betrayed her benefactor Sue just to gain the favor of the rich and noble. No wonder Lady Sue was always at a disadvantage. She had a traitor after all. I want nothing more than to tear the tendons and skin out of this scoundrel. She is truly shameless. I can't believe she is still coming to find Sue at this time. Xiaolin bit her lips, walking up the inn stairs under everyone's accusations. Stand there. Halfway through, mermaid Nanny Rong blocked Xiaolin with a cold expression. I was framed. I want to see Sister Sue. Xiaolin raised her head, looking at Nanny Rong with an anxious expression. Nanny Rong laughed coldly. Xiaolin, you still want to act? Missy was very upset after hearing the news. You still want to see her now during a crucial moment of the sea god ceremony. You are truly vicious. You want to annoy our Missy and cause her to make mistakes in the competition later? That's not it. Nanny Rong, listen to me. Listen to what? What is there to say? You are a shameless scum. We were blind to accept you into our group. Scram. Nanny Rong lost her patience. She screamed in a shrill voice, being very overbearing. You don't believe me, but I believe in Sister Sue. If I don't get to see her, I will not leave. Xiaolin's eyes were red. A light of stubbornness flickered in them. You are forcing me to chase you away? Nanny Rong said sinisterly. Stop. At this time, Sue appeared, walking down the stairs. Sister Sue. Xiaolin was overjoyed. She wanted to move forward, but Nanny Rong's arms blocked her path. Xiaolin, Sue said to Xiaolin with a complex tone. Sister Sue, you need to believe me. I did not betray you. Xiaolin shouted. Do you need us to investigate it? At this moment, a group of mermen ridged into the inn. They drew all the attention away. This group of mermen walked towards Xiaolin as they said, Xiaolin, right? I am the Sacred City's investigator. Someone reported you for corruption. You betrayed Sue and tried to ruin the Sacred Sea God ceremony. You tried to manipulate the Saintess competition. We are now arresting you. Follow us, and tell us everything that you did. No, I am innocent. Xiaolin turned pale from fright. She shouted loudly in retaliation. We will investigate whether you are innocent or not. The investigator was very cold. No, I will not leave with you. I was framed. Someone framed me. Xiaolin was frightful. She continued to shake her head. You don't want to leave with us? You don't have a choice. Come, arrest her. The investigator ordered as the Merman-gu masters behind him acted. Wait. At this moment, Sue spoke. Sister Sue. Xiaolin's eyes shined with a light of hope. But Sue shook her head. Sister Xiaolin, I do not believe that you betrayed me, but the investigator is here. We need to believe in Sacred City's justice. I believe that they will clear your name. Go with them. As long as the results come out, your innocence will be proven, right? Sister Sue. Xiaolin's eyes turned dim. Go with them. Xiaolin lowered her head, walking towards the investigator. I was framed, but I will go with you. The investigator nodded in satisfaction. That's right, come with us. Xiaolin was quickly brought into the interrogation room. These information path goo worms are all evidence. Take a good look. I will give you some advice. Don't think you can get out of this. The investigator smiled sinisterly, pointing at the information path mortal goo on the table. Xiaolin looked into them one by one. Soon, shock was expressed all over her face. These videos and voices are all fake. I have never said such things. That is your explanation against all this evidence? Who would believe you? The investigator chuckled. I have never said such things. Xiaolin was anxious. The investigator raised his arm. Stopping Xiaolin from talking, he smiled. I know you were framed. Xiaolin was stunned. What? What did you say? You were framed. The investigator repeated himself. Xiaolin was stunned. She blinked before saying, In that case, why did you? Because this was Lady Su Yi's request. The investigator laughed again. What do you mean? Don't try to sow discord between us. Xiaolin was enraged. You are truly a naive little girl.
Let me explain it to you then.
You know who Lady Su Yi's father is, right? Do you know the current situation of the Sea God ceremony? The investigator spoke as Xiaolin went into deep shock upon hearing his words. After a long while, she reacted. I do not believe that this is Sister Su Yi's plot. If she wants me to step down, I can leave. If she told me herself, I would not have rejected her. The investigator looked at Xiaolin with a mocking expression, rebuking mercilessly. Is the Sea God ceremony an event where you can just leave like that? If anyone could just step down, this competition would just be a pure contest between forces. The only way to step down is by force. At the same time, that position left behind could be filled again. Xia Lin said in a daze. A situation like this. The investigator smiled. Indeed, you've grown smarter. All right, you have two choices now. The first choice is to deny this evidence and fight for your innocence. But this evidence is concrete. Nobody will believe your words. The second choice is to cooperate with us, admit to the crime, and even though you will lose reputation, we will repay you with abundant resources. Choose now. Xia Lin smiled bitterly, lowering her head. Did she have a choice? The other party tricked her into this interrogation room. At this point, she could no longer reject them. Even if she tried to, she would still be framed and trialed as guilty. She did not have the strength to resist them. She did not have the right to reject them. Silence. After a long silence, the investigator spoke. Xia Lin, if you keep silent any longer, I will take it that you accept our proposition. The facts are simple and clear. I believe a smart person will make a wise choice. This benefits both of us. Isn't that right? I reject the offer. Xia Lin suddenly raised her head as she spoke. Chapter 1670. Racing Heart. Reject. The investigator frowned. A cold light flickered in his eyes and his tone became much tougher. Young lady, think properly. You are young. You should not be impulsive. You need to know the weak cannot contend with the strong, let alone that you can't even be considered weak. I know I have no one to rely on. I am just a small character, which was why you all targeted me. Isn't that so? Xia Lin looked straight at the investigator. Her tone was filled with mockery but also bitterness and helplessness. But you don't have to worry. I won't make a useless retaliation or file a complaint. I accept your false accusation. I will consider it as paying back Sister Su Yi's kindness. I don't want any compensation. From now on, we no longer have any debt to each other. We will just be strangers. When the investigator revealed a surprised expression as he looked at Xia Lin firmly. In the dim room, Xia Lin's eyes seemed to shine brightly. This pair of bright eyes directly shined on the investigator's heart, making him unable to match her gaze. He quickly moved his gaze. You can leave. I hope you can uphold what you said. I will. Xia Lin stood up and left with a calm expression that contained no anxiety. Several days later. Lady Xia Lin, it is not that Aran does not want to do business with you, but that the public sentiment is too fierce and many people have made reports. If we continue to let you stay here, they will, the innkeeper said with a bitter expression. Xia Lin stopped him from continuing the store. Why? I understand your situation. I will leave then. I thank you for the understanding, Lady Xia Lin. You truly are a good person. The innkeeper said as he thanked profusely and gratefully. Xia Lin packed up her luggage and left her room, walking down the stairs. Look, it is her. This woman secretly betrayed Lady Su Yi for her own personal gains. This kind of person is simply tarnishing the sea god ceremony and our sacred city. The Gu masters inside the hall saw Xia Lin and started discussing while pointing fingers at her. Xia Lin heard them but walked out of the inn with a calm and composed expression. When she arrived at the wide main street, a bustling tide of people was moving along the path. Today is the day of the second last test of the sea god ceremony. I can barely wait. Today is sure to be spectacular. Do you guys know? Su Yi had been in a disadvantageous position for so long because there was a spy by her side. Who does not know of it? It's Xia Lin. As the saying goes, no matter how vigilant one is, they cannot defend against an internal threat. Most of the people did not recognize Xia Lin. Their attention was on the sea god ceremony as they hurried towards the central square. Even if some people recognized Xia Lin, they were not absolutely certain. The sacred city was extremely crowded at this time. It was normal for there to be one or two people with similar appearances. The atmosphere was bustling. The people were jostling through the street as joy filled everyone. Xia Lin mixed in with the crowd. Her expression was tranquil, a stark contrast with her surroundings. She had felt happy before, but now it was like layers of heavy mist had gathered in her nostrils, making her feel difficulty in breathing. She could no longer feel happy in this sacred city or satisfy her curiosity. Maybe I will never come here again in my life. Xia Lin raised her head slightly, looking at the tall buildings. These buildings seemed to be slanting down. The whole sacred city seemed to be pressing towards her. Xia Lin felt increasingly depressed and frustrated. She quickened her pace and left the crowd, walking into a dark alley. The alley was dim and dark. Trash was piled up in corners, spreading stench throughout the alley. Xia Lin, however, felt her breathing become much smoother as if a huge weight had been lifted out of her heart. Walking in this dark alley devoid of people, Xia Lin's raised head drooped slowly. How did I reach this state? She asked herself, but obtained no answer. Her eyes reddened, and she soon turned tearful. She was still a young girl. Her previous strong attitude was just a facade. Hello, young lady. 3 mermen suddenly walked out of a corner of the alley. Xia Lin was dazed for a moment before turning vigilant. These 3 mermen were hooligans. Their ill intentions were clearly exposed by their gazes. More importantly, every one of them was a rank 2 Gu master. Xiaolin was also only rank 2. What do you want? Xiaolin took a step back. What do we want?
Eh?
The 3 mermen looked at each other, laughing deviously at the same time. Young lady, our encounter was fated. Why be in a hurry to leave? Even if you want to leave now, it is too late. At this moment, 2 rank 2 merman Gu masters walked towards Xiaolin from behind. Xiaolin's heart sank. Not only was it 5 against 1, both the front and rear paths were blocked. Although this alley was not far from the main street, these people were all Gu masters and had clearly been lying in ambush. They definitely had methods to suppress the commotion. The 5 mermen approached Xiaolin menacingly. Xiaolin was panicking. She retreated again and again till her back touched the wall. The cold wall made her feel even more helpless. She gritted her teeth, her brows rose as she suddenly said, "Come, even if I die, I will drag you down with me." Oh, dear, the little girl has guts. Quite fiery. Big brother likes such girls. The 5 mermen giggled in amusement. They showed no fear, but their footsteps had slowed down. Bump. Suddenly, Xiaolin felt an intense dizziness. She was attacked. Her mind was filled with fright as she turned to look back with difficulty. She saw the wall melt down from which the 6th merman Gu master walked out. They got me. The moment before she fell unconscious, Xiaolin's heart turned cold. She is down. Haha, boss, your method is truly amazing. Quickly clean up this place. The sea god ceremony is currently ongoing after all. The 6 mermen gathered around Xiaolin. Wake up, wake up. A deep voice lingered in the darkness. Xiaolin slowly opened her eyes. The alley was once again reflected in her eyes. The pain behind her head reminded her. She got a fright and quickly struggled to stand up. She then saw the 6 mermen lying on the ground motionless in strange postures. A human Gu master was standing in the middle of the 6 mermen. Xiaolin cried out with joy, "Master Chu, it's you." "It's me. I have been observing the sea god ceremony from the start. I heard of your matter as well. You were tossed aside by Su Yi, right?" Fong Yuan slightly smiled. Xiaolin's tear immediately started to fall as she sobbed. "Master Chu, I have good judgment of people, although I have only met you a few times. You are not that kind of person." Fong Yuan continued. Xiaolin could not hold it in anymore as she covered her face and started crying, like a wronged child finally getting vindicated. Fong Yuan quietly watched her cry for some time before patting her shoulder. "Let's go." "To where?" Xiaolin was slightly dazed. "I am also slightly responsible for your current situation." Fong Yuan sighed. "If I did not give you gather oil Gu, you would not have been targeted by Su Yi and participated in this sea god ceremony. So, I am taking you with me. Follow me and leave." "Okay." Xiaolin nodded. She no longer had no interest in Sacred City. Fong Yuan led the way, while Xiaolin obediently followed behind him. At the end of the alley, there was another branch of the main street. It was also crowded with the stores at the sides enjoying bustling business. At the center of the street, there was a lion dance team. Facing the crowd again, Xiaolin immediately felt some fear and disgust, but Fong Yuan had already walked ahead, so she could only follow. Snap. The moment they walked out of the alley, Fong Yuan snapped his fingers. The next scene stupefied Xiaolin. Her mouth opened so wide that it could swallow an egg. She shockingly saw the whole street coming to a standstill. This, she was unable to speak. "Just a small trick, come." Fong Yuan waved towards her before entering the crowd. Xiaolin quickened her pace, following behind closely. This was a wondrous situation that she had never experienced before. She walked right past 2 mermen who looked like they were having a close conversation and seemed to be lovers. She looked at a store where a customer seemed to be haggling price with the clerk. Spittle flew out of the clerk's mouth and was suspended in the air, almost landing on the customer's face. There was a dog which was moving past the tightly packed legs and merman tails. Its body was bent as it was moving around a blue-scaled merman. Its 3 legs were raised high, while one was on the ground. Xiaolin stared widely at these people with various lives. The liveliness in them made her forget her depression and frustration. Fong Yuan was extremely agile and walked quite quickly. It was quite tiring for Xiaolin to follow him. Bump. In a moment of carelessness, she bumped into a sturdy human Gu master. The human Gu master swayed. His posture was still the same walking posture from before, but his feet had almost left the ground. He started tilting to the side. "Sorry." She was just about to prop up this human Gu master when she was grabbed by Fong Yuan. 2-inch here." Fong Yuan gave her a mask. "Master Chu, this." Xiaolin was puzzled. Fong Yuan did not lead her away from the street, but brought her in front of that lion dance team. The mask that Fong Yuan gave her was colorful and made from fish scales and bird feathers. Fong Yuan pointed to the lion dance team. "Don't you think it lacks 2 key characters?" Xiaolin nodded. They're playing the Sea Lion Winter Spring Opera. They're short of the male and female leading characters, a filial fisherman, and a traveling mermaid princess. But I think this performance was a spontaneous idea. They are not a real opera team. It is normal for them to not have all the characters. Likely at the start, one Gu master put on the opera costume and makeup for his own entertainment. Later, along the way, more Gu masters joined in. These people were generally opera fans and loved such culture. In fact, there were all kinds of traditional opera and plays that existed in the Grotto Heaven. It was the trending entertainment of this paradise. My method can only last for a short while. Put on the mask quickly. We will move with the crowd. Fong Yuan hurried Xiaolin, not giving her the chance to refuse. Oh, okay. Xiaolin subconsciously took the mask, and when she wore it, her heart suddenly calmed down. No one would recognize her like this. The mental pressure on her had greatly reduced. But shortly afterwards, her face blushed, because she saw Fong Yuan wear a mask, and it was the mask of the filial fisherman. Doesn't this mean that Master Chu and I are the main male and female characters? Xiaolin's heart started to race wildly. Chapter 1671. Life and Mask. Snap. Fong Yuan snapped his fingers once again. The surroundings immediately started moving again from the motionless state. That merman couple continued to walk forward while holding hands. Amidst the haggling at the stall, the saliva spit landed on the customer's face, but he did not realize it. The small dog's 3 legs landed on the ground. It smoothly moved past the blue-scaled merman and continued to pass nimbly through the crowd of legs. Xiaolin took everything in with surprise and curiosity. This was too magical. Master Chu's methods are truly powerful. This is probably a rank 5-time path killer move. 1 Xia Lin guessed. Plop. That male Gu master, who Xiaolin had collided into, fell down to the ground and even affected the person behind, creating a small chaos. You are so big. Don't you know how to walk? Someone scolded. Sorry. The well-built male Gu master politely apologized. This was, after all, the sacred city of the mermen. Meanwhile, the people in this paradise were less irritable than in the 5 regions. I was walking properly. How could I trip? Strange. The male Gu master looked puzzled as he quickly stood up and moved with the crowd. Xiaolin apologized softly, while gazing at the receding figure of the male Gu master. However, she felt a bit of joy like that of a prankster. Just as she was about to criticize herself, her hand was grabbed by Fong Yuan. Follow me. Fong Yuan dragged her to the line dance team. The line dance team was stunned at first before dancing even more joyfully. The accompanying music was immediately raised. We have all the characters now, huh? One dancer laughed heartily. You know how to dance, right? Fong Yuan smiled and moved his legs. He was playing the role of the filial fisherman. His movements were subtle and natural, having their own beauty. Span 2. The surrounding people immediately cheered and hooted. Fong Yuan followed the crowd while dancing towards Xiaolin. Your turn. Fong Yuan's voice was secretly transmitted to Xiaolin's ears. Xiaolin's heart was beating loudly from nervousness. Despite her practicing this play often when she was a child, she had never performed before a large crowd. She began to dance with stiff movements. Fong Yuan laughed as he took her hands and led her. He accurately used wisdom path methods. Xiaolin immediately started feeling nimble. All kinds of dance postures of this play surfaced in her mind with extreme clarity. The two sang and danced and moved along with the crowd. The lion dance team was wearing colorful costumes and strange-looking masks. There were also some who jointly acted as an enormous golden sea lion. They attracted attention wherever they moved. And as the male and female protagonists of the team, even more eyes were focused on Fong Yuan and Xiaolin. Xiaolin was extremely tense at the start, but the more she danced, the better and more confident she felt. She was immersed in the joyful atmosphere, forgetting about the injustice she suffered as cheers, shouts, and whistling filled her ears. Even when Xiaolin made some mistakes in her movements, there was only kind laughter. The crowd continued to move. Some left the lion dance team while some joined. Unknowingly, Xiaolin started laughing brightly. An unprecedented level of happiness, which she had never felt before in the sacred city, filled her heart. She was immersed in this happiness, unable to extricate herself from it. At the same time, she felt fear that this was not real. It truly is like I am dreaming. Xiaolin's heart was filled with emotions, her gaze never leaving Fong Yuan. Time to leave. Suddenly, Fong Yuan's movements changed. He dragged Xiaolin away from the opera team and walked to the side of the street. Xiaolin was caught unprepared and got pulled directly into Fong Yuan's embrace. She bumped into Fong Yuan's chest. A strong manly smell entered her nose. She quickly held the mask that had almost fallen down, hiding her reddened face. Here. Fong Yuan moved quickly while pulling her, walking into an alley. It was another lonely alley with dim lighting and the stench of garbage. Fong Yuan released Xiaolin's hand and quickly walked ahead. Xiaolin immediately felt an empty feeling as she followed behind. The two moved in the long alley, one in front and another in back. Feng Yuan did not utter a sound, the alley echoing his monotonous footsteps. The sounds from the rowdy street became softer and softer as they moved further into the alley. A lonely and cold feeling pervaded Xiaolin's body and heart. The previous happiness and joyful feelings started disappearing from Xiaolin's heart. Gradually, worries began to find her once again, and her previous depression began to surge. Xiaolin wanted to find some topics to talk with Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan had been moving ahead without even turning his head back. The oppressive atmosphere made Xiaolin not dare to casually speak. Finally, they reached the exit of the alley. The street here, although not as lively as the previous, was also filled with crowds and was boisterous. Feng Yuan suddenly stopped and turned toward Xiaolin. Have you thought it through? Xiaolin was stunned. Thought what through? Feng Yuan smiled, pointing at the mask X Lin was wearing. Do you want to wear it to cross the street, or do you want to walk in the crowd showing your own face? Xiaolin was stunned again. Feng Yuan continued. I took off my mask when I entered the alley, but you are still wearing it.
Why?
Do you feel ashamed? Do you feel afraid of looking at people with your face? Worried that if you confront life, you will lose the happiness from earlier? A series of questions caught Xiaolin unprepared and unable to reply. After a while of silence, she seemed to have understood something as she took down the mask, revealing her face. Master Chu, I understand your intentions. Thank you, I truly thank you. I am only an ordinary mermaid. Feng Yuan stretched out his hand, interrupting her. I have said it before, your current situation is largely because of me. I need to compensate you for this. Master, what are you saying? You have shown enormous kindness to me by gifting me gather oil goo. You don't owe me anything at all. In fact, it is I who owes you everything. Xiaolin quickly said. That is how you interpret it, not me. Feng Yuan shook his head, his expression turning solemn. Look back on it. You were previously taunted and jeered by others, but just earlier, you were showered with welcomes and cheers. What is the reason for such a big difference? Could it be because of this mask? But in fact, you have been yourself all along, isn't that so? Xiaolin nodded. Feng Yuan looked at the street outside the alley and pointed at the passing crowd. Take a look now. These people don't want to inspect your true self and who Xiaolin truly is. When we were dancing and singing, they also did not want to know our names. They are only expressing their attitude. The true situation is not important to them. Ordinary people chase after the truth because they are usually angry and indignant about being made a fool of. So, to them, we are not important at all, and to us, their attitude should similarly not be important. Xiaolin took a deep breath. Master Chu, thank you for comforting me. I truly can't thank you enough. I have not finished speaking. Since the attitude of outsiders is not important, what is truly important in our lives? Feng Yuan asked with a smile. Xiaolin was stunned for the third time. Master, forgive my ignorance. Feng Yuan pointed at Xiaolin and then pointed at himself. It is us ourselves. It is our truest feelings. Ask yourself. Listen to the voice in the depths of your heart. What do you want to do? What kind of person you want to become? Where do you want to go? You will obtain the answer in the depths of your heart. If you want to travel, then travel around the world. If you want to treat others well, then treat them properly. If you want to attempt flying, then collect money and resources to purchase and practice flying goo worms. Feng Yuan pointed at the alley, then at the street. If you want to remain in the alley, you can stay. If you want to walk into the treat and enjoy the event with others, then walk out. Don't mistreat your own feelings because of their attitude. If you mistreat yourself frequently, then you will end up with regrets. You will constantly wear a mask to act as another person. You will no longer be yourself. When the moment she heard that, Xiaolin felt that her mind had cleared up. It was as if she received enlightenment. All her previous worries and distress were swept away entirely. Chapter 1672. Stop being so naive. Master, I will never forget your guidance in my life. The mermaid took a step back and bowed solemnly towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. My efforts were not in vain. But sometimes, it is easier said than done. I'll ask you now, what is it that you want to do the most at this moment? Xiaolin hesitated. I want to follow you. This was the first thing that popped up in her mind. But before she spoke, she saw Feng Yuan shaking his head. You still haven't thought properly. You have time to think about it later. Actually, I am not concerned about what you want to do. Do you know what I want to do? Xiaolin shook her head, but at the next moment, her eyes opened wide and her body stiffened. Because Feng Yuan had slowly stretched out his hand and stroked her face. Thump, 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 thump. Xiaolin's face blushed red, her heart thumped wildly, and watery ripples appeared in her eyes. She felt Feng Yuan's wide palm and the warmth from it. This feeling was like a slight electric shock that transmitted to her body and mind. It was clearly an ordinary action, but Xiaolin was unable to even budge. Feng Yuan took back his hand. You still have a mask on. Xiaolin was puzzled, but she heard Fong Yuan speak. Sometimes, we wear a mask of our own initiative. Sometimes, others force us to wear a mask. Right now, I want to take away the mask on your face. Cooperate with me, okay? Master, you don't need. Xiaolin vaguely knew what Fong Yuan wanted to do as she stuttered. Fong Yuan shook his hand. I will not be happy unless I take this mask off. I don't want to betray my feelings. Since you feel that you owe me, then cooperate with me as compensation, okay? How could Xiaolin refuse after hearing this? She knelt on the ground and made 3 kowtows to Fong Yuan before quietly standing up. Master Chu, I will do whatever you want me to do. Okay, then become the saintess. What? Several days later, the Sea God ceremony's final test had gathered the attention of everyone. Su Yi was looking at Xiaolin with shock, as if she had seen a ghost. The 2 nannies were also stunned. Following the Grand Elder's explanation, the crowd went into a commotion. Su Yi was very confident of victory because her competitor had suffered heavy injuries in the previous round and was unable to step up to compete in such a short duration. But who could have thought that a surprise would occur? The competitor's younger sister, who had been separated for many years, was found. It was this mermaid, Xiaolin. Isn't this too melodramatic? Unbelievable. Xiaolin, isn't she the person who betrayed Su Yi for her own gains? That is a lie that Su Yi's supporters spread intentionally. The true reason is that Su Yi wanted to free up a follower quota. I heard that investigator pleaded guilty. His conversation where he pressured Xiaolin was recorded and is ironclad evidence. This is more dramatic than an opera play. The discussions among the audience became more heated. The 2 nannies conversed secretly. What is going on? How did the public sentiment change all of a sudden? Also, we never arranged for the investigator. Why did he admit guilt for no reason? Su Yi's expression was extremely unsightly, while Xiaolin was calmly looking at the crowd. Fong Yuan's guidance had elevated her mind and spirit to another level. Su Yi felt even more stifled when she saw that Xiaolin did not even look at her. She snorted coldly. Xiaolin, I truly didn't think we would meet again, and in this way. I also didn't expect this. Xiaolin looked at Su Yi and said honestly. The huge setbacks and gains that she experienced over these days felt like a dream. Su Yi snorted once again. No matter what scheme you have, this last test is not something a casually selected mermaid can pass. This Sea God ceremony's saintess position is mine. Oh, Xiaolin lightly replied. Su Yi felt like her provocation had ended up hitting air. She felt terribly irritated. Xiaolin scanned through the surrounding crowd once again. There were too many people. Master Chu said, he will watch me from the crowd. But where is he? I am not able to find him at all. Could he have disguised his appearance? He has vast mystical prowess. If he wants to hide, I will never be able to find him. After this matter is over, I will tell him I want to follow him. I wonder if he will agree. Xiaolin's mind lingered on this question. Compared to the answer to this question, the saintess position did not have any attraction to her. In the first round, Xiaolin was slightly better than Su Yi. In the second round, Xiaolin won against Su Yi by a little. This result greatly surpassed expectations, causing the audience to be in a commotion. Everyone revealed shock. Fong Yuan, who was hiding among the audience, looked shocked like the surrounding people, but his heart was tranquil. He had trained Xiaolin over these days, using immortal-level time path methods to gain a large amount of time to train her to a certain level. Along with Fong Yuan's personally chosen songs, which were unique, and the sound path goo worms he prepared specially for Xiaolin. Moreover, when Su Yi and Xiaolin stepped on the stage to sing, Fong Yuan had even secretly tampered and influenced their performances. The former's performance became choppy, while the latter's performance became increasingly better due to his support. Besides us outsiders, there is probably no goo. Immortal in this grotto heaven. Now that I am using immortal-level methods, is there any worry that I can't control this grand ceremony of mortal goo masters? What should we do? The third round is about to start. The 2 nannies were sweating from anxiety. They were sent by the clan to specially assist Su Yi. If Su Yi did not get the saintess position, they would have to suffer the punishment. Su Yi was pale as she looked at Xiaolin. Everything felt like a dream. As far as Su Yi was concerned, Xiaolin was a dull and ordinary girl. It was only because she possessed gather oil goo and was a mermaid that Su Yi had used her. Although she had not felt comfortable doing this to Xiaolin, she did not feel like it was a huge deal. Even if Xiaolin wanted to take revenge, what revenge could she take? She, a person with no background and only rank 2 cultivation, wasn't she asking for others to use her? If not for the saintess position being in sight and Su Yi not wanting to divert her attention, she would have taken the chance to scheme for Xiaolin's rank 5 goo worm. This was not considered repaying kindness with enmity. Could a rank 2 goo master protect a rank 5 goo worm? A person's wealth is their own ruin by causing another's greed. So, to Su Yi, Rather than Xia Lin being killed by others in the future, it was better to persuade Xia Lin to offer gather oil goo to the clan of her own initiative. Like this, her own side would obtain benefits and she would also not die. It could also be considered as Su Yi helping her. This was a small plan in Su Yi's mind. But, as the saintess position was too important, Su Yi did not dare to split her attention and also did not want to attract criticism, so she could only spare Xia Lin for the moment. If it were before and someone told her Xia Lin would be her biggest obstacle in becoming the saintess, Su Yi would have replied with only a chuckle. Hee hee. Now though, Su Yi wanted to say hee hee to herself, life was truly too cruel. With Fang Yuan personally forging a fake identity for Xia Lin, who would be able to see through it. Nobody in this huge sacred city could. So this evidence, which proved Xia Lin's identity, was irrefutable and ironclad. Even Su Yi believed Xia Lin's identity was truly like so. Oh destiny, this is truly too big of a joke. Su Yi heaved a deep sigh. Young miss, what should we do? The two nannies were out of ideas. We cannot do anything in front of such a large crowd. We also don't have the time. There's only one option left. I will personally persuade her. Su Yi remained silent for a while before uttering through clenched teeth. She transmitted her voice to Xia Lin. Xia Lin, I am Su Yi. Xia Lin was surprised, but her expression calmed down quickly as she replied, What's the matter? Su Yi organized her thoughts and said, I want to make a deal with you. Lose the next round and let me be the saintess. I swear in the name of the sea god that I will pay a price that will satisfy you completely. Even if my power is not enough, my family will be able to satisfy you. Xia Lin remained silent for a moment before saying, Sorry, but Don't be in a hurry to reject me, Xia Lin. You are too young, maybe you still don't recognize the significance of the saintess position. What do you think the saintess is? Just a belief? Or a superficial selection? Both are wrong. It involves benefits. It involves the interests of the whole sacred city's higher-ups. This is a political game. I know you want to take revenge against me, but do you know your situation is extremely dangerous right now? Once you become the saintess, you will be in an even bigger danger. Your elder sister's side pushed you to the stage because they did not have other candidates, so they're only putting up a front. Once you become the saintess, they will use all their strength to make you into their puppet. They will make you do things that match their benefits. Although I have not been in much contact with you, I understand you. You are pure and kind. If you become the saintess, you will probably try to fight for benefits of the mermen and mermaids. But you definitely won't succeed because you are not a person of any political force, you are just an outsider. Unless you join one of the forces and become the representative of their benefits, or else you will be excluded by everyone and will become the most powerless saintess in history. But if you choose to transact with me, the benefits you will obtain will surpass your imagination. It will be much more than the benefits you can obtain from your elder sister's side. Please believe in my sincerity. Su Yi had an amazingly eloquent tongue. Even Xia Lin felt moved. But she replied, Lady Su Yi, I understand your sincerity, but I cannot agree to you in this matter. Why? Su Yi's tone was hurried. You think I am deceiving you? Although it is cruel, what I have said are all truthful. Stop being so naive, okay? Xia Lin remained silent. Chapter 1673. Gu Yu Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's first life of 500 years. Sea God ceremony. Naive? Facing Frost-Tide Tribe's leader's long-winded speech, Fang Yuan fell into silence. But he only fell silent for a short period before he chuckled and transmitted his voice. You think I am not aware of what you said? You think I am an inexperienced youngster? No, I understand all these tricks clearly in fact. I know these truths and have accepted them. Fang Yuan was forced to leave Qingmao Mountain, wandering about in southern border before going to Western Desert and then to Eastern Sea. He struggled at the border of death. He had to worry about 1 or 2 primeval stones. He had to bow down and grovel before the strong, and this destitute life. He had also once gained a high status, listening to reports from his subordinates while drinking tea. When he had been lowly, he had been glorious, he had been lofty, he had been ordinary. Considering high S life on Earth and the experiences after crossing over to this world, his vision was already beyond normal people, his experiences were plentiful, and he was very knowledgeable. How could such a person not understand these worldly affairs? Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was frustrated, replying quickly, Since you know these truths, then you should know you are taking great risks now. This is our merman internal political battle. What are you, a weak human goo master, doing by meddling? You like Xiahanamo? I can guarantee that after this matter is finished, I will gift you many more beautiful mermaids. Don't doubt my sincerity. I can swear an oath to the sea god. There is indeed no need to doubt the sincerity of a merman who swears an oath to the sea god. But, Fang Yuan continued, although I accept these truths, it does not mean I like them. You think I like Xiahanamo? No, I only want to help her. Why am I taking such risks to help her? Because I have my own principle. Favors must be repaid. Hatred must be returned. I have used lifespan goo. I have lived much longer than you can imagine. I used to wish for a long life before, but now I am tired of this thought. Life has become increasingly boring. Sometimes the final destination of the journey is not important. The important thing is the process of the journey and how you feel during the journey. One Frost-Tide tribe's leader involuntarily opened his eyes wide at these words. It was hard for him to understand Fong Yuan's way of life. You are saying the position of saintess is not important. The important thing is helping Xia Hanemo in this competition? Correct, but there is still more. You talked of the dark side of politics and promised to gift me mermaid beauties. Both have no importance to me. Let me put it this way so you might understand a little. I have lived long enough that I am already sick of wearing a mask to live. Death is not scary to me at all. Right now, I only want to live using my truest emotions and feelings. I will achieve my goals in my own way. Only by living like this can I feel the excitement of life and the desire towards living. Frost-Tide tribe's leader was dumbstruck and stupefied. He finally understood as he shouted. So that's it? You are a lunatic. You have said so much, but they are nothing more than saying you have lived long enough and don't want to live anymore. So be it you are a Gu immortal, but you a mere rank 3 Gu master. Want to live life your own way? You are dreaming. Fong Yuan smiled. You think becoming a Gu immortal can allow people to live according to their will? Live without wearing a mask? A place with people has society and conflict. Survival and living are two different things. The way you want to live does not have to depend on your strength and cultivation level but your own heart. After a brief pause, Fong Yuan continued. Actually, low strength is also quite interesting. When you live without a mask, low strength will allow you to face more difficulties and challenges of reality. Surpass these difficulties, face these challenges, and life becomes much more wonderful. Frost-Tide tribe's leader stood stupefied. His eyes and mouth were wide open as he was unable to say anything. His sight moved across the crowd of people. Landing on Fong Yuan, he saw a slight smile. A chill rose in his heart. This person has such strange and deviant thoughts that differ from common logic. He has an inclination towards self-destruction. He is likely turned demonic. It would not matter if he did not play by the rules. The more terrifying thing was he did not think according to the rules. His thought process was completely different from ordinary people. He was already too far away from the norm. This was a demon. This is a true demon. Frost-Tide tribe's leader felt a chill. He felt this was Fong Yuan's true nature. Even though Fong Yuan did not wantonly slaughter lives, even though Fong Yuan currently still committed acts of kindness, like repaying favors, Frost-Tide tribe's leader felt a deep powerlessness at the same time. If it were an inexperienced youngster, he could have disguised himself as a senior to guide him and let him know the complexities and some dark truths of society. But Fong Yuan understood them well. He almost knew everything way too clearly. What made him even more helpless was that Fong Yuan's thoughts completely differed from others. He is too strong-minded and stubborn. He clearly only has rank 3 cultivation. How dare he? Unreasonable, unreasonable. A lunatic, a madman. He is too arrogant. He actually shows contempt for life and death. Right? He does not even fear death. What would he not dare to do? All the wealth, beauties, and status in the world might be useless when compared to his own true feelings. What else do I have to entice him? Frost-Tide tribe's leader was going crazy. The more he thought, the more he realized, the more he knew Fong Yuan had no fear and would not be enticed. There might be a day when he is enticed, but it would be because he himself wanted to be enticed, and it would be his genuine intention. It was not easy for people to live in this world. That was the case for mermen as well. Frost-Tide tribe's leader had high authority and status, but it was even harder for him. The elders of Merman's sacred city were pressuring him from above, while many of his subordinates were scheming against each other or coveting his position. He had a lot of children who were looking for power and authority, and there were deep conflicts between his many wives. Everything required his supervision and arrangements. Was it wrong for him to be corrupt?
No.
What was corruption? Corruption was no more than obtaining more benefits, and these benefits made other benefit holders feel unfair. It was similar to dividing a cake. In normal cases, you take a piece, and I take a piece. Now, I secretly took another piece which made you jeal.
Oh,
you complain. You broke our distribution agreement. What gives you the rights to take so much? This was corruption. Did you think the Grand Elder's side which supports the Saintess was not corrupt? There would be more or less some corruption. Even if the Grand Elder herself was not corrupt, what about her subordinates? Her children? It was just that they were not as heavily corrupt as Frost-Tide tribe's leader. Even if the Grand Elder's side was completely free from corruption, they were still higher-ups, people who enjoyed the cake and also people who exploited others. From this aspect, everyone was an exploiter. What difference was there? They were all the same. So, Frost-Tide tribe's leader had never felt his corruption was wrong. He only wanted to obtain more wealth, beauties, and authority. As his corruption increased, he was gradually pushing beyond the distribution agreement. But he did not want to stop. The greed in him did not allow him to stop. No, it is not greed. It is my aspiration. Many times, Frost Tide Tribe's leader would shout this inwardly. There was a joke, which was not a joke. The father asked his son, "What is your aspiration when you grow up?" The son replied, "I want wealth and beauties." The father slapped his son. The son replied again, "I want career and love." The father smiled and nodded his head lightly. Therefore, while career and love were aspirations, wealth and beauties were also aspirations. So, Frost Tide Tribe's leader was confident in himself. Was there anything wrong with him chasing wealth, beauties, authority, and fame? Did you think it was crude? These were all aspirations. Which person's life was not filled with such aspirations? Frost Tide Tribe's leader liked this aspiration from deep down because this aspiration spurred him on, and also enticed others to pay and sacrifice for their aspirations and help him, Frost Tide Tribe's leader, to achieve his aspiration. There was nothing wrong with his corruption. This was his aspiration. Aspirations should be practical and required effort to reach. When Frost Tide Tribe's leader fell into corruption for the first time, he knew there would be a time when he would be opposed and blamed by others. But so what? These were natural and were difficulties and pains that he must experience in realizing his aspiration. As long as he passed these difficulties and subdued this suffering, Frost Tide Tribe's leader could realize his aspiration. As long as he used a series of political techniques like secret manipulation, indirect approaches, threats, and so on, he could realize his aspiration. Frost Tide Tribe's leader, who had an authoritative status for a long time, was confident in this aspect. He indeed had the capital to be confident. If not for Fong Yuan appearing out of nowhere, he would have already pushed down Xia Han Imo and promoted his own pawn to the saintess position. Once he accomplishes this, he would have defeated the Grand Elder and successfully defended the fruits of success from his corruption. He would then use the puppet saintess to issue several policies which would be for a good future of the mermen and also for Sacred City. He would be able to turn his corrupted history into legal events that would clear his reputation for good. At that time, who could say he was corrupted? But right when Frost Tide Tribe's leader was about to succeed, he failed. He completely failed. Because he ran into Fong Yuan. This person had no aspirations. No, that was not exactly right. Frost Tide Tribe's leader believed Fong Yuan liked wealth, beauties, power, and fame too, but he liked to live by his own feelings even more. That was his aspiration. What was the point of having such a grand aspiration? With such an aspiration, wouldn't the majority of other people end up looking crude and ordinary? He was really courting death. Frost Tide Tribe's leader gritted his teeth with hatred. This hatred was intensified because of an unknown fear in the depths of his heart. Frost Tide Tribe's leader wished he could flay Fong Yuan. He wished Fong Yuan would immediately die. But he could not do so right now, as this was the Sea God ceremony. The final song. Xia Han Mo and Fong Yuan walked to the stage together. Fong Yuan played the accompaniment while Xia Han Mo's song spread to the surroundings. The blue sea is laughing, the tidal waves are surging, drifting with the waves, only caring about today. Heaven laughs at this hectic mortal world. One who will win, who will lose, only heaven knows. Human lives have ups and downs like the waves, sometimes high, sometimes low. Why do we have to be always concerned about victory or defeat? The natural romanticism intoxicated the crowd. The rivers and mountains laugh. The misty rain is far away. How many great men and heroes have the tides washed away? Smiling at the breeze wind, lost in quiet solitude. Heroic feelings remain, reflected in the cold night. Bold and lofty, free and unrestrained, all kinds of aspirations would be washed away by the waves. Even life itself will perish. But what is the big deal? A noble man is not a slave to external matters, aloof from the world, forgetting gains and losses. Destiny is fickle, so why uphold your disposition? Throw away your mask and find your true self. True self is unyielding, true self is lonely. Even if my life is the setting sun, I will live my own splendor. The audience was entranced. Frost Tide Tribe's leader was pale, his body shivered as he understood his loss was certain. The blue sea is laughing, the tidal waves are surging, drifting with the waves, only caring about today. Heaven laughs at this hectic mortal world. Who will win, who will lose, only heaven knows. The rivers and mountains laugh, the misty rain is far away. How many great men and heroes have the tides washed away? Common people laugh, there is no more loneliness. Yet the unyielding spirit in me is still laughing crazily. I struggled to survive in the mortal world. I came to life, and I joined the world. I lived my own life. I lived according to my own feelings, Even if the waves toss me up and down, sending me to the border of death, I will never grieve, lament, fear, or worry. I will savor these flavor thoroughly. I will still laugh crazily until the end. I am true to my nature. I am a true person. On the stage, Fong Yuan was wholeheartedly activating the goo worm with his eyes closed, the sound of the zither spreading throughout the area. Frost Tide Tribe's leader looked at him blankly, involuntarily mumbling. This demon. Xia Hanemo was also entranced as she sang. She looked at Fong Yuan, an extraordinary brightness shining in her eyes as she thought, such a free and unrestrained life. Isn't this what I yearn for? Fong Yuan is able to create such a song. He has the disposition of an immortal. 1. Back to the present. Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven, Merman Sacred City. Sea God Ceremony. Xia Lin went on stage for the third song. The blue sea is laughing, the tidal waves are surging, drifting with the waves, only caring about today. Heaven laughs at this hectic mortal world. Who will win, who will lose? Only heaven knows. The entire place was shocked. Su Yi turned pale. The outcome was already certain. Xia Lin was already entranced in singing. At this moment, Master Chu's image was elevated infinitely in her heart. There was a moon and slight breeze in the background along with faint fog. The familiar melody rang once again in Fong Yuan's ears and intertwined with his memory. He had once stood on the stage as an accompanist, closing his eyes and slightly smiling. Now, he stood outside of the stage as a spectator, his eyes hiding dark light. After living for several hundred years, the vast power of time had changed him, but it also seemed like nothing had changed. He had always been Gu Yu Fong Yuan. Chapter 1674, Sudden Change, Regret Gu. The Sea God ceremony ended. The result was astonishing. The person who became the Saintess was completely unexpected by anyone, Xia Lin. Saintess Palace shined with bright and gorgeous lights. A group of servants were running around. Xia Lin had already changed into her Saintess attire. She was dressed in a white garment while her tail rested on a lump of clouds. She opened the window and gazed at the large courtyard. Those colorful corals could not attract her gaze. She looked dazed and unfocused. Several days have passed since the Sea God ceremony concluded. Master Chu has not appeared again after transmitting his message that day. When will he return? For Inch Saintess, your elder sister has come to pay a visit. At this moment, a maid lightly walked towards Xia Lin and reported. Xia Lin's brows slightly furrowed as she sighed. Please bring her in. Xia Lin's elder sister, Xiao Lu, walked into Saintess Palace. She was only Xia Lin's elder sister in name, but after Fong Yuan tampered with her memories, this elder sister did not doubt Xia Lin's identity. Little sister, have you considered what I said to you a few days ago? Xiao Lu said directly. Xia Lin shook her head lightly. I am really sorry. I don't want to get involved in other affairs. The Saintess position was never my goal. If possible, I do not want to be the Saintess. Xiao Lu laughed. Her laughter carried a sense of ridicule and jealousy. She was narrowly defeated by Su Yi in the final stage. Then Xia Lin came out of nowhere and was supported by her backers just to give it a try. They had not thought Xia Lin would truly succeed. The political force behind Xiao Lu, naturally, would not let go of Xia Lin and wanted to make her their representative for benefits. But before Fong Yuan left, he had instructed Xia Lin to not agree to any person or side with any political force. So Xia Lin had already refused Xiao Lu a few days ago. Naturally, Xiao Lu's mood would not be so good. First of all, her long-lost little sister had suddenly appeared. Besides the connection of blood, she did not feel any affection for this sister. Secondly, she had worked hard for so long, but in the end, Xia Lin, who had cut in line, snatched the position of Saintess. This was the same as snatching her lifelong dream. Lastly, the force behind her still made her come out to persuade and rope in her younger sister Xia Lin, but Xia Lin still refused. With all these reasons, Xiao Lu's mood naturally could not be good. Xia Lin, if you truly didn't want to become Saintess, why did you take part? Don't say such things to me. We both understand the situation here. Tell me whatever requests you have. This deal will make you fully satisfied. Xiao Lu spoke frankly. Xia Lin's brows furrowed deeper. She knew Xiao Lu was not her elder sister. This was just Master Chu's doing. And now that she heard such words from Xiao Lu, Xia Lin's impression of her worsened greatly. Elder sister. Xia Lin spoke softly. I am truly sorry. I really don't want to get involved in these matters. But you can rest assured that I won't collaborate with other forces as well. Xiao Lu's eyes opened wide. Xia Lin, you are truly naive. You actually have such thoughts? I had thought you were waiting for the right price, Sai. I overestimated you. Since it is so, I will make it clear for you. You will die if you don't have our support, understand? Xia Lin was stunned as she stared at Xiao Lu. Don't tell me. Xiao Lu shook her head. Don't think wildly. We never had the intention to conspire against you even if you ended up not collaborating with us. You are the Saintess. a person who has received the sea god's recognition, which Merman Force dares to make a move against you. Once the deed is exposed, they will face a terrible death. Every selected saintess has an important task. That is to go to Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea and sing for 3 days and 3 nig. HTS, using her song to eliminate the increasingly dense demonic aura in Regret Crying Sea. This is an extremely dangerous task and has a very low survival rate. Many saintesses have passed away in Regret Crying Sea, some who came back alive turned crazy. Although the saintess position is good, it carries enormous risks and danger. If not for this task, there would be at least 10 times more mermaids competing for the position of saintess. There is such a thing? Xia Lin was astonished. Zhao Lu laughed. You think I am deceiving you? This information might be hidden, but it is not any important secret. You can easily inquire about it with your current identity and position. You can casually find anyone to ask, but of course, ordinary mermen are in the dark about it. Among the sea areas controlled by the Sacred Court, the most dangerous is Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. It is an absolute forbidden area. According to legends, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed a peerless demonic goo immortal in this sea area. The immortal Venerable was too benevolent to take away the demonic goo immortal's life, so he sealed the demonic goo immortal to make him repent. This demonic goo immortal had no choice but to repent, so there are often sounds of crying in that sea area. But his sins are truly too heavy and his demonic nature is too strong. The demonic aura will accumulate after a period of time and start influencing the living organisms in the sea area, making them stronger, ferocious, and crueler. 3-inch the saintess task is to go the center of Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea and sing with all her strength, using her song to dispel the demonic aura. Otherwise, as time goes on, the demonic aura in Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea will keep on getting stronger, making the living beings in the sea area become more tyrannical and invasive. This demonic aura is infectious as well, which will expand the area of Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. Xia Lin showed a surprised expression as it was the first time she heard the secret. Even with support and ample preparations, the previous saintesses had to face extreme danger. If I go in alone without your help, it is almost like seeking death. Not almost, but definitely. Zhao Lu's tone was firm. She expected this could persuade Xia Lin but did not expect Xia Lin to still reject. Even so, I won't collaborate. Even if it will result in your death. Zhao Lu's expression was cold. It was not that Xia Lin did not have hesitation, but the image of Feng Yuan in her mind made her insist on abiding by the agreement she made with Feng Yuan. Yes, I am sure, even if I die. Zhao Lu was so furious that she laughed. If so, I only wish you good luck. The sisters parted on a bad note. Haha, it finally appeared. In front of Merit Obelisk, Feng Yuan's eyes emitted bright light. A new task had appeared on Merit Obelisk. Help the new saintess complete her most important mission. The task D. Do not provide any details. By only looking at this task, outsiders would have no idea what the mission was. But Feng Yuan had already inquired about it. In the Merman's Sacred Court, the selected saintess had one important mission, to purify Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. Feng Yuan could only enter Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea if there was such a task. But the issue was, Feng Yuan was not sure if this task would appear on the Merit Obelisk. So he needed to support a saintess, and this saintess should have low strength with no one to rely on. If so, the saintess would have no way to complete her mission and would require the help of outsiders. In this grotto heaven, there were no local goo immortals besides the suppressed demonic immortal. Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea was extremely dangerous, accumulating demonic aura at set intervals. The restraining method of the grotto heaven was to select a saintess to quell it without regarding the sacrifices. The saintess mission was extremely important. If there was no successor to the saintess position for too long of a time, the demonic aura might even pervade the whole grotto heaven. But naturally, there might also be some backup methods left by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. What Feng Yuan did was to hasten the appearance of this task as far as possible. And from the results, his plan worked perfectly. Without any hesitation, Feng Yuan accepted the task and was once again teleported to Sacred City. Several days later, Saintess Xia Lin stood on a giant tortoise that was slowly advancing towards Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. Behind her stood Feng Yuan. The journey was tranquil and calm, but all of a sudden, a gale blew towards them carrying with it crying sounds. I really regret it. Why did I have to provoke Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? I regret it so much. Xia Lin jolted, quickly looking at Feng Yuan. Master Chu. No worries. Feng Yuan smiled while secretly using wisdom path methods to calm Xia Lin and the giant tortoise. The crying sound seemed like an immortal killer move that could disturb an ordinary being's emotions and mind. The nearer they reached Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea, the louder and more concentrated the crying sound became. I regret it. I should not have killed so many people. I painfully regret it. I should not have chased after power. It would have been much better if I had stayed behind to look after my parents as a filial son. I truly repent. I deceived everyone and concealed immortal goo. I let a friend, who trusted me the most, carry the blame so I could get benefits. The mournful cries made Xiaolin's face pale, while Feng Yuan instead became more excited because he already felt the large immortal formation in this place. I am now almost certain Regret Goo is here. But if I take Regret Goo, will it destroy Paradise Earth's arrangements and trigger his backup methods? Feng Yuan was doubtful. Regret Goo was very important. It was used to suppress the giant demon in the sea and was clearly not included in Paradise Earth's true inheritance. But as far as Feng Yuan was concerned, it was a crucial goo worm he had to take, and he had decided to take the risk. He focused his mind, activating investigative methods with all his strength. This demon suppression regret crying formation gradually appeared in his mind, becoming increasingly clearer. This time, it was Feng Yuan who became pale. Such a powerful formation, it is as vast as the sky. My formation path attainment level is high, and I also have extremely powerful wisdom path methods, but I would need at least dozens of years to comprehend all the profundities of this large formation. Cold sweat started seeping out of Feng Yuan's forehead when his mind suddenly jolted. Regret Goo. He discovered Regret Goo. Although Regret Goo was hidden, Feng Yuan had already determined Regret Goo was hiding somewhere in the center of the sea area through all kinds of clues and arrangements. How should I take Regret Goo? If I move rashly and trigger the formation's backlash, it would end up badly. Maybe I can rely on reverse flow protection seal to resist it one time? Or borrow the strength of the suppressed demon? Feng Yuan analyzed continuously in his mind. If the demon was released, all the living beings of this small world might face extreme misery and suffering, but Feng Yuan had no misgivings or pity. Just as Feng Yuan was thinking, a change occurred. The large formation suddenly activated. Regret Goo shot out directly towards Feng Yuan. At the same time, an extremely boundless force emerged and pressed on Feng Yuan's body. What happened? At the next moment, Feng Yuan disappeared, directly leaving this grotto heaven of Paradise Earth. Chapter 1675. Birth of Red Lotus. Dark clouds covered the sky, and heavy rain was pouring down. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. In Central Continent, inside the City Lord's manor in Maple Leaf City, the Maple Leaf City Lord was pacing back and forth outside a room. He had a square face and a dignified temperament. Right now, however, his brows were tightly furrowed and his mood was like this weather, erratic and uneasy, feeling extremely worried. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and leaned in with his ear pressing on the door. Besides the torrential rainstorm and thunder, he could hear painful groans from his wife as well as several midwives' voices. "Madam, push harder." Maple Leaf City Lord was already over 50 years old. He loved his wife deeply. He was a rank 5 goo master with the highest battle strength in all the surroundings. He had high authority as well as a leader's charisma. He was well supported by the people. The only imperfection was he had no children. 9 months ago, he had been ecstatic because his wife had finally gotten pregnant. He was going to have a child in his old age. His greatest regret was Final. Why resolved? But despite him requesting for 3 famous midwives, 2 were rank 3 and 1 was rank 4, his wife's labor still encountered unexpected difficulty. How could this be? Maple Leaf City Lord wanted to get angry but had nothing to vent on. He clenched his fists. The battle strength, which he had been proud of in the past, was of no use at this moment. He had many healing goo worms, but none of them was good at helping in childbirth. Oh! He could only restrain his mood, lowering his head as he once again paced back and forth in the corridor. Wah! Wah! Suddenly, he heard an infant's cry. He then heard joyous laughter from the midwives. "The child is born. It is a boy. Madam, you have succeeded. I have a child. My son." Maple Leaf City Lord was stunned for a moment before turning ecstatic. He opened the door impatiently and charged in to take a look. Right at this time, a peculiar fragrance spread within the room. This peculiar fragrance was refreshing and gentle. The fragrance started to become denser, condensing into rays of colorful lights. They were like streams of water that floated in the air, covering the whole manor as well as the surrounding hundreds of li. What is this? Maple Leaf City Lord stopped his steps in astonishment. But the real shock came next. These colorful flowing lights continued to increase in numbers, and the fragrance also became increasingly intense. The rainstorm stopped abruptly. Dark clouds slowly dissipated. Sunlight pierced through the gaps between the dark clouds and shined down, the grandest ray of light among them shining on the delivery room of the city Lord's wife. Then, the flowing light started to condense into a manor-sized red lotus flower that floated in the air. It was vivid and did not dissipate for a long time. Born with a natural phenomenon, Maple Leaf City Lord was shocked. His wife and the three midwives were also frozen from shock. At the same time, in the sky, three rank 8 Goo immortals were standing on clouds and watching the City Lord's manor in Maple Leaf City. They had seen the phenomenon when the baby was born. He has finally been born. The Goo immortal in the middle, Duke May, heaved a long sigh. He was an old man with a benevolent countenance. His brows were particularly peculiar. They were like two exquisite dark brown roots that extended down from his forehead to his chest. This child is extraordinary indeed. He is blessed by the destined luck of humanity. His innate blessing is so dense that it actually condensed into a grand red lotus observable to the naked eye. He is absolutely an immortal venerable seed. It was worth it that our heavenly court used 3 wisdom path Goo immortals to deduce him. Standing on the left, Goo immortal Duke Tong sighed. 1. He was a middle-aged man with a very robust physique. His face and muscles seemed to be made from brass as they let out cold metallic luster. Standing on the clouds, he looked deep-lit, cool and lofty like a mountain, as if he was a Vajra tower that could not be moved even if heaven and earth shook, an absolute spirit that disregarded the storms. Duke May nodded. Among all the immortal venerables and demon venerables in history, they share a common characteristic. They all possess the destined luck of humanity. It is just that in some cases, the luck is not conspicuous at the early stage and is deeply concealed. Only by a certain period would the luck activate. This child caused such a phenomenon when he is just born. No wonder heaven and earth cannot tolerate him and sent down calamities and tribulations to eliminate him. This is rare even in venerable history. If this child is nurtured properly, he will definitely become the most talented and outstanding existence among the venerables. Suddenly, Duke May's body shook as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Duke May. Duke Tong frowned. We suffered heavy injuries to block the calamities and tribulations. Duke May. The Goo immortal standing at the right also revealed a concerned expression. He was a young man with a head full of purple hair. A dragon-shaped chi aura moved around his body continuously. Duke May looked at the young Goo immortal. Duke Long, Fate Goo has given us the revelation. You share an extremely deep affinity with this child. This child will become a venerable, and you are his Tao guardian. Go, take him as your disciple, guide him and nurture him. You will be the cause of his achievements, as he will be the cause of yours. You two are destined to shine brightly in the history of humanity for all eternity. Yes, I shall go now. Young Duke Long nodded. Go. Duke Tong's brows were furrowed. When we return to Heavenly Court, Duke May and I shall enter a very long hibernation to recuperate. The era of the 3 Dukes of Heavenly Court is over. Duke Long, you will lead Heavenly Court, continue to bring prosperity to this world. I will. Duke Long restrained his excited emotions and slowly descended. His sleeves were fluttering with the wind. He waved his hand and boundless wind surged. Endless dragon roars were heard, attracting attention and shock from everyone. In this boundless wind, he slowly flew down and landed on the manor of Maple Leaf City Lord. Including Maple Leaf City Lord, all the guards were kneeling on the ground, many of them shivering like leaves. Maple Leaf City Lord was a knowledgeable man. Knowing about Goo immortal's existence, as well as knowing his strength, could not even resist one finger of a Goo immortal. He forcibly calmed himself before paying respects. I, Hongzhu, pay respects to Lord Immortal. I wonder what matter Lord Immortal has descended to the mortal world for. Duke Long smiled. Hongzhu, your son is the blessed child of the world, a peerless genius that appears once in a million years with extremely rare innate talents. If he is nurtured well, he will definitely be outstanding. But if he lacks guidance, here will be huge danger to countless beings of this world. Chaos would ensue. I was happy to see such a rare talent, and for the sake of humanity, I came here to take this child as my disciple. I will carefully raise and guide him, making him into a leader of the righteous path, a Goo immortal who seeks prosperity for the whole of humanity. Maple Leaf City Lord was both stunned and joyous at these words. He was shaken by Duke Long's words, but he had personally seen the natural phenomenon just before and was actually somewhat mentally prepared. The joy was naturally because his son received a Goo immortal master and had boundless future prospects. He would definitely surpass his parents. Although he was a city lord with high authority, he was nothing compared to this Goo immortal. But besides the shock and joy, Hongzhu felt somewhat dejected. He got a child in his old age. It was not easy, but who could have thought that before he even got a chance to look at his son would be taken as a disciple by Lord Immortal. They would probably get very few chances to meet each other in the future. Duke Long immediately knew what Hongzhu was thinking, consoling. Rest assured, I came today only to explain this matter and not to take away your son immediately. I will only bring him away when he is 10 years old, which is the correct time to start teaching him. Hong Zhu immediately felt endless excitement and expressed his thanks repeatedly. At this time, the door opened. The city lord's wife had already cleaned herself up. She came out while holding the newly born baby along with the 3 midwives and knelt on the ground, paying respects to Duke Long. Duke Long's gaze was immediately attracted towards the baby. He laughed happily as he took a step forward, immediately arriving in front of the city lord's wife. He carefully held the baby and inspected him. This baby did not have any ugliness that a newly born baby had. His head was filled with dark hair and had a very attractive and cute face. His eyes shined brightly like stars, his skin was white and tender, and his cheeks were chubby. At this time, the red lotus that was hovering in the air slowly descended while shrinking and condensing continuously. In Duke Long's vision, the red lotus eventually landed on the baby's forehead, condensing into a 9-petaled red lotus birthmark. A trace of shock flashed past Duke Long's eyes as he thought. This destined luck condensed into a birthmark, imprinted on his forehead. This phenomenon has not been seen in any venerable before. When my disciple becomes a venerable, he will probably be an extremely unique one.
1.
As he thought of this, Duke Long felt like the light baby he was holding had become as heavy as a mountain. A strong sense of mission and responsibility filled Duke Long's mind. You don't need to kneel, please stand. After inspecting for a while more, Duke Long solemnly handed the baby back to the city lord's wife.
He
Hailed, 3 gusts of chi flashed by. One fell on the baby while the other 2 merged inside the city lord couple. The baby immediately fell asleep with a smile on his face. The city lord couple felt boundless strength filling their limbs and bones. The city lord's wife gave a cry of shock. The weakness from giving birth was gone instantly. She burst with energy as her body condition returned to when she was young. City Lord Hong Zhu astonishingly discovered his old injuries were completely gone and his primeval essence had broken common sense, carrying a trace of green luster. His strength that was already at a level where it could not be raised further seemed to have been elevated by a large degree. Without immediately inspecting his changes, Hong Zhu first gave thanks to Duke Long along with his wife. Duke Long waved his hand. You don't need to thank me, because I still need your help. The parents and the master are not interchangeable with each other. I wish that you can love each other dearly and give your son deep care. Let him feel the love and warmth of the world. This will be extremely helpful to his growth. 10 years later, I will come again.
1.
Duke Long then slowly rose to the sky. Air currents surged around him and dragon roars were heard unceasingly, as if there was a formless wave of dragons. Mortals gazed towards the sky and saw Duke Long flying away until his figure was blocked by the clouds. After a while of deep silence, the whole city went into an uproar. Chapter 1676. What is fate? It was a clear sky with no clouds anywhere. Maple Leaf City was bustling with people moving here and there. 6 years had passed since the city lord's son, Hong Ting, was born. In these 6 years, Maple Leaf City enjoyed a peaceful time with no calamities. Its size continued to expand unceasingly. Already surpassing the original size by over 10 times, it had become the #1 human city in the surrounding plains. Chirp, chirp, a group of spiritual sparrows flew over from somewhere. Their whole bodies shined with golden light and were flying like they were dancing. They displayed extraordinary liveliness until they arrived at the top of the city lord's manor when suddenly, they imploded one after the other, bursting into specks of golden lights that sprinkled down. Inside the city lord's manor, Hong Ting was currently brandishing a short decorative sword. He was moving some ornamental mounds back and forth while skillfully swinging his sword. In an instant, Hong Ting's figure disappeared. Sword lights formed into spheres which shined brightly everywhere. Great! Amazing! Young master truly has unrivaled talents. He has completely perfected this sword technique after just learning it for 3 months. Such a density of sword lights is simply unbelievable. The surrounding guards praised with sincerity from the depths of their hearts. City Lord Hong Zhu stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. He was very proud of his son. As for the feeling of surprise, he had lost it a long time ago. Over these years, Hong Ting's aptitude and performance had changed his view and understanding multiple times. He now knew how shallow his comprehension of the word genius was. Because of the endless surprises throughout these years, Hong Zhu had already become numb to them long ago. Now, everything involving his son was natural and a matter of fact.
Clang.
Right at this time, a crisp sound echoed. Silver sword lights suddenly disappeared, and Hong Ting's figure appeared once again. His short decorative sword had slashed apart a boulder. Cheers and praises immediately resounded. Father, I feel like this sword technique has not reached its limit. There is room for improvement. Hong Ting walked out from the group of ornamental mounds and said with a smile. Hong Zhu laughed heartily. This sword technique belongs to the secret manual of a famous sword cultivator, Zhao Sensi. I used a lot of treasures to exchange for it. You have only practiced for 3 months and already feel that it is not good enough. Hong Ting blinked with a cute slyness in his eyes. Father, I only said that out of momentary inspiration. To tell the truth, this sword technique is only SOSO. I have already learned all of its essence after practicing for 3 months. Hongzhu coughed, feeling a bit of headache again. His son's talent was too great. He was fast at learning anything. He even went as far as to comprehend the deepest essence of those moves. This was good but also bad as well. Hongzhu's accumulations were already used up several years ago by Hong Ting. He went through all kinds of avenues to search for secret manuals to teach Hong Ting, but it still could not match Hong Ting's ability to absorb knowledge like a black hole. If this continued for a long time, what could he do? Right at this time, a group of spiritual sparrows flew over their heads and suddenly imploded into golden light specks. The light specks fell and got absorbed into everyone's head, but most of the light specks were absorbed by Hong Ting alone. Instantly, everyone had joyous expressions. They had received inheritances and all sorts of peculiar secret manuals. This is the gift of yet another immortal. I wonder which immortal this is. We should thank young master. We are all enjoying his fortune. The guards looked at Hong Ting passionately. Even Hongzhu's gaze carried a trace of complex feelings. Hong Ting had closed his eyes, immersed completely in the newly obtained sea of knowledge. Hongzhu and the rest were already not surprised at the scene. Even the commoners outside the city lord's manor were only slightly surprised before returning to their business. Unusual phenomena and immortal miracles were fascinating, but when they happened too many times, they would start feeling bland and ordinary. The immortal miracles appearing around Hong Ting could not be said to be a lot. It was at a minute. Numbing level that was simply overflowing with such incidents. Since he was born and taken as a disciple by Duke Long, immortal phenomena would frequently occur around him. Duke Long was the leader of Heavenly Court, not mentioning the rank 8 Gu immortals in Heavenly Court. Just the 10 great ancient sects under Heavenly Court were colossal forces with extremely robust foundations. Duke Long had taken in this disciple with great publicity. He did not conceal anything. Everyone understood his intentions, so whether it was Central Continent's righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they all paid extreme attention to Hong Ting's growth. Hong Ting was the blessed child of the world, a future immortal venerable who would be cultivated by Heavenly Court. This was not a secret. So, every so often, Gu immortals or descendants of Gu immortals would secretly help Hong Ting to build a good affinity and relationship with him in advance. As a result, the Golden Sparrow inheritance gift was not strange. There were also spiritual cranes imparting scrolls, auspicious clouds sending fruits, sacred wind marrow cleansing, and all sorts of unusual immortal level phenomena that appeared endlessly. After a long while, Hong Ting completely absorbed the knowledge in his brain, but his brows furrowed into a frown. There are 18 types of weapon training methods. Each one is exquisite and unique, but there is still no mention of any advanced aperture awakening method. Father, when can I awaken my aperture and control Gu worms? No matter how excellent these fighting techniques are, they are only mortal techniques. Controlling Gu worms is the only true way. Son, don't be in a hurry. You have once again forgotten what your master instructed in his letter. Hongzhu said with a pleasant smile. Hong Ting waved his hand impatiently. Father, I know. Master said that although I can awaken my aperture in advance, I must do it only when I am 12. Before the timing and opportunity is right, I cannot do it in advance. I am really curious. Master has such vast powers. Why can't he awaken my aperture now? Hongzhu's expression became slightly grave. Son, your master is an immortal. You cannot understand what he is thinking, but you have to obey. You need to understand that he absolutely won't harm you. He cherishes you just like how father and mother treasure you. Yes, father. I was wrong. Please don't get angry. Hong Ting quickly cupped his fists. He was very filial to his parents. Time passed, years passed in an instant. Duke Long appeared once again and formally took Hong Ting as his disciple. He took Hong Ting to roam all over the world while personally guiding him. When Hong Ting was 12, Duke Long awakened his aperture. Hong Ting officially stepped on the path of Gu cultivation, and because of his peerless talent and robust foundation, his cultivation progress was shockingly fast. Not only in his cultivation, his experiences also richened constantly on this journey. He met many people, mortals and immortals, kind people and evil people. His knowledge of human life and heaven and earth was constantly deepening. He had a strong sense of justice and loathed evil. He looked handsome and kind but was crafty and resourceful as well. Master, I have found that evil Xue Tu Dao who slaughtered an entire village. He is staying at a nearby mountain. On this day, Hong Ting returned to the cave from hunting and spoke to Duke Long with excitement. Duke Long nodded with a smile. Take a seat first. The soup is almost ready. This soup is made from the bones of an ancient desolate beast. It will be very helpful to your growth. Hong Ting threw down the prey he hunted, saying with clenched teeth, Master, I have been wanting to take action on Xue Tu Dao for over a year and get rid of this evil, but you said I only had rank 3 cultivation while he had rank 5. I was not his match, so you didn't allow me to go. Half a year ago, I already had rank 4 cultivation and 8 killer moves. I had an extremely high chance of taking Xue Tu Dao's life, but you said that it was not 100%, so you didn't let me make a move. 3 months ago, I already reached rank 5 and could easily deal with Xue Tu Dao in 2 to 3 moves, but you said it was not time to take his life. Master, if we let such an evil person run amok, who knows how many more innocent lives would be lost. Let me strike now. Duke Long put down the ladle and let the bone soup simmer as he said with a sigh, Disciple, the opportunity has not arrived. I don't care about any opportunity, I only know that if I don't make a move now, I would lose a good opportunity. Hong Ting was extremely firm. Duke Long shook his head. Now is not the time for Xue Tu Dao to die. If you forcibly kill him, not only will it be futile and fruitless, you will even create certain aftermath which will lead to tragedy. I don't believe it. I only need one move to take his life. Hong Ting raised one finger, staring right into Duke Long's eyes with a burning gaze. Duke Long went silent for a while. Then go, young man. Give it a try. Thank you, Master. Hong Ting was exulted. I just hope that you will not be disappointed when the time comes. Why will I be disappointed? Master, please wait a moment. Disciple will return with Xue Tu Dao's head within 15 minutes. Hong Ting turned around and left. But 15 minutes passed, 30 minutes went by, and soon it reached 45 minutes. Hong Ting still did not appear. Duke Long saw everything. He knew the timing was right as he left the cave and crossed a forest, arriving beside Hong Ting. Hong Ting was kneeling on the ground, his face filled with shock, anger, and deep regret. He was dazedly looking at the foot of the mountain. A small village had once been there where the villagers lived happily. His eyes were red and filled with traces of blood.
He saw Duke
Long and raised his head. Tear stains were still clear on his face. Master, I did not imagine there to be a Gu immortal inheritance here. That Xue Tu Dao secretly came here to obtain this inheritance. After I destroyed his plan, he used the inheritance's power to stop me, and although I fought with all my strength, I did not think the battle would cause the mountain to crumble. Unexpectedly, the small village was completely buried. Master, it was me. I caused the death of these villagers. Hong Ting sobbed. Duke Long did not console him. He was silent for a while before suddenly saying, Disciple, do you want revenge? Do you want to get rid of Xue Tu Dao? The opportunity has arrived. Really? Where is he? Hong Ting's body shook, asking immediately. At that mountain. Duke Long pointed. Hong Ting immediately hurried off and easily killed Xue Tu Dao. I was so close. I already obtained the true inheritance and only had to absorb the gains. The moment I narrowly escaped death, you came after me. If I had some time, I would not be afraid. I could have become a Gu immortal. These were Xue Tu Dao's last words before he died. Hong Ting was silently standing before Xue Tu Dao's corpse. Duke Long appeared behind Hong Ting once again, remaining silent. After a good while, Hong Ting stopped looking at Xue Tu Dao's corpse in a daze as he asked with an extremely hoarse voice, Master, had I listened to your arrangements, I could have easily killed him and those villagers would not have been implicated. Is that right? Duke Long did not reply, only softly patting Hong Ting's shoulder. Hong Ting's body shook as he fell into a deep silence before asking, Master, I want to ask you, what is fate? Chapter 1677. I regret it. Fate. Duke Long sighed with a deep and complex expression. He walked towards a rock and patted beside him, indicating Hong Ting to have a seat. Hong Ting followed Duke Long and sat cross-legged. Look. Duke Long pointed at the rock he was sitting on. Hong Ting quickly looked. He saw a small group of ants moving beside the rock. They were moving in an orderly fashion, returning to their nest with food. This is fate. Duke Long continued. What? Look again. Duke Long pointed at the sky. Hong Ting gazed at the sky. Clouds of all kinds of shapes were moving in the sky. This also is fate.
Duke Long said.
Hong Ting's mind jolted as if he had comprehended something. Master, you mean to say? He did not continue. He had gained some comprehension but was unable to express them in words at this time. Ants transporting food, bees collecting honey, wind blowing, clouds floating, everything in this world have their own paths to walk on. To us, they might look like they don't follow any rules, but they're actually moving according to the rules of the great Tao.
1.
Look at the moon and sun. Every day the sun rises and the moon falls, the moon rises and the sun falls. Look at a human's life and death. No matter who they are, be they an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, they will die in the end. Everything is fate. Every person, every living being, even every rock, every drop of water, every lump of fire, since they exist in this world, they will have value and meaning in their existence. Good and evil is also the same. Without good, how would there be evil? Without evil, why talk about good? You were in a hurry to kill Xue Tu Dao and did not see his value. Since heaven and earth let him exist, there is definitely a reason for his life. This is fate. Fate already has arrangements for everything in the world. It is just that we can only slightly feel this kind of arrangement and cannot see it clearly. Not being able to see clearly is normal. The laws of heaven and earth, the great Tao of the universe, even if an immortal uses all their life, they would not be able to understand them thoroughly. We are too weak, too small, while heaven and earth is too vast. We should revere heaven and earth, follow the arrangements of the heavenly fate, and bring fortune to the world. 1 inch your parents' marriage was fate's arrangement. Their greatest value was to bring you into this world. You will become an immortal venerable in the future. This is also fate's arrangement. You need to accept it, climb to the peak step by step, lead heavenly court, and contribute your life to the righteous path. And my greatest value in life is to teach and guide you towards the proper path. I am your Tao guardian. 1 inch believe in fate, acknowledge fate. All its arrangements have their own reasons. If we forcibly interfere, it will lead to tragedy and regret. Just like how you tried to take Xue Tu Dao's life early, but were you able to kill him? Duke Long shook his head. No. Although your strength surpassed his, you encountered all kinds of unexpected situations. In the end, not only did you fail to kill him, you even implicated innocent lives. Think back on it. If you had listened to fate's arrangements and attacked Xue Tu Dao at his weakest moments, would you still have encountered those accidents? I will tell you, the value of Xue Tu Dao's existence was to activate this Gu immortal inheritance, to open the way and hand this inheritance to you. Hong Ting was dazed. He was motionless like a statue. 2 clear rows of tears fell from his eyes as he choked. Master, I was wrong. It is good to know your mistakes and change them. Actually, your wrong choice was also fate's arrangement. Duke Long said. Master, what do you mean? We are all under fate's arrangements. You thought you could defy fate, but your thought was also fate's arrangement. You don't need to feel guilty. You should comprehend fate's intention. You think your wrong choice was of no value? Wrong. 1 inch every mistake has an inestimable value to a youth's growth. If you can absorb the lesson from this mistake, acknowledge fate's existence and accept it, then this mistake would have shown its value. That village's destruction also has its value. 1 Duke Long then took a deep look at Hong Ting. My disciple, you are a talented and intelligent child, a good child, but I worry because you emphasize on feelings too much. You already have rank 5 cultivation now. Among the paths to ascend to an immortal, you will probably choose wisdom path, right? Master, your vision is unparalleled. I indeed have such thoughts. I feel like wisdom path is extremely suitable for me. Hong Ting said truthfully. Duke Long shook his head. Wisdom path focuses on thought, will, and emotion. You emphasize on feelings too much, so studying emotions has more demerits than benefits to you. Listen to Master, choose time path. When you can view the past and present, observe the rise and decline of history, all sorts of honor and disgrace, you will understand that all feelings and romance will be cleansed by time. I have received revelation from Fate Gu. Time path suits you the most. Hong Ting opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but he nodded in the end. Disciple shall abide by Master's teachings and choose time path. Duke Long nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Master is your Tao guardian. Pointing you towards the correct path is the meaning behind my existence. Time slowly moved forward. Hong Ting chose time path and, under Duke Long's protection, successfully passed his immortal ascension tribulation, becoming a time path Gu immortal. Lord Immortal Hong Ting, that demon has proclaimed he is going to slaughter the whole city unless I give my daughter to him as a concubine. He is a great Gu immortal. We are only mortals. We truly are unable to do anything. Considering the friendship between me and your father, I implore you to eliminate this demon. An old city lord paid a visit, kneeling to the ground as he made his request to Hong Ting. Hong Ting recognized him. This city lord's city was close to Maple Leaf City. They had frequent dealings with each other. This city lord and his father indeed had a close friendship. He had even seen this city lord's daughter and had played with her when they were young. Old senior, please get up. I will definitely help. It is just that. Hong Ting paused for a moment. The opportunity has not arrived. The old city lord was exulted. Since Lord Immortal has replied, this old man shall be rest assured. I believe Lord Immortal will not go back on his words. Hong Ting waited till it was the correct time to kill this demonic Gu immortal. He attacked resolutely and killed this demon easily. However, the old city lord was kneeling on the ground, gazing at the city filled with ruins and corpses as he cried in sadness. This accursed demon is finally dead. My good daughter, the inhabitants of my city, you can rest in peace now. Your hatred has been avenged. Disciple pays respect to master. I wonder what matter master has called me for. Hong Ting went up to Duke Long.
Discus.
Pieli, master has sensed fate. Floating Flower River is about to flood. The river channel has diverged. I want you to go save people. Remember, don't make a move early. You can only do so after 3 days and 3 nights. Duke Long instructed carefully. Yes, master. Hong Ting came to the floating flower riverbank and looked at the flooding river water. Countless living beings were forced to be homeless, while many drowned corpses were floating on the surface. He forcibly restrained his emotions and waited for 3 days and 3 nights. But at that time, he found that he did not even need to make a move. The river water retreated by itself, swamps appearing in many areas. A wild immortal goo's aura emerged and was actually not far away from Hong Ting. Hong Ting easily subdued this wild immortal goo. Great goo, it is actually a rank 7-time path goo which is perfect for me. One howl. The wild immortal goo's aura attracted 2 ancient desolate beasts. Hong Ting's expression turned solemn as he concealed himself. He waited for these 2 ancient desolate beasts to kill each other. After one died and another was injured, he made his move, getting these 2 ancient desolate beast corpses easily. Wonderful, wonderful. Gazing at the traces of the battlefield, Hong Ting suddenly came to a realization. So, it turns out this was fate's arrangement. With the battle of the 2 ancient desolate beasts, Floating Flower River has expanded by several times its width, while its river channel has been dyed by the ancient desolate beast's blood, becoming much thicker. From now on, Floating Flower River will probably not flood again. There are also these plots of land beside Floating Flower River which will become extremely fertile as they are soaked in the essence blood and corpses of countless beings. In the future, the mortals who live here will truly be fortunate. 1. Bull-headed demon brute, let go of my parents now, otherwise I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Hong Ting furiously glared at the bull-headed demonic immortal. The bull-headed demonic immortal held Hong Ting's parents in each of his hands, laughing loudly. Kid, you are very arrogant. You want to get rid of me? When I became a goo immortal, you were still suckling milk as a baby. Are you scared now? Hong Ting had to restrain himself and could only shout in anger. Bull-headed demon brute quickly shouted, Don't come over. Don't be impulsive. Don't you want your parents' lives? If you come over, I will directly crush your parents' heads. What do you want? Hong Ting shouted. Bull-headed demon brute gave a malevolent smile. Now we are talking. As long as you hand over my lifespan goo, I will return your parents to you. If not, I only have a few days to live anyway. I will just die with your parents. Hong Ting was immediately dazed. According to fate's arrangements, those 2 wild lifespan goo should indeed go to bull-headed demon brute. But Hong Ting saw his paw. Rents getting old and reaching their life's limit, so he seized those 2 lifespan goo without telling Duke Long. Who could have thought that bull-headed demon brute would come and bring disaster to his parents? In an instant, Hong Ting's face became deathly pale and his forehead was filled with cold sweat. I have already used those 2 lifespan goo. I know, you used them on your parents. Bull Demon was not surprised. But, you are Duke Long's disciple, a future immortal venerable who will lead Heavenly Court. I don't believe Heavenly Court's treasury does not have any lifespan goo. Bring 300 years, no, 3,000 years lifespan goo, and I will release your parents. Hong Ting was now caught in a dilemma. In the end, through twists and turns, he finally forced bull-headed demon brute to retreat. But his parents were irrecoverably injured. Even immortal methods could not heal them. Father, mother, I harmed you. If I had not taken lifespan goo for you, you would still have several years left. Hong Ting knelt down and cried. Hong Zhu, however, smiled. Son, life and death is up to fate. Fortune is up to heaven. Humans have to die sooner or later. This world has long life, but is there anyone who can live forever?
No.
We are fated to die. You don't need to feel sad for us. On the contrary, you should be happy for us. The 2 of us could have a son like you, a future immortal venerable. How great of an honor is this? We will definitely be noted down in history because of you. Madam Hong also said, My son, listen to your father. Be a good person. You must be righteous. The old couple grasped each other's hands and died at the same time. Father, mother. Hong Ting howled towards the sky. Bright light accumulated in Hong Ting's eyes. Through the passing of time, experience and maturity made him full of manly charisma. The setting sun illuminated the lush green hill. Under the setting sun, he saw Lu Shu Xian for the first time. 2 pairs of eyes met each other. Both felt their hearts pulsing. An indescribable atmosphere rapidly spread. Love at first sight. Lu Shu Xian revealed a strange expression, asking softly, Who are you? Hong Ting, however, felt no surprise. He replied with a smile, I am your fated husband. My name is Hong Ting. Lu Xian was astonished. You are the future immortal venerable? Don't be surprised. Our encounter here was determined by fate. Love gave Hong Ting a feeling of satisfaction and bliss that he had never experienced before. He and Lu Xian always kept each other's company and had a lot in common. It was like they were born for each other, like a key to a lock. They were a natural couple. They roamed the world together. They conversed and dined under the moon. They had great chemistry. An eye signal to the other could express their inner heart and even convey all their intention to the other's mind. They were a true immortal couple, living together for hundreds of years. They supported each other in the path of cultivation. There was not even one fight or a moment where they were vexed at each other. Lu Xian accompanied Hong Ting all the way to rank 8 peak, and finally to rank 9 venerable realm. The tribulation was unimaginable, but Hong Ting still succeeded in the end. Duke Long was heavily injured due to this. Several heavenly court Gu immortals perished, while Hong Ting held Lu Xian's gradually freezing body with tears all over his face. He tightly held Lu Xian, repeatedly saying, "Don't leave me, don't leave me, I beg you, please live. It's no use, I have been struck by the tribulation. Having a trace of my soul left to take a final look at you is already an enormous fortune. How could I possibly ask for more?" Lu Xian smiled. I am useless. I underwent tribulation but implicated you." Hong Ting's head was lowered with tears rolling down his eyes. "No, Hong Ting. That tribulation could only have been blocked by my special physique. Even if you all sacrificed your lives, you would only have failed. I was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and encountered you. It was all fate's arrangement. In your fatal moment, I suddenly understood the greatest meaning of my life. It was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you, and help you ascend to the position of an immortal venerable. Now, I have accomplished it. No. Xian heir, I would rather not be an immortal venerable. I only want you to live. Hong Ting roared helplessly. His body was shaking, and his tears were falling. Everything and everyone in this world has its own respective fate. It is fixed. Hong Ting, you cannot have such thoughts. You need to live on properly. Your fate is to become an immortal venerable, lead heavenly court, and spread the glory of the righteous path throughout the 5 regions. Do you know? I had always been wanting to see that scene, standing by your side and accompanying you as you bring fortune to the world with invincible might. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. Lu Xian's life force gradually fell until she died. Hong Ting's head was lowered and his back was bent deeply like an old man. A heavy shadow shrouded his face. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all signs of life. He was motionless like a statue. In his immortal aperture, the remaining heaven and earth chi gathered and merged, refining a rank 8 immortal Gu according to his current mental state. This Gu had the form of a centipede. Its whole body was pale, white like paper. Unlike centipedes, its legs were replaced by 100 feelers. Every feeler was translucent, gently floating in the air, agitating hearts and continuously raising the deepest regretful feelings. Rank 8 Regret Gu. Cough, cough, cough. Duke Long coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. He forcibly stood up and walked to Hong Ting's side. Lu Xian's deed. H was not without meaning. It was worthy and valuable. There is no need for sadness, my dear disciple. This was all fate's arrangement. Now, you are already an immortal venerable. Rank 9 venerables are extremely rare even in the long history of humanity. You still have a long life ahead. Your mission has just started. I will abdicate my position. Heavenly Court as well as the 5 regions and 2 heavens need you. Hong Ting, Hong Ting. Duke Long softly called. Hong Ting slowly raised his head. He did not look at Duke Long. His gaze was still on Lu Xian's icy corpse. He replied lightly, I regret it. Chapter 1678. Immortal Venerable regrets. But I do not. What did you say? Duke Long did not hear clearly. I said, I regret it. Hong Ting said again. Duke Long's brows immediately furrowed, using a stern gaze to look at his proudest disciple. Regret? Oh, Hong Ting, don't speak of such nonsense again. You're clear of it. How many people dedicated and sacrificed themselves to cultivate and support you until you reached your current cultivation level? If you say such things, would you be doing justice to those people who have helped you throughout your life? Would you be doing justice to your parents? Justice to your late wife, Lu Xian? Justice to the immortals who helped you pass the tribulation and sacrifice themselves? Duke Long berated Hong Ting sternly. All right, Lord Duke Long, Lu Xian's death is a great tragedy. We can understand Red Lotus, Immortal Venerable's feelings. He is only in a temporarily agitated state. The other Heavenly Court Gu Immortals attempted to mediate. Red Lotus, Immortal Venerable, hee. Hong Ting laughed with disdain. He gazed at Duke Long with his bloodshot eyes. If such sacrifices are required, and there will be even more sacrifices in the future for this immortal venerable position, then I would rather not have it. Enough! Duke Long shouted in rage. I will not allow you to speak any more nonsense, Hong Ting. You think your immortal venerable position can be gained or abandoned at your will. This is all fate's arrangement. This is the mission of your life. You must accept it no matter what. Hong Ting laughed loudly. His hair was messy. He was in a miserable state. He lowered his head and looked at Duke Long. A grand immortal venerable, invincible in the world, actually cannot do as he pleases. He cannot even reject this immortal venerable position? Duke Long snorted coldly. Tell me, Hong Ting, who can do as they please in this world? Your thoughts are too childish. You think becoming an immortal venerable and leading the righteous path would not need sacrifices? What is there in this world that has no price to pay for? How shallow do you think the words, righteous path, are?
Wrong.
Maintaining Heavenly Court's righteous path requires you to pay a price. It requires sacrifices. If you don't even have this sacrificial mentality, then I will tell you, you don't have the qualificat. Ions to enter Heavenly Court. Hong Ting's body shook. Lord Duke Long, Lord Immortal Venerable, please calm yourselves. We should recuperate and heal our injuries now instead of quarreling. The other Gu immortals repeatedly tried persuading. Hong Ting slowly lowered his head, but his fists were slowly clenched tight as he said with an incomparably firm tone, I want to revive them. Duke Long's brows raised, his face cold as ice. Whose do you want to revive? Every person who sacrificed themselves for me. My parents, Lu Shuxian, and many others. Presumptuous. Duke Long suddenly shouted while pointing at Hong Ting. How could you have such a heretical thought? You know it clearly. I have also told you several times. Life and death is determined by fate. Life and death is the rule of the great Tao. Any living being's life and death is arranged by fate. You want to revive the dead? Are you trying to send the entire world into chaos? Have you not learned yet? The more you think like that, the more cruel tragedies will happen around you. Even if there are crueler tragedies, I will accept them. Master, disciple always had a question.
Why?
Why must we accept fate's arrangements? If there was no fate, would the world truly fall into chaos? Is it not possible that the world will become a better place? Hong Ting asked in an anxious tone. Duke Long's body shook with anger. Even the persuading Heavenly Court Gu immortal slowly took a step back, looking at Hong Ting as if he was someone unfamiliar. Lord Immortal Venerable, your thought is too dangerous. Right, without fate, our human race would not be prosperous. Fate Gu is Heavenly Court's supreme treasure. Lord Immortal Venerable actually wants to destroy it? This. All of you. Hong Ting looked at the surrounding Gu immortals. He felt an indescribably deep loneliness at this moment. Time flowed. Who knows how long had passed. A lonely figure appeared in the river of time. His hair was messy, his face was filled with the vicissitudes of life, like a man who had roamed the world but had no place to call home. His face still had the former Hong Ting shadow, but his expression had already changed completely. Red Lotus Demon Venerable looked at the endlessly flowing river of time as he sighed. It is time to leave behind my inheritance. He slowly descended. His feet stopped right before he touched the river of time. This first stone Lotus Island will also be the most important stone Lotus Island. I will use Regret Gu as its core and leave this behind for the otherworldly demon, for the person who is the greatest hope of destroying fate. One thereupon, a stone Lotus Island gradually appeared in this world. Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind rank 8 Regret Gu here, as well as a large amount of time path immortal materials, immortal killer moves, a portion of his true meaning that contained his true memories of a certain period of time, as well as an immort. Killer move with an unparalleled effect. After finishing the arrangement, Red Lotus Demon Venerable flew away slowly with his exhausted body. Time flew by, who knows how long had passed. An outsider charged into this stone Lotus Island. He was dressed in rough clothing. He had a thin-looking body and a bald head. He had an ordinary appearance. He was barefooted. His legs were even stained with some mud, like a farmer who had returned from a day of work in the fields. However, his face looked very young. His eyes were glistening brightly, filled with compassion and benevolence. Red Lotus True Meaning appeared, condensing into an illusory image of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, who smiled towards the barefooted young-looking man. Welcome, my honorary guest. I am Paradise Earth. I finally found this place after immense effort. This person was Paradise Earth, who had already become an immortal venerable. Red Lotus True Meaning directly asked, Immortal Venerable, what is the purpose for your visit? Paradise Earth smiled. Senior Red Lotus, why ask when you already know? Red Lotus True Meaning also smiled. You are right. Fate has only been damaged, not completely destroyed, so everything is still traceable and observable from the river of time. Pausing for a moment, Red Lotus' true meaning continued. I can lend you regret goo. As for your intention to steal my inheritor, that will depend on your ability. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable looked solemn. Although he is an otherworldly demon, he is not an emotionless person. Put down the blade to reach redemption. It is never too late to turn back. Who does not want to seek redemption? I am willing to give it a try. 3 Red Lotus true meaning laughed. Alright. My main body still had some worries when constructing this island. After all, I am not entirely confident in defending against Heavenly Court. However, since you are taking action, then there's no worry. This is Regret Goo. Catch it properly. Regret Goo flew over slowly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable stretched his hands, which were covered in radiance, and carefully received it. It is indeed worthy of being Regret Goo. It constantly draws out boundless, regretful feelings. Only a person with not even a little bit of regret is immune to this greatest flaw. Otherwise, any goo immortal who approaches it will feel incomparable pain and regret. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable smiled bitterly. If not for my rank 9 cultivation level, I might not be able to suppress it. 2-inch, looks like you also have regret in your heart. Red Lotus true meaning sighed. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. Who in this world does not have any regrets in their life? Putting regret goo into his immortal aperture, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable bowed towards Red Lotus true meaning solemnly. I take my leave. I will definitely send him here. Fong Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The dazed expression slowly dissipated his eyes. He went through this memory that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had left here and understood the cause and result of everything. I never expected to directly arrive at the Stone Lotus Island. Red Lotus Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even though both have already perished, their arrangements are still in effect. One Fong Yuan sighed before looking at Red Lotus true meaning as well as rank 8 regret goo that was already floating before him. Red Lotus true meaning smiled. Fong Yuan, you are finally here. There is no need to say anything else. I believe you will try your best to destroy fake goo. So, accept my true inheritance. It has already waited for you for over 1,000,000 years. Fong Yuan nodded and extended his hand, trying to grasp regret goo. Red Lotus true meaning reminded him quickly. Careful, regret goo cannot be touched directly, otherwise even if you refine it, you will be drowned in endless regrets. I have already prepared a method for you, There is no need for that. Fong Yuan's expression was indifferent as he grabbed regret goo and instantly refined it. Red Lotus true meaning was stunned. Chapter 1679, Red Lotus True Inheritance. The surging river was always flowing from past to present to future. Fong Yuan stood at the edge of Red Lotus Stone Island, looking at the River of Time with a tranquil expression and a deep gaze. The River of Time could be said to be the most special secluded domain of heaven and earth. Because it traversed the entire world, without its existence and movement, the whole Goo Master world would become a still picture without any changes or vitality. Fong Yuan had seized Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley. These 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth belonged to him, but he absolutely could not seize the whole River of Time. This secluded domain of heaven and earth belonged to all beings of this world. Every beast, every grass, every rock, every drop of water, they all enjoyed the benefits derived from the River of Time. Even Goo immortals could at most only possess a tributary of the River of Time in their immortal aperture. The River of Time was the collective wealth of the whole world. Every drop of the water of time was a transparent pale white. A gazillion droplets of water crashed, intertwined, collided, and spun each time, giving off a brilliant light show. Thus, the surface of the River of Time was always covered in a thin layer of ever-changing radiance. This was the area with the greatest amount of time path Dao marks in the whole world, the largest congregation of time path. Fong Yuan stood at the edge of the island and saw several year beasts, a one-finger flow shark, and large numbers of time path wild goo worms in just a short while of observation. The River of Time was overflowing with vitality. Several days had passed since Fong Yuan arrived at this Red Lotus Stone Island. In this period of time, he had complete LY absorbed Red Lotus true meaning. His time path attainment level soared rapidly, reaching an unimaginable height. Time path quasi-supreme grandmaster. 6 With this attainment level, Fong Yuan had many new insights when he looked at the River of Time. These feelings were not superficial, instead it pierced into the essence of the River of Time, mesmerizing Fong Yuan the more he looked at it. Pinnacle profundities of the Great Tao were in front of his eyes, quietly lifting a corner of a mysterious veil, allowing him to begin understanding this world and the principle of its operation. Although he gained Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment previously, his experience at that time had not been as deep as now. After all, Fong Yuan was currently in the secluded domain of heaven and earth, River of Time. Time Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster Attainment level gave Fang Yuan comprehensive growth in all aspects. For instance, the mysterious immortal killer move Time Cutting Edge. Fang Yuan now had the ability to completely understand its essence and change the goo worms involved, restoring its original might. Another example was Xia Cha's Time Path Immortal Goo and Immortal Killer moves. Fang Yuan could now modify them and make them suited for himself. The greatest growth was in Time Path Immortal Goo recipes. With both Time Path and Refinement Path at Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster level, Fang Yuan had a very high assurance in modifying any Time Path Immortal Goo recipes and refining Time Path Immortal Goo. There was no doubt that Red Lotus' true meaning was the most valuable treasure. Below, it was the rank 8 Immortal Goo, Regret. One not mentioning this goo's legendary status, just based on its rank 8 level, its value was extraordinary. With this goo worm, Fang Yuan now had 5 rank 8 goo worms: Attitude, Wisdom Sword, Years Flow Like Water, Soul Beast Token, and Regret. One Fang Yuan could now construct Regret Pool with no obstacles. Of course, difficulty was still there, but the greatest hurdle had become non-existent because of Regret Goo. Back when Red Lotus Demon Venerable arranged this true inheritance, he had deduced Fang Yuan's situation and thus prepared a large amount of Time Path Immortal materials. With Regret Goo and Time Path Immortal materials, Fang Yuan only needed to follow the procedures and spend some time to construct Regret Pool. He could even build an Immortal Goo house better than Regret Pool. With all these, Fang Yuan could begin to refine Goo en masse. On one hand, he could refine a lot more Time Path Immortal Goo. On the other hand, he could advance the rank of the Immortal Goo he already had. These Time Path Immortal materials left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable were of high rank. The lowest was rank 7, while there was a large amount of rank 8 Immortal materials. Were Heavenly Court to see this, they would cough out a large mouthful of blood. They tried all methods to disturb Fang Yuan and obstruct him from purchasing Time Path Immortal materials without hesitating on paying a huge price. This had indeed created huge trouble for Fang Yuan, but all their actions turned out to be of no use now. 2 Red Lotus True Meaning, rank 8 Immortal Goo Regret, large amounts of Time Path Immortal materials, as well as Immortal Killer moves. Among the Immortal Killer moves, the greatest gains were Immortal Killer moves that use Spring Autumn Cicada as the core. The most important thing Fang Yuan cared about was the Spring Autumn Success Killer move. This move used several supplementary Immortal Goo, and with the activation of Spring Autumn Cicada, its success rate would reach 100%. Simply using Spring Autumn Cicada had too low of a success rate. It also had the disadvantage of greatly decreasing luck. But although Spring Autumn Success Immortal Killer move still had the disadvantage of reducing luck, the failure rate was lowered to 0. With this move, Spring Autumn Cicada's practicality obtained an enormous boost. Fang Yuan had already decided to prepare this killer move. Almost all the Immortal Killer moves were in the form of information and required Fang Yuan to personally prepare them. But one Time Path Killer move had been specially activated by Red Lotus Demon Venerable and left for Fang Yuan. The former rank 9 killer move, after over 1,000,000 years, had its power greatly reduced but was still effective. The name of this Time Path Killer move, Future Self. This move relied on the River of Time and Red Lotus Stone Island. The Goo Immortal user could temporarily borrow the use of a certain future state of his life. For instance, a Goo Master who had only rank 5 cultivation, but in the future, would successfully pass his Ascension Tribulation and become rank 6. Under the use of Future Self, he could borrow the body of his future Goo Immortal self and temporarily gain a Goo Immortal's cultivation level. 5. Even Fang Yuan was speechless at the mysterious and terrifying powers of this move. Unfortunately, this move had already weakened to rank 7 level and was of no use to Fang Yuan. 1 inch Red Lotus Demon Venerable's deduction. Fang Yuan would have rank 7 cultivation when he found this Stone Island. But Red Lotus Demon Venerable was after all not a Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable. Even if he were a Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable, there could still be flaws in the deductions. Especially in the situation when Fate Goo was injured and Luck Path emerged, everything had become much more difficult to predict. My cultivation is already rank 8. I can only give this future self-killer move to my subordinates. This can make up for their lack in strength and have the qualifications to participate in my battles. What a pity that I lost so much manpower before this. The complete content of Red Lotus True Inheritance was extremely plentiful and indeed worthy of being Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance. But Fang Yuan was still slightly disappointed. The thing he had most expected was some kind of method or a shortcut to pull a fast one and destroy Fate Goo. However, Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not leave behind such things. Even in the memory left by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, it only portrayed his experiences of becoming an immortal Venerable and his regretful life later on. As for how he refined Spring Autumn Cicada or how he invaded Heavenly Court and injured Fate Goo, there were no memories of them. The memories had directly skipped to Red Lotus Demon Venerable constructing the Red Lotus Stone Island after becoming a Venerable. What was the deeper meaning behind such an arrangement? Fong Yuan had inquired before he consumed Red Lotus' true meaning. The reply of Red Lotus' true meaning was, there was no shortcut to destroying Fate Goo. Even if Red Lotus Demon Venerable had exploited some kind of shortcut back then, that shortcut no longer existed now. Don't underestimate Heavenly Court. If there was any shortcut, be extra careful as it should be Heavenly Court's trap. As for why Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not leave behind more memories, Red Lotus' true meaning did not have an answer. He only gave speculation. He might not have wanted to point you towards a specific direction because it could easily lead to misunderstandings. Whether or not to destroy Fate Goo is your own choice. Fong Yuan asked, where are the other Red Lotus Stone Islands? Red Lotus' true meaning did not know. However, this reply was within Fong Yuan's expectation. If every Red Lotus Stone Island could mark the other islands' locations, they would have already been taken by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable or Heavenly Court. To prevent such a situation from happening, Red Lotus Demon Venerable specially constructed each Red Lotus Stone Island separately, without the ability to sense the others' locations. Fate Goo must be destroyed. A Heavenly Court with or without Fate Goo were two completely different concepts. If Heavenly Court successfully restored Fate Goo, although Fong Yuan would not be bound by the shackles of fate, other people or beings in the world would be influenced or even manipulated by fate. At that time, Fong Yuan's enemies would be everyone and everything besides him. This was slightly exaggerated, but it was that serious. Another more important reason was that Fate Goo's existence was the greatest obstacle to Fong Yuan's pursuit of eternal life. Fate Goo did not allow revival. It stated that all living beings must die. Thus, no matter what, Fong Yuan would have to destroy Fate Goo. Red Lotus Demon Venerable might have already deduced this, so he was not worried about Fong Yuan's motivation. Chapter 1680. Advancing Immortal Goo. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini's central continent. Dark clouds covered the sky as thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Fong Yuan's time path clone was standing high in the sky. He was observing the Goo refine. Nim process cautiously to prevent any accidents. Under the dark clouds, the originally wide plain was now filled with deep craters. Bolts of lightning struck the ground, smashing the earth and creating half-spherical craters. The soil inside the crater was refined into a ceramic-like structure, with smoke rising up from them. The time is right. My main body should be making a move. The Time Path clone just had this thought when countless lightning bolts converged together into one enormous lightning bolt. Boom. The deep blue lightning bolt resembling a heavenly pillar struck a white boulder at the center of the plain fiercely. Instantly, the white boulder was split into pieces by the lightning bolt. Countless fragmented rocks flew out everywhere. The lightning was incomparably fierce. It had suddenly converged together and vanished just as suddenly. The white boulder that was the size of a hill exploded, but a small goo worm floated in the air. The goo worm was in the form of a butterfly with various colors. It was man as before immortal goo. I finally succeeded after failing 6 times. Not bad, not bad. Fong Yuan's Time Path clone was exulted upon seeing this. Man as before came from Tai Bai Yunsheng. Its origin could be traced back to Purple Mountain True Monarch. The original man as before immortal goo was only rank 6, which was only effective in healing rank 6 goo immortals and had barely passable effects on rank 7, often failing in its activation. Its effect on rank 8 was even more abysmal. Fong Yuan could use it effectively because of his sovereign immortal body's characteristic. Different kinds of Dao marks did not conflict with each other. But now that he was currently rank 8, rank 6 man as before was clearly too weak. But now, man as before immortal goo was successfully advanced from rank 6 to rank 7. Fong Yuan's Time Path clone inspected it carefully and soon discovered the difference between rank 7 man as before and the rank 6 version. They both had the shape of a butterfly, but the rank 7 man as before was much more dazzling. Moreover, there was a change in the butterfly's body. It looked like a tiny naked and pale person. Although rank 8 man as before was more suitable for Fong Yuan, he was currently satisfied with advancing it to rank 7. Refining rank 8 immortal goo would need countless cultivation resources, which Fong Yuan currently did not have the ability to bear. Back then, old ancestor Shui, who had almost emptied out his accumulation to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven, every member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had complained about it. What's more, old ancestor Shui, who had cultivated for much longer than Fong Yuan in this life. This was unless Fong Yuan spent his entire fortune like selling Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, Reverse Flow River, or Wisdom Goo to exchange for countless resources. But that was not worth the loss. Man as before might be a Su. Purrier goo, but it was not a crucial goo worm like Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fong Yuan did not have the extravagant hope of refining rank 8 immortal goo. He intended to advance most of his rank 6 immortal goo to rank 7. Because of the high quantity and the difficulty of goo refinement along with high failure rate, even if Fong Yuan invested all his current resources, it would hardly be enough. Fong Yuan had gained batches after batches of cultivation resources from the Grotto Heaven of the Five Xiangs, Qi Clan's Grotto Heaven, the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven as well as Red Lotus Stone Island. However, goo refinement was a bottomless pit. No matter how much investment was done, it would never be high enough. Fortunately, Fong Yuan obtained regret goo, which he used to construct a refinement path goo formation that allowed a small portion of the goo refinement process to be done again if it failed. When Fong Yuan's time path clone took the rank 7 man as before immortal goo, the dark clouds had already vanished. The refinement path goo formation slowly activated, and along with the killer move self-cleansing, they cleaned the Dao mark traces left at the scene. Next is landscape as before. The time path clone thought. In the list of goo refinement plans, man as before and landscape as before were at the top, but there were still a lot more left. For example, day goo, self-strength, pulling mountain, strength chi, Vajra thought, star eyes, star thought. Unravel mystery immortal goo was also important. After its rank was advanced, it could greatly increase the power of unravel dream, which was extremely beneficial in Fong Yuan's dream path cultivation. There were also dog shit luck, chi luck, luck inspection, connect luck, and time luck. These luck path immortal goo would also be an enormous help after they were advanced. Fong Yuan was lacking offensive methods in luck path, but its support function could not be neglected. Previously, Fong Yuan had used his luck path superiority to get rid of the pursuit of the multiple time path immortal goo houses of Heavenly Court. Advancing the ranks of immortal goo was all done by Fong Yuan's main body. The time path clone did not have enough qualifications because of low cultivation level. After receiving Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fong Yuan continued to stay in Red Lotus Stone Island. Besides him repeatedly refining goo, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and so on were also moving around on the island. They exchanged pointers with each other and did their best to adapt to their future self. Under the effect of future self, their battle strength climbed to first rate or even the peak of rank 7. This was already the limit of the killer move. With his subordinate's strength rising to this level, there would no longer be awkward situations like before. Next time Fong Yuan battled, these people would have the minimum qualification to take part in the battle. The regrettable thing was that Fairy Miaoyin, Lady White Rabbit, and Sixth Hare were dead. Although Fong Yuan still had several enslaved goo immortals like Qi Clan's goo immortals, these people were far less reliable than the former. They were bound by a slave agreement which could very well dissipate under the power of their future self. So, Fong Yuan did not intend to elevate them, even though the future self-killer move could still be used on several more people. Advancing immortal goo became Fong Yuan's most important project and occupied almost all of his time. Occasionally, he used fixed immortal travel's killer move to teleport to the Five Xiangs Grotto Heaven and continue refining the killer move heaven form. Fong Yuan had already obtained the true inheritance and was the owner of this Red Lotus Stone Island. Thus, he could use fixed immortal travel to travel back and forth. Before this Red Lotus Stone Island had been protected by Red Lotus Demon Venerable Strength, which prevented methods like fixed immortal travel. This was the same situation as in the immortal aperture inside the Blue Dragon Whale. Fong Yuan had already tested it, but unfortunately, he was unable to return to the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven with fixed immortal travel. Also, Spring-Autumn Cicada might have reached rank 7, which expanded its detection range, but Fong Yuan did not go to look for other Red Lotus Stone Islands. Firstly, his current strength had not increased a lot. He still needed to process his gains. Secondly, Heavenly Court was also searching in the River of Time. Fong Yuan would have to avoid them if he ran into them. Finally, Fong Yuan's rank 8 Immortal Essence reserve was still accumulating because advancing Immortal Goose spent a lot of Immortal Essence. Time passed, several months went by quickly. Southern border. Boom. Earth tremored and mountains shook, rocks and stones flew in all directions as an earth trench appeared. The vast aura of a wild Immortal Goo spread everywhere. This wild Immortal Goo has finally appeared. In the clouds, 3 Goo Immortals looked at the ground with smiles on their face. Alright, let's compete according to the agreement we set earlier.
Yes.
Earth veins are stirring more intensely, and wild Immortal Goo appear from time to time. We need to finish our battle quickly. The 3 Goo Immortals fought fairly. The atmosphere was harmonious. The influence of Southern Border's Righteous Path Super Force Alliance was becoming increasingly larger. Previously, Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance, but was unable to deal with Fong Yuan. Instead, Fong Yuan used the pretense of undergoing tribulation to plot a trap in 5 regional mountain range. But it was not like the Southern Alliance had no gains. They obtained Hao Zhu's true inheritance. After Lu Wei-yin rescued many Southern Border rank 7 Goo Immortals from Fong Yuan's hands, he represented Paradise Earth's force and officially joined the Southern Alliance. It was perhaps due to Fong Yuan that the Southern Alliance's Righteous Path Goo Immortals restrained themselves, as they had a common enemy. They were inwardly apprehensive that as southern borders earth veins fluctuated repeatedly and cultivation resources appeared one after the other, Feng Yuan might suddenly come to fight over them. So, Southern Alliance Gu immortals did not fight each other to death. Instead their fights became controlled. Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei's brows rose up in joy when she heard the report. Dragon Palace has been found. This is good news. Lord Duke Long had all along been searching for it, and now, our Heavenly Court has discovered the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was an extremely powerful immortal Gu house. Even Heavenly Court placed great importance on it. This immortal Gu house has a deep relationship with Lord Duke Long. I should tell him this news first. When Duke Long obtained this news, he immediately brought Feng Jin Huang to Heavenly Court and handed her over to Fairy Ziwei to look after. Several days later, Duke Long returned without anything. Fairy Ziwei was surprised. Duke Long was extremely powerful. In this current world, what methods could actually obstruct him? Dragon Palace is actually surrounded by a layer of Dream Realm. I cannot enter it. Duke Long sighed. Fairy Ziwei immediately understood the reason after hearing this reply. She consoled Duke Long. Lord Duke Long, you do not need to worry. The formation is already ready. It can use the strength of the whole of Heavenly Court's Grotto Heaven to suppress Spectral Soul. We will soon obtain his Dream Path research results. Duke Long laughed joyfully and said good 3 times. Spectral Soul's Dream Path research results naturally referred to the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique. With this method, Heavenly Court could condense dream realms into pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. The dream realms surrounding Dragon Palace would be easily removed. That demon Feng Yuan has made no move recently?
Duke Long asked.
Fairy Ziwei shook her head. Ever since he escaped from the River of Time, there's been no news of him. Currently, all 5 regions are facing frequent movements of earth veins, with southern border situation being the greatest. Countless cultivation resources are being churned out. I really hoped he tried to loot these resources and gave us the opportunity to track him. But unfortunately, it is like he has completely disappeared. I have been using wisdom path methods to analyze every bit of information but have not been able to find his traces. Duke Long nodded. Continue to pay attention to him. Even though this demon has reached rank 8, he has to face stronger calamities and tribulations now. This will definitely give him a headache. Although he can annex apertures with the sovereign immortal body, he needs rank 8 Grotto Heavens to skip grand tribulations. Furthermore, there is still the even more terrifying Myriad Tribulation. Even Fairy Ziwei felt her heart palpitate when she heard the mention of Myriad Tribulation. She nodded with a smile. Lord Duke Long is right. Feng Yuan might have advanced to rank 8, but how many rank 8 Grotto Heavens are there for him to annex? His cultivation won't change much within a short period of time. 2-inch currently, Feng Yuan lacks resources, especially time path resources. It will be almost impossible for him to face the arrangements we made in the River of Time. That means he will have no chance at getting Red Lotus True Inheritance. 1-inch, although he escaped before, his immortal essence expenditure was extremely huge, and nearly all his trump cards were exposed. He needs to quickly accumulate rank 8 immortal essence, because relying on immortal essence stones has too low efficiency. He can only rely on his immortal aperture self-production. But the immortal aperture's self-production requires time. If he quickens the rate of time of his immortal aperture, he will also accelerate the arrival of his calamities and tribulations as well. Once he has no more immortal apertures to annex, he will have to face tribulations. The time he undergoes his tribulation will be the time our Heavenly Court takes his life. Fairy Ziwei's eyes glistened brightly when she said this. Duke Long nodded, looking at Fairy Ziwei with praise. With you taking charge of Heavenly Court, I am at ease. Chapter 1681. Progress. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini's Central Continent. Feng Yuan's time path clone was slowly flying in the air as he planted the last flower bud. The terrain here had already been modified by him into a marshland that was extremely fertile. A large amount of high-quality silt was spread here. There was also a knee-deep clear river above the layer of silt. The time path clone patted his hand and flew to the sky after giving a last glance at the flower bud. Standing on a high altitude, the man-made marshland entered his sight. This marshland was vast. Feng Yuan's time path clone was unable to take in the whole marshland in his sight. A flower bud, the size of a house, could be seen every few kilometers. These flower buds had quite an origin. They were the buds of a desolate plant, extreme marsh flower. Feng Yuan had obtained a small portion of the extreme marsh flowers in the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture, while the rest were bought from Treasure Yellow Heaven. After taking in the view, Feng Yuan's time path clone breathed in deeply and activated Summer Gu. Summer Gu came from Southern Border's rank 8 Gu Immortal Xiacha and was also at rank 8. Feng Yuan's time path clone was only at rank 6 and would not be able to use Summer Gu by just himself. However, Feng Yuan's main body had White Lychee Immortal Essence, which he gave to his clone along with Summer Gu. By lending his clone the necessary tools, Fang Yuan's time path clone could utilize almost all the immortal
goo of his main body.
Summer Goo's activation was followed by other supplementary goo worms which activated an immortal killer move. Xia Cha had developed a set of time path killer moves to manage the immortal aperture: spring plowing, summer hoeing, autumn harvest, and winter storage. The killer move which Fang Yuan's time path clone activated was not one of them, but was modified from summer hoeing. It was used specially to raise extreme marsh flowers. Extreme marsh flowers bloomed at the height of summer and bore fruit in spring. Fang Yuan's time path attainment was at quasi-supreme grandmaster. It was at the peak of the world. Along with the light of wisdom, it was simple for him to modify time path killer moves. Following the continuous activation of the killer move, all the surroundings entered the height of summer. Light rays became brighter, the temperature increased rapidly, and the air became increasingly dry. The peak of summer had arrived. The extremely vigorous extreme marsh flowers felt all these and began to absorb nutrition from the water and soil, growing at a visible rate, and started to slowly bloom. Every extreme marsh flower was huge and looked like a trumpet with its petals connected. They were primarily white with a few parts bearing slight hints of pink. The knee-deep water was already emptying. The marshy soil had also become drier. The fertility of the soil was being expended intensely. Fang Yuan's time path clone looked calm. This was within his expectations. Cultivation methods of extreme marsh flowers were mentioned in detail in both Red Lotus True Inheritance and Shadow Sex True Inheritance. All these changes were within Fang Yuan's arrangements. Soon, strands of white mist started rising slowly from the pistil of the extreme marsh flowers. These mist gradually spread and covered a large area. Fang Yuan's time path clone stopped the killer move. The air immediately became very moist. The mist nurtured the soil, gradually transforming this man-made marshland. Let's name this marshland flower Mist Extreme Marsh. The first step is finished. Fang Yuan's time path clone observed with joy. It won't be an issue to feed Regret Goo with this scale of extreme marsh flower mist. Rank 8 Regret Goo's appetite was huge. Its food was the mist produced by extreme marsh flowers. The problem was that this mist needed to be fresh, so it was not practical or reliable to purchase them from outside. When the mist condenses to a certain extent and forms a layer of water on the ground, I can then plant water vegetation, as well as bring in small life forms like ducks and flying fish. Then, I will continue to expand the scale of extreme marsh flowers. When Regret Goo becomes hungry, the accumulated extreme marsh flower mist will be enough to fill it. The feeding of rank 8 immortal goo often required a huge project. With this area of extreme marsh flowers, the sovereign immortal aperture's development is now a 18%. Currently, I have greatly slowed down the rate of time of the immortal aperture, so the production of various resources and white lychee immortal essence has fallen. Fang Yuan pondered inwardly. This time, he did not use time path immortal moves to slow down his immortal aperture's rate of time. Instead, he manipulated the year essence pool, which was much more convenient. It did not expend immortal essence, and also did not have some disadvantages of time path killer moves. Fang Yuan could adjust his immortal aperture's rate of time whenever he wanted. Although I need to accumulate immortal essence, I cannot blindly quicken the time, or else the tribulations will come quickly as well. Currently, Fang Yuan was already at rank 8, but his battle strength had not increased by a lot. Previously, he had exposed almost all his trump cards when he faced Heavenly Court's ambush in River of Time, so it was not suitable for him to undergo tribulation at this time. Once he placed his immortal aperture to undergo tribulation, Fang Yuan would become a fixed target. Because he would have to open his immortal aperture, which would be sensed by Heaven's will, Heavenly Court and other forces could easily discover his location and besiege him. The rate of time has been slowed down, but I can still manage my immortal aperture, increasing the foundation of my immortal aperture and expanding my immortal aperture origin core, thus producing even more white lychee immortal essence. The better the immortal aperture's management, the more immortal essence would be produced. A long time ago, Fang Yuan managed his immortal aperture to feed his immortal goo. Later, he managed the immortal aperture to increase the production and earn immortal essence stones as well as cultivation resources. Currently, his target was to accumulate white lychee immortal essence. Purely refining immortal essence stones to white lychee immortal essence had too low of an efficiency. 10,000 immortal essence stones were required to turn into one bead of white lychee immortal essence. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture could produce 100 white lychee immortal essence every year. In terms of the outside world's time, that was over half a month. Time passed as Fang Yuan continued to cultivate in seclusion. It was now summer in the 5 regions. Although there were no traces of Fang Yuan, the whole goo immortal world of the 5 regions was in an excited state. Whether it be righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all hectic. The reason for this situation were the tremors in 5 regions' earth veins. New earth trenches appeared constantly. They first appeared in southern border, but this situation was happening frequently throughout the other 4 regions as well. Rumble. Dust and soil rose. Hong Yi fell down on the ground in exhaustion. He was panting and his face was pale as he looked at the enormous ravine in front of him. When the earth vein shook, he and other goo masters began to run wildly. This was an extremely thrilling escape. There were a few times when Hong Yi was able to keep his life only because of his good luck. He had almost fallen in, but during the crucial moment, he was able to exert more strength than usual and was able to jump towards the precipice. Since when did earthquakes occur here? That was dangerous. I almost lost my life here. Hong Yi stood up only after a long while, but his breathing was still rough. He looked at the ravine and saw only darkness. Rough wind blew in the ravine as dust and soil had yet to dissipate. Every area of central continent seems to be experiencing earthquakes during this time period, creating ravines like this. Even a mortal like Hong Yi felt such a violent change in the world. What is that? A wild immortal goo slowly flew out of the dust and smoke. An injured wild immortal goo flew with difficulty, swaying left and right before it was finally exhausted and fell beside Hong Yi's feet. Hong Yi was dumbfounded. 3 Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei gave a cry as her whole body let out dazzling purple light. Following the light, the whole heavenly court actually shook slightly. An incomparably enormous formless force poured into the large immortal formation. The immortal formation rumbled loudly as it started grinding down on Spectral Soul, who was locked up at the center. Spectral Soul resisted with all his might, but was unable to defend. His deepest memories were being extracted. Alright, I finally obtained the mysteries of the pure dream reality seeker physique. Haha. Fairy Ziwei was haggard and pale, but her expression was of excitement. She had been working extremely hard these last days. On one hand, she was dealing with earth vein tremors which were bringing forth unexpected situations all over Central Continent. On the other hand, she was strengthening her efforts on dealing with Spectral Soul. She had put in great efforts to obtain Shadow Sect's Dream Path research results as soon as possible, activating the whole of Heavenly Court's might in empowering the immortal formation. Hard work paid off. Fairy Ziwei finally obtained a breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, it was the height of summer. Sunlight was scorching, but it was not as fiery as the fire in Goo Immortal's hearts. Earth vein tremors showed no signs of stopping or reducing. Instead, they became more intense. Immortal materials, wild immortal goo, and all kinds of cultivation resources appeared constantly, creating a festive period in all 5 regions. Within the 5 Xiang's grotto heaven, Fong Yuan's laughter suddenly echoed. I have finally obtained full grasp of the killer move heaven form. Beside Fong Yuan was the rank 9 killer move in the form of a white crane. It was standing obediently and quietly, following Fong Yuan's orders. Who could have thought that heaven form's effect is actually this? With it, my cultivation be able to progress rapidly. The issue of calamities and tribulations can also be resolved. Fong Yuan stroked the white crane's feathers with bright eyes. This heaven form killer move came at the perfect time. Chapter 1682, Searching for Grotto Heavens. Immemorial White Heaven. An exquisite, pure white crane was flying around Fong Yuan while letting out melodious cry. Fong Yuan could command this white crane with his thoughts, and it was as easy and simple as moving his hand. I can finally use this rank 9 killer move. Fong Yuan was endlessly moved as he said softly, "Go." White crane flapped its large wings and nimbly flew ahead, but before it reached far, it started circling around a part of the sky while emitting cries constantly. Fong Yuan's lips curled up as he received a series of information from the white crane that showed the inner scenes of the grotto heaven of the 5 Xiangs. Rank 9 killer move heaven form was not an offensive or a defensive killer move, but an investigative type. Its detection target was everything that existed in immemorial white heaven. Its detection range was extremely wide, far surpassing Fong Yuan's limits. Thus it would be extremely helpful to Fong Yuan in plundering all kinds of natural resources in immemorial white heaven. Its detection ability was also extremely strong. How strong? It could discover hidden grotto heavens. Any grotto heaven, as long as they were in immemorial white heaven, would be detected by heaven form even if they did not open their immortal aperture entrance. Once the white crane was nearby, it could gather information about the inner scenes of the immortal aperture. Naturally, its detection range towards grotto heavens was far smaller than ordinary targets. It had another advantage. It did not use any immortal essence during the whole detection process. The rank 9 immortal move heaven form originated from thieving heaven demon venerable. It was truly extraordinary. It was like the detection was the innate ability of the white crane. But if I want to forcibly intrude into a grotto heaven, I need to use immortal essence. Fong Yuan's lips curled up as he slowly transferred rank 8, white lychee immortal essence. With the addition of immortal essence, heaven form's whole white crane body began to emit soft and gentle light. Fong Yuan slowly flew closer, letting the soft light cover him. At the same time, a hazy white light appeared inside 5 Xiang's grotto heaven. Fong Yuan followed the white light, and several breaths later, he was inside 5 Xiang's grotto heaven. The whole process faced no obstruction. Although 5 Xiang's grotto heaven was already controlled by Fong Yuan, at this moment, he had successfully entered the grotto heaven just by relying on heaven form. Quite a high immortal essence expenditure, but thinking about it, I am a rank 8 Gu immortal while the killer move is at rank 9 level, spending this much white lychee immortal sense cannot be considered a flaw. Although there is some white light, the entire process is quiet. Not bad, not bad. Fong Yuan nodded, satisfied with the result of this trial performance. It was extremely difficult to charge into a blessed land or grotto heaven without proper preparations. For example, one could refer to the time Immortal Crane sect invaded Hu Immortal Blessed Land, or when Heavenly Lord by Zhu attacked Heifan Grotto Heaven. Their difficulties sufficiently proved the value of heaven form. In the long span of history, how many Gu Immortals have appeared? Although it is not easy to become a rank 8, throughout the millions of years, they are absolutely not few in number. When Rinzu's children destroyed the other immemorial 7 heavens, only immemorial White Heaven and immemorial Black Heaven remained. After that incident, rank 8 Gu Immortals or rank 9 Gu Immortals basically only had these 2 choices to place their grotto heavens. Not mentioning rank 9 Gu Venerables. When those rank 8 Gu Immortals die, their immortal apertures would often be placed in either immemorial White or Black Heaven. These grotto heavens would fall down or perish because of the continuous calamities and tribulations, but at the same time, new rank 8 figures would appear. So, there must be a portion of these grotto heavens currently in immemorial Black and White Heaven. These grotto heavens were great supplements to Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. If he annexed one of them, he could skip calamities and tribulations, and thus resolve his greatest hidden threat. Naturally, the precondition was he had to find an immortal aperture grotto heaven and have the ability to annex them. At the same time, this grotto heaven must not have devoured any fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. An immortal aperture grotto heaven that had annexed any 9 heavens fragment would have no more calamities and tribulations, but it would then be filled with heavens which could not be cleansed. Fong Yuan could not annex such grotto heavens, so 5 Xiang's grotto heaven and Heifan grotto heaven were not in his consideration. Although Qi Clan's Qi Si grotto heaven did not annex a 9 heavens fragment and had been relying on the immortal killer move Unlimited Qi Si to resist calamities and tribulations, Fong Yuan's Qi path attainment level became the obstruction to annexing it, and it would not be easy to solve this anytime soon. As for the Dragon Whale grotto heaven, Fong Yuan had considered it, but he was unable to return to the Blue Dragon Whale with fixed immortal travel as it had already moved far away from its previous location. And with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerables arrangements in the Dragon Whale grotto heaven, even if Fong Yuan had the ability to annex it, he did not dare to make such a move rashly. Who was to say Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had not arranged some hidden methods in the Dragon Whale grotto heaven that were specially waiting for Fong Yuan? None of the Gu Venerables could be underestimated. There are definitely grotto heavens which suit me. Fong Yuan was confident in this. This confidence was not only because he had heaven form, it was also because in the 500 years of his previous life's memories, there had been many grotto heavens which had appeared during the 5 regions' chaotic war and been a part of the vast changes of the new era. Among them, Fong Yuan had the deepest impression of 9 Phantoms grotto heaven. Almost all the Gu immortals of this grotto heaven mainly cultivated phantom path. The entire grotto heaven could turn into phantom form and thus be unaffected by calamities and tribulations. There was also Dao Formation Grotto Heaven. This grotto heaven's Gu immortals were extremely proficient in formation path, with layers of large formations tightly protecting the whole grotto heaven. There was also Holy Deceit Grotto Heaven. This grotto heaven's origin was even greater. Its original owner had a close relationship with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After he passed away, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable personally made arrangements in Holy Deceit Grotto Heaven that caused heavens to make wrong judgments about this grotto heaven. The might of many calamities and tribulations were reduced greatly and were passed extremely easily. 1. These grotto heavens were living in seclusion while cultivating Gu immortals. Every grotto heaven contained many Gu immortals. They were all genuine super forces. However, there were very few rank 8 Gu immortals. It was difficult to nurture a rank 8 Gu immortal with just the resources from a grotto heaven. As such, powerful super forces were all based in the 5 regions which possessed rich and enormous amounts of resources. At the same time, the large population and intense competition between each other hastened the arrival of rank 8 Gu immortals. Summer went, and autumn came. The turbulence of earth veins was becoming more frequent and numerous. Gu immortals welcomed this harvesting season. Western Desert. A delicate and beautiful female immortal lightly shot an arrow. The arrow pierced the sky while leaving behind a trailing arc of light pink and struck an ancient, desolate beast. This ancient, desolate beast had been moving rampantly the previous moment, but at the next moment, its whole body let out all kinds of lights as it collapsed to the ground loudly. Strong wind mixed with yellow sand blew. The entire ancient, desolate beast turned into petals and dissipated completely. It is actually her. Gong Clan's second young, Miss Gong Wuhua. Let's leave quickly. A group of Western Desert Goo immortals reluctantly looked at the newly created earth trench before retreating cleanly. Southern border. Rumble. Mountain ranges collapsed, causing dust to surge over hundreds of li. The earth quaked as a huge earth trench appeared, devour. The mountain ranges tyrannically. Ba Clan's two Goo immortals were looking at this with shock. This is a famous mountain, Sunny Mountain. It was actually destroyed by the earth trench, such a pity. Bada's gaze shone with cold light. Hee, what's there to pity? The old mountain has collapsed. There will be a new one in the future. Didn't we discover a large amount of new spirit springs in our way? That's true. Earth vein turbulences are not only bringing wild goo and goo materials, they are also giving birth to many spirit springs. Do you think that is all? Bada looked down with no expression, but his face showed great expectation. Experts are popping out one after the other in the Goo immortal world. Didn't Western Desert see the rise of Gong Wuhua recently? Lord Bada, how could that Gong Wuhua compare to you? How can you underestimate the heroes of the world? But wait until I advance to rank 8. Gong Wuhua won't be any threat indeed. Bada said proudly. The other Ba Clan Goo immortal was shocked and joyous. Lord, you are finally advancing to rank 8? I was on guard against various influences before, but now the Southern Alliance is established while the Alliance leader's position is still up in the air. Most crucially, there are countless cultivation resources appearing unceasingly which are enough for me to advance to rank 8. Naturally, there is one main reason. Bada's expression turned solemn. An unprecedented great era is descending, and I don't wish to be swallowed by the tides of this era. Chapter 1683. Venerable Talent. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A large group of blinking birds that were surrounding a seven-colored cloud were flying around while chirping constantly to warn the invader. Fang Yuan's expression was tranquil, but his gaze carried the trace of a smile. The blinking bird's warning was naturally nothing to him. This species of bird was a desolate beast, but they had low battle strength. They could not cause harm even with such a large scale. Their true power was in speed. Blinking birds were considered the fastest desolate beast. Once their speed erupted, they could escape the sight of a Goo immortal in the blink of an eye, thus having their name. Fang Yuan had concealed his aura and seemed like a mortal. But these blinking birds simply did not attack him. They innately sensed a pressure from the seemingly harmless Fang Yuan. Suddenly, a trace of aura leaked out from Fang Yuan's body. Swoosh! At the next moment, the blinking birds burst forth, disappearing within an instant. The seven-colored cloud that was densely surrounded by the birds was now floating alone. Fang Yuan sighed. He had intended to capture these blinking birds, but these blinking birds had an extremely fast response time, and Fang Yuan was also not highly proficient in concealing his aura. However, it did not matter if they escaped. Even if he subdued the blinking birds, they would not be easy to raise. Their food was the white heaven floating dust that was specific to immemorial white heaven. It was not easy to gather, and a Goo immortal's immortal aperture could not produce them. Fang Yuan slowly flew closer to the seven-colored cloud. I didn't expect to run into a seven-colored cloud soil.
Fang Yuan sighed.
This thing looked like a cloud but was actually a kind of soil, cloud soil. In Langya Blessed Land, Langya Land Spirit had condensed a large amount of cloud soil to form Cloud Cover Continent, which always remained afloat in the sky of Langya Blessed Land. Cloud soil's greatest production area was in the immemorial Nine Heavens. Naturally, there were also a small number of resource points producing cloud soil in the 5 regions. A single-colored cloud soil was at most an ordinary Goo material, for example, immemorial yellow heavens yellow cloud soil or immemorial red heavens red cloud soil. In the present era, the most common single-colored cloud soil in the market was white cloud soil, which mostly originated from immemorial white heaven. Immemorial black heaven also had a lot of black cloud soil, but it was very risky as there were many soul beasts in black heaven. Once the cloud soil had 6 colors, it would be a rank 6 level immortal material. The 7-colored cloud soil in front of Fang Yuan was a rank 7 immortal material, and the value of such a large quantity was very high. After inspecting this large patch of 7-colored cloud soil, Fang Yuan discovered there were many bird nests in this soil, and they contained many eggs. These were the blinking bird's eggs. Fang Yuan was not surprised as the behavior of the blinking birds showed that they seemed to be protecting something. In fact, blinking birds were extremely cowardly even though they were desolate beasts. If there was even a slight disturbance, they would immediately fly away with their fastest speed. Fang Yuan could incubate these eggs for blinking birds. Incubating desolate beasts was not easy, but it would not be much of an issue to Fong Yuan. However, Fong Yuan did not want to hatch them. Instead, he wanted to use these eggs as immortal materials to use when refining goo. Blinking birds had quite a strict diet, and it was not easy to raise them. If he were to raise them, he would have to release them to immemorial white heaven from time to time, and this was too troublesome. Fong Yuan had deep pockets and did not care about profits from blinking birds. Ever since he refined the killer move heaven form over a month ago, Fong Yuan had been moving about in immemorial white heaven. On one hand, he was searching for immortal materials in immemorial white heaven. On the other hand, he was refining goo in his sovereign immortal aperture. A month in the outside world was a long time in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fong Yuan had obtained great success in refining goo. Man as before, landscape as before, self-strength, pulling mountain, pulling WAT. Dog shit luck, time luck, and others were already advanced to rank 7. He had changed his original goo refinement plan slightly, advancing luck path immortal goo with priority. Over these days, he had similarly gained great harvests in immemorial white heaven, obtaining many immortal materials. This was due to the effect of these rank 7 luck path immortal goo. Besides advancing ranks through refinement, Fong Yuan was also improving goo refinement techniques. He knew way too many goo recipes and also knew countless goo refinement techniques. His refinement path attainment level was at quasi-supreme grandmaster, but he was lacking in experience. Especially in the aspect of refining immortal goo, he did not have a lot of experience at all. Genuine knowledge came from practice. Over this period of time, he had repeatedly advanced the ranks of his immortal goo from which he discovered many of his problems and remedied all of them. At the same time, he also discovered many more goo refinement techniques that suited him. At present, Fong Yuan had gained a lot of new insight and inspiration on goo refinement. The success rate of his refinement had also increased by a large degree. There were still continuous earth vein turbulences in 5 regions. Goo immortals obtained immortal materials and immortal goo. It was a time of great joy. But after thinking deeply, Fong Yuan still chose to explore immemorial white heaven. If he went to snatch resources of the earth trenches from the 5 regions goo immortals, he would have to show himself, and might very likely end up fighting. Each immortal goo's advancement increased Fong Yuan's strength by a little. But the degree of this increase was unable to offset the situation from exposing his trump cards in the river of time. He needed time to quietly absorb these gains. Once an intense battle began, his accumulated rank 8 white lychee immortal essence would be expended intensely. Fighting with goo immortals was much more dangerous than fighting fierce beasts. Although Fong Yuan spent immortal essence when exploring immemorial white heaven, and there were many battles as well, he was relying on heaven form, which had a precise detection ability. If there were beasts that were too troublesome or powerful, he would take a detour. Heaven form's detection range in immemorial white heaven was truly very large and could even easily discover many concealed beasts and plants. After all, it could even detect hidden grotto heavens. It was natural for it to discover these fierce beasts and plants. The more amazing part was that heaven form did not use even a trace of Fong Yuan's immortal essence. This rank 9 killer move had unquestionable superiority and power. Fong Yuan had already exclaimed praise for it multiple times. Exploring the 5 regions surpassed exploring immemorial white heaven in terms of danger and expenditure, and it was not as good as the latter in terms of benefits. Goo materials and Repal materials emerged endlessly from earth trenches, but these things needed goo immortals to arrange them properly before storing them into the immortal aperture. Managing an immortal aperture was not easy. Many resources were interrelated or affected each other. As a result, most of the goo immortals in the 5 regions would sell these immortal materials obtained from earth trenches in treasure yellow heaven. Their immortal apertures had limited space and could not be compared to Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Many times, the immortal materials they obtained did not suit their immortal aperture's environment. There was another phenomenon because of the unceasing earth vein turbulences. That was treasure yellow heaven's business. More accurately, the transactions between goo immortals had increased explosively. Treasure yellow heaven was dozens of times as bustling than before. If Fong Yuan wanted any immortal materials, he could totally buy them from treasure yellow heaven. But grotto heavens were different. Every grotto heaven already had a complete and harmonious ecosystem. When Fong Yuan annexed them, it would save him a lot of trouble and there was no need to consider anything. He could even increase the sovereign immortal aperture size. His cultivation and Dao marks would also increase by a large degree, and calamities and tribulations could even be skipped. The benefits of annexing a grotto heaven were too great. As for the wild immortal goo that occasionally emerged from earth trenches, Fong Yuan was envious of course, but these wild immortal goo had always been top priority for goo immortals. Fong Yuan felt it was better for him to directly rob others' immortal goo from the grotto heavens since he had great thief ghost hand. Heavenly Court. The large formation slowly stopped. Fairy Ziwei opened her eyes, which shined with sharp light. She mumbled, "Soul replacement killer move? Such ingenuity." One before leaving, she gave another glance at Spectral Soul but did not try to make him surrender. Over these days, Fairy Ziwei had been frequently plundering Spectral Soul's memories, seizing his lifetime's cultivation gains. Fairy Ziwei could not help but admire Spectral Soul's shocking talent and also acknowledge that in the field of Soul Path, even if Heavenly Court had already put in enormous efforts, they still could not match Spectral Soul. Such a pity that Spectral Soul is currently reduced to a prisoner. It really is a tragedy. He is the most destitute among all the Venerables. Actually, if he had remained dead, his name would have been left gloriously in history. Now, he cannot even seek death. Thinking of Spectral Soul, who is still stubbornly resisting, Fairy Ziwei once again gritted her teeth hatefully. She was sure Spectral Soul still had important Dream Path research results that was lead soul into Dream. Although Heavenly Court had already deciphered most of this move, it would still be extremely valuable if Heavenly Court obtained it. Unfortunately, Spectral Soul kept on resisting. Although he could not shoulder the entire Heavenly Court Grotto Heaven strength, he was extremely crafty. He would leak some minor information and stall for time. The first time Fairy Ziwei used Heavenly Court strength, Spectral Soul was caught off guard and the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique's information was stolen. But when he recovered, Spectral Soul adopted the strategy of abandoning less important information to protect the true secrets. He was still resisting firmly. But your actions are in vain. We have the advantage of time. The Refinement Path Convention's preparations are already undergoing. Fate Immortal Goo will be completely restored. At that time, Spectral Soul will fall into Fate's tracks and have no way to escape. The future of the Great Era belongs to our Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei thought of Feng Jin Huang. After obtaining the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique's information, Duke Long gave these research results to Feng Jin Huang, which could be considered as his first genuine knowledge imparting. Although these research results were someone else's work. One, because they needed to use Feng Jin Huang's Immortal Goo, they needed to deduce suitable immortal killer moves for her so that they could resolve the dream realm surrounding Dragon Palace. Fairy Ziwei spared no effort in deducing the killer moves, even deducing together with Feng Jin Huang. At the beginning, her and Duke Long's goal had only been to help Feng Jin Huang grow slightly faster. But who could have thought that after the deduction succeeded, Feng Jin Huang even found a method to improve the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, creating a brand new pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body with none of its previous flaws. It could last indefinitely. 1 inch the talent of a venerable is truly too terrifying. In front of them, even I feel like I am just an ordinary person. Fairy Ziwei sighed mentally. Chapter 1684, Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Immemorial White Heaven. Feng Yuan was moving forward on an auspicious cloud. Half of his concentration was in the sovereign immortal aperture, and the other half was on guard. If it were before, Feng Yuan could not have split his concentration when refining goo. But his gains were truly huge during this recent period of time. He lacked neither attainment levels nor goo recipes. His only shortcoming had been insufficient hands-on practice. Personally, refining goo helped him grow rapidly in this aspect. His success rate in refinement increased greatly, and so the amount of immortal materials wasted had also decreased by a lot. Refining immortal goo had always been a sinkhole. Besides goo refinement, Feng Yuan was also plundering all kinds of natural resources from immemorial White Heaven. He sold a portion in Treasure Yellow Heaven and bought items he needed for refining goo and managing his immortal aperture.
Trey.
Assure Yellow Heaven's business was especially bustling. The turbulence in earth veins created a pressing demand for exchange of goods in the 5 regions goo immortal world. Immortal material transactions in the market were very popular now. Naturally, the most popular business was still Time Path immortal materials. Heavenly Court did not stint on suppressing Feng Yuan. They would purchase all Time Path immortal materials even with a high price, showcasing an inexhaustible strength, displaying the robust and terrifying foundation of Heavenly Court. If Heavenly Court found out that Feng Yuan had already obtained one of Red Lotus' true inheritances and possessed large amounts of Time Path immortal materials, who knew how they would feel? There are still 2 rank 6 immortal goo left. The others have all been advanced to rank 7. Feng Yuan's body suddenly shook. The auspicious cloud suddenly increased in speed. After a while, Feng Yuan saw heaven form. The crane form killer move was continuously circling around an ordinary-looking spot that seemed to just be made of air. It discovered a grotto heaven. Feng Yuan was joyous. Using the detection of heaven form, this grotto heaven's inner scenery was constantly transmitted to Feng Yuan's mind. So this grotto heaven is called Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. It is actually a rank 8 information path goo immortal's immortal aperture.
Oh.
There is such a large population, and they even have a unique cultivation style. Feng Yuan could not help but feel curious. Profound literature Grotto Heaven's population was even larger than Langya Blessed Land's hairy men. Using an initial estimation, there was also a good number of Gu immortals. This Grotto Heaven mainly had information path Dalmarks, thus its environment naturally was suited to produce information path resources. Therefore, the Gu Masters and Gu Immortals here mainly cultivated information path and used information path Gu worms. Profound literature Grotto Heaven had already been isolated from the outside world for many years, but because it had annexed an immemorial 9 heavens fragment, its heavenly spirit was muddle-headed. However, the immortal killer move of the original owner of Grotto Heaven was still effective. This move was called Assisting Literary Talents. It seemed to be effective for as long as the Grotto Heaven existed, and its effect was extremely unique. As long as a purebred human created or recited outstanding poems or writings of any kind, they would obtain recognition and reward from this Grotto Heaven. Mortals could sing good poems to attract Hope Gu from far away and awaken their aperture. Gu Masters could create amazing poetry verses to obtain Gu worms, or even raise their cultivation directly. It is somewhat of a pity that I cannot annex this Grotto Heaven. I have quite a lot of poetic masterpieces stored in my mind. Fong Yuan laughed heartily as he transferred his immortal essence into he. Heaven form slowly started to emit light which moved into profound literature Grotto Heaven. Fong Yuan flew into the white light to enter the Grotto Heaven. Such guts! Which vile fiend dares to invade my homeland? A vast and mighty voice resounded from within, speaking with righteousness. Next, an old man in a white robe and resembling a scholar, possessing rank 8 aura, showed up in front of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was still inside the white light and could not make a move. The old man pushed his hand without any hesitation. Countless literary characters manifested immediately and shot forward like a storm. Heaven form did not have any offensive ability. The torrent of characters poured in, and the white light crumbled. Fong Yuan's situation became awkward. He could not advance. He could only take the initiative to retreat. There is actually a rank 8 Gu immortal here. Fong Yuan was slightly surprised. According to normal situations, a rank 8 Gu immortal would rarely be born inside a Grotto Heaven because the Grotto Heaven's resources were not enough to support the emergence of a rank 8 Gu immortal. Moreover, this profound literature Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit was in a muddle-headed state and could not open the immortal aperture's entrance, so Gu immortals could not easily come out. Even if this rank 8 Gu immortal had some skills and could secretly come out to immemorial White Heaven and plunder immortal materials, the risks were too high. There were many immemorial desolate beasts and immemorial desolate plants in immemorial White Heaven along with all kinds of strange and dangerous areas which could pose threats to even rank 8 Gu immortals. This was not a backyard for rank 8 Gu immortals. They not only needed luck to gather resources here, they also had to take risks. Let's try another area. Fong Yuan reorganized himself and poured an immortal essence into Heaven form for the second time. Heaven form was a rank 9 killer move. It could connect to any Grotto Heaven. He connected from the sky the first time. Now he chose to enter from underground. However, when he stepped into white light again and tried to sneak into profound literature Grotto Heaven, that rank 8 Gu immortal appeared timely before him again. You still dare to try again? With me here, you will never succeed. The rank 8 Gu immortal immediately attacked. Fong Yuan was still inside the white light and felt helpless as he was unable to activate any other methods. With no way left, he could only let the white light be destroyed by the enemy while he retreated to the outside world once again. Fong Yuan's expression was unavoidably dark. He pondered. The two areas I chose should be vastly apart from each other, but I was actually detected and obstructed immediately. What defensive method is this? It was not strange that he was detected. After all, profound literature Grotto Heaven was an information path grot. To Heaven and information path was most specialized in detection, gathering intel and spreading news. However, the rank 8 Gu immortal enemy was able to appear before Fong Yuan promptly. What method was this? Fong Yuan tried a few more times using not only Heaven form killer move, but also fixed immortal travel killer move as well, but was still found out and blocked. Fong Yuan required a very short time to pass through the white light, but this short period of time seemed endlessly long under the obstruction of the rank 8 Gu immortal. At this moment, Fong Yuan experienced what Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu felt when attacking Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. His strength was clearly higher than the opponent, but with the enemy blocking the entrance of the Grotto Heaven, he was not able to enter the Grotto Heaven, and this felt really unpleasant. Profound literature Grotto Heaven, I will be back. Fong Yuan chose to leave. Anyway, he already knew the position of profound literature Grotto Heaven. It had annexed a 9 heavens fragment and could not be moved anymore. While Fong Yuan left with nothing, Duke Long brought Feng Jin Huang to the bottom of the sea somewhere in Eastern Sea. Flood dragons roared, raising undercurrents and raging waves, but were helpless against Duke Long. Everything was tranquil around Duke Long as Feng Jin Huang stood quietly beside him. Duke Long brought Feng Jin Huang further down. Suddenly, there was a layer of ripple in front of Feng Jin Huang, as if they had broken a layer of formless membrane. Her pupils shrunk slightly as she discovered a large palace at the bottom of the sea. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House, Dragon Palace. The whole palace shone with slight orange gold light and was richly decorated. The pavilions and terraces were all grand and beautiful. However, Dragon Palace was surrounded by a large dream realm. The dream realm was constantly moving, and its movement was quite fast. Dragon Palace was obscured from time to time by the dream realm, enticing the visitors. The dream realm kept on changing and moving, although some gaps appeared occasionally, which seemed to let others enter Dragon Palace. Duke Long was extremely cautious and would rather wait than take unnecessary risks. Right now, he already had a method to deal with this dream realm. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He had borrowed Feng Jin Huang's Dream Wings Immortal Goo, while the deduction of the Immortal Killer Move was led by Fairy Ziwei. Under the effect of the killer move, a small piece of the dream realm quickly transformed into a human body with closed eyes. This is a pure dream reality seeker physique body, moreover it is perfect with no flaws. Duke Long's eyes shone as he carefully sized it up. He had once been harmed by a pure dream reality seeker physique body, thus he was slightly moved. Huang Heir, your modification is truly brilliant. From now onwards, this pure dream reality seeker physique can be considered the 11th extreme physique. Duke Long praised. Feng Jin Huang blinked her eyes. Master, to be honest, I was only able to do so by coincidence. Because I created the killer move Shatter Dream previously, this modification was done based on its results. I had only thought of giving it a try, but who could have thought it would truly succeed? Duke Long smiled. No need to be insecure, my good disciple. Do you think your creation of Shatter Dream was a coincidence? This is part of fate's arrangement. It is fate that. Feng Jin Huang immediately pouted. Master, can you stop saying things like that? I don't want to hear such words. If everything is fate's arrangement, then what's the point of me doing anything? Duke Long was stunned and wanted to say something but only gave a long sigh. All right, let's not talk about this now. Now is still too early for you. When the time comes, I believe you will comprehend it. Chapter 1685, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Central Continent, Earth Trench. Or, a giant desolate beast monkey let out its final roar. It wanted to stand up, but facing the tiny human goo immortal before it, it felt its whole body freezing. This coldness seemed to penetrate the soul itself, even freezing its heated blood. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Turns Cold. The attacker was none other than Feng Yuan's brother, Guyu Fengzheng. Congratulations, Fengzheng, you are already able to freely utilize Blood Turns Cold after these few days of use in combat. Zhao Lianyun slowly flew closer and said with a smile. Guyu Fengzheng looked at the frozen giant monkey corpse, the red light in his eyes slowly dissipating. His expression was tranquil as he expressed his gratitude to Zhao Lianyun. I am flattered. It was all thanks to you protecting me from the side over these days, otherwise, how would I gain such good opportunities to practice my killer move? The turbulence in Central Continent's earth veins was quite frequent, and all the super forces fell into an awkward situation where they did not have enough manpower. To suppress their own internal situation, Immortal Crane Sect had sent Fengzheng out. Naturally, Fengzheng's movement was constantly monitored by Heavenly Court, and as long as there were no mishaps, Heavenly Court was happy to see Fengzheng growing stronger. Fengzheng was saved by Feng Jiuge and returned to Central Continent, receiving the support of Heavenly Court. Not only did he obtain Blood Revenge Immortal Goo, he also obtained Cold Blood Immortal Goo during his immortal ascension. Fairy Ziwei had already made proper arrangements, giving Blood Turns Cold and other immortal killer moves to Fengzheng. Now, he was already proficient in the killer move Blood Turns Cold, and could use it proficiently in battles. Eastern Sea, at a certain area in the depths of the sea. Duke Long and Feng Jin Huang had already been refining the Dream Realm for several days now. The Dream Realm surrounding Dragon Palace was much larger than they thought. Duke Long had used the killer move Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation to refine dozens of Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, but new Dream Realms were still spreading out from Dragon Palace to fill the gaps. Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation was only a rank 6 killer move and had limited might because its core Immortal Goo, Dream Wings, was only at rank 6. Actually, after condensing the first Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, Duke Long could borrow this special vessel to move in the Dream Realm freely and enter Dragon Palace. But Duke Long's objective this time was this rank 8 Immortal Goo House. Without eliminating this Dream Realm, he would not be able to safely take this Immortal Goo House. While Duke Long was condensing Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, Feng Jin Huang was cultivating wholeheartedly. She was mainly researching the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body. Sometimes, she would move her soul into a Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, and sometimes she would research in her main body. Shadow Sex Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique pursued stability, so it could not live long. Dream realms are ever-changing. Their special trait is uncertainty. So I walked the path of Shattered Dream and made it more unstable. The result was that under the deduction of Lady Ziwei, double negative turned into positive, obtaining the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique. Every time Feng Jin Huang thought back to this, she felt she had gotten lucky. Could it be this is the effect of fate? It wants to borrow my efforts to bring forth the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique. Feng Jin Huang quickly shook her head, getting rid of this thought. She recalled the words of her master, Duke Long. Huang Heir, although you have researched the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, it is still not enough. You need to research this achievement thoroughly to use it in your cultivation. When you find out how to advance your physique to Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, it will be the time for your immortal ascension. Gu Immortal. Feng Jin Huang's accumulation was already enough for immortal ascension, but she was always stopped by Duke Long. Now that Duke Long finally relented, Feng Jin Huang was very excited but also in a dilemma. How could she understand Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique thoroughly? Feng Jin Huang was pondering about this issue, as Duke Long waited patiently. Am I pushing her too hard? After all, transforming her own physique into the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique involves the profundities of human path. The Legends of Rinzhu clearly stated the 10 extreme physiques were created by Rinzhu. These are all human path profundities. Perhaps I can impart my gains when I read the Legends of Rinzhu back then to her. Duke Long was known as the ancestor of the Dragon Man. The birth of the new variant human race, Dragon Man, was brought about by Duke Long alone. And Duke Long's achievement was a result of his comprehension of the Legends of Rinzhu. Although I took Feng Jin Huang as my disciple, I have not taught her anything. She probably cannot meet my requirements, but it is better if I teach her the profundities of Dragon Men. Of course, I still need to warn her that she must not create any Dragon Men. No, according to her nature, she might secretly create them. Huang Er is different from Hong Ting, especially her personality and perception of fate. Sigh, people's hearts have changed since ancient times. This kind of dangerous thinking should be unrelated to Bai Qing. It is probably Feng Jiuge's influence. Duke Long had naturally investigated Feng Jiuge and Fairy Bai Qing. Achoo! Feng Jiuge rubbed his nose. His body was filled with bloody stains. He mumbled, "Who is talking behind my back?" He was in a very miserable state. His robe was mostly torn apart, revealing his robust and muscular chest. Cough, cough. He suddenly coughed up blood. Two Gu immortals who were hidden revealed themselves. They looked at Feng Jiuge's heavily injured appearance, but had joyous expressions. Congratulations, Lord Feng Jiuge, on advancing to rank 8. Feng Jiuge nodded lightly. He felt no excitement towards his rank 8 cultivation. In fact, he could have advanced to rank 8 long ago, but there had never been a suitable opportunity. There were always all kinds of shackles holding him back. After all, he had a family, and was also the most important member of Spirit Affinity House. Rank 8 cultivation level is no big deal. Although I now have White Lychee Immortal Essence, I will need time to accumulate it. I don't have enough funds to advance my core Immortal Gu to rank 8. Even if I have the funds, I will need others to help me refine Gu. Maybe I can rely on Heavenly Court for this? Feng Jiuge thought about his Dao Guardian status, which had a lot of exploitable value. But the crucial thing is the inspiration I got from the Legends of Rinzhu when undergoing the tribulation. Perhaps I can create a song about destiny from this. Heaven and earth has fate, everything is arranged by it. But after Luck Path was born, there was room for change. Everything and everyone in the world has the chance to shine brilliantly now. Destiny's song will portray this brilliance. It will describe the certainty and uncertainty of heaven and earth, as well as the paths of all life. A period of time passed yet again. Immemorial white heaven. Feng Yuan gazed excitedly at the heaven-form crane which was flying around in circles. Found it! I have finally found a second grotto heaven. This is Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Good. It has not annexed any 9 heavens fragment. Chapter 1686. Giant Monster Feng Yuan. After searching for so many days, Feng Yuan found another grotto heaven, and it had not annexed any 9 heavens fragment. But this is a transformation path grotto heaven. My transformation path attainment level is somewhat insufficient. Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Supreme Grandmaster. Feng Yuan was a Grandmaster in transformation path. He was lacking attainment by an entire level. The lack of attainment level was not an issue, because it could be resolved with Dream Realms. Southern Border had plenty of transformation path Dream Realms, which were enough for Feng Yuan to break through to Great Grandmaster attainment in transformation path. It was just that he would have to face some hurdles. Besides Dream Realms, Feng Yuan had another backup method for transformation path attainment level. It was to use Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, as well as Reckless Savage's true meaning in the Northern Icy Plain. The original owner of this grotto heaven was a transformation path, rank 8 Goo Immortal, who had passed 1 myriad tribulation. Rank 8 Goo Immortals had to pass 3 myriad tribulations, after that was rank 9. Myriad tribulations were terrifying, and were also called apocalyptic myriad tribulation. To rank 8 Goo Immortals, there was a huge danger of dying, but also the chance to rapidly progress in their cultivation. 1 myriad tribulation and 2 myriad tribulations were classifications of a rank 8 Goo Immortals cultivation level. If Feng Yuan annexed this grotto heaven, his cultivation would immediately soar to 1 myriad tribulation level. Such terrifying progress could definitely make Heavenly Court panic. Duke Long and Bo Qing were also only at 2 myriad tribulations level. Passing the 3rd myriad tribulation would be rank 9. Duke Long, however, knew he was not cut out for that, so he merged his immortal aperture with Heavenly Court, changing to a phantom aperture. On the other hand, Bo Qing tried to advance but perished. Since this beast Calamity Grotto Heaven has not annexed a 9 heavens fragment, how did it pass the calamities and tribulations? It would not be easy for it to repeatedly pass calamities and tribulations just using its own strength. In the past, Langya Land Spirit was afraid of calamities and tribulations, so he lowered his grotto heaven to a blessed land. This was a very wise choice. Of course, the method to downgrade a grotto heaven to blessed land was extremely rare and was not something any grotto heaven could use. Heaven form flew in circles while transmitting information. Feng Yuan discovered a peculiar phenomenon. This grotto heaven's calamities and tribulations were of one kind. They were all beast calamities. Beast calamities were a type of tribulation. Sometimes they would be formed from desolate beasts, and sometimes from ancient desolate beasts. In this grotto heaven, heavenly tribulations were desolate beast calamities, grand tribulations were ancient desolate beast calamities, and myriad tribulati. Ons were immemorial desolate beast calamities. What method is this? It can actually restrict the type of calamities and tribulations? If everything is a beast calamity, it will be really easy to deal with them. After all, beasts have physical form and are not difficult to block, unlike rain, wind, and fog. As heaven forms continued to probe, Feng Yuan discovered deeper information. He sighed. So this grotto heaven is not restricting calamities and tribulations, but transforming any calamities and tribulations into a beast calamity. Truly an amazing method. There were many kinds of calamities and tribulations, but their formation would be influenced in this beast calamity grotto heaven, transforming into ferocious beasts in the end. Apart from Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo and Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, Feng Yuan finally encountered another method that was targeted towards calamities and tribulations. That was Beast Calamity Transformation. Every grotto heaven that can continuously exist is not simple. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven is like this. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven is even more so. This is truly an unexpected surprise. This grotto heaven contains a huge population and countless resources, and more importantly, the method of Beast Calamity Transformation. I need to get this method. It will be very useful in dealing with my tribulations. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan transferred his white lychee immortal essence to the heaven form crane. A while light slowly expanded as Feng Yuan flew in. He was not blocked by any rank 8 Goo immortal this time because there was no rank 8 existence in this Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. However, when he was entering, the whole grotto heaven started shaking. A profound and vast strength came from every direction, not only influencing the white light, but also exerting pressure on Feng Yuan. What is this? Feng Yuan was slightly bewildered at first before quickly reaching realization. There was a strange expression on his face. So it is like this. I am not from this grotto heaven and came from the outside world, because my strength is too powerful and the grotto heaven wants to reject me. It is treating me as a tribulation. This Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven could transform calamities and tribulations into all kinds of beasts. Currently, this force was influencing Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan pondered. It is possible to forcibly resist this strength, but I fear our fight might end up destroying this method. Although Heaven Form discovered several inheritance grounds which the original owner left, what if the Beast Calamity Transformation method is not recorded there? Just in case, it was better to maintain Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven in its original state and not destroy any crucial arrangement. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan boldly retracted his defenses. He then felt endless temporary transformation path Dao marks being added to his body. At the same time, his Dao marks also changed into transformation path Dao marks. Amazing! Amazing! Transformation path can project every path. Transformation path Dao marks can transform into any path's Dao marks. Right now, this transformation has been turned upside down, changing other paths Dao marks into transformation path Dao marks. Fong Yuan sighed and praised repeatedly. This method is beyond ordinary. It seems to involve the deepest profundity of transformation path. It feels like I only need to get in and out of here a few times and let this influence affect my body to comprehend the true essence of this method. Of course, the quickest method is to charge to those several inheritance grounds and seize the true inheritances there. I can check if there is the original record of Beast Calamity transformation. Fong Yuan's body was transforming and constantly expanding. He gradually turned unrecognizable as he transformed into a beast. If not for Heaven Form already inspecting clearly that this transformation had no side effects, Fong Yuan would not have dared to accept this kind of influence. Bellow. After a while, Fong Yuan turned into a large monster with a bull head and human body. He was as large as a mountain, his skin as tough as steel, bull hair filled his body, and his nose let out rough breathing noises as he took large steps forward. The whole Beast Calamity Grotto heaven was shaken. Countless people looked at the sky and saw Fong Yuan. After a momentary daze, screams and shouts filled the sky. Monster! A monster has appeared again. This monster is so large, its aura is also completely different from the previous ones. Quickly call our beast warriors. Under countless people's anxious anticipation, a combat beast warrior appeared. This was a middle-aged man with rank 7 Gu immortal cultivation level, but his aura was somewhat strange. He looked plain and his expression was serious as he moved to the top of the city wall. There is only one record of such a huge monster appearing in history. I can feel an incomparably terrifying force with just one glance at it. He sighed inwardly while clenching his fists, the fire of battle intent rising in his eyes. But for my homeland, to defend love and justice, I will defeat this monster no matter what. Come, my combat beast, transform one. The middle-aged man shouted loudly, and his whole body started to emit light. Shortly, an eagle cry could be heard. A silver-white giant eagle flew over from the horizon. This was an ancient, desolate beast. When the silver-white giant eagle's body also started to emit light, the middle-aged man jumped while the silver-white giant eagle swooped down. The lights on both grew increasingly brighter, and when the two met in the air, the two lights merged together.
Boom.
The lights dissipated. With an eagle head, human body, and 2 wings on his back, a beast warrior as tall as the city wall showed up. The crowd immediately cried out in joy. He's here, our eagle warrior has appeared. Go eagle warrior, kill this giant monster. We support you. You will definitely succeed. Amidst the crowd's cheers, eagle warrior flew to the sky and charged towards Fong Yuan. He cried out in his mind, I won't let anyone down. Come, let us have a great fight.
Bam.
A crisp sound echoed. The silent Fong Yuan slammed down on eagle warrior with a single slap.
Boom.
Eagle warrior's body drew an arc in the sky like a falling meteor before fiercely colliding on the ground, forming a huge crater with dust flying everywhere. The crowd went silent. An intense dizziness almost sent eagle warrior unconscious. He used all his strength to conquer it before barely subduing the dizziness. He then slowly climbed out of the deep crater. What happened? I was actually slammed to the ground by this monster. Eagle warrior reacted only after a long while. Recalling that scene, his eyes revealed an intense fright. That speed just now. This is absurd. How can such a large body move have such nimbleness? This is impossible. Chapter 1687. Monster Rampages. Normally, such an enormous monster should have a boorish nature with great strength. It is impossible for it to have such agility and speed. Eagle warrior stood up from the deep crater. His head was filled with cold sweat. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Wait a second, could that attack be this monster's combat technique? He looked at Fong Yuan, who had turned into a giant monster with bull head and human body, the enormous shadow shrouding Eagle warrior. Eagle warrior slowly regained his courage as he thought about this. You have a combat technique, I also have a combat technique. I already know your combat technique, but a stupid large animal like you cannot understand my combat technique. That's right, as long as I can grasp the opportunity, I definitely have the chance to win. Thinking of this, Eagle warrior's eyes emitted hopeful light. He stood up. That's right, how could Eagle warrior be knocked out instantly? Go. Eagle warrior, we believe in you. Seeing Eagle warrior stand up, the dead silent city suddenly erupted into heaven-shaking cheers. An eagle cry resounded. Eagle warrior flapped his wings and flew to the sky again. You have a combat technique, I also have a combat technique. Monster, let me show you my combat technique, Silver Illusion. Eagle warrior shouted. At the next moment, his body suddenly turned illusory, splitting into 6 illusory images. They were all lifelike and had no difference from the real body. In an instant, the real and fake eagle warriors surrounded Fong Yuan and flew above him in a circle. The commotion in the city immediately surged to a whole new level. Look, it is Eagle Warrior's Silver Illusion combat technique. He finally used it. Look. That monster looks dazed. It does not know which one to attack. 1 inch the chance of victory is here. Go, kill that giant monster.
Ah.
Eagle Warrior is truly too cool. Eagle Warrior heard the cheers of the crowd, which amplified his courage and battle intent in his heart. But he was cool-headed inwardly. I must use this chance to make a definite strike. Even if I cannot kill this monster, I need to be able to heavily injure it. After all, combat techniques consume a huge amount of stamina and cannot be used repeatedly. That's why, even if this monster is powerful, it cannot repeatedly use its combat techniques. I will first use illusions to make it attack and waste its stamina. After it depletes its own strength, when it has no stamina left, I might be able to capture it alive. Eagle Warrior actually wanted to capture Feng Yuan alive. Although Feng Yuan could not sense this thought, he clearly saw through Eagle Warrior's combat technique. Eagle Warriors constantly buzzed around Feng Yuan. Occasionally, 1 or 2 suddenly swept down and attacked Feng Yuan with their sharp claws and beak. Feng Yuan stood on the spot without evading. These Eagle Warriors were all illusions with no real threat in their attacks. In Feng Yuan's eyes, it was a dead giveaway. Feng Yuan was calm and composed, laughing inwardly. This grotto heaven is somewhat interesting. First of all, the interaction between mortals and Gu immortals was interesting. They were harmonious. Different from the 5 regions outside world where mortals were like ants and Gu immortals were high and above. In this grotto heaven, Gu immortals were the guardian spirits of mortals. More importantly, they were even keen to take on this guardian duty. From this point, Feng Yuan could see the trace of a paradise. But this was not strange. Every grotto heaven formed its own small world. If there was little contact with the outside world of the 5 regions, the grotto heaven would form a different social structure and create a style unique to itself. Secondly, the battle style and cultivation method of Gu masters and Gu immortals here was interesting too. For instance, the opponent before Feng Yuan had merged with an ancient desolate beast silver-white giant eagle to create a kind of human-beast fusion battle form. This was clearly a transformation path method, and its advantage was extremely obvious. Normally, Gu immortals would need to expend immortal essence to activate immortal Gu or immortal killer moves. But the Gu immortals here only needed to merge with a desolate beast and could possess combat techniques. The so-called combat technique was just the innate abilities of some desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. It was like Feng Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle which could enter and exit immortal apertures. This innate ability was known as combat technique by the people here. It did not expend immortal essence but had a huge demand on stamina, even having some other costs like sacrificing a part of the body or some lifespan. Be they combat techniques, immortal Gu or immortal killer moves, if we trace their origin, they were all just in essence Tao. Because desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts have dense Tao mark accumulation on their bodies, and the fact that certain areas in their bodies have a higher concentration of Tao marks, they would possess innate abilities or combat techniques. Immortal Gu were fragments of the great Tao. They represented certain laws of heaven and earth. There was no need to talk about immortal killer moves. They were usually a combination of several immortal Gu and a large amount of mortal Gu. They were an organized combination of Tao marks and great Tao fragments, which went through specific profound procedures to achieve a greater overall effect and power. In fact, the most primitive immortal killer moves had been created by Gu immortals who used the Tao mark distribution of desolate beasts as reference. They imitated and experimented with these distributions and created immortal killer moves eventually. The Gu immortals here can merge with desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts to use the beast's innate ability. They don't need to spend painstaking effort to refine any immortal Gu and can also save on the danger and cost of training and creating immortal killer moves. This advantage was truly prominent. Immortal Gu were hard to find, and every immortal Gu was unique. But there was a lot of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Even immemorial desolate beasts like the upper extreme heavenly eagle could be found in groups. The desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts possessing innate talents would often look stupid because of their lack of intelligence. But after they merged with Gu immortals, the Gu immortals would possess their innate talents, and they would also possess the Gu immortals' wisdom. This was a win-win situation for both parties. Their advantages made up for each other's deficiency. But this method is not flexible enough. There is only a fixed method to use when fighting. Innate abilities are not varied enough and easily targeted and restricted. They are full of shortcomings. Feng Yuan also saw through the disadvantages. 1 inch, but overall, this method's advantages are still huge, far surpassing the disadvantages. If it is popularized, the 5 regions will definitely welcome it with open arms. Fortunately, this method was not leaked out in my previous life. Otherwise, my memories would have been completely different. Because this method was simply the best way to mass-produce Gu immortal battle strength. Although it could not affect high-level battle strength, it was enough to turn around some situations. The 5 regions had many rank 6 Gu immortals who did not have even one immortal Gu. And these people were the majority of the Gu immortal world in every region. When one region had this method while another did not, and they had a fight based on the mid to low-level Gu immortal battles, the region with this met had would have a high chance of winning. This fusion ability is not anything new, but it has never prospered. The greatest obstacle is the conflict between Dao marks. But this grotto heaven has a method to turn other Dao marks into transformation path Dao marks. So Gu immortals can casually fuse with desolate beasts. This fusion method is the same as Beast Calamity's transformation method. After deducing this, Fong Yuan wanted possession of this transformation path method even more. I have proper things to do. These flies should stop bothering me. As he thought to himself, Fong Yuan activated a time path method. His current time path killer moves were no longer like before. Eagle Warrior was still probing when he shockingly discovered that time around him had slowed down by countless times. Time has become so slow. How is this possible? Eagle Warrior was thoroughly horrified. He was quite confident in his speed, but with time itself being influenced, he was unable to display his greatest advantage, speed. Let's end this. Fong Yuan extended his palms slowly. His 10 fingers opened up and grabbed the 2 eagle wings. Darn it! Darn it! Move! Eagle Warrior roared inwardly, but despite using all his strength to fly, he only flew a meager distance.
Swish.
At the next instance, Fong Yuan exerted strength, tearing apart the 2 wings instantly. 2-inch ah. Eagle Warrior's expression was twisted in pain. Blood flowed out from the wounds on his back, gushing out wildly, like a fountain. Eagle Warrior. No! Countless people cried out in shock. Fear and horror took over their high spirits from earlier. Some even fainted on the spot, while some covered their faces. Fong Yuan slowly put his hands on Eagle Warrior's head. Eagle Warrior's heart thumped madly as he felt an intense aura of death. So this was its combat technique? Slowing down time, truly a terrifying combat technique. But even if I die here, it was of some value. At least, I managed to expose its secret. Thinking so, Eagle Warrior screamed loudly. Monster. So, what if you kill me? There are still many beast warriors coming to kill you. Your death is all but.
Bam.
Fong Yuan exerted strength in between his hands, and like a watermelon smashing on the ground, Eagle Warrior's head burst. White-red brain matter and bones splattered everywhere. Fong Yuan relaxed his palms. Plop. The headless Eagle Warrior corpse fell on the ground, creating a dust cloud. Fong Yuan looked at the city. His body was gigantic. The tall city walls could only reach his knees. His expression was tranquil, but his bull head horrified countless people. White cloud moved beside his shoulders, and what should have been a clear sky was blocked by his enormous figure, his shadow shrouding everyone's heart. There was a huge crowd in the city, but no one made a sound. It was deathly silent. Fong Yuan slowly moved towards the city one. At the next moment, like an explosion. Ion. Countless people began to scream and cry as they started escaping in all directions like headless flies. From high up in Fong Yuan's vision, these mortals looked like a group of ants that were dispersing through the 4 city gates. Fong Yuan ignored them and continued to move towards the city.
Bam.
His calf knocked into the city wall, instantly causing it to collapse entirely. He walked on the city's main street, but even if it were to enlarge by 5 to 6 times, Fong Yuan's heel would still cover the whole street. Buildings crumbled like small paper boxes as Fong Yuan knocked into them. There were also some unlucky mortals who were directly stepped into meat paste. Chapter 1688. Obstruction. Bellow. The monster Fong Yuan let out a roar, his giant body crossing a forest while destroying countless gigantic trees easily. Retreat, retreat. Deer Warrior was holding a long spear. He was coughing out blood as he went to face Fong Yuan, using his life to fight for time for Spirit Spring Forest's inhabitants. But in the end, Deer Warrior's neck was snapped by Fong Yuan, dying a miserable death. The image ended here, creating a buzzing commotion in the hall. Tens of energetic and vigorous warriors, men and women, old and young, were talking in low voices. Their speech and expressions were filled with shock and anger. At this time, an emaciated old man coughed twice from a raised platform. The hall immediately fell silent. All the beast warriors looked at the old man with respectful gazes. The old man spoke. You have seen the images. Since the bull-headed demon god descended, it has destroyed Sacred Eagle City, Dark Valley, and Spirit Spring Forest. A red-haired boar shouted. Lord Combat Beast King, what are we still waiting for? Almost all the combat beast warriors in the world are here and are waiting for your command to eradicate this bull-headed demon god. Yes, Lord, give us the command. We can't wait anymore. We have already gotten information about bull-headed demon god. Eagle Warrior and Deer Warrior died miserably at his hands. We must avenge them. Many combat beast warriors spoke. The collective mood in the hall was stirred into agitation. The old man only extended his hand and pressed down. The hall fell silent once again. He continued, "Sai, looks like you still don't truly realize the severity of this beast calamity. I know that everyone present here has outstanding battle achievements, but this monster is different from normal. More accurately, if we don't deal with this properly, it might lead to the end of the world." "What do you mean?" "This monster is strong indeed, but haven't there been giant monsters who have killed several combat beast warriors before? This monster is large and possesses 2 combat techniques. Its time-slowing combat technique is especially troublesome, but it can also be countered." The old man shook his head, saying with a solemn expression, "This bull-headed demon god has bottomless strength. It could be said to be among the most terrifying beasts. You should know how the first-generation combat beast king died, right?" All the combat beast warriors were visibly moved at these words. "Lord Combat Beast King, you mean? No way. Is this giant monster at that level?" The old man nodded slowly. "This star snail hall we are currently in is the corpse of Star Sea Snail. The first-generation combat beast king was the strongest combat beast warrior in history, but to kill the Star Sea Snail, he had to sacrifice his life. And this bull-headed demon god is at the same level as the Star Sea Snail." The old man's reply sent the hall into complete pin-drop silence. "So." The old man looked at his surroundings and continued, "I assembled everyone to move together to kill this bull-headed demon god, but we actually don't have a high chance of winning. You must use all your strength for us to have a chance of victory. Please battle with the awareness that you are going to die." "Awareness of death," someone mumbled.
Heh?
Someone suddenly laughed. The mood suddenly became invigorated. The combat beast warriors had a similar fire burning in their eyes. Their battle-intent soared. "I already had the awareness of sacrificing for my homeland long ago. Yes, so what if I have to sacrifice my life in order to save the lives of my family and friends? We can't let this bull-headed demon god continue to wreak havoc, so what if it is comparable to the Star Sea Snail? I believe my fist, and I believe in everyone. Yes, I believe in my comrade's strength. The first-generation combat beast king fought alone, but we are different. We have each other." Some people shouted. Some people raised their arms. The morale continued to rise. The old man showed a gratified smile. "Good. I am going to merge with the Star Sea Snail's shell and transport you all. We will besiege the bull-headed demon god and catch it off guard. Remember, the future of this world is weighing on your shoulders." "We understand." The Star Sea Snail shell began to shake. Feng Yuan was walking on a wasteland. He still had the appearance of a monster with a bull head and human body. His size was as tall as a mountain, his shoulders at the height of the clouds, and his steps created craters. Each step of his produced an earth-shaking sound. The first-generation combat beast king should be this Grotto Heaven's original owner. Feng Yuan was already certain. He had destroyed 3 locations and took away inheritances of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's original owner. These inheritances were intact, and although they had lasted for many years, they were not taken away by other combat beast warriors. The cultivation method of merging with beasts is convenient, but unfortunately, is not the proper goo cultivation method. This kind of path only gets narrower the more one walks on it, so these people aren't even aware of Beast Calamity Immortal's true inheritance. Who is it? Feng Yuan suddenly stopped. His gaze became vigilant. At the next moment, starlight overflowed and combat beast warriors appeared one after the other, surrounding him tightly. "Monster, go and die. For the peace of the world, I will have no regrets even if I have to sacrifice everything." Everyone attacked together. "Believe in yourself. Believe in your friends. Even if the monster is stronger, it is not our match." The battle started suddenly. At the same time, at a certain seabed in Eastern Sea. "Master, it's done. There are no longer any more dream realms coming out." Feng Jin Huang looked at the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace with excitement. Duke Long nodded. "Our painstaking effort over the past few days was not in vain. The greatest obstacle is gone. Dragon Palace is covered by a layer of dream realms. Although the framework is not disturbed, the entire Immortal Goo House has already stopped working. It is the perfect chance for us to take it now." As Duke Long pondered, a past memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. The red longevity character written in the hall was very conspicuous. Duke Long sat at the main seat, surrounded by dragon men. "Grandfather, I am here to offer birthday wishes. I wish you blessings as deep as Eastern Sea and longevity as tall as southern border mountains. This is a desolate beast that I hunted personally for you. I hope grandfather likes it." A dragon man youngster half knelt on the ground as he held a plate in front of him. There was a tiny seahorse on the plate. "This is the Desolate Beast Happiness Seahorse. It is very fast and hard to kill. 7th Young Master only has rank 6 cultivation level. It is very hard for him to kill it, but to think he actually captured it alive. I heard that in order to capture this Happiness Seahorse, 7th Young Master spent a month at the bottom of the sea without moving. His filial piety is truly touching. The surrounding people discussed there were human goo immortals as well, but most were dragon men. Among these dragon men, there were goo immortals as well as mortal goo masters. They were all Duke Long's descendants. Duke Long was the ancestor of the dragon men. He created the dragon man variant human race. Seventh young master, a rank 6 dragon man goo immortal, was Duke Long's most beloved grandson. Good, good. Grandpa accepts your gift. Duke Long smiled affectionately. Distinguished guests and grandchildren filled the hall. This filled Duke Long's chest with warmth.
But now,
Duke Long suddenly returned to reality. There was only the dark and cold seawater around him and that deathly silent dragon palace. The past was no more. The warmth that once filled his heart had already been buried in history. Who is it? Come out. Duke Long suddenly spoke, his expression calm as his sharp gaze scanned several areas. As expected of heavenly courts, Duke Long, you have such keen perception. An old Woma. And slowly revealed herself. She was hunchbacked. She had deep wrinkles on her face that resembled the pattern of a purple venomous snake, extending from her face to her arms and to her whole body. Duke Long, we are definitely going to obtain this immortal goo house. Another goo immortal appeared. He was dressed in a white robe. He looked young and was handsome. Your central continent wants to take what belongs to our eastern sea? Humph. The third goo immortal snorted coldly. He was robust, and his triangular eyes shone with cold light. The final goo immortal slowly approached Duke Long from behind. He wore a black robe. His face could not be seen. He was silent like an eerie ghost, filled with dark energy. Granny Rome, Yang Zihe, Shi Miao, and Zhang Yin, you are all alone, and demonic immortals of Eastern Seas goo immortal world. Was it easy for you to cultivate to rank 8? Why are you sending yourselves to death by coming before me? Duke Long was still relaxed even when he was surrounded by 4 rank 8 goo immortals. No need to speak nonsense. Let's fight. Shi Miao took the lead. A huge battle erupted. Chapter 1689. Failure. Immemorial White Heaven. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Bull Demon. Face this move. A golden-haired ape shouted as it charged towards Fong Yuan while carrying the might of wind and thunder. Bull-headed demon god Fong Yuan stood on the spot without moving, quietly looking at the golden-haired ape approaching him. Only when the ape reached in front of him did he lift his hand slightly.
Swoosh.
At the next moment, his fist that was raised from knee level suddenly appeared right before his chest. A straight punch. It was an ordinary movement, but in Fong Yuan's current state, it had terrifying might. Before the golden-haired ape could react, it felt an incomparable strength that sent it flying backwards.
Bam.
After flying a short arc in the air, the golden-haired ape crashed into a mountain. Rocks and boulders were smashed and fell down, burying him. What kind of strength is this? Even Golden Ape is not its match. I have never seen such strength matched with such speed. It is indeed a monster on the same level as the star sea snail. Besides the buried Golden Ape, there were several combat beast warriors around the battlefield, but right now, they all felt a chill as they saw Golden Ape's ending. Pull yourself together. This is clearly a combat technique. It will expend its stamina intensely if it uses it many times. One of the combat beast warriors, Lightning Lion, roared. Fong Yuan had already defeated most of the combat beast warriors sent by Combat Beast King, but there were still 5 who had some strength left. They were the strongest 5 combat beast warriors. There were 2 lion warriors, Lightning Lion and Dharma Lion. The former had a lion head and human body and grasped lightning powers, while the latter had a human head and lion body and had extremely powerful recovery.
A Mao.
Montane-sized mollusk called stone mollusk. Its 2 large shells were open and could spit out countless meteor-like stones. A gigantic rhinoceros that looked like it was forged from steel. It was called Steel Rush. The last one was an exquisite frost butterfly with the size of an adult's fist. It had a human shape with butterfly wings and could let out powerful frost energy. Hee, stupid bull. You are trapped. Unknowingly, the exquisite frost butterfly had appeared above Fong Yuan's head. Frost energy burst forth, covering Fong Yuan's head and shoulders, and quickly spreading down. Roar. Steel Rush let out a loud roar as it rushed straight towards Fong Yuan, causing an earthquake. Have a taste of my new combat technique. Stone mollusk suddenly started moving in circles rapidly, letting out an astonishing speed as it closed in on Fong Yuan. Its 2 shells opened, and it clamped down on Fong Yuan's whole lower half. At the next moment, Steel Rush fiercely knocked Fong Yuan to the ground. Freezing air had frozen Fong Yuan's arms in a large block of deep blue profound ice. The time is now. Lightning Lion and Dharma Lion attacked Fong Yuan's head from the left and right.
D.
The 5 of them shouted together, their battle intent soared to their peak state.
Boom.
An intense explosion occurred, causing boundless surging air currents. The 5 combat beast warriors were like small planks in a hurricane as they coughed out blood and were sent flying away by the air currents. In the dust cloud, a mountain-sized black figure was gradually revealed. Fong Yuan quietly stood on his original spot. He looked at the 5 combat beast warriors that wanted to fight him struggle on the ground, before continuing to move ahead. Bam, bam, bam. His every step shook the surrounding land and left behind large footprints. Damn it. Don't leave. Stop it. Combat beast warriors struggled to stand up, but only Lightning Lion was able to barely stand up. It is Lightning Lion. Go. You must stop this monster. Lightning Lion charged towards Fong Yuan without any fear once again. His gaze was filled with resolute light. If you want to slaughter the others, you will have to step past my corpse.
Boom.
No one saw how Fong Yuan attacked. They only saw Lightning Lion getting slammed back at an even faster speed. The giant lion's body was dragged along the ground, creating a 30-meter-sized gully before it stopped. Lightning Lion fainted. There was no movement from him anymore. Fong Yuan continued moving forward. He had controlled himself and did not take the lives of these people. Different from when he had just invaded. After inheriting several inheritances, his attitude had already changed. Right now, the way he looked at it, everything in this beast calamity grotto heaven was his property. This naturally included these combat beast warriors. There is the final inheritance ground left. As long as I take this inheritance, ICA, and combine all the inheritance contents and obtain the complete contents. Soon, Fong Yuan reached before the star sea snail. The star sea snail was an immemorial desolate beast, but the one in front of Fong Yuan was only its corpse. Beast Calamity Immortal had been heavily injured when fighting the star sea snail and had suffered a fatal, irrecoverable wound. On his deathbed, he had left behind the inheritances and also forged this star sea snail into the final inheritance ground. Bull-headed demon god, I have been waiting for you. This generation's combat beast king stood on the top of the star sea snail and looked at Fong Yuan. He was already very old and was like a small ant when compared to Fong Yuan's size. But this ant's eyes burned with blazing flames. Starlight suddenly shined on the star sea snail's body and covered the old man's body. Several breaths later, the starlight became eye-piercing. After the starlight dissipated, a heavily armored giant stood in front of Fong Yuan, only slightly shorter than Fong Yuan. Oh, so this method is not limited to live beasts. It can even be used on an immemorial desolate beast's corpse. Fong Yuan was inwardly surprised, but shortly afterwards he understood. This transformation path method was reliant on Dao marks and did not differentiate between alive or dead targets. Although the star sea snail was dead, its shell still retained a vast number of star path Dao marks, which could be used by the old man. This should be this grotto heaven's greatest trump card, right? Unfortunately, even if it were a living star sea snail, it would be no match for me, let alone its corpse that has lost so many Dao marks since its death. Fong Yuan mentally sneered as he charged towards the star-armored giant. The battle was intense, but the result was within Fong Yuan's expectations. In the scarred battlefield, Fong Yuan was still standing proudly, while the star-armored giant was collapsed on the ground on the verge of death. There is no hope. The other combat beast warriors who had come to help out in the battle were kneeling on the ground. Their faces were pale. Starlight shined. The star-armored giant once again turned back into the current generation combat beast king, and there was also the star sea snail shell, with cracks all over it. Fong Yuan examined for a while and discovered the profundities within the star sea snail. He laughed and suddenly spoke. Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit, are you still not coming out? All the combat beast warriors were dumbstruck and shaken. What did I just hear? That giant monster spoke. It can actually speak human language? Am I hearing things because I am too old and am about to die soon? The combat beast king mumbled with a dull expression. But at the next moment, an even more astonishing scene played out. Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit flew towards Fong Yuan along with several immortal goo. The Heavenly Spirit was in the form of a young Qilin. It spoke with a crisp and clear sound. Foreign goo immortal, although you came here and obtained many inheritances, you have not obtained my full recognition. You recklessly killed innocent people and rampaged wildly. You are powerful, but you can only obtain my main body's immortal killer moves. As for immortal goo and this grotto heaven's inheritance rights, don't even think about it. Oh. Fong Yuan let out laughter filled with deep meaning. The young Qilin was solemn. I know what you are thinking. Even I won't be able to win against you if you use force. But I can make these immortal goo self-detonate and destroy the grotto heaven. You will gain nothing from this. Fong Yuan was silent. He felt somewhat troubled when he saw the young Qilin's resolute look. A heavenly spirit was like a land spirit. It would not lie. Fong Yuan was unable to inspect where Beast Calamity Immortal's immortal goo were, and his bloodlight spirit suppression was not high enough level to pose sufficient threat to the grotto heaven's heavenly spirit. So, it was like this: the combat beast warriors here were originally a part of the inheritance. I realized Beast Calamity Immortal's intention. After a long while of silence, Fong Yuan suddenly spoke. Even if you understand now, it is too late. Everyone only has one chance. But you are not leaving empty-handed. According to the main body's arrangements, immortal killer moves will be handed to you. The heavenly spirit had made its point clear. It wanted him to leave. After Fong Yuan obtained these immortal killer moves, he did not remain or use force, leaving Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven through the entrance, which was opened by the heavenly spirit. 1 Eastern Sea. The battle between 5 rank 8 Gu immortals was astonishing. One large sea waves and tsunami surged. Dark clouds rumbled in the sky with lightning flashing and thunder roaring. Undercurrents rose in the sea. Poison path, water path, soul path, and all kinds of terrifying methods had already exterminated all living beings in the surroundings. If you have any methods left, use them. Duke Long was still relaxed. Feng Jin Huang was standing beside him. She was completely safe with not even a hair out of place. But right now, her face was filled with shock. After all, this was the first time she was seeing the fight between rank 8 Gu immortals at such a close distance. This had truly broadened her perspective. Granny Rome, Yang Zihe, and others were solemn and distressed. After truly exchanging moves, they tasted Duke Long's power. Although Duke Long was alone and had a burden, Feng Jin Huang, the 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s, were actually unable to gain an upper hand since the start. Despite the 4 immortals using all their strength, they were unable to change the situation. Right now, they already saw signs of defeat. He already has quasi-rank 9 strength. Besides an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, we have no way to deal with him. Such powerful strength, as expected of Heavenly Court, as expected of Duke Long. The morale of Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, and the others had already sunk to rock bottom. Damn it, we plotted to get Dragon Palace for so long, but Heavenly Court is going to take it away. Sai, let's go. We are not Duke Long's match, and with us being on guard against each other, we cannot cooperate completely. There is no meaning in staying. Seeing there was no choice, the 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s left immediately. Duke Long did not give chase. His goal this time was Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, and his goal never changed. Dragon Palace was corroded by Dream Realms and has already fallen apart. I wonder how many Gu are still remaining? How many core Immortal Gu are damaged? Duke Long sighed inwardly as he moved to take Dragon Palace. At the next moment, an astonishing scene occurred. Dragon Palace suddenly let out an extraordinary splendor and flew to the sky. Duke Long remained standing on the spot. He was not able to obstruct Dragon Palace in time and could only look as it flew away. A trace of blood flowed out from the corners of his lips as his eyes revealed shock. Dragon Palace is actually completely intact. Not only this, one of its cores is a Dream Path Immortal Gu. Haha, Duke Long, let's see how you fight against us this time. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s had returned. Duke Long's expression sank. The situation had turned troublesome. He was besieged and Dragon Palace had flown away while spreading its aura everywhere. It would definitely create turmoil in Eastern Sea. Chapter 1690. Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. Immortal Killer Move. Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. Fong Yuan mumbled. He was sitting on the auspicious cloud moving through empty air in immemorial white heaven. It was vast and boundless. After leaving Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he actively absorbed the benefits from this trip. Beast Calamity Immortal's unique method was Immortal Killer Move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. After using this move, it could add a great number of Transformation Path Dao marks and also transform the target's other Dao marks into Transformation Path Dao marks. This move expended an enormous amount of immortal essence and also required abundant emotions. These emotions had to be positive and righteous. From this point, Fong Yuan finally realized the cause of the nature of those combat beast warriors in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fong Yuan did not lack immortal essence. Over this period of time, although he had spent a lot in advancing the ranks of his immortal Gu, his gains were similarly a lot. Especially in the later stage of Gu refinement, Fong Yuan's progress was huge, and his expenditure had continued to fall. Currently, Fong Yuan's total amount of rank 8 immortal essence was a lot and could support 2 battles of rank 8 level intensity. Fong Yuan had abundant emotions as well. He could easily create the positive emotions through wisdom path methods. His wisdom path attainment was very high after all. What Fong Yuan lacked were immortal Gu. There were 4 immortal Gu that formed this move. Among them the core was a rank 8 immortal Gu adaptation. One, it went without saying that this was a transformation path immortal Gu and was also the vital Gu of Beast Calamity Immortal. The other 3 immortal Gu were all rank 7. Even if the Heavenly Spirit does not give me these immortal Gu, I can snatch them. I have already improved Great Thief Ghost Hand, and it is now much more reliable. Currently, I only need heaven form to constantly scout and find the place where these immortal goo are hidden, then I can use my theft path method to get them. However, it is somewhat troublesome to obtain the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. As far as Feng Yuan was concerned, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven itself had an enormous value to him. But the heavenly spirit was able to destroy the Grotto Heaven, so if he rashly used force, his losses would far outweigh his gains. From my deduction based on this myriad being's assimilation transformation, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's goo immortals might also have a trump card. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts could be used for myriad beings' assimilation transformation, so could the star sea snail shell. These goo immortals did not grasp myriad beings' assimilation transformation. The reason was that Beast Calamity Immortal used this move on the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. That meant, if the situation came to it, the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven could merge with the goo immortals through myriad beings' assimilation transformation. This could create a temporary rank 8 battle strength. Naturally, Feng Yuan could win against this kind of rank 8, but all of the resulting losses would be incurred on Feng Yuan. Even if he won, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, which had used myriad beings' assimilation transformation, would suffer severe damage. This means I need to deduce a way to restrict them from using myriad beings' assimilation transformation with the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Also, I can use Familiar Face to invade once again. Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit said a person only had one chance to inherit it, but how strong could its detection ability be? Could it distinguish Feng Yuan's true identity? According to Feng Yuan's deduction, this possibility was very low. However, just as Feng Yuan was deducing restraining methods, he obtained some news. This news was important. Dragon Palace has appeared. Moreover, Duke Long personally made a move but was not able to acquire it. Oh, it was because he was obstructed by an alliance of 4 Eastern Sea Rank 8 Goo Immortals. Interesting. Currently, the Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace is flying in the skies of Eastern Sea without hit. Its aura. It has already created a huge commotion. Countless forces and Goo Immortal experts are paying close attention to it. Feng Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He knew of Dragon Palace's existence. There were relevant clues in Shadow Sect's true inheritance. But these clues were only superficial clues, and were not significant enough. The most valuable content recorded was, Dragon Palace had a restriction that its inheritor must be a dragon man. Although Feng Yuan wanted to own a Rank 8 Immortal Goo House, he never had a good opportunity or time. Although he had Bai Ningbing, it would be difficult to search for Dragon Palace, and it would take a great amount of time and energy. According to the previous situation, although the Rank 8 Immortal Goo House was strong, were Feng Yuan to take the risk to search for it and end up unable to obtain it, he would quickly be pursued and hunted by Heavenly Court. The benefits were huge, but the risk was even greater, so Feng Yuan had not made a move. So, Heavenly Court had been secretly searching for Dragon Palace, and almost got it. Knowing this, Feng Yuan could not help but praise those 4 Eastern Sea Rank 8s. Great job. He did not think for long. Feng Yuan immediately left Immemorial White Heaven and moved towards Eastern Sea. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was here, and would not be discovered easily. He could deal with it slowly. Dragon Palace's matter was urgent. He could not let Heavenly Court take it. This was a Rank 8 Immortal Goo House, and had an unknown Dream Path Immortal Goo. Days later, Eastern Sea.
Boom.
Amidst an intense explosion, Goo Immortal Sher Miao spat out a large mouthful of blood while retreating rapidly. Duke Long gave a loud roar. His body turned into light rays as he charged at Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace. The distance between the two was rapidly shrinking, but at the crucial moment, Granny Rong moved and blocked Duke Long. Her whole body was releasing purple gas. She was heavily injured and was pale as paper. Duke Long's momentum was ferocious, but his pupils shrunk when he saw the purple poisonous air around Granny Rong. He rapidly changed his direction and detoured. Granny Rong was a poison path Goo Immortal. This purple poisonous air was her trump card, and even Duke Long was not willing to touch it. Granny Rong was not in a good state. Over these days of fighting, her loss was the greatest. One of her core immortal goo was destroyed, her speed fell greatly, and she was forced into an extremely passive state. She had relied on her determination and the help of the other 3 Goo Immortals to persist till now. It was very wise of Duke Long to detour around Granny Rong. Granny Rong could only watch Duke Long with a bitter expression but was unable to give chase. Among the 4 Rank 8s, the other 2 were still several li away.
Boom.
Duke Long flew above Dragon Palace and slammed at this Rank 8 Immortal Goo House heavily.
Bam.
The Immort Al Goo House fell into the sea, immediately raising an enormous wave. Dragon Palace acted on its own. It did not fly to the sky again, instead moving deeper into the sea. Duke Long was about to give chase when suddenly his body paused and he struck towards the area left of him. There looked to be nobody to his left, but his ferocious attack was suddenly stopped. it was blocked by a Gu immortal. The Gu immortal revealed his figure and smiled at Duke Long. As expected of Senior Duke Long, you could see through my disguise. Duke Long frowned, sneering. Song Qiyuan, you are the first supreme elder of Song clan, a rank 8 Gu immortal, but you actually sneak attacked. The Gu immortal was Song Qiyuan. It seems Eastern Sea's righteous path is finally making a move. Who else is there? Come out now. Duke Long glanced below at the sea. Dragon Palace gradually disappeared from his sight. He did not give chase, instead hovering in the air while letting out terrifying battle intent. At the next moment, 2 more Gu immortals showed themselves. One was a middle-aged man in blue robe. He was Qingyu clan's first supreme elder Qingyuan. Another looked to be a young girl with bright eyes, exquisite rainbow clouds coiled around her body. She was Hua clan's first supreme elder, Hua Kaiyun. Lord Duke Long. Hua Kaiyun was just about to speak. Enough nonsense. Duke Long shouted and took the initiative to attack. Boom, boom, boom. Several immortal killer moves were exchanged. The 3 righteous path rank 8s were immediately suppressed and forced back. Duke Long is too powerful. He can easily suppress 3 Eastern Sea rank 8s by himself. Fong Yuan was inwardly shocked. He had transformed into a sea snake and was currently swimming in the sea. Righteous path rank 8s were often stronger than lone rank 8 cultivators. This was because they had more exemplary immortal killer moves and ample cultivation resources. The alliance of these 3 righteous path rank 8s could absolutely win against the 4-person alliance of Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, Zhang Yin, and Shi Miao. But they were still not Duke Long's match. Duke Long was too ferocious. He was only using transformation path methods even until now, and had not used his most proficient Chi path killer moves. From this, one could see how powerful Purple Mountain True Monarch was. He had actually forced Duke Long to use his signature Chi path killer moves. 1 inch it was not that Purple Mountain True Monarch was weak, but Duke Long was simply too strong. Fong Yuan looked at the distant Dragon Palace and slowly left the battlefield. Since Song Qiyuan, Qingyuan, and others appeared, it meant Eastern Sea's righteous path had already discussed and made decisions. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea was the richest in resources and thus had the highest number of rank 8 Gu immortals. Only 3 righteous path rank 8s have appeared currently. There are definitely more. Coming. Fong Yuan decided to bide his time. Sure enough, like he expected, 2 more righteous path rank 8s showed up and obstructed Dragon Palace. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and others quickly came and fought these 2 righteous path rank 8s. A huge battle erupted under the sea. Fong Yuan quickly hid in the mud at the bottom of the sea, waiting for a good opportunity to strike. Chapter 1691, Exposed. Swoosh. Following a sharp sonic boom, Dragon Palace turned into a golden light as it moved towards the sky with an extremely fast speed. Where are you going? Want to obstruct me? Not a chance. Several Gu immortals battled while giving chase, each displaying their great might. Intense battles followed the trail of Dragon Palace all along the way. Wherever it went, mounds crumbled and the sea split. The sky changed colors and countless beings met with calamity. Rank 6 and Rank 7 Gu immortals all escaped in fright. Only Rank 8 Gu immortals had the qualifications to take part in this battle. The battles of Duke Long, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Song Qiyuan, and other Rank 8s did not allow Rank 7 Gu immortals to interfere. Unless they were the likes of Feng Jiuge and Fong Yuan. But now, both Fong Yuan and Feng Jiuge had advanced to Rank 8. Most of the Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu immortals are already participating in the battle, but there are a few who have yet to show themselves. Fong Yuan was patiently observing from far behind, waiting for a perfect opportunity. From the time he rushed over to Eastern Sea, over 10 days had already gone by. Over these days, the battle between Rank 8 Gu immortals was a splendid show with none willing to make concessions. Occasionally, new Rank 8s would join in while some would temporarily retreat. They allied sometimes and acted against each other sometimes. As long as anyone neared Dragon Palace, they would be met with the joint attack of everyone else. Fong Yuan could not find any opportunity to make a move. But he was extremely patient and was not in the least bit worried. Being able to observe the skills of these Rank 8 Gu immortals from here is also an enormous gain. This information is very valuable. Duke Long is truly terrifying. In this battle, he is no doubt the strongest, but because of that unknown dream path Immortal Gu in Dragon Palace, the joint attack of other Rank 8s, as well as being concerned about the safety of Feng Jin Huang, he has not been able to obtain Dragon Palace. Fong Yuan's eyes flashed with sinister light. Not just the Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, Feng Jin Huang, who was beside Duke Long, was also his target. This girl possessed a dream path Immortal Gu and was also Duke Long's disciple. Looking at how Duke Long protected her, her importance could be seen clearly. But although Fong Yuan had such a scheme, he similarly did not find an opportunity to make a move against Feng Jin Huang. A chance it will definitely appear. Eastern Sea's righteous path has clearly already discussed with each other. Someone retreats while another comes in, taking turns to maintain their battle strength and also retain their control of the situation. This is to be on guard against Central Continent and Heavenly Court's reinforcements. Duke Long has been fighting alone, but he is still the strongest. If there are reinforcements from Heavenly Court, this stalemate will definitely be broken. Even if Heavenly Court does not send reinforcements, the four-person team of Granny Rome, Zhang Yin and others won't be able to last long. Among the three sides, the righteous path is the most stable. The other two sides have the possibility of overturning this balance. But once the balance is broken, there will definitely be a chaotic battle. And this chaos will give me the chance to make a move. Fang Yuan was extremely clear about the situation. But right at this time, there was a sudden explosion in front. Song Chi Yuan was struck and became lightly injured, coughing out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Yin turned his head around and chuckled. I have already struck you with fatal dark lightning. Chase me if you are not afraid of dying. Song Chi Yuan's defenses were thorough and comprehensive, but after getting struck by this move, he got injured. His defensive methods were immediately torn. Fatal dark lightning could not be underestimated. Thereupon, the entire group of pursuers immediately split into two, one group ahead and one group behind. Fatal Dark Lightning is Zhang Yin's trump card. It has a huge cost to activate. It is formless, colorless, and cannot be sensed. It can be arranged in the sea or air. Once touched, it will explode. What should we do? The remaining 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals were also of the righteous path. We need to give chase. It will be dangerous for Hua Kaiyan alone. We don't have time to make a detour. We can only control beast groups to charge through this lightning formation. The 3 Righteous Path members quickly thought of a way and released their respective ancient desolate beasts. Song Chi Yuan waved his hand. These ancient desolate beasts' auras immediately soared to the level of immemorial desolate beasts.
Boom, boom, boom.
The false immemorial desolate beasts could trigger the fatal dark lightning traps. These ancient desolate beasts constantly died to pave a path for the 3 Righteous Path rank 8s. The 3 rank 8s quickly moved ahead through the path. This is a little troublesome, let's take a chance. Fang Yuan was uneasy and wanted to cross the lightning formation as well.
Boom.
He was immediately struck by the fatal dark lightning, but did not dare use reverse flow protection seal and could only endure the damage forcibly. This dark lightning is truly troublesome. It is better to make a detour. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood, changing his original intention.
Bow.
OM.
He was struck again.
Ridiculous. This fatal dark lightning actually spread out this far. Its range is too wide. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and swallowed his blood.
Boom, boom, boom.
Fang Yuan continued to trigger fatal dark lightning traps. His luck path methods seemed to have no use. After about 8 minutes, Fang Yuan forcibly endured the pain as he caught up to the rank 8 Gu Immortals battle. Come and face my killer move, Red Pestilence Insignia. Granny Rome shouted and used all her strength to shoot out a red insignia. Hua Kaiyan snorted as she pushed forward her hands, sending out a lump of cloud. This cloud was pitch black and was like an inverted pot. Its shape was peculiar. It quickly moved and absorbed the red insignia. Granny Rome's expression immediately changed. She had lost control of the Red Pestilence Insignia. The cloud continued to move as it tossed the Red Pestilence Insignia away. Hua Kaiyan said proudly, Your Red Pestilence Insignia is useless against my pot-tossing cloud. It will only be tossed away by me. I will never get hit. The F***CK. Fang Yuan cursed in his mind. By some weird coincidence, the Red Pestilence Insignia had been tossed toward him. 3 dodge. Fang Yuan was disguised as a sea snake and could not casually increase his speed, so he barely managed to dodge. The Red Pestilence Insignia flew far away and exploded. The surrounding sea area met with calamity. Living beings met their end with countless sea organisms turning into mush from the intense poison. Fang Yuan was also struck by the move. He endured the rank 8 killer move and turned into a sea snake corpse, continuing his disguise. It was not easy for Fang Yuan to stalk from behind. He was constantly hit by the splattering effects of the moves in this battle. Fortunately, he remained far behind, and with the rank 8 Gu Immortals all paying attention to Dragon Palace and each other, they had not discovered him. However, this did not last long. Fang Yuan's identity was finally exposed several days later. It was a rank 8 lone cultivator who found him. He was Yang Jun and had been chasing after Dragon Palace in his Immortal Gu House Fragrant Treasure horse chariot when he discovered Fang Yuan by chance. Fang Yuan struck him and immediately escaped. This movement finally attracted the attention of other rank 8s, but Fang Yuan had left immediately. Even if Duke Long wanted to do anything, it was too late. Central Continent, infallible blessed land. The radiance of the formation disappeared. After inspecting for a while, Fairy Ziwei nodded in satisfaction and thought, with this formation here, who can destroy infallible blessed land? Even if Feng Yuan came here, he would also be trapped. Fairy Ziwei was confident in this formation. A bright light suddenly descended from the sky and arrived in front of her, revealing its true form. Greetings to Lady Ziwei. It was Feng Jiuge. He already had rank 8C. Ultivation now, and his tone carried a trace of being on equal status with Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei smiled. Feng Jiuge, I called you for one matter. Dragon Palace has appeared. Lord Duke Long is chasing after it, but has encountered obstruction from Eastern Sea's rank 8s. Go to Eastern Sea, reinforce Lord Duke Long, protect your daughter Feng Jin Huang, and help my heavenly court take Dragon Palace. Feng Jiuge was silent for a moment but rejected in the end. Huang Heir is protected by Lord Duke Long. She won't be in any danger. But when I advanced to rank 8, I gained an inspiration and wanted to create a new song. I want to enter the river of time now to observe the different types of worldly affairs throughout the eras. I want to experience the journey of myriad beings' lives. Fairy Ziwei was dazed for a moment. All right then, guard the river of time in place of Li Huang. Chapter 1692, Working with Longevity Heaven. Eastern Sea, late at night. Stars filled the sky. The calm sea suddenly turned turbulent with fierce waves. Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace charged out of the sea, flying into the sky rapidly. There was a rank 8 Gu Immortal waiting in the sky. It was Qingyu clan's first supreme elder, Qingyuan. Puff. He muttered lightly as he waved his arms rapidly. Immediately the phantom image of a mountain descended from the sky. The mountain ranges extended far and beyond, encircling the entire Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Mountain Ranges. Dragon Palace's movement was obstructed. It crashed into the phantom mountain like it had truly slammed into a solid one. Humph. There was a cold snort as a rank 8 Gu Immortal charged out of Dragon Palace. It was rank 8 Lone Immortal Shimiao. Shimiao spat out a mouthful of acid water. This acid water did not look impressive, but it grew with the wind, turning into a huge wave after several tens of feet. The wave crashed into the phantom mountain and had an incredible effect. The mountain started melting like snow exposed to the sun. The acid wave opened a path for Dragon Palace as it nearly got out of the encirclement, but Song Qi Yuan arrived right at this moment. His aura burst out and grand light pillars shined in all directions, dissolving the waves and also causing Dragon Palace to shake. When it landed on Shimiao, it felt like he was hit by a lightning bolt. After this, Song Qi Yuan did not stop. He raised his head and pointed with his finger. A sharp light shot out like lightning, vanishing instantly. Far away, Feng Yuan, who was using Star Eye's Immortal Gu to observe the battlefield, felt his vision going dark. He could not see anything anymore. Feng Yuan's expression turned dark. He knew that the star that he had refined using Star Eye's Immortal Gu was destroyed by Song Qi Yuan. Rank 7 Star Eye's Immortal Gu might be unique, but against a rank 8 Gu Immortal, it is too weak. Not only can it be discovered, it can also be stopped. Song Qi Yuan's Immortal Killer move is even more profound. It moved along the starlight and found the Star of Origin to destroy it. Even though the star was destroyed, Star Eye's Immortal Gu suffered no injuries. It can be used again after further preparation. Even though these Eastern Sea Gu Immortals could not defeat Duke Long, they were still rank 8 with brilliant methods. They could not be underestimated. Earlier, Zhang Yin's Fatal Dark Lightning, Hua Kaiyun's Pot-Tossing Cloud, Yang Jun discovering Feng Yuan who was in familiar face disguise, and Song Qi Yuan's attack that destroyed Star Eye's star, they proved this point. But even so, Feng Yuan did not want to give up. Dragon Palace is very important. It is far more important than I had expected. It is a rank 8 Immortal Gu house that contains Dream Path Immortal Gu. These days, in this battle, it displayed very powerful offensive and defensive methods. If I can get it, I will obtain peak rank 8 battle strength. Feng Yuan's main body chased while Heaven Form Killer move stayed in Immemorial White Heaven, dealing with Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and finding the hiding spot of Adaptation Immortal Gu. Heaven Form Killer move was rank 9 and extremely mobile. Even within Immemorial White Heaven, there were few existences which could threaten it. Because of the Earth Veins turbulence, the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions were in chaos. Especially Eastern Sea, the emergence of Dragon Palace caused a battle among rank 8s. It was truly spectacular. On this day, Northern Plains Longevity Heaven also started to tremor intensely. Bits bits bits. Orange-yellow light flickered endlessly, enveloping the sky of Longevity Heaven. Next, an aura started from an extremely weak state and grew rapidly, soon filling the world and causing fear in everyone. Such a change had already attracted the attention of 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady. 5 Elements Grandmaster was a lone cultivator of Northern Plains, but after getting trapped by Longevity Heaven, he felt despair after struggling and decided to join Longevity Heaven. He was not stationed in Longevity Heaven permanently. Bull Demon and Flower Lady were a duo that took the role of North Desolation Immortal together. Bull Demon was a muscular brute with a thick beard and a thunderous voice. He was extremely tall and strong, having a powerful aura. Flower Lady was a little girl with a flower on her head. She sat on the muscular man's shoulder, giggling as her crystal-like eyes flickered with innocence. What happened? Five Elements Grandmaster was very uncertain. Bull Demon and Flower Lady looked at each other. The latter giggled. West Desolation Immortal Bing, Sai Chuan has awakened. Longevity Heaven was a bit different from Heavenly Court. It had 4 Desolation Immortals and 8 extremities, a total of 12 positions. Among which, the 4 Desolation Immortals were only meant for rank 8 Gu Immortals, while the 8 extremities needed at least rank 7 cultivation level, and they had to be elites among rank 7s. Bing Sai Chuan. Five Elements Grandmaster's brows rose. He felt that the name was familiar, but he could not get more information from just that name. At this moment, there was a loud roar. Ripples of light flickered in the sky. Rainbows extended like rivers as they pierced through the horizons. A figure walked down from the river. He had a tall body and delicate face. Nevertheless, his eyes were extremely sharp and icy, emitting a cold gaze. From his right ear to the left corner of his lips, there was an ugly scar. It was flickering with white light, while emitting the coldness of 1,000-year profound ice. Seeing this face, Five Elements Grandmaster's eyes burst out with bright light as he became deeply shocked. I remember now. This is the Bing Sai Chuan who was born in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's generation. He was a rank 8 legend, a time path great expert. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had tried 3 times before subduing him. He did not die. He is actually the West Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. West Desolation Immortal was born in the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Even though he lost, it was not a disgrace. After all, be they Immortal Venerable or Demon Venerable, they were invincible in the world with no equal. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to make 3 attempts to subdue this West Desolation Immortal. It showed that he had great strength. Greetings, Senior West Desolation. Bull Demon and Flower Lady quickly went to greet him while Five Elements Grandmaster followed after with an expression of reverence. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan's seniority was simply too high. Bing Sai Chuan went up to the 3. He nodded after looking around. I am awake, but I do not have much lifespan. Time is limited. Give me the information of the current world. I need to know about it. Longevity Heaven had very comprehensive information. They had detailed information of the collapse of 88 True Yang Building, the reappearance of Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, and the Refinement Path Convention of Central Continent's Heavenly Court. 88 True Yang Building truly collapsed. Bing Sai Chuan sighed deeply. It was Fong Yuan. That demon was reborn using Spring-Autumn Cicada. He is rank 8 already. Five Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. Bing Sai Chuan laughed loudly as he said, Good job, Fong Yuan. He is truly a demon. He did a great job in destroying 88 True Yang Building. Five Elements Grandmaster was stunned. What? Bull Demon looked at Flower Lady. Flower Lady looked at Bull Demon. The 3 immortals were completely shocked. Next, Bing Sai Chuan added, Fate Gu is about to be repaired. It seems that this Refinement Path Convention is the final one. There is no time Ave to contact Fong Yuan now and make an alliance. The gazes of Five Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady changed abruptly. Was this Bing Sai Chuan really the West Desolation Immortal? Could he possibly be a fake one? Longevity Heaven wants to cooperate with me? Fong Yuan received this message and became quite shocked. It was easy to contact him. Langya Land Spirit could do it. Bing Sai Chuan used Langya Land Spirit to contact Fong Yuan. He spoke openly. I am West Desolation Immortal, the current leader of Longevity Heaven. Fong Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon, but you have yet to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance? If Heavenly Court repairs Fate Immortal Gu, it will not benefit you at all. Similarly, Longevity Heaven does not want to see Heavenly Court succeed. If they repair Fate Gu, it would be too helpful to Heavenly Court. It would also go against the luck path of my ancestor Giant Sunday. Let us forget our past conflicts and resist the strong enemy together. Fong Yuan was quiet for a while before asking, You are? Bing Sai Chuan. Soon, Fong Yuan learned who the other party was. He should be the real deal. Fong Yuan sighed at Longevity Heaven's foundation. They even concealed a rank 8 legend like Bing Sai Chuan. He had only appeared now. And in Longevity Heaven, among the 4 Desolation Immortals, East Desolation Immortal had the highest status. The great Bing Sai Chuan was only 2nd place. Who in the world was the East Desolation Immortal? Longevity Heaven's change of attitude made Fong Yuan deeply surprised. But to think of it, against the terrifying Heavenly Court, it was possible for Fong Yuan to work with them. After all, he was a rank 8 Gu Immortal now, the leader of Shadow Sect who possessed deep dream path research results. His name shook the world. A while ago, Heavenly Court even infiltrated Northern Plains and attacked Langya Blessed Land. The two sides had immense conflicts. The saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is my friend. If they could cooperate, Feng Yuan naturally wanted to work with Longevity Heaven. After all, Heavenly Court was the true enemy. But how could they trust each other? To gain Feng Yuan's trust, Longevity Heaven opened its treasury and traded immortal materials with Feng Yuan. They could even exchange immortal goo. From this step, they seemed to be very sincere. Since we are cooperating, Lord Bing Sai Chuan, why don't we work together to fight for Dragon Palace? Feng Yuan had a thought as he initiated. Good idea. Bing Sai Chuan was in full agreement. Any person with a brain could tell that Dragon Palace had immense value. Chapter 1693. Ziwei borrows goo. Since rebirth, Feng Yuan's strength had been growing rapidly. It was rising at a shocking speed. Especially in recent times, he advanced to rank 8 and possessed countless immortal goo. It was truly a rare situation. However, he was still not strong enough to contend for Dragon Palace. Among Th. rank 8 goo immortals fighting after Dragon Palace, there was Duke Long with pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength and multiple Eastern Sea rank 8 goo immortals. It could be said that Eastern Sea's strongest immortals were here. Feng Yuan had too little time since his rise, against the peak experts of a region, against Duke Long. Trying to snatch an immortal goo house that had the power to retaliate was just too difficult for him. But Feng Yuan knew that he could not watch on the sidelines. If Heavenly Court obtains Dragon Palace, they would grow even stronger. Especially that mysterious dream path immortal goo. It was not simple. It might have been created naturally by this world itself. It was the seed that the heavens had planted into Eastern Sea to start the era of dream path. At this time, drawing in Longevity Heaven's strength would make the situation even more chaotic. The more chaotic it was, the more Feng Yuan would be able to take advantage of the situation. He was rank 8 now, but against Eastern Sea's rank 8 goo immortals, he did not dare to be careless. The foundation of rank 8 goo immortals was immense. They would easily hit him with their killer moves if he was not careful. As for Duke Long, Feng Yuan knew clearly that he was not his match. After all, Feng Yuan had personally witnessed how Duke Long had fought Purple Mountain True Monarch. Duke Long is protecting Feng Jin Huang. He is not going all out. I have not seen him use any chi path methods yet. Even so, with just his transformation path methods, he is already the strongest person here. He is resisting almost everyone alone. Bai Ningbing and the rest are still cultivating on the Red Lotus Island. Even if they have the help of Future Self, they would only have peak rank 7 battle strength. It is a pity my incomplete immortal goo house was destroyed. If I had it, after this period of development, it would have rank 8 battle strength. It would be very useful to me. If I can steal adaptation immortal goo from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, I would be able to unleash Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. I will temporarily gain great battle strength. It is a pity that we do not have time. Heaven Form is still investigating. Feng Yuan felt some regret. But reality was like this. Not everything could go smoothly and appropriately. Dragon Palace would not tire. Eastern Sea's rank 8 goo immortals had not fully shown up. While Duke Long was waiting for Heavenly Court reinforcements, there was still some time before they truly fought for the immortal goo house's ownership. Feng Yuan was also concerned about Longevity Heaven's attitude change. But even if they had ill intentions, luring them into the battle was much more useful for Feng Yuan than the potential threat. With this move, he could try to obtain Dragon Palace, damage Heavenly Court, and probe Longevity Heaven. It could achieve many goals. But a few days later, Bing Sai Chu and did not arrive. Instead, he obtained some crucial information. Heavenly Court had found a stone lotus island in the River of Time. They had full control of it now. Bing Sai Chuan suggested, "You have Spring Autumn Cicada. You are the rightful inheritor of Red Lotus True Inheritance. If Heavenly Court takes away your fortuitous encounter, you will suffer while they grow stronger." Red Lotus Demon Venerable was able to damage Fate Goo. Very likely, his true inheritance also contains the way for us to destroy Fate Goo for good. Bing Sai Chuan's words had no issue. He did not know that Feng Yuan had already obtained one of the Red Lotus True Inheritances. Feng Yuan did not have any method to destroy Fate Goo, but what if the other Red Lotus True Inheritance had it? It was possible. Of course, there was a possibility that Bing Sai Chuan gave false information to trap Feng Yuan. Right now, Feng Yuan had two choices. He could stay and observe Dragon Palace, or go to the River of Time and contest for Red Lotus True Inheritance with Heavenly Court. The former was filled with chaos and danger, so was the latter. The risks were great. Feng Yuan sensed acutely that this choice was crucial. He started to think, what was the best course of action in this situation? Southern Border. Virtue Paradise. 2 rank 8 goo immortals walked side by side and ascended the mountain. Their auras were completely concealed, resembling mortals. The one on the left wore a gray hemp garment. It was very simple and plain, but his muscular body could not be concealed. He wore a conical hat that was large and wide. It covered his face under the shadow, concealing his appearance. It was the famous current generation Paradise Earth inheritor in Southern Border's Gu immortal world, Lu Weiyin. The one on the right was a woman. She had a graceful figure with hair that extended to her waist, and was adorned in a beautiful purple robe that was mysterious and elegant. Her eyes were like deep pools, with a sense of sorrow shrouding her face. It was Heavenly Court's leader, the person who would star Constellation Chessboard, the #1 Wisdom Path great expert in the current world, Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei had actually quietly appeared in Southern Border and met with Lu Weiyin. What was the reason behind it? Along the way, Lu Weiyin and Fairy Ziwei spoke. Even though there were few words, the atmosphere was amicable. As they walked, a small red pavilion emerged from the dense greenery. Lu Weiyin pointed at it as he said, "Lady Ziwei, it has been a long journey. Let's go rest a bit in that pavilion." "Good idea." Fairy Ziwei smiled as she walked. The two walked into the red pavilion. There were stone benches inside. Instead of sitting down, Fairy Ziwei walked towards the edge and looked at the wide view of mountains and rivers. This pavilion was built at the edge of a cliff. It had an extremely good view. Fairy Ziwei looked outside. Virtue Paradise was filled with tall mountains and clean rivers. There were tree houses and villages around the mountains. Lots of commotion could be heard from chickens and dogs. There were columns of smoke rising from houses. It was a serene and tranquil atmosphere. In the sky, there were many floating mountains. These mountains were made from float soil and could stay in the sky. There were many specialties in each mountain. Their environments varied. Some had long green vines that extended like hair. Some had drizzles and beautiful rainbows. Some had waterfalls with huge crashing torrents that gathered in huge pools. Cranes flew. Apes shrieked. There was lots of life and immortal materials everywhere. Desolate beasts and plants were abundant in numbers. The thing that Fairy Ziwei noticed was that the mushroom men and humans lived harmoniously in the villages. Kids played together, husbands and wives cared for each other. Children were also filial towards their parents. It is truly a paradise. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to create such a world, but humanity is the ruler of the world. How could variant humans possibly be equal with us? But even so, I admire Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Because he had contributed his whole life towards this dream, he had never sought benefits for himself. Fairy Ziwei said slowly. Heavenly Court belonged to humans. Its ideology was to rule over the variant humans, but Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted equality for all. In his opinion, be it variant humans or pure humans, all life in this world should be equal. Because of their ideological differences, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not enter Heavenly Court. He created his paradises in the 5 regions and tried to establish the utopia of his ideals. Lu Weiyin nodded. Even though our ideologies are different, our attitude towards the demonic path that harms the world is the same. Lady Ziwei is here to borrow Gu. If you are borrowing other Gu, forget it. But this benevolence Gu can benefit the world. Why would I stop you? However, if outsiders want to borrow Gu, according to the Immortal Venerable's rules, you need to walk and ascend to the top of the mountain to gain the qualification to borrow Gu. This journey is difficult. The higher your cultivation level, the worse it is. Please do understand, Fairy Ziwei. This mountain is truly not easy to ascend, but I understand Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's intention. Getting up this mountain will benefit me quite a bit too. Fairy Ziwei said softly as she smiled. Light flickered in her eyes. Alright, let's continue. River of Time. Heavenly Court's 4 immortal Gu houses stood in different positions as they surrounded an immortal formation. The atmosphere was heated among the Gu immortals. Lord Feng Jiuge, we have already encircled this stone lotus island. We can explore it already. Shang Xuanzi said. Feng Jiuge nodded. He originally wanted to use the River of Time to solidify and strengthen his inspiration regarding the Song of Destiny. To think that after entering the River of Time for this short period, the Stone Lotus Island showed up and became besieged by Heavenly Court. The Stone Lotus Islands were created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. I should go ahead and see the methods of this world-shocking demon Venerable. Feng Jiuge was about to move and enter the immortal formation.
Boom.
With a loud sound, the immortal Gu house that he was in shook intensely. Enemy, who is so daring as to attack us, Heavenly Court? The immortals were furious and shocked. Who else but Feng Yuan could it be? Heavenly Court's group was slightly dazed. Someone started to shout. Demon, you managed to escape last time, but you actually dared to return? Then accept your death. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. He had thought about it for a moment before deciding to come to the River of Time and trying to get Red Lotus' true inheritance. After all, Dragon Palace's scene was chaotic. All the forces had not gone all out yet. There was too much uncertainty. But at the Stone Lotus Island, if he did not come, Heavenly Court would definitely get it. Feng Yuan had Spring-Autumn Cicada. His advantage was huge when it came to the Stone Lotus Islands. Feng Yuan, we meet again. Feng Jiuji's voice reverberated within the immortal Gu house. There were deep emotions in his voice. Fong Yuan's expression focused. It seemed like in this battle, he was going to fight Feng Jiuge once again. Chapter 1694. Contesting for Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fong Yuan, we meet again. Feng Jiuge's voice reverberated from within the immortal Gu house. There were deep emotions in his tone. It has been a long time indeed.
Feng Yuan sight.
Years had passed. Fong Yuan met with Feng Jiuge again. It was like a meeting of old friends. Their words had no animosity in them. But they were not friends after all. After that brief talk, they went silent. At this moment, there was only the sound of waves in the river of time, surging forward with continuous motion. Feng Jiuge still remembered the first time he met Fong Yuan. Back then, he was still not an immortal. He had obtained to immortal blessed land with the status of immortal. But now, he was renowned in the world. He had rank 8 cultivation level and his speed of growth was rare even in history. It was truly shocking to the world. Feng Jiuge was also rank 8 with brilliant battle results. His strength was no longer the same as before. He had rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Gu, and because of his Dao Guardian status, he was heavily supported by Heavenly Court. Fong Yuan had once saved Feng Jiuge's life. He had returned the favor as well. Because of their different identities, Feng Jiuge had failed in many attempts to pursue Fong Yuan. They had fought many times and gained a deep understanding of each other. Both were wary of each other, but they appreciated the other person's capability, ties, and talent immensely. 1-inch Fong Yuan, you lost to us once. You managed to escape last time in the River of Time. To think that you would dare to come back and court death. A voice broke the temporary silence. The person who spoke had starry blue armor. He had a rough appearance and his body was strong. He emitted a powerful rank 8 aura and was standing on shark flow lever. Fong Yuan took a look and discerned that this was a person who had participated in the battle last time. Even though last time, he did not know who this was, he had obtained information already. This person had woken up from Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard. He was an experienced rank 8 star path expert, Xingyi Wang. Fong Yuan inspected Heavenly Court's group again. The 3 remaining Xuanzi occupied present and past pavilion. They looked at Fong Yuan with deep hatred. Their eyes were spewing fire. Last time, Fong Yuan used time cutting edge and killed Sun Guizi, causing their revival methods to fail. Only 3 were left now. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qing Yi had the same status as Xingyi Wang. He controlled Eternal Yacht with a grim expression. Xingyi Wang stood on shark flow lever, looking at Fong Yuan with deep battle intent. Meanwhile, Feng Jiuge stayed in 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. He had now shown up yet. 4 Time Path Immortal Gu houses, 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals, as well as many rank 7 Gu Immortals including 3 of the Xuanzi, and this super immortal formation. Fong Yuan evaluated their strength.
On the whole, it was not bad.
Because Heavenly Court had not sent too many people here. But thinking about it, Central Continent's earth veins were moving. Other than maintaining control, Heavenly Court placed all its attention on repairing rank 9 Fate Gu. A lot of manpower and resources were expended for it. From Heavenly Court's perspective, Fong Yuan was not their main enemy. In their overall plan, Fong Yuan was not a part of it. Thus, Fairy Ziwei had once offered to recruit Fong Yuan back in Langya Blessed Land. Heavenly Court's goal was the entire world, the great era of Dream Path, and to become the ruler of the world. This was the grandness of Heavenly Court. Thus, Heavenly Court's focus had always been to fully restore Fate Gu. Moreover, last time Fong Yuan escaped barely with his life. Afterwards, Fairy Ziwei used Heavenly Court's foundation to buy all sorts of time path materials and disrupted Fong Yuan's growth. He had hidden his tracks, and even when the earth veins moved and countless immortal Gu and immortal materials appeared, he did not show up. Due to all these reasons, Heavenly Court had not increased their numbers in the River of Time. Of course, they might have some groups lying in ambush. Fong Yuan smiled coldly. Regardless of what they did, as long as they fought, Heavenly Court would summon them anyway.
Roar.
With a huge sound, Fong Yuan used Familiar Face to turn into the immemorial year. Monkey again. The monkey body was huge like a mountain. It pounced towards 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. That was where Feng Jiuge was. Such a courageous demon. Let me fight you. Xingyi Wang moved shark flow lever as he intercepted with great speed. Fong Yuan moved rapidly above the water. He pointed his finger as Immortal Killer Move Spring Scissors flew out. The scissors were green in color and moved agilely. Even though it was huge like an elephant, it shrunk when it got in front of shark flow lever. Xingyi Wang was a little shocked. He knew about spring scissors, but to think there was such a transformation? The mini spring scissors flew down and became large again when it got to the shark lever of shark flow lever. Crack. With a snip, the scissors cut, and a huge shark head fell off. Crack. With another snip, another shark lost its head. Xingyi Wang was very shocked. He quickly moved shark flow lever aside. He could not dare continue trying to obstruct Fong Yuan. He needed to know how to handle spring scissors. After stopping Xingyi Wang, Fong Yuan moved quick as the wind, arriving in front of 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Within the immortal goo house, Feng Jioge had a plain expression as he controlled it calmly. 3 autumn yellow crane platform burst out with a dazzling light, stopping Feng Yuan's advancement as if he had crashed into a metal wall. Feng Yuan, who was in the immemorial year monkey form, laughed as he punched with his huge fists. The huge fists landed on 3 autumn yellow crane platform and caused it to shake. Rubbles flew everywhere as it got pushed back. Feng Yuan got stronger again. 1 inch, that's right. He has at least modified spring scissors and winter coat. The former can change sizes and become hard to guard against, while the latter has fused with his immemorial year monkey transformation. His monkey fur is like frost and his skin is like ice. His defenses are extremely thick. The 3 Xuanzi guarded present and past pavilion. They talked to each other with lingering shock. Ever since Feng Yuan escaped pitifully last time while exposing all his trump cards, Heavenly Court had deduced all sorts of killer moves that he had. But to think that in this battle, all of their deductions were outdated. Feng Yuan's modifications were far beyond Heavenly Court's expectations. They were greatly caught off guard. Not just that, Feng Yuan had also made many deductions on the 4 immortal goo houses. Looking at how he dealt with Shark Flow Lever and 3 autumn yellow crane platform, it was evident. Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment was not low. He also had the help of wisdom goo, which Heavenly Court did not manage to deduce. Feng Yuan, who had the light of wisdom and sufficient intel, made great gains when he deduced matters regarding the 4 time path immortal goo houses. In the previous battle, Feng Yuan exposed his trump cards, but at the same time, Heavenly Court also expended their trump cards. Feng Yuan could learn a lot of details about them. It was not easy for goo immortals to create immortal killer moves. Modifications were even harder. Then what about immortal goo houses? Immortal goo houses were the collective body of multiple immortal killer moves. Thus, modifying immortal goo houses was even tougher. Feng Yuan could modify immortal killer moves because he had wisdom goo. Heavenly Court wanted to modify immortal goo houses, but they did not have wisdom goo. The difficulty was even higher. Thus, these 4 immortal goo houses did not have many changes. They were also similar to before. Feng Yuan lost last time, but he gained lots of information. He could deal with these immortal goo houses now. This was also why he gave up on Dragon Palace for now, and chose to target the River of Time. The northern corner is destroyed. The goo worms cannot be retrieved. 3 layers of autumn light shields have been broken. Only 1 is left. Immortal goo autumn light has cracks on it. The goo immortals inside 3 autumn yellow crane platform reported. They had nervous expressions. Feng Jioge was the person in charge. He still had a calm expression. He did not attempt to fight personally, because he knew that only relying on his sound path cultivation, he could not make useful efforts in this River of Time. Only the time path immortal goo house could resist Feng Yuan. Feng Jioge thought to himself. Feng Yuan can suppress 2 immortal goo houses, but Heavenly Court still has another 2. This battle has just begun. Feng Yuan's barrage of attacks made him pant loudly. Even though 3 autumn yellow crane platform was shattered on the outside, its foundation was unaffected. It only lost a large number of mortal goo. Those rank 7 goo immortals inside the immortal goo house were trying to repair it rapidly. After the initial burst, his attacks got softer. The 3 autumn yellow crane platform got past the initial stage as Feng Yuan's ferocious attacks started to weaken. Xing Yiwang had already repaired Shark Flow Lever after facing Spring Scissors killer move. It charged over again. At the same time, present and past pavilion and eternal yacht came from the left and right, forming a complete web. Feng Yuan, I want to see how you'll deal with 4 immortal goo houses together. Xing Yiwang shouted loudly. Feng Yuan looked at his encirclement as his eyes shined with bright light. He smiled and shouted loudly. Bing Sai Chuan, are you still not going to act? Before he finished his words, Bing Sai Chuan appeared, standing behind present and past pavilion.
Who?
The 3 Xuanzi were very shocked because present and past pavilion was most specialized in investigation. They were able to detect Feng Yuan, but not Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan roared as he pushed with both palms. Immediately, cold winds blew and frost energy surged, covering the whole of present and past pavilion. At the next moment, the entire present ND past pavilion became sealed in a transparent profound ice. The 3 Xuanzi were unmoving inside, a frightened expression frozen on their faces. On Eternal Yacht, rank 8 goo immortal Qingyi, who had a calm expression, showed a change of attitude. This immortal killer move is immediate time freeze. You are the time path great expert of Giant Sun Immortal Venerables era. Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan cultivated time path and was most skilled at freezing time. His time path killer moves were able to imitate the effects of ice path. He was a rank 8 legend. His battle strength was at its peak, on the same level as Li Huang. But right now, Li Huang was deployed elsewhere, in exchange for Feng Jioge, who had just reached rank 8. Regardless, this was the River of Time. Even if Li Huang was here, without using the time path immortal goo house to fight against Bing Sai Chuan, he would not be his match. Bing Sai Chuan waited for a long time before striking with great impact. He targeted the weakest enemy, directly sealing a time path immortal goo house and preventing it from joining the fight again. Amazing! Fong Yuan could not help but praise. Bing Sai Chuan looked at Qing Yi. I am Longevity Heaven's Bing Sai Chuan. To think that someone of this generation recognized me. As he said that, he smiled warmly, but did not act mildly. He attacked the rank 8 goo immortal Qing Yi, who was on Eternal Yacht. Fong Yuan had the help of Bing Sai Chuan. They managed to suppress the remaining 3 immortal goo houses that Heavenly Court possessed. At the next moment, a 5th time path immortal goo house appeared. This was a gatehouse with a simple but elegant structure. Its supporting pillars were bright red in color. It was quite auspicious. There were 2 dazzling words written on its entrance plaque: Year End. Rank 7 time path immortal goo house. Year End Gatehouse. Chapter 1695. Contesting for Dragon Palace. Year End Gatehouse suddenly appeared in the River of Time. The side that got shocked was Heavenly Court instead of Fong Yuan's group. This was because Heavenly Court only had 4 time path immortal goo houses stationed here. This 5th time path immortal goo house Year End Gatehouse came from Northern Plains. It was owned by the Huangjin tribes. Since when did an immortal goo house enter? Oh no. What is it trying to do to the river suppression lotus ceiling formation? Quick, stop it. Heavenly Court side shouted. Even rank 8 goo immortals showed shock on their faces. Bing Sai Chuan laughed loudly. Frost energy oozed out of his body. He slammed with both palms as Eternal Yacht was sent to the bottom of the river. Fong Yuan shouted loudly. He mustered his strength and attacked 3 autumn yellow crane platform, raining down punches like a flurry of meteors, forcing the latter to retreat continuously. Present and past pavilion was sealed. It had sunk into the river, vanishing entirely. Xing Yiwang, who was on Shark Flow lever, had an ashen expression. He tried to stop Year End Gatehouse, but it was too late. As the immortals watched, Year End Gatehouse got close to the river suppression lotus ceiling formation as the gatehouse started to shine in a pure white light. Next, a voice could be heard from within. Take a good look. This is my 5 elements profound light. Ring! There was a loud sound as a mystical 5-colored light shot out of the gatehouse, landing on the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The 5-colored lights resembled 5 river currents that merged and weaved together, melting the layers of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation, causing a huge hole in an instant. Quick, repair the formation. What method is this? The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was completely powerless against it. The rank 7 goo immortals controlling the super immortal formation were furious and shocked. Feng Jiuji's pupils shrunk. He recognized it. That must be Northern Plains rank 8 lone immortal 5 elements grandmaster. This person cultivates formation path and mimics the 5 paths of metal, wood, water, fire, earth. He is a formation path great grandmaster. He was actually recruited by Longevity Heaven. After using this move, 5 elements grandmaster panted heavily. His aura diminished until it became extremely weak. His 5 elements profound light was most skilled in breaking immortal formations. He had prepared this move for a long time. Once it was unleashed, half of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation was destroyed. It was on the brink of destruction. Of course, this was because Fong Yuan had given Longevity Heaven crucial information. Fong Yuan had a deeper understanding of this river suppression lotus ceiling formation. After all, he was locked in and had broken out of it personally. With this intel, 5 Elements Grandmaster was able to modify his 5 Elements Profound Light to counter this river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Once the formation was broken, the stone lotus island inside became exposed before everyone's eyes. Fong Yuan laughed heartily as he jumped up.
Boom.
He kicked hard and stomped 3 autumn yellow crane platform into the river, creating a huge wave. Next, he shot out like a cannonball, flying into the formation, towards the stone lotus island. The goo immortals in the river suppression lotus ceiling formation were flustered. They worked up a sweat trying to stabilize the formation and prevent it from collapsing. If this super immortal formation broke, its controllers would face huge backlash. These goo immortals were also trying to save their own lives. The formation's controllers were too busy with their own matters. They could only watch as Fong Yuan went in. Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fong Yuan looked at the stone lotus island as his eyes flashed with a bright light. The spring-autumn cicada inside Time Path Clone's aperture was Sha. King, right now, spring-autumn cicada was rank 7 and had Fong Yuan's personal immortal killer move to discern if the stone lotus island was real. It was the real deal. In the previous Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fong Yuan made great gains. He was lifted out of his difficult situation. If he could obtain this Red Lotus True Inheritance as well, how much would he grow? Fong Yuan, don't think of leaving. At this moment, Xing Yuang shouted as he moved Shark Flow lever and attacked Fong Yuan's back. Scram! At the crucial moment, Bing Sai Chuan appeared, blocking Shark Flow lever. Fong Yuan, Quickly go get Red Lotus true inheritance. Bing Sai-chuan fought as he said to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan looked at Bing Sai-chuan deeply. It seemed that Longevity Heaven was very sincere about cooperating. He got closer to the Stone Lotus Island, without stopping. Don't think about it. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qingyi, who was inside Eternal Yacht, went around Bing Sai-chuan and Xing Yuang, going towards Fong Yuan. Wanna chase him? He get past me first. Year-end gatehouse suddenly appeared abruptly, blocking Qingye's path. Qingyi frowned but laughed coldly. My Eternal Yacht is the fastest. It can ride the waves of the River of Time. How can you Year-end gatehouse stop me? Suddenly, Qingye's expression changed as she saw that an immortal formation had appeared around Eternal Yacht. Setting up a time path formation in such a short time? Qingyi shook. He finally understood the formation path attainment that 5 Elements Grandmaster had. This Red Lotus true inheritance is mine. After obtaining Longevity Heaven's reinforcement, Fong Yuan obtained enough time to successfully get close to the Stone Lotus Island. He was about to step onto it. But at this moment, a change occurred. The Stone Lotus Island erupted with a formless force and pushed Fong Yuan far away. What happened? Suspicion rose in Fong Yuan's mind. I have Spring Autumn Cicada with me. Unless once this Stone Lotus Island lets me in, the defenses will vanish? Or will a loophole appear that would allow others to take advantage of it?
Boom, boom, boom.
At this point, attacks that approached like a wild storm rained down on Fong Yuan's immemorial year-monkey body and surrounded him. The River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation was finally stabilized. Even though it was damaged, the hole was shrinking. The rank 7 Gu immortals controlling it were now able to find time to fight Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was obstructed by the formation. He could not get close to the Stone Lotus Island as easily now. This formation is likely created by Heavenly Court to target Stone Lotus Island. The Stone Lotus Island rejected me earlier because of this formation? Fong Yuan was thinking about this when Feng Jiuge, who was inside 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, arrived before him. When the two sides started to fight again, they clashed and exchanged moves. The situation was in AD. Eadlock. At the same time, Eastern Sea. Li Huang pays respects to Lord Duke Long. In the sky, flames scattered as a muscular old man appeared. It was Heavenly Court's reinforcement, rank 8 Gu Immortal Li Huang. Duke Long nodded as he patted Feng Jin Huang, who was beside him. Feng Jin Huang was surrounded by a circular chi wall. She floated lightly towards Li Huang. Protect Huang Heir. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable, Duke Long said plainly. Li Huang had a grim expression as he said confidently. Don't worry, Lord Duke Long. With my Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, who in the world can harm Feng Jin Huang? Duke Long stopped looking at him. He looked towards the sky. In order to protect Feng Jin Huang, he had wasted some time. Dragon Palace had flown away already. Duke Long smiled, feeling no nervousness. He clenched his fists. It was time to take action. At the next moment, he vanished on the spot. Dragon Palace was obstructed by Qing Yuan again, while the other rank 8 Gu immortals fought each other. The chance will slip by easily. I need to grab my opportunity. Qing Yuan's eyes burst out with brilliance. After so many days of fighting, he had finally obtained his 4th chance. But right when Qing Yuan was about to reach Dragon Palace, an immense force approached. The aura of death almost suffocated him. He quickly turned around. Enduring the fatal attack, he managed to block it but flew away like a sandbag, spitting out huge amounts of blood. Duke Long Qing Yuan had a hoarse voice filled with anger. Duke Long floated in the sky expressionlessly. His horns were flickering with purple gold light. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His body was tough as a monolith. His dragon pupils shined with cold light. Qing Yuan struggled to stabilize his body. He wanted to counterattack, but his expression suddenly changed. A dragon-shaped chi shot out of his chest, exploding.
Boom.
The explosion was not loud, but Qing Yuan's defenses were like useless scraps of paper. Qing Yuan looked at Duke Long with disbelief and fright as he retreated. He was bleeding intensely, his ribs were broken, his chest was almost fully blown off, his heart and lungs could be seen. Take this, Duke Long. This immortal Gu house is mine. Song Qi Yuan and Zhang Yin flew over. The two temporarily stopped fighting each other as they faced against Duke Long together. Duke Long smiled nonchalantly. Roar. The dragon roar erupted as Song Qi Yuan and Zhang Yin flew away with a confused and flabbergasted expression. They suffered serious injuries. They did not even see what move hit them before they were defeated. Be careful. Without that burden, Duke Long is using his full power. Is this his true strength? Everyone, work together. We must not let him succeed. Duke Long's powerful disposition made the remaining rank 8 Gu immortals feel deeply threatened. They started to target him collectively. Duke Long breathed in deeply. He actually shut his eyes. He did not move. Only when the surrounding killer moves reached before him did he open his eyes abruptly. Immortal killer move, chi engulfing mountains and rivers. At once, the rank 8 Goo immortals shook intensely as they felt an unparalleled pressure slamming down at them from all around. Not just them, the killer moves that they activated, even the sky and sea of all the surroundings were facing this immense pressure. Many killer moves collapsed, the rank 8 Goo immortals as well as Dragon Palace fell into the water like dumplings falling into a pot. The world became still. Nothing was left standing. Except Duke Long. He was standing proudly in the sky, looking down at the immortals in distress with his cold dragon pupils. At this point of the Dragon Palace contest, he had finally displayed his true strength. Having pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength, it suppressed his enemies and obtained the upper hand.
Kill.
Duke Long, I want to kill you. I do not believe that you can defeat all of us. A few breaths of time later, huge waves surged in the sea. The rank 8 Goo immortals who were humiliated by Duke Long attacked him together with great intensity. Duke Long snorted coldly, his dragon tail appeared and his body became covered in scales. The horns on his head became as sharp as blades. He opened his mouth and roared. It was a mortal killer move, Dragon Roaring Wave. Next, his body flickered from place to place. He appeared near his enemies as he punched their faces with his fists, tore defenses with his claws, and created a bloody storm around the area. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Goo immortals were not his match. They were all furious and shocked. They used their immortal killer moves but were constantly obstructed. Even if they succeeded, they could not injure Duke Long. After such a long time, other than protecting Feng Jin Huang, Duke Long had also collected lots of information. He had grasped the weakness of some of these Eastern Sea rank 8 Goo immortals methods. Old fiend, you are too much. Face my fatal killer move. Restrain him. I have even stronger methods. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were furious. They were about to use even stronger methods. Immortal killer move. Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. Puff puff puff. At the next moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8s fell like dumplings again, into the depths of the ocean. Duke Long controlled the tempo of the battle completely. His battle experience was even deeper than the depths of this ocean itself. Chapter 1696. Feng destroys Red Lotus.
Come.
Duke Long suddenly appeared above Dragon Palace. An immense suction force sent the rank 8 Immortal Goo house slowly towards Duke Long's phantom aperture, even though it resisted him desperately. The other rank 8 Goo immortals saw this and went over, using their killer moves on Duke Long. Duke Long sighed as he vanished on the
spot.
Without restraint, Dragon Palace flew out of the sea, into the sky once again. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were about to chase it when Duke Long appeared in the sky again, obstructing their paths. Dragon roars resounded again. Duke Long moved like lightning, flickering around the rank 8 Goo immortals effortlessly. The intense battle created loud explosions resembling an unceasing thunderstorm. Countless innocent life forms were implicated. Huge tsunamis were created on the sea surface. Without Feng Jin Huang burdening him, Duke Long displayed terrifying battle strength. Nobody present could match him equally. However, these Eastern Sea rank 8 Goo immortals all had deep foundations. They had their own trump cards. Even though they were losing to Duke Long, their lives were not endangered. They were wary of each other originally, but against Duke Long, they could cooperate seamlessly. At once, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and even lone cultivators worked together to fight Duke Long. Duke Long felt increasing pressure. His outburst earlier suppressed everyone. It was because he had concealed himself earlier and managed to catch all of the Eastern Sea rank 8s off guard with that one attack. But as the battle continued, Duke Long's methods were slowly discerned by the Eastern Sea Goo immortals. They started to find counters or appropriate methods to deal with them. In this world, there were no invincible immortal goo or immortal killer moves. There were only invincible goo immortals. Any immortal killer move, no matter how complex, had a structure. It would have advantages and weaknesses. Duke Long was very powerful indeed. None of the Eastern Sea rank 8s were his match. But this situation was special. Everyone was trying to get the immortal goo house. Nobody wanted to fight him to the death. As the immortal goo house flew continuously all over the battlefield, Duke Long could not set up a battlefield to trap it. Dragon claws moved like a tornado. Many Eastern Sea rank 8s were forced back. Duke Long crashed into Dragon Palace as he grabbed it with his hand. At once, a pair of huge phantom dragon claws appeared and tightly grasped Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace shook intensely. It shattered the phantom dragon claws as it escaped. Duke Long sighed. This situation had already happened many times. It was not easy to take Dragon Palace. He had to fight off the competitors first before trying to subdue it. But Dragon Palace was a rank 8 immortal goo house after all. It had great power and could not be taken easily. Duke Long's many attempts ended in failure. Duke Long is too strong. What do we do? When he fights seriously, we will have no chance to get close to Dragon Palace, not to mention obtain it. Duke Long is the only one attempting now. Thankfully, this immortal goo house is strong enough. We cannot let this go on. Dragon Palace's resistance is getting weaker. Duke Long will subdue it eventually.
Why?
Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals all had injuries. They communicated with each other as they wanted others to use their trump cards against Duke Long. Getting to rank 8, who would not have their own secret trump cards. These immortal killer moves were definitely very powerful or mysterious and profound, but nobody wanted to expose them. Nobody could say for sure if their killer moves would fail in such a complex battle environment. The stronger the killer move, the greater the backlash. Even Duke Long was not using his triple chi retraction killer move. Not that he did not want to use it, but the risks were too great. He could likely cripple himself. When he fought against Purple Mountain True Monarch earlier, he had probed multiple times. Only until he was sure that the enemy did not have other methods did he unleash triple chi retraction in the end. Right now in this situation, if Duke Long used triple chi retraction and the enemy coincidentally countered it, what would happen? These Eastern Sea rank 8s were numerous, and they all had deep foundations, who knew what methods they truly possessed. Notched arrows were the most threatening. Gu immortals who concealed their killer moves were also very threatening. River of Time. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Fong Yuan was still in his immemorial year monkey form. His killer move activated successfully as he grabbed towards the space in front of him. A huge fan with a long handle appeared out of nowhere, held in his hands. Bing Sai Chuan, get aside. Fong Yuan twisted his waist as he gathered strength in his arms, waving the fan ferociously. Gush! Wild winds blew, sweeping ahead as the storm sent 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever into a tornado, restraining them as they flew outside of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. But at the crucial moment, Feng Jiuge and Xing Yiwang flew out of their immortal Gu houses, charging at Fong Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan. Even though they did not cultivate Time Path, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation did not break apart. Time Path was restricted in the formation as other paths were amplified. Heavenly Court sent rank 7 Gu immortals which were elites. They worked together during this period and were able to mostly repair the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Even though the hole was still present, it had become much smaller. 5 Elements Grandmaster. Quickly use your profound light. Fong Yuan shouted. 5 Elements Grandmaster's voice came from within year-end gatehouse. I cannot use it a second time in this short period. This formation has been modified by a lot. The previous profound light will be ineffective now. Immortal killer move, Song Warrior. Feng Jiuji's body shook as 4 Song Warriors emerged, encircling Fong Yuan. Xing Yiwang's body was covered in starlight specks as he stabbed towards Bing Sai Chuan like a hedgehog. Bing Sai Chuan and Fong Yuan looked at each other before flying up and abandoning their enemies, targeting the river suppression lotus ceiling formation instead. This was the wisest plan. As long as the river suppression lotus ceiling formation was destroyed, Feng Jiuge and Xing Yiwang would have to return to their immortal Gu houses. Feng Jiuge and Xing Yiwang quickly tried to stop them, while 5 Elements Grandmaster continued to control his immortal formation to trap the eternal yacht that Qing Yi was controlling. In the intense battle, river suppression lotus ceiling formation shook more and more intensely. More cracks were appearing as it endured Fong Yuan's and Bing Sai Chuan's attacks. However, 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever, which Fong Yuan blew away earlier, had re-entered the battlefield. Fong Yuan and Longevity Heaven were starting to be suppressed. Fong Yuan, you still refuse to trust me now. The situation was dire. Bing Sai Chuan shouted in anxiety. Fong Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He snorted coldly as he approached Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan spread his arms as a ball-shaped light shield appeared around him and Fong Yuan. This was his defensive immortal killer move. Anything that hit the light shield, be it life forms or killer moves, would freeze in time. Break it. Feng Jiuge and Xing Yiwang shouted together. 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever erupted with powerful attacks, targeting Bing Sai Chuan's light shield. But any killer move that landed on it froze in time. At once, there was a myriad of colorful attacks surrounding the light shield. It was a dazzling sight. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. His body shook as he sustained the shield. Even though he had rank 8 peak battle strength, in this formation, Time Path was suppressed. At the same time, he was facing the attack of 2 rank 8 Gu immortals and 2 immortal Gu houses. It was not easy. Fong Yuan obtained this prime opportunity. He dispelled immemorial year monkey transformation and activated Emperor Yama. At this point in the battle, he finally obtained a chance to change his battle tactic. Feng Jiuge and Xing Yiwang had rich battle experiences. They did not give Fong Yuan any opportunity to change his transformation. He was often interrupted. After becoming Emperor Yama, Fong Yuan started to use his killer moves. His aura surged rapidly from weak to strong, and from strong to a terrifying level. Feng Jiuge and Xing Yiwang had solemn expressions. They were very alert. At this point, Fong Yuan finally had the time to unleash his trump card. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. Be careful. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth as he dispelled his defensive killer move, moving forward. Without obstruction, the frozen attacks from earlier struck towards Fong Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan stood in front and paved a way for Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan held onto Luo Pasil as he waited in anticipation. He charged toward Xing Yiwang while enduring the attacks. Xing Yiwang quickly retreated while Feng Jiuge went around, trying to attack Fong Yuan from the rear. Fong Yuan suddenly laughed coldly. He flew up and shot Luo Pasil towards the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The huge formation stopped working. Several rank 7 Gu immortals inside died on the spot. Bing Sai Chuan suddenly felt the pressure lifting. Swoosh swoosh. Large amounts of water from the river of time gushed into the formation. Immediately after, with cracking noises, river suppression lotus ceiling formation disintegrated piece by piece. 5 Elements Grandmaster was deeply shocked. Fong Yuan's Luo Pasil actually attacked the core of the formation and destroyed the core immortal Gu. How did he deduce it?
Boom.
Feng Jiuji's attack landed on Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's attention was on destroying the formation. He could only endure Feng Jiuji's ferocious attack. Even in Emperor Yama form, Fong Yuan spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Large numbers of soul path Gu worms died, and multiple immortal Gu were injured. Without the formation's help, the battle environment changed rapidly. Fong Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan obtained the upper hand again. Both sides fought for a while. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation had about 1/3 of its original size left. The remaining rank 7 Gu immortals were desperately holding on, but the formation was just a step away from destruction. They had no hope left. Cover me, Fong Yuan said to Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan used the ball-shaped light shield, protecting Fong Yuan as he dispelled Emperor Yama, turning into the immemorial Year Monkey again. Cover me. Feng Jiuge shouted the same thing. Xing Yiwang and the 2 immortal Gu houses surrounded Feng Jiuge immediately. Immortal killer move, Assimilation Wind Song. Feng Jiuge took a huge risk and successfully summoned the number 1 wind in the world. Bing Sai Chuan broke out in sweat as he shouted to Fong Yuan. Oh no, my defensive killer move cannot block the winds of assimilation. Let's retreat. But out of their expectations, the winds of assimilation did not target the defensive shield. It attacked the stone Lotus Island. Under Fong Yuan's shocked gaze, the stone Lotus Island was devoured by the winds of assimilation. The fragments were assimilated into wind. The winds of assimilation became larger and larger. If anyone tried to get onto the island, they would have to face this world-destroying wind. Feng Jiuge. Bing Sai Chuan was furious and anxious. Fong Yuan's expression was ashen. If we cannot get it, neither will you. Xing Yiwang laughed wildly. Chapter 1697. Neither victory nor defeat. The winds of assimilation ravaged in the river of time. When Feng Jiuge used assimilation wind song, there were sounds of howling winds. But when the actual winds of assimilation started blowing, it became extremely quiet. The re was no sound at all. The quiet winds of assimilation made every Gu immortal present feel a chill down their spine. The stone Lotus Island was continuously eroded by the winds of assimilation until it completely vanished. The winds grew larger and larger, multiple times its initial size after devouring the stone Lotus Island. It was like a pillar that supported heaven and earth. However, it could not display its might in the river of time. Even though a lot of water was assimilated into wind, the entire river of time did not budge. It had lost a completely negligible amount of water. Even though the winds of assimilation were powerful against the river of time, it was too small, like a tiny insect on a bull. All the Gu immortals and immortal Gu houses had to steer clear of the winds of assimilation. Feng Jiuge was no exception. The stone Lotus Island was really destroyed. Fong Yuan was deeply shocked. Earlier, when he wanted to get on the island, he was repelled by its protection force. To think that it was completely helpless against the winds of assimilation. Don't tell me this formation played a role in suppressing the stone Lotus Island earlier? Or was the island already at its limit, so it could not block the winds of assimilation? Fong Yuan watched as the river suppression lotus ceiling formation continued to break apart. Feng Jiuge also had a heavy feeling. Even though he destroyed the stone Lotus Island, in his opinion, he had failed. In order to find Red Lotus true inheritances, Heavenly Court had paid a huge price in manpower and resources. They managed to find a stone Lotus Island after so much work and trapped it using the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. But to think that Fong Yuan and Longevity Heaven worked together to obstruct them. Feng Jiuge had no choice but to destroy the stone Lotus Island. All of their hard work had been wasted. But nobody could blame him for his actions. Because it was necessary. After the river suppression lotus ceiling formation got hit by Luo Pasil, it was definitely going to break apart. Once the formation breaks, Feng Jiuge and Xing Yiwang would be forced to return to the immortal Gu house. This way, Heavenly Court side would lose their battle strength. In contrast, Fong Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan would be like fish in water in this river of time. Without the formation restraining them, their battle strength would surge. The enemy was strong while they were weaker. Feng Jiuge had no confidence in continuing the struggle. Fong Yuan would obtain the Stone Lotus Island eventually. Thus, when there was still a chance, he decided to cut his losses short by destroying the Stone Lotus Island. Such resolution. A sharp light flashed in Fong Yuan's eyes. He did not hide his praise. Bing Sai Chuan sighed deeply, showing a dejected look. He was hoping to find some way to destroy Fate Gu from the Red Lotus True Inheritance, but now, even though Fong Yuan had the key Spring Autumn Cicada, the Stone Lotus Island was already destroyed. He was very disappointed. He did not know that Fong Yuan had already obtained one true inheritance in secret. Fong Yuan was obviously not going to tell Longevity Heaven about this. Even Heavenly Court was in the dark. Rumble. With a chain of loud explosions, the heavily damaged river suppression lotus ceiling formation broke. Most of the immortal goo were destroyed, while the goo immortals controlling the formation died one by one. One river water moved in as huge waves were formed. The river of time was restored to normal. Let's retreat. Feng Jiuge gritted his teeth as he spoke. The battle was not in Heavenly Court's favor. Even though they had 3 rank 8 goo immortals in this situation, even if Duke Long came, they would not win. Feng Jiuge and the rest were not Time Path Goo immortals. They could only hide in the immortal goo houses, relying on them to fight. And these Time Path Immortal Goo houses were only rank 7. If they had one rank 8 Time Path Immortal Goo house, Heavenly Court would have a chance of victory. Even though Heavenly Court had immense foundation, it was not without limits. Firstly, after Lord Huangshi died, they no longer had any Time Path rank 8 Goo immortals. Even though they created 4 Time Path Immortal Goo houses, they were only rank 7. Heavenly Court did not have the ability to create a rank 8 Time Path Immortal Goo house in such a short period of time. Actually, Fairy Ziwei's arrangements were not wrong. Even though Fong Yuan obtained a Red Lotus True Inheritance and modified most of his killer moves, while also raising the rank of his Immortal Goo, his increase in battle strength did not make this battle any easier. Fong Yuan alone could not obtain this Red Lotus True Inheritance. Heavenly Court did not expect that Longevity Heaven would suddenly cooperate with Fong Yuan. After all, Fong Yuan destroyed 88 True Yang Building. There was deep enmity between Fong Yuan and Longevity Heaven. This was not just simple hatred. Fong Yuan did not just destroy a rank 8 Immortal Goo house, he destroyed Giant Sun Immortal Venerables arrangements, the pride and glory of the Huangjin tribes. Longevity Heaven actually gave up on revenge and cooperated with Fong Yuan. Is this because of Bing Sai Chuan? Feng Jiuge returned to 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and looked at Bing Sai Chuan, frowning. Heavenly Court's 3 Immortal Goo houses were retreating rapidly. Fong Yuan roared. He turned into the immemorial Year Monkey and chased after them. Bing Sai Chuan fought side by side with him. The two had powerful and ferocious attacks. They aimed at Heavenly Court's 3 Immortal Goo houses. Even though there were 3 rank 8s on Heavenly Court side, they could only defend, resist attacks, and escape. Present and Past Pavilion finally broke out of Bing Sai Chuan's killer move. It quickly flew out of the air. Ever of Time, appearing above the surface. The 3 Xuanzi were very angry. They wanted to attack Fong Yuan, but they saw that the 3 Heavenly Court Immortal Goo houses were escaping. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation had broken up. The rank 7 Goo immortals controlling the formation had almost all died. The remaining few were struggling in the river of time. They were not far from dying. Quickly retreat. Feng Jiuge transmitted. The 3 Xuanzi gulped as they quickly joined the group and escaped. Fong Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan, as well as 5 Elements Grandmaster controlling Year and Gatehouse, chased after them. These 4 Immortal Goo houses were very sturdy. They defended each other and were hard to catch. But Fong Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan got stronger as they fought. In this river of time, their battle strength was far above their usual standards. The tributary of the river of time is close by. We are about to escape, Qin Yi shouted, raising the morale of the Heavenly Court Goo immortals. Wanna leave? Not so easy. Fong Yuan laughed sinisterly, shortening their distance. All of you retreat. We will block them. The 3 Xuanzi were resolved to die. They stayed behind along with the tattered present and past pavilion. As the 3 Xuanzi stalled for time desperately, the other 3 Immortal Goo houses managed to escape through the tributary of the river of time. Present and past pavilion was completely destroyed. The 3 Xuanzi died as well. Fong Yuan was filled with regret that he did not capture any rank 8 Goo immortal. This was a really good chance. Fong Yuan did not want to chase after them. In the outside world, Feng Jiuge and the rest could fight normally. He swept through the battlefield and collected the immortal apertures, annexing them. Bing Sai Chuan and 5 Elements Grandmaster did not move. They watched by the side. There were quite a few rank 7 Goo immortals who died. They did not have qualification to join Heavenly Court, so they still retained their rank 7 immortal apertures. Fong Yuan annexed them and made great gains. Let's go to Eastern Sea. After a while, Feng Yuan suggested. Longevity Heaven had displayed their full sincerity in the battle over Red Lotus' true inheritance. They were reliable allies for now. Both sides had the same goal, to prevent Heavenly Court from repairing Fate Gu. If Heavenly Court obtained the complete Fate Gu, they would regain their former glory. They would threaten the other 4 regions. After staying for a while in the River of Time, Feng Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan confirmed that the Red Lotus' true inheritance was truly destroyed. Even though they did not obtain it, they had managed to stop Heavenly Court from getting it. This result was neither defeat nor victory. Soon, Feng Yuan and the rest left the River of Time, heading to Eastern Sea to stop Duke Long. But along the way, they heard that the commotion in Eastern Sea was over. The outcome had been determined. The eventual victor of this battle over Dragon Palace was Duke Long. Duke Long had incredible battle strength. He suppressed the Eastern Sea rank 8s. Afterwards, Heavenly Court's new member, rank 8 Gu Immortal Chun Yi went there with an immortal Gu house. At the crucial moment, Eastern Sea's lone immortal Yang Jun suddenly turned to help Duke Long, allowing him to successfully suppress the rank 8 immortal Gu house and keep it. But Duke Long suffered heavy injuries as a result. At the final moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8s stopped holding back. They used their trump cards. But it was already too late. After getting the immortal Gu house, Duke Long left immediately, without second thought. To think that this rank 8 lone immortal Yang Jun was recruited by Heavenly Court. 5 Elements Grandmaster shook his head continuously. He was once a lone immortal too, but he had become a member of Longevity Heaven now. That might not be the case. Yang Jun might have been Heavenly Court spy in Eastern Sea from the start. Feng Yuan thought of Prince Feng Xian in Northern Plains. He was a spy implanted into Northern Plains from the start. His identity had not been exposed. Feng Yuan looked at Bing Sai Chuan for a moment, deciding to continue keeping this as a secret. Chapter 1698. Slaughter begins. Central Continent Regional Wall. Go. Quickly go. Catch up. Don't break away from the group. A group of Western Desert Gu masters shouted as they ran. Behind them, the ground tore open, like a giant beast opening its mouth to devour people. Ah! Save me! Amidst cries and screams, a small group of people at the back fell into the earth trench. Most of them were smashed to bits. Those that luckily survived would also die eventually. Father, I can't hold on anymore. Zhang Ping was a young man who had just become a rank 2 Gu master. He was showing a flustered expression now. His primeval essence had already dried up. Oh no! Zhang Quan was a rank 3 Gu master. He was covered in sweat now. He was already trying his best, using his killer move to not only move himself, but also his son Zhang Ping. If Zhang Ping ran out of primeval essence, Zhang Quan's killer move would be ineffective on him. By then, Zhang Ping would become very slow. Zhang Quan would be helpless as he watched his son fall into the abyss. What should I do? Zhang Quan was helpless and anxious. He regretted his decision deeply. If he had known this, he would not have brought his son to join the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. He had considered this because of his son's Refinement Path talent. He wanted to train his ability and gain more knowledge. But to think that they encountered an earth vein tremor while crossing the regional wall. Right when Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping were despairing, the sight in front of them cleared up. Zhang Quan was dazed before reacting. They had passed Central Continent's Regiona. El Wall, they had arrived in Central Continent. Because of earth vein tremors, other than causing lots of earth trenches, goo materials, and goo worms to appear, the 5 regions' regional walls were also shrinking. Right now, goo masters needed less than half the time to cross 2 regions' regional walls compared to before. But so what? Zhang Quan sighed deeply. Zhang Ping was out of primeval essence and stamina. Zhang Quan had to carry him. But because of this, their speed was very slow. They were almost about to get devoured by the earth trench. At the crucial moment, a mystical light shot towards them as the remaining goo masters were all brought into the sky. The earth trench parted below their feet. Soon, a huge and unfathomably deep abyss formed below them. Only until they landed on the periphery of the earth trench did the mystical light enveloping these goo masters disappear. What is going on? Who saved us? Such an incredible method. I'm afraid it has to be a great goo immortal who saved all of us. The goo masters were all extremely excited from surviving that. They started talking among themselves. Above the sky where they could not see, a spirit butterfly valley goo immortal smiled kindly as he retreated his gaze from these goo masters. The goo immortal flew rapidly, patrolling the area. Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention had begun. Many goo masters had been coming here for the last few days from the other 4 regions. The Goo Immortal was a member of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. He had received a compulsory mission from the sect to patrol this area and prevent the demonic path from causing trouble. Many Goo Immortals received the same mission as him. These were all members of the 10 great ancient sects, some independent sects, or even slave Goo Immortals captured by the 10 great ancient sects, as well as lone immortals close to the 10 sects. This time, Heavenly Court held the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Security was extremely strict. It was unprecedented. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping's group was luckily saved by the Gu Immortal, retaining their lives. After getting into Central Continent, they rested for a while before going to the closest sign-up spot. Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had many sign-up spots. They were evenly distributed all over Central Continent. A few days later, Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping arrived at Scorpion Needle Sect with some Gu masters that had similar objectives. This was an ordinary sect. Its specialty was in raising Gu that resembled scorpions. They were most famous for Scorpion Needle Gu. This was an offensive Gu worm. Once used, it could shoot out scorpion needles. The needles were sharp and fast. They were poisonous and hard to deal with. Scorpion Needle Sect had already made the arrangements. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping walked into the registration hall. It was packed with people. A large portion were Central Continent locals, remaining were like them, who had come from the Western region. Scorpion Needle Sect was situated near Western Desert. Many Western Desert Gu masters came here to sign up. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention always attracted countless Gu masters to participate. This time was no exception. Following the procedures, Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping were brought into a hall for assessment. The test only had 4 questions. It was not easy, but not hard either. The test was regarding basic skills. Any Gu master with enough experience can pass. Those who were trying their luck would be eliminated, to save on resources and manpower. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping passed the test without any unexpected surprises. They successfully signed up. After getting out of the hall, they held a token each. The token recorded the participant's name, sect, path, and the time and location of his test. When a Gu master signs up, their names could be fake, their paths and sects could also be kept secret. Because of this, during every Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, a large number of lone cultivators, demonic path members, and even Gu immortals would join while concealing their identity. 100 primeval stones per person signing up. This is too expensive. Zhang Ping kept his token as he said grudgingly. So you must perform well this time. Don't waste our investment. Zhang Quan looked at Zhang Ping with a gaze of anticipation. Yes. Zhang Ping nodded. Oh yes, father, I saw that many Central Continent Gu masters signed up directly. They did not need to take the test. Zhang Quan smiled. These people had gotten a certain position in the previous convention. They are able to join it directly now. Father, didn't you get a placing yourself in the last convention? Why do you have to pay again? Zhang Ping did not understand. Zhang Quan shook his head. That is because I am not a Central Continent person. Only Central Continent Gu masters have this treatment. So that's it. Zhang Ping nodded. This was clearly favoritism towards the locals. It was unfair, but the young Zhang Ping soon accepted it. This was Central Continent's territory after all. The convention was also held in Central Continent. What's wrong with helping their own people? And this was not unfair either, because this test only looked at the basics. Any Gu master with Refinement Path attainment could pass it. The Refinement Path Convention is about to begin. In Heavenly Court, Duke Long used his investigative killer move as he paid attention to the situation in Central Continent. His face was still pale now. His injuries sustained from obtaining Dragon Palace had not healed. This Refinement Path Convention will be very crucial. Oh, Red Lotus, do you know, after this convention, Fate Gu will be fully restored. Duke Long's eyes became dazed as scenes of the past surfaced in his mind. Spring-Autumn Cicada? You actually designed such a heretical immortal Gu, Hong Ting, what are you trying to do? After learning of this, Duke Long immediately went to find Red Lotus, immortal venerable Hong Ting. Hong Ting clenched his fists, saying to Duke Long, Master, I've already said it before, I want to revive them. Let everything start over again. You. Duke Long pointed at Hong Ting. He was shivering from anger. Hong Ting lowered his head. Master, scold me if you want, beat me if you want, but I will never give up. Duke Long looked at Hong Ting angrily. He did not scold him. Instead, he sighed after a long while of silence. Hong Ting, my disciple, you are too naive. Even if you are an immortal venerable, what can you do to fate? Go ahead and try, I won't stop you. You will definitely fail, but I hope that countless failures can wake you up. Many days later. Master, Hong Ting was covered in injuries, but he was extremely excited. He came before Duke Long. I finally found the only hope. I am about to succeed. I will definitely change fate. How can that be possible? Duke Long did not believe him at all. I am relying on this love Gu. I had obtained inspiration from the legends of Rinzu. It says that love is a type of fate. In that case, love can definitely change fate. Hong Ting said in increasing excitement. Duke Long was extremely furious and shocked. Heresy, blasphemy, Hong Ting, don't forget your identity. You are a righteous path immortal venerable. You want to change history. Do you know that such actions will have an unimaginably bad effect? Oh, Master. Hong Ting raised his head, looking at Duke Long with glimmering eyes. You still don't understand? Understand what? Times have changed. The hearts of the people have changed too. Our generation does not need restrictions. Before Hong Ting finished his words, Duke Long shouted. Enough! You actually said fate goo is a form of restriction? Hong Ting, enough is enough. At this rate, you will fall into the demonic path. I do not want to exterminate you in the name of justice. Breathing in deeply, Duke Long regained clarity in his eyes. His memories were kept away, but Duke Long still had a sense of guilt left in him. Oh, Red Lotus, you did not understand after all. Duke Long muttered. No matter how times change, Fate Goo will always be the protector of humanity. You are disregarding the big picture of humanity for your personal selfish goals. I failed in my teachings. You are my disciple. As your master, I will atone for your mistakes. I do not have much time left, but it is fine. I just need to wait until Fate Goo is repaired. I will not allow anyone to ruin this refinement path convention. Boom. At the same time, Scorpion Needle Sect erupted with an intense explosion. Countless goo masters who participated in the refinement path convention died or got injured. As dust clouds settled, an ancient desolate year snake hissed in the rubble of Scorpion Needle Sect. Watching the ancient year snake slog her more goo masters, Fang Yuan left with a cold smile. Using an immortal killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core, he left for the next location. Heavenly Court wanted to repair fate. They had to hold the refinement path convention to gain success, Dao marks. How could Fang Yuan allow them to succeed so easily? A merciless slaughter had begun. Chapter 1699. Attacking Everywhere. Unification Sect was one of the sign-up locations of the Refinement Path Convention. It was filled with people as well. The Refinement Path Convention is about to start. To think that I would get a second chance in this lifetime. Thank the heavens. A middle-aged goo master sighed deeply. The goo masters nearby recognized him as they started to talk among themselves. Quickly look, it is Refinement Path Master Luo Sheng. He had lost in the previous Refinement Path Convention due to some accident. It seems he wants to compete again. Normally, the Refinement Path Convention is held once in 100 years. Luo Sheng was not supposed to have a chance. But to think that 10 years later, the 10 great ancient sects would hold it again. The middle-aged goo master heard their discussions as he kept a peaceful expression. He was way beyond the age of vanity. He just wanted to prove himself now. My opponents this time cannot be underestimated. Even though I worked very hard during this period, Central Continent is too huge. The 5 regions have countless geniuses. And even at this spot, there are already many new talents. The middle-aged goo master looked around, focusing his attention on 3 goo masters. One was an old man that had been reputed for many years. He was also a refinement path master. Another was a young man, and the last one was a young girl. The former had performed well in the previous convention while the latter was a rising star that had emerged in the last 10 years. 1 inch, this refinement path convention is still going to be that intense. I must make good use of this opportunity. I cannot fail anymore. I will prove myself. I will let my wife and children be proud. Boom. At the next moment, a huge ancient year beast descended from the sky, crushing the entire hall to ruins. The middle-aged goo master's grand ambitions vanished into thin air. The young goo master with a great future, the genius young girl who was highly thought of died pathetically on the spot. Her bones and flesh were mashed together. Even her corpse could not be seen clearly. On to the next location. In the sky, Fang Yuan's figure flickered and vanished. This was the 15th spot that he had attacked. Central Continent lost many goo masters. These were just mortal goo masters. How could they handle the ancient year beasts? Even rank 6 goo immortals might not be able to face these ancient year beasts. Fang Yuan slaughtered these goo masters mercilessly. He created lots of bloodshed. More and more talented goo masters were killed. Even Heavenly Core.
T was feeling heartache.
This demon Fang Yuan, he is truly evil and vicious. He came to cause trouble after all. Damn it. Are we going to watch and do nothing?
Legi Ziwei, Iwan Derif.
Fairy Ziwei shook her head. Fang Yuan is very vigilant. He only sent out ancient year beasts each time to attack. Even though he slaughtered many goo masters and caused great chaos, he rarely attacked personally. Fairy Ziwei sighed deeply. His wisdom path attainment is truly deep. He knows that the more he attacks, the more clues he would leave behind, and the more easily we can find him. It is very hard for me to locate him. I will need more clues and even more time. But how can he have so many ancient year beasts? Some goo immortals frowned. According to Southern Borders information, Xia Cha had a year essence pool in her immortal aperture. He should have used this to capture so many year beasts. Fairy Ziwei said. Even though her expression was calm, she was filled with rage. Fang Yuan was a goo immortal, yet he attacked these mortals without restraint. He was really bullying the weak and was simply too shameless. He had no bottom line. One most demonic path Gu immortals would not do this. This was the tacit consensus among Gu immortals, but Feng Yuan broke it without concern. This Feng Yuan is truly the greatest plague to all life forms in this world. Fairy Ziwei was furious while feeling sadness for those innocent lives. The longer he lives in this world, the more life forms he would harm and kill. One Duke Long was truly calm. His heart was like a tranquil lake. Good. Feng Yuan showed up. Didn't we expect this to happen? Follow our plan. Even if we have to pay a huge price, we must repair Fate Gu. Duke Long was immensely determined. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals heard his orders and realized nothing in this world could affect Duke Long's determination. Feng Yuan was a real problem. Heavenly Court could not ignore him. They had a plan already. Several days later, the people who were in deep fear of Feng Yuan's assaults received accurate proof and information. All evidence pointed to Feng Yuan. He was the culprit. Everyone was extremely riled up. Feng Yuan has already become a Gu immortal? There really are immortals in this world. Feng Yuan, you kill my father, I will definitely take revenge for this immense hatred. Even rank 5s are just ants if they do not become Gu immortals. Feng Yuan is evidently trying to ruin the Refinement Path Convention for the sake of my life. I'm not going. Go. Why not? If we do not go, wouldn't we fall into that Feng Yuan scheme? That's right. Even though I am a mortal Gu master and will not be Feng Yuan's match, to avenge my wife's death, I will even give up my life. I will not let this demon Feng Yuan succeed. Some were fearful, some felt emotional, some backed out, while some became determined. Time passed, days went by, the Refinement Path Convention continued.
Fa.
Ying Yuan was all alone, but Central Continent had many sign-up locations for the Refinement Path Convention. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not eliminate every Gu master that went, because many places were secretly guarded by Central Continent's Gu immortals. Especially when Heavenly Court made arrangements after Feng Yuan's attacks, they sent out missions to countless Gu masters to move around and distribute tokens to other participants of the tests. This way, the participants in Central Continent became dispersed. Nobody went to sign-up locations. Feng Yuan's slaughter became very inefficient. Even though Feng Yuan tried, more than 10,000 Gu masters died in his hands, but he could not stop the Refinement Path Convention from starting. The sign-up phase was over. The true competition had already started. Oh! Feng Yuan appeared at a place in Central Continent. He was about to attack, when he suddenly frowned. Where are you going, Feng Yuan?
D.
A Central Continent rank 8 Gu immortal pounced at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan gave a glance at him. He did not want to fight. He used his killer move to escape. Central Continent's Gu immortals have been getting faster and faster recently. Is it because I've used fixed immortal travel's killer move too frequently? They've already deduced it? Even so, they seem to be able to detect where I would show up. What is this investigative method? Time path. At the next moment, Feng Yuan's surroundings changed. He was hundreds of thousands of li away from the previous place. But his expression was grim. He sensed acutely that 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were approaching him from 3 directions. Feng Yuan, where are you going? Heavenly Court has prepared more than 10 investigative killer moves for you. You cannot escape. Especially one of them. It was created by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, known as People's Accusation. Haha, demon, did you think of this? The more people you kill, the more hatred you gather. These mortal Gu masters' hatred will continuously track you down. The 3 rank 8s arrived before Feng Yuan. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move, Rumor Cage. Suddenly, a 4th rank 8 Gu immortal appeared above Feng Yuan, using an immortal battlefield to trap him. We caught Feng Yuan. Lord Zhou Xiong Xion's Rumor Cage is truly the battlefield killer move with the fastest activation time. Even Feng Yuan could not react in time. The 4 Gu immortals were overjoyed. Lord Duke Long, we finally trapped Feng Yuan. Inside Heavenly Court, Fairy Ziwei was extremely excited. Duke Long replied plainly. Fairy Ziwei's eyes shined brightly. Lord Duke Long, the chance is rare. I recommend that you act personally to eliminate this Feng Yuan now. Duke Long shook his head. Feng Yuan is nothing but a troublemaker. Repairing Fate Gu is the important thing now. It is not time for me to act. 2-inch Lord Duke Long, Fairy Ziwei want. D to speak more, but suddenly, her expression changed. At this instant, Central Continent's areas, especially those that were holding refinement competitions, were targeted with Gu immortal level attacks. In fact, not only refinement competition locations, even some famous resource points in Central Continent were attacked by Gu immortals. They were looted. Even infallible Blessed Land is being attacked. Fairy Ziwei's expression was grim. She could not believe it. There are actually so many Gu immortals targeting us? Chapter 1700. Rumors Become Tigers. Feng Yuan floated in the air. It looked like he was staying motionless amidst a blizzard. Soon, thick white snow gathered on his body. But looking from afar, it seemed like he was covered in a thick fox skin coat. This was the modified time path killer move, Winter Coat. Fong Yuan had many defensive killer moves. The strongest was Reverse Flow Protection Seal, but Reverse Flow River was clearly dried up now. This killer move could not be used anymore. Other than that, Fong Yuan had Emperor Yama, Winter Coat, Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe, Purple Thought Light Shield, Hair Armor, Lion Fur Armor, Divination Tortoise Transformation, Ghost Official Garment, and other defensive methods. Hair Armor and Lion Fur Armor were mortal killer moves. Even though Fong Yuan had used them for some time, they were eliminated long ago. Purple Thought Light Shield was Purple Mountain True Monarch's method. It had defended against Duke Long's fists in battle earlier. It was quite useful. But Fong Yuan only had this killer move and did not cultivate it. He lacked the crucial Immortal Goo. Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe was originally Fong Yuan's method. It was used for some time. Even though the core Immortal Goo was now rank 7, a rank 7 method was useless now. Divination Tortoise Transformation was considered a defensive method, but similarly, the ancient Desolate Beast Divination Tortoise was useless in a rank 8 battle. Ghost Official Garment had a huge origin, being designed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It was used to defend against Wisdom Path methods. Emperor Yama killer move, which combined Ghostly Concealment, Soul Beast Token, and Ghost Official Garment, had incredible defense. It could be used in rank 8 battles. But its defensive was still lower than Winter Coat. Emperor Yama was a comprehensive method. It had both offense and defense. By using the Yama children, it could even fight against a group. Meanwhile, Winter Coat focused on defense. After Fong Yuan annexed Xia Cha's Immortal Aperture, his time path Dao marks increased in numbers drastically to being his highest path. Winter Coat's power was greatly amplified. And most crucially, after some modifications, Winter Coat's defense was even better than before. While he could not use Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Winter Coat was Fong Yuan's new replacement. Bam, bam, bam. The 3 Central Continent rank 8s attacked Fong Yuan furiously. He did not dodge. He used Winter Coat killer move to block all of the attacks. What killer move is this? It seems like Xia Cha's Winter Coat. How can this be? Xia Cha's Winter Coat is not like this. The 3 rank 8s had varying expressions as they conversed secretly. They were very shocked by Winter Coat's defense. Next, they placed all their attention on Zhou Xiong Xian. These 3 rank 8s came from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but Zhou Xiong Xian was different. He was a recently awakened Heavenly Court member. Zhou Xiong Xian had already activated his immortal battlefield rumor cage. In this environment, all other paths were suppressed. Only information path was amplified. Fong Yuan's Winter Coat killer move was suppressed, but the other 3 rank 8s offensive methods were also suppressed. As the 3 rank 8s looked at Zhou Xiong Xian, Fong Yuan was also assessing this immortal battlefield rumor cage. Rumor cage consisted of many silver text and characters. These characters were large as horse carriages or small as ants. They weaved together into a huge ball, enveloping Fong Yuan and the other 4 rank 8s. Because there were gaps between characters, the round ball seemed to be connected with the outside world. It was not completely shut off. Fong Yuan had a serious expression. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, his time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom. He was trying to deduce the mysteries of this immortal battlefield. But regarding information path, Fong Yuan was not skilled in it. If this was a time path or refinement path immortal battlefield, Fong Yuan could use his time path and refinement path quasi-supreme attainment levels to deduce it immediately. But against information path, he lacked the attainment. He could only deduce it using the light of wisdom forcefully. Undoubtedly, it was wise that Heavenly Court sent out information path Gu Immortal Zhou Xiong Xian to deal with Fong Yuan. If this was any other Gu Immortal that Fong Yuan has met before, he would be prepared with specialized methods. But this was the first time Fong Yuan was seeing Zhou Xiong Xian. Zhou Xiong Xian wore a white robe. He had a square face with an air of righteousness. His body was quite muscular. Those who could become Heavenly Court members were elite experts among rank 8s. Forget about the rest. Just that rumor cage alone was incredibly profound. It could be activated rapidly and was the fastest immortal battlefield killer move that Fong Yuan had ever seen. Fong Yuan, since you are trapped, don't think of leaving alive. You committed so much slaughter, so many innocent lives died in your hands. Now, you will experience the bad karma that you have created. Zhou Xiong Xian said in a righteous tone. His aura burst out as he used 2 immortal killer moves. Immortal killer move, malicious rumors. Immortal killer move, rumors become tigers. Instantly the silver characters in the cage started to shine in a dazzling light. The dense light flowed like water, moving in the air as it gathered and swirled. Next, from the silvery light, silver tigers emerged. The tigers attacked as Fong Yuan shot out like lightning, facing them. Strength path, giant hand. One Fong Yuan rushed to the silver tigers as he attacked, but the giant hand only lasted for a moment before it broke. Fong Yuan's brows rose. The silver tigers had great battle strength. Immortal killer move, Spring Scissors. The jade-green scissors flew out with great agility. Wherever it went, the scissors snipped as tiger heads fell. Tigers were cut into halves and their corpses faded into silver light that flickered and scattered. Spring Scissors was unstoppable. Zhou Xiong Xian's eyes flashed with a different light, he thought. It is different from our intel. After the battle for Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fong Yuan's Spring Scissors seems to be modified again. It has grown more powerful. Zhou Xiong Xian was an information path Gu immortal. He could rapidly gather information about any change or unusualness. Spring Scissors' killer move had not been modified for hundreds of years in Xia Cha's hands, but Fong Yuan could constantly modify it? Is Fong Yuan's wisdom path attainment level really so high? Or maybe his time path attainment level is very high. After all, this is a rank 8 killer move. It is not easy to modify. Zhou Xiong Xian was secretly shocked. Even though he was still under the suppression of Rumor Cage, Spring Scissors' killer move still slaughtered countless silver tigers like they were thin paper. But Zhou Xiong Xian did not fluster. The battle is under my control. Slowly, you will see my power, Fong Yuan. Zhou Xiong Xian laughed to himself secretly. A moment later, Fong Yuan frowned subtly. The silver tigers are endless. It is clearly one with this Rumor Cage battlefield. No matter how many I kill, they will regenerate. And most importantly, these silver tigers are growing stronger. Strange. Normally, methods like these silver tigers are meant to expend the enemy's reserves through advantage in numbers. But these silver tigers were growing stronger at a rapid rate. It was far beyond normality. Earlier, Spring Scissors' killer move was unstoppable, but now, it seemed slow. Not only did the silver tigers grow stronger, they were much tougher and more agile now. They often managed to escape from Spring Scissors, causing it to miss its target. At this time, the Time Path clone finally made some useful deductions. Fong Yuan looked at Zhou Xiong Xian as he spoke. So that's it. This is the unification of information path and human path methods. You are using the grudge of the whole of Central Continent's mortals to display this move? Similar to the people's accusation killer move earlier. Zhou Xiong Xian's eyebrows twitched. Fong Yuan actually discovered the profundity of this move so quickly. It was truly shocking. Since you found out, there is no point hiding it. Indeed, this move was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. It uses the will of Central Continent's people. Fong Yuan, you slaughtered so many people. Everyone is furious. One mortal might be weak, but what about countless mortals? Their collective power is beyond your imagination. Thus, continue to struggle. You cannot defeat the unified will of every person. This is the bad karma that you gathered. This is simply just desserts. Fong Yuan was silent. He started to attack Rumor Cage itself. But before he found out the mysteries of this immortal battlefield, even if he used Luo Pasil, there would be little effect. He would be wasting rank 8 immortal essence. At the same time, somewhere in Central Continent, Fong Yuan is trapped. He is likely in a certain immortal formation or immortal battlefield. I can barely sense him anymore. Our connection is about to be broken. Shun Song Sheng said. He was an Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal, the first supreme elder of Super Force Shen clan. He cultivated sound path. When Fong Yuan went after Eastern Sea's Dragon Palace, he had been hit by this investigative method unknowingly. Now, even though he was inside Rumor Cage, Shun Song Sheng could still sense Fong Yuan's whereabouts slightly. Brother Shen's investigative methods are truly admirable. At his side, Song Chi Yuan said with a deep sigh. Back in the days, I was hit by your investigative methods. It was truly a nightmare. Haha. Shun Song Sheng laughed loudly. We were still young. To think that you managed to steal the inheritance secretly, causing us to end up with no gains despite our hard work. It is expected that Fong Yuan would obstruct the Refinement Path Convention. He has deep enmity with Heavenly Court after all. Indeed, even years ago, he was already fighting with Heavenly Court in Treasure Yellow Heaven by exposing secrets of both sides. Heavenly Court wants to repair fate. Even if he is an otherworldly demon, he would not want them to succeed. Heavenly Court would have too great of an advantage after all. The surrounding Gu immortals also spoke. Some had cold and indifferent expressions. Taking a look, these were all rank 8 Gu immortals. Song Chi Yuan, Qing Yuan, Shen Song Sheng, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shi Miao, and others. This was an unprecedented gathering. Alright, isn't this situation good? Fong Yuan is also a problem. With him resisting and fighting Heavenly Court, we will have less issues here. Dragon Palace is nearby. There is no mistake. Shun Song Sheng led the way as he moved ahead of the group. It turned out that because Duke Long snatched the rank 8 Immortal Gu house from these Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals, they had lost their face. One thus, during this refinement path convention, these people gathered secretly. They wanted to obtain Dragon Palace and salvage their reputation.